Chapter 301 Who should I choose from the 9th soul ring? Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Binger completed the 5th level assessment and received a reward for improving the 1st level of soul power and improving each soul ring for 2000 years. Now Lu Erlong is a level 95 titled Dulo, and there are 3 levels of assessments. As long as the sea god's divine consciousness is not too deducted, it is not difficult to improve the 1st level of soul power and become the peak Dulo. Xiaowu is level 78, Ning Rongrong is level 76, Zhu Zuqing is level 78, and Shui Binger is level 77. After completing all the assessments, it is not difficult to achieve Kanra. This is so cool. All 5 of them still have 3 levels of assessment, and the 6th level is to work together to hold on to a stick of incense under Bosixi. Just the next day, this level of assessment began. The tactic used by Lu Erlong and others is to delay time. Because they can't beat Posazi even if they join forces. The 7 men used all their strength. In the end, Ye Lingling, Shui Yuer, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, and Lu Erlong lost their combat power before they reached a stick of incense. Only Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing hold on until the end. Xiaowu's invincible golden body and nothingness strengthened teleportation and held on to the end despite being seriously injured. Zhu Zuqing used the invisible skill to hide it with the help of powerful dark attribute power. Although she was injured, she still persisted. As long as one person finally survives to the end, even if they all pass the level. They looked embarrassed, but Bosixi was responsible and deliberately tempered them. Bosixi must have let go, otherwise Zhu Zuqing could not hide her mental strength, and Xiaowu would have exhausted her soul and physical strength. This is not easy to win, and the sea god will recognize it. If the water is too obvious, it is probably impossible to use it, or there is no reward if it passes. That's it, the sea god also knew that Bosixi had let go. Therefore, in terms of rewards, only Zhu Zuqing and the others were rewarded to improve their level 1 soul power, and there was no reward for increasing their soul ring years. Lu Erlong reached level 96 and became the titled Dulo. At the end of the 6th level, Ye Lingling's black level 6 exam ended, and he received a reward of improving his soul power at level 1 and a 110,000 year Godjavan soul ring. After Ye Lingling reaches level 70, he can absorb this Godjavan soul ring. Lu Erlong, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Xiaowu, and the 5 of them have 2 levels left to evaluate, and Shui Yuer has the last level left to evaluate. The 7th level is not to pull the artifact trident, it is the exclusive assessment content of the inheritor of the sea god. Have we completed the 7th level assessment? Shui Binger and the others realized it now. The sea girl Douluo sighed, for others, the 7th level is difficult, but it is too easy for you, it has been completed. The assessment content of the 7th level is that Shui Binger, Zhu Zuqing, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Lu Erlong, and Shui Yuer obtained a 100,000 year soul ring before reaching the title Dulo. With 100,000 year soul ring, there are only a handful of people who have this soul ring in Dulo continent. However, for Xiaowu and the others, there is already. So they completed the 7th level. After they started the 7th level assessment, they completed it immediately and then received the reward. The reward is to improve the 1st level of soul power, and the soul ring age is increased by 1000 years. The sea god's divine thought is getting more and more painful. However, for Lu Erlong, improving the 1st level of soul power is much more important than increasing the age of the soul ring and obtaining the Godjavan soul ring. Especially after being bold and level 95, it is too difficult to improve soul power. Even with Lu Erlong's current cultivation speed, it may take several years or even longer to increase the 1st level. Therefore, improving the 1st level of soul power can save Lu Erlong a lot of time and energy. In addition, Lu Erlong's 8th soul ring has exceeded 100,000 years and has become a red soul ring. Now Lu Erlong has 2 red soul rings of 100,000 years. Shui Yuer completed the 7th test of the red grade, and obtained a level of soul power improvement, as well as a divine soul ring of 110,000 years. Lu Erlong has greatly improved from level 95 to level 97, and has also increased significantly to Cao De. In addition to Xiaowu and the others, Qian Rongxiu has also been promoted to level 95. This made Cao De break through from level 97 to level 98. Cao De needs much more soul power when he upgrades to one level than Lu Erlong. Your 8th level is not easy to complete. Bo Sixi said, kill the deep sea demon whale king. It is a powerful sea soul beast with a cultivation age of nearly 1 million years, and even I can't kill it. This assessment content requires Xiaowu and the other 5 to work together, and others cannot intervene. Otherwise, it would be possible to complete it with the help of Cao De or Po Sixi. But it is difficult to rely on the 5 of them. Even though Lu Erlong is now at level 97, he is far from an opponent of the deep sea demon whale king. Not to mention that Shui Binger and the others are just soul saints. Cao De said, let's wait until Xiaowu, Rong, Binger, Zuking, and the others become conqueror. Anyway, there are more than 6 years left before the assessment period. This is for Hai Nu Dulo, Xiaobai, and others to listen to it. For more than 6 years, Cao De could not have stayed on the Sea God Island forever, and I am afraid that Xiaowu and the others could only give up the rewards later. Of course, I also have to take Bo Sixi and the Demon Soul Great White Shark Xiaobai to run away together. According to Po Sixi, although the sea god has strong divine consciousness, it also has restrictions. The sea god's divine consciousness is limited to the artifact trident. Even if the trident is controlled, it cannot leave too far, and it cannot be used all the time, otherwise the power will be consumed very much. So after Cao De led his men away, it is unlikely that the sea god's divine thought will pursue him relentlessly and will not abandon the sea god island. Of course, the sea god's divine thought may also inform the sea god to come from the world. It will be troublesome then. Night. Cao De and Bo Sixi and others discussed this matter in the capture space. If the sea god's divine thought suggests that the sea god in the divine world come down, it will be troublesome. Lu Erlong was worried. Po Sixi was also worried, the god of the sea is very powerful. Even if I reach the level 100, I am not an opponent. Cao De, it's better for us to practice on the sea god island for a while. It is best to wait for you to become a god so that you can be more confident in dealing with it. Ning Rongrong asked Cao De, brother Cao De, if the sea god takes action, will the god behind you take action? I don't know whether there is a god behind me. Cao De shook his head, I asked, but God did not answer. Perhaps, in his opinion, this is the test for me. However, in a critical moment, it should take action. If there is really no way, we hide in the space. The sea god should not be able to find it here, and there is no way for us to do it. Shui Yuer said, if you want to leave, Hua Wu and the others can't get into the space, which will cause you a drag, right? With Hua Wu, Zhu Zuyun, Chen Li, Mai Xiang, and Hu Meyer, it will definitely affect Cao De's speed. Of course, Cao De can also turn them into his own women and then bring them into the capture space. Cao De thought about it and said, in the current situation, we will temporarily practice on the Sea God Island for a while, and then look at the situation. In more than 6 years, they have been able to improve their strength. The girls agree, this is the safest thing. So, Cao De and the others continued to stay on the Sea God Island. In the eyes of others, they are just practicing hard to prepare for the 8th level assessment. Night. After Xiaowu became intimate with Cao De, he asked in his arms, brother, you are now at level 98 and you don't have the 9th soul ring yet. Have you thought about it? Or choose one between Yuer and Lingling. In the 9th soul ring, Cao De has never had a good goal. And who has more potential than Shui Yuer and Ye Lingling? They are indeed a good choice, and they all have a soul ring of 100,000 years. What's more, he is his own woman. Well, they're all good. Cao De didn't know who to choose for a moment. Xiaowu suggested, Yu'er and Bing'er are sisters, Bing'er has been bound, so let Lingling do this opportunity. Chapter 302 titled Dulo. Space Realm. Morning. Capture the space in the villa. After Lingling went out, she found that the pattern on her door had changed, and she looked at her in confusion. Lingling, why are you standing outside the door in a daze? After Shui Yu'er went out, she saw Lingling. The two people's rooms are next to each other. Yu'er, there is an extra baby cradle pattern on my door. Lingling looked at Shui Yu'er and said. Yet. Shui Yu'er came to see it curiously and found that there was not only the Juxin Begonia martial soul pattern on Lingling's door, but also a new baby cradle pattern. Really? Shui Yu'er was surprised, and then ran over to look at her door. There was nothing except the dolphin martial soul pattern. Strange, why don't mine? Lingling also came over to take a look, and she shook her head, I don't know what's going on. Our room door only has their own martial soul patterns. Why has yours changed? Shui Yu'er looked at the other rooms on the second floor, let's go to the other rooms to take a look. Yes. Lingling followed Shui Yu'er. Zij's has not changed, the two spider pattern doors have not changed, and the six-winged angel pattern doors have not changed, neither has changed. After looking at the other rooms, Shui Yu'er became even more confused. Why did Lingling change on your door? Lingling said something that Shui Yu'er ignored with uncertainty, that, Yu'er seems to have a room missing. A room missing? Shui Yu'er thought, there are 12 rooms in total, we have all seen them. Lingling said, you forgot that there is another room, a room with only the baby cradle pattern. Yes. Shui Yu'er suddenly realized, I didn't notice it just now, I'll take a look. Shui Yu'er first counted the number of rooms, 11, one is really missing. Then reconfirm one by one, the room with only baby cradle pattern is gone. Lingling guessed, is it because there is a missing room, and then the baby cradle pattern appears on my door, and the same is true for the baby room. Shui Yu'er thought for a while, it should be. In other words, one of the original 10 rooms was cancelled. Wouldn't my brother-in-law have to lose one woman with reservations? Well, if you can lose one, you will count as one. At this time, the door of the next door Bosai opened. Yu'er, Lingling, what are you doing? Is something wrong? When he found Lingling and Shui Yu'er strange, Bosai said with concern. Shui Yu'er said with an exaggerated expression, Sister Shi, I'll tell you that suddenly there was a room missing. One room missing? Bosai looked at it and found that there was one room missing, and he found that the room next to him was missing. There is one room missing, the one next to me has no martial soul pattern. Why did one room suddenly miss? Lingling shook her head, I don't know. However, there is an extra baby cradle pattern on the door of my room. Bosai looked at it and now Lingling's room has become next to her room, and there is indeed an extra baby cradle pattern. Someone looked at Shui Yu'er's door, it seems that Lingling's room replaced the disappearing room. It is probably only Cao to himself who knows what's going on. I will see him later and ask. He paused and said, I'll go cook, are you guys together? Okay. Shui Yu'er and Lingling followed Bosai to make breakfast. The change in the room was because Cao quietly bound Lingling with the capture space last night. Lingling fell asleep at that time, and Cao's mental power sent a voice to her. She responded, but did not wake up. I guess I thought I was dreaming that Cao called her, and I responded in the dream. When the conditions were met, Lingling was bound. Now Cao's 9 soul rings are all red soul rings. Lingling is at level 69. Although she has not absorbed the 110,000-year-old Godhood soul ring, the combined age of the 6 soul rings has exceeded 100,000 years. After Lingling absorbs the Godhood soul ring, the combined age of the 7 soul rings can exceed 200,000 years. Although the age of this 9th soul ring is a little lower than that of the other 8 soul rings, the difference is not very big. Compared with Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuking, Shui Yuer, Shui Binger, and Lu Erlong, the gap is even smaller. As for the detection of the soul power level, you can catch up soon. Xiaowu suggested that Cao de bind Yelingling, and he also had some selfishness, because Yelingling's healing ability would likely help her resurrect her mother in the future. It made Yelingling more devoted and more secure towards Cao de. And this is also a good thing for Yelingling. With the 9th soul ring, Cao de is now the real titled Dulo, and he is also the peak Dulo. Cao de's soul power is still at level 98, but it is not far from level 99. While becoming the titled Dulo, Cao de awakened his talent field, the space field. In the morning, Cao Dexian came out of Xiaowu's room and went back to his room. He happened to meet a yin taking a bath. "A sister, I'm in." The bitch Cao slipped into the bathroom. This extended Ian's bathing time by about an hour. However, it also gave a yin a happy morning. After seeing others, they all knew that something had disappeared in the room and asked Cao de. "It's okay, if you miss one, you'll be missing one, don't worry." Cao de's casual look made the girls feel at ease. In the morning, they went to the fishing platform to practice and fish. After discussing in the afternoon, we went to the beach to play together. The beach dresses with different styles feasted Cao de's eyes. "Sister Bridget, sit down and I'll help you with sunscreen." Cao de was serious. "Then thank you brother Cao de." Knowing that Cao de was going to take advantage of the opportunity, Bridget did not refuse, and was used to it, and enjoyed the feeling of Cao de applying sunscreen oil to her. Not to mention, Cao, who often helps others and applies sunscreen oil to girls, has already practiced his technique. "I want it too." Look, the Shui Emperor next to him also wants Cao de to serve him. Sweetie still maintains her innocence and simple mind. She simply feels that Cao de feels very comfortable when applying sunscreen oil to her, and likes that feeling. Cao de not only has the technique of applying sunscreen oil, but also has the more exquisite massage technique. He is the favorite of Shui Binger, a yin, and Bo Sixi. Look, after applying sunscreen oil to Grace and Snow Emperor, Ning Rongrong called him over to massage. Hearing Ning Rongrong's enjoyment sound, Zhu Zuking and Shui Yuer also said they wanted to have a massage. They are all good techniques. They are comfortable and Cao de is also satisfied. "Hello, I am. It's really good." The beach is one of Cao de's favorite places. Night. Cao de and his friends left the capture space and had dinner and chatted with Hua Wu, Zhu Zuyuan, Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, and others outside. Then enter the capture space to practice and rest. When Cao de and the others were not here, Hua Wu and the others were basically practicing to improve themselves. Try to narrow the gap with Cao de and others. Otherwise, even if Cao de accepts them, they will feel that they are not worthy of Cao de and will feel inferior. The more they care about Cao de, the harder they work harder when they practice. Chapter 303 So many fairy grass. The most important moment in Bridget's life. 18 fairy grasses. I didn't find it yesterday, but today I suddenly saw 18 herbs being upgraded to the immortal level. This morning, Cao de and his friends found 18 fairy grasses in the medicine garden on the island of the capture space. Yesterday, after Cao de became the titled Douluo, Cao de carefully checked the capture space. Except for a room that disappeared, there was no change in Yelingling's room door with more baby cradle patterns and more baby rooms in the room. I thought there would be some changes, but I didn't find it, which disappointed Cao de somewhat. Unexpectedly, the surprise only appeared the next day. Sister Shi, a yin, Grace, Zig, Shui Emperor, and Ice Emperor, you have never taken the fairy grass. If you choose one of these 18 fairy grasses, you will have some effect. When the immortal grass appeared, Cao de used it. Bo Sixi and the others were not polite to Cao de. Anyway, they are already or are also Cao de's women in the future, so why are they polite to their men? Each of the 6 people chose a fairy grass that suits them and took it to refine and absorb it. After taking the immortal grass, although Bosaixi's soul power level has not changed, it is still at level 99, it has significantly improved in terms of soul, martial soul, physical fitness, etc. In addition, Bossie's temperament, skin, figure, and appearance are better. What Bosaixi is most satisfied with is that he feels that he has a lot of vitality and seems to be much younger. With the effect of this fairy grass, even if Posaizi is not a god, he will live longer than before and be able to remain young for a longer time. Wow, Sister Shi, you are more beautiful now. It seems to kiss you. Shui, you are praised, hehe, but I won't rob it from my brother-in-law, he has to do this. Xiaowu held Bosaixi and spoke sweetly in her ear, which made Bosaixi unable to help but kiss him. In comparison, the changes in Ian, Grace, Zig, Shuedi, and Ice-D after taking the immortal grass are obvious. Especially the changes in soul power improvement, temperament changes, appearance, figure, skin, etc. are the most obvious. In terms of soul power, the 5 of them have been upgraded from level 4 to level 6. The current levels are, Ian level 48, Bridget level 45, Zig level 44, Snow Emperor level 46, and Ice Emperor level 43. Yin also took the opportunity to condense the 4th soul ring, with a soul ring of more than 30,000 years. The soul power level reaches level 50. The 4th soul ring condensed by Bridget and Snow Emperor reached more than 90,000. Their soul beasts' cultivation years were high, one was more than 500,000 years, and the other was more than 600,000 years. Therefore, it has the power to condense such a high-year 4th soul ring. Unlike a yin, the soul beast only has more than 100,000 years of cultivation. If you want to leave 100,000 years of power to the 6th soul ring, the power distributed by other soul rings is limited. The Zig soul beast had a cultivation level of more than 200,000 years, the Ice Emperor had a cultivation level of more than 300,000 years, and the 4th soul ring they condensed was more than 50,000 years. Now Ian is level 50, Grace G is level 50, Zig is level 48, Snow Emperor is level 51, and Ice Emperor is level 47. They are all in the Soul Sect realm. After a while, they condensed the 5th soul ring and became the Soul King. They were surprised by the rapid improvement. Mutually it took only about 3 years for Xiaowu to reach the current level, and it was much faster than Xiaowu, too much faster than Xiaowu, and it was incomparable. Congratulations, congratulations! Xiaowu and the others sent their congratulations, and everyone celebrated tonight. Baiji was a little drunk, hugged Xiaoda's arm and said, "Brother Xiaoda, I will change rooms with a yin tonight, and I want to sleep with you." A yin was right next to him and joked, "Our Bridget finally can't help it." Xiaoda was of course very happy about this. Tonight, Xiaoda and Baiji did not go to the fishing platform to practice, but went to rest together early. Originally, Bridget was a little nervous when she was with a human man, but drinking was a little brave. She deliberately drank more wine tonight, which made her feel a little bit overwhelmed, so she was no longer nervous. Midnight. Bridget lay in Xiaoda's arms and looked at Xiaoda. She now knew that as a human being, she would feel so happy when she was with a human man. Fascinated her. She said, "It's actually good to be a human being. Especially with you. Brother Xiaoda, is this love?" Xiaoda nodded seriously, "Yes, this is love. Although it is not all, it is a very important part. Bridget, don't worry or worry. The future will be long and you can slowly feel it and experience it." Bridget pillowed on Xiaoda's chest, feeling his breath, temperature, and heartbeat. He whispered, "It's so good. Soul beasts and humans are completely different feelings." Now Bridget can understand the feelings Ayin said, and she also understands the emotions as humans better. "Brother Xiaoda, I love you." Bridget learned what Ayin taught her and said to Xiaoda. Brigitte, I love you too, everything about you. Xiaowu kissed him up. The next day, Grace did not get up to eat, and Xiaowu was still alive. After breakfast, a Yin, Zig, Shui and Bing Emperor brought the food to see Baiji together. Brigitte, tell me what it feels like, isn't it the same as a Yin said? Zig is very curious. Gracie is also blushing easily now, feeling embarrassed. Zig, you want to know that you are going to find brother Xiaowu. A Yin joked, brother Xiaowu is yelling at a time, and he is very delicious. Baiji, you have grown up. Brigitte's face turned redder when she heard this. Brigitte, you have changed a lot. Zig felt it. Brigitte said, Purple G, there are also Emperor Shui and Emperor Ice, you will do it in the future. Zig, Shui Emperor and Ice Emperor look at me, I look at you. They are not ready yet. After all, they have become humans for the first time and do not know enough about humans. This requires being with human men, which makes them feel uneasy. Brigitte said, you don't have to be nervous. You will definitely like it after all. It's a special, wonderful, indescribable happiness. A Yin nodded, that's the feeling. Moreover, brother Xiaowu is different from others and cannot compare with him with other men. In Ian's heart, Xiaowu and Tang Hao are one heaven and one earth, a world of difference. She no longer loves Tang Hao. What I love deeply now is Xiaowu. I feel that Xiaowu is more than Tang Hao in all aspects. I think no other man can compare with Xiaowu. The five of them were talking privately. Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Ya Lingling, and Bo Sixi were discussing the matter. Xiaowu still has 14 fairy grasses in his hand. In addition to the 12 left yesterday, there are 2 fairy grasses from the ice and fire Lianjian. Kissing the sweet swan. The 2 kinds of fairy herbs have special effects and have never been useful. I don't plan to use it now, so I keep it and plant it in the medicine garden. As for the other 12 immortal herbs, Xiaowu wanted to leave one for Bibidong. Then there is the demon soul great white shark Xiaobai, the silver dragon king Guyuina, who needs to be bound next. That is to say, at least 3 fairy grasses need to be reserved. The remaining 9 fairy grasses can be used. It is a waste not to leave it alone. Chapter 304, The Passionate Fire Dance. Sea God Island, Seonyo City, Xiaowu and others' residence. Zhu Zuyun's room. What's this? When Zhu Zuyun saw her sister Zhu Zuking coming to her place and handing her an exquisite wooden box, Zhu Zuyun was confused. There is a fairy grass inside, which is more suitable for you. I will teach you how to refine and absorb it. You will take it now. Now Zhu Zuking doesn't hate Zhu Zuyun at all, and she no longer cares about the unhappiness of the past. In the past 2 or 3 years, Zhu Zuyun has been serving everyone like a maid. Zhu Zuking couldn't bear it. After all, this was her own sister who broke the bones and tendons. When Xiaowu was dealing with the fairy grass, he asked Zhu Zuking if he wanted to give Zhu Zuyun a portion. After Zhu Zuking considered it, he still asked for a portion for Zhu Zuyun and sent it over. Immortal grass. Zhu Zuyun has never heard of it. Zhu Zuking had no choice but to explain it to her. Hearing the anti-natural effect of the immortal grass, Zhu Zuyun didn't dare to take it. It's too expensive, I can't ask for it, you can use it. I felt guilty and sorry to Zhu Zuking, how could I get such a valuable thing? I have taken fairy grass for a long time. If each person takes 1 fairy grass, it will be useless if it takes more. Otherwise, I will be willing to give it to you. Zhu Zuking directly ordered, didn't you listen to me for everything? If you ask you to take it now, you can take it, and you are not allowed to refuse. Zhu Zuyun looked at Zhu Zuking, her eyes were wet, but she couldn't cry. She regrets so much now. She has such a good sister. When she was a child, everyone had such a good relationship. Why did she hurt her sister later? Zhu Zuyun looked up at the ceiling and blinked, preventing tears from flowing out. From now on, Zhu Zuyun decided that in the future, she would only have her sister Zhu Zuking in her heart, and she would leave her life to her, and use her life to protect her and make up for her past mistakes. For this reason Xiao De, whom he liked, gave up. After a while, Zhu Zuyun refined and absorbed the fairy grass as Zhu Zuking said. The immortal grass has made Zhu Zuyun's soul power, martial soul, physique, soul, figure, appearance, skin, physique and other aspects have obvious characteristics. The soul power level has been increased by more than 2 levels to level 65. At the same time, Xiaowu took 2 fairy grasses to the room where Chenli and Mai Xiang and her daughter lived and refined and absorbed the fairy grasses for them to refine and absorb. The martial soul seems to have improved its level and is no longer an ordinary rabbit. Congratulations! Xiaowu was surprised. After taking the fairy grass, the ordinary rabbit martial soul level of Chenli and Mai Xiang and his daughter was upgraded to a higher level, and they were no longer ordinary rabbit martial souls. This also contains the important role of Chenli and Mai Xiang and her daughter in eating food and fruits for a long time to capture space, constantly improving and enhancing their martial souls. The immortal grass is the last stimulating effect, allowing the martial soul level to be broken through and improved. Although it can't keep up with Xiaowu and his martial soul qualities, it can be compared with those genius soul masters. In terms of soul power, both mother and daughter have been upgraded by more than 3 levels. Now Chenli is level 57 and Mai Xiang is level 59. Moreover, the mother and daughter have become more beautiful, especially Chenli, who looks much younger now, and seem to be less than 20 years old. Xiaowu, thank you. Chenli and Mai Xiang were moved, and Xiaowu came to send the fairy grass, which showed that Xiaowu and Xiao De really regarded them as their own family. This is what their mother and daughter have always been looking forward to. We are all a family, you have to be welcome. Xiaowu said with a smile. On the other side, Shui Yuer took a fairy grass to Hu Meier's room and took the fairy grass for her to take. After taking the fairy grass, Hu Meier's martial soul quality was also improved. It was originally an ordinary fox martial soul, but now it has become a 3-tailed demon fox. At the same time, Hu Meier's body also mutated, and her tail changed from 1 to 3. Meier, you are getting more and more sexy. Be careful that your brother Xiao De can't control you and eat you. Shui Yuer quipped. However, the charming charm of Hu Meier has improved several times, which is really tempting, especially for men. Sister Yuer, I don't want to. Hu Meier could not hide her temperament and looked innocent. Haha, are you kidding? Shui Yuer smiled and said, it's pretty good. Hu Meier's soul power reached level 51, which just absorbed and obtained the Godhood soul ring that had been obtained for nearly 30,000 years, became the Soul King, and his soul power was increased to level 52. Zhu Zuyun, Chenli, Mai Xiang, Hu Meier and others all got the fairy grass, and of course Xiaowu also had it. However, Xiao De personally sent the immortal grass on Xiaowu. Xiao De suddenly came to his room, and Xiaowu was a little at a loss, happy, nervous, and expectant. I haven't had a rest, but I'm still practicing. Xiao De said with concern. It was already evening and they had supper. At this time, Xiao De and the others should have been fishing and practicing in the capture space. So, Xiao De's arrival was very surprised. Xiaowu hurried to make a cup of tea for Xiao De. The two sat next to each other at the table in the room. Xiao De took out an exquisite wooden box from the storage soul guide and handed it to Xiaowu. There are naturally fairy grass inside. Xiaowu knew about Xianko because Shui Yuer had missed her when she showed off her, but she didn't know much about it. When Xiaowu knew that Xiao De had given her Shui Yuer's fairy grass, he was extremely envious and hoped that one day Xiao De would give her fairy grass. Because receiving the fairy grass given by Xiao De may very much mean that Xiao De has to confess to him and accept him. Today, Xiaowu was very excited when she saw the fairy grass. What she cared about was not the fairy grass, but Xiaowu could accept her. Xiaowu, Xiaowu was so excited that she couldn't help but hug Xiaowu and then kissed him. This was their second kiss. The last time was when Xiaowu was practicing together, he took advantage of Xiaowu. Kissed her. This time, Xiaowu took the initiative. The two of them were intimate for a while and then separated. Xiaowu looked at Xiaowu with affectionateness, as if she was about to eat Xiaowu. Xiaowu smiled and said, Xiaowu, you can refine and absorb the fairy grass first. I will stay with you tonight. Xiaowu had a bright smile on her face. You said. Don't cheat. Of course. Xiaowu said with a smile, at present, do you think I will let you go? Xiaowu blushed and then said coquettishly, I won't let you go. Okay. Xiaowu said shamelessly, I know you have been greedy for me for a long time. You can succeed tonight. Bah! Shameless! Xiaowu cursed with laughter. Then, according to the method Xiaowu told her to refine and absorb the immortal grass. After completion, although the martial soul has not changed, its quality has been greatly improved. The temperament changes significantly, and the passionate temperament is very attractive. My figure, appearance, and skin have been improved. In terms of soul power, it has been improved by more than 2 levels to reach level 66. Xiaowu, congratulations! Xiaowu smiled at Xiaowu. Xiaowu's eyes were discharged and she was attracted by the soul. She walked over, hugged Xiaowu's neck, and stared at him. How do you want to congratulate? Xiaowu looked at Xiaowu's proud figure and looked out of the way. Forget it, you can deal with it tonight. Humph! Xiaowu pulled Xiaowu to the bed with a smile. More than a few hours have passed in a blink of an eye, and it is the second half of the night. Chapter 305 Tang San was confused. Where is my god of killing? You lustful bad man, I have been waiting for almost 4 years. After the passion was like fire, the Xiaowu in Xiaodu's arms is so tender and delicate. Xiaodu said seriously, although I am lustful, I also need feelings when I am together, and to cultivate feelings. It takes time, and now we like each other, so we are together. I used to like your beauty, but now I like your beauty, and everything about you. Xiaowu felt sweet in her heart, but she snorted on the surface, humph. She is smooth-mouthed. Xiaodu said seriously, every word is heartwarming. He paused and said, let's go and see my biggest secret, a secret that only my woman can know. At this time, there was an extra room in the capture space, right next to Shui Yuer, and there was a pattern of the Xiaowu Naruto martial soul on the door. The main color in the room is the red color that Xiaowu likes, and the sheets, quilts, pillows, beds, etc. on the bed are all red. Like a room on a wedding night. Xiaodu directly held Xiaowu and saw the room, put her on the bed, covered her with a quilt. Xiaowu didn't care about anything on her body, and her attention was all on this strange room. Xiaodu said the familiar rhetoric to Xiaowu again. Xiaowu was surprised and shocked in the end. You have indeed obtained the godlike inheritance. Xiaowu, Chenli, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyuan, and others came to the Sea God Island to learn about the inheritance of the Sea God's position, and they guessed that Xiaodu had obtained a certain god's inheritance, otherwise it would not have been so perverted. Is this a special space? Xiaowu laughed at herself, we are so stupid. I really think you and them have been crazy all the time. It turns out that you are hiding here. Xiaodu smiled wickedly and said, if you can convince them, we can go crazy together. As soon as Xiaowu heard this, she realized that Xiaodu and Xiaowu were not doing anything randomly, humph. Just wait. Then I looked at everything in the room again, and now I feel completely different. I like this room more because this is her room, the room where she and Xiaodu are together. I like this room. Xiaowu said, but she looks like there are many things she hasn't seen before. Xiaodu said, I will introduce you slowly later. Xiaowu nodded, then sighed, I didn't expect that Xiaowu, a Yin, Baiji, Zig, Shui Emperor, and Ice Emperor were all transformed into humans for 100,000 years of soul beasts. You have known Xiaowu for so long, like a childhood sweetheart, and you really never imagined it. There is no wonder a Yin and the others grew up so fast. It turned out that God helped them turn into humans. Speaking of this, Xiaowu stopped, looked at Xiaoda, and said with a smile, "Why do I think a Yin and the others are not here to help you, but God gave it to you as your wife, right? God is not serious. Do you think you choose your preference for him, not your talent?" Xiaoda looked surprised. "You have discovered this, amazing." Xiaowu was speechless. "Come on, Les." She looked outside the window, which opened and could hear the sound of waves. "It's a pity that it's night, otherwise I would like to see what this space looks like now. There is time, let's watch it slowly in the future." Xiaoda suddenly picked up Xiaowu. Xiaowu said shyly, "Where are you going to carry me again?" "Go and take a bath." Xiaoda said, "By the way, let me introduce you to the situation in the bath. By the way, I spent the most time on being intimate." Xiaowu was tired. Although she was curious about many things in the room, she had no strength and had to rest. Shui Binger, Ning Rongrong, Bo Sixi, and others knew that Xiaowu was going to join their sister group tonight, so it was not surprising that there was an extra room. In the morning, we also prepared a hearty breakfast to welcome Xiaowu to join. Although I only slept for 3 or 4 hours, Xiaowu recovered very well. "Xiaowu, call Sister Yuer and listen, I'm here before you." Shui Yuer still likes to argue with Xiaowu. Xiaowu is older than Shui Yuer, so she doesn't want to call her sister, "Sister Yuer." She will be a family in the future, and my sister will love you. Everyone is not surprised. After breakfast, Xiaoda, who wanted to go out, first sent them away, and then accompanied Xiaowu to see everything in this captured space. "What a nice view! Xiaoda, this place is so beautiful, I will live here for the rest of my life." Xiaowu likes this island very much and loves everything above. Chenli, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyuan, and others outside knew that Xiaowu and Xiaoda had gotten what they wanted. Zhu Zuyuan now hides Xiaoda in his heart for his sister Zhu Zuqing. Chenli is open-minded and is together if she is destined to be together. She cannot be together. As a member of the Cao family, she is also satisfied. Mai Xiang and Hu Meyer are eager, and now they envy Xiaowu, wondering if they can get what they want. In the next month, Xiaoda mainly accompanied Xiaowu and Baiji. It's equivalent to having a honeymoon and having fun with them. Then he returned to his usual appearance and got along with them. Before I knew it, half a year passed. Xiaoda and his friends have been here at Sea God Island for more than 2 years. During this period, Shui Binger reached level 80. Ya Lingling got level 70, and then used the 110,000-year-old Gojavan soul ring to become a soul saint, and his soul power reached level 73. Mai Xiang is at level 62 and still has not obtained the 6th soul ring. Shui Binger, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zuqing have not yet obtained the 8th soul ring. They did not rush to go to the soul ring. Waiting for Ning Rongrong, Shui Yuer, Chenli, and the others to reach the bottleneck, and they will get the soul ring together. Ning Rongrong is at level 79, Shui Yuer is at level 79, and Chenli is at level 59, all of which are almost reaching the bottleneck. A Yin, Grace, Zig, Snow Emperor, and Ice Emperor have now condensed the 5th soul ring and become the Soul King. Among them, the 5th soul ring condensed by Bridget and Snow Emperor are all 100,000 year soul rings and red soul rings. In addition, Qian Rongxia's soul power level quickly increased through level 95 and increased to level 97. Xiaoda felt that he was about to break through to level 99. Xiaoda and the others are still continuing to practice on the Sea God Island. At the same time, on the land of Dulo continent, in the capital of Killing. Is this the road to hell? After more than a year, Tang San finally won 100 consecutive victories in the hell arena of the slaying capital, and then the king of slaying opened the road to hell for him. In the city of killing, Tang San did not meet Hu Lina, and Bibi Dong did not ask Hu Lina to come to the city of killing, because she knew the inside story and knew that it would be useless to go to the city of killing now. On Hell Road, Tang San encountered a blood-colored three-headed bat. Although it was broken by Xiaowu, it was resurrected. The blood-colored three-headed bat is easy to deal with for Tang San. He has a yin's soul bone and has the ability to heal and fly. The road to hell is so simple. After the hammering, the blood-colored three-headed bat did not encounter any danger again, which made Tang San feel that it was too simple and abnormal. The 10 fiery sun snakes have been completely killed by Xiaowu and will not appear again. Tang San successfully passed the hell road and arrived at the exit. Just go out from here and you can obtain the realm of the god of killing. This is what Tang Hao told him. Before leaving, Tang San touched all the poison on his body in the yellow spring dew to see if he could destroy the capital of killing. He has had enough of this year and has not wanted later generations to obtain the realm of the god of killing. Then Tang San entered the exit. Then he really went out. Where is my god of killing? Tang San was confused. Xiaowu brought more than 10 people to fetch the wool before, but they all fetched them all. In a short period of time, there was no enough power to give other people the realm of killing gods. Chapter 306 Tang Chen and Xiaowu were caught in the gun. Misery, you're out. Tang Hao has been guarding outside the exit of the Hell Road, the capital of killing. He once came out of the Hell Road, so he knew where the exit was. Tang San came out earlier than he expected, which surprised and relieved Tang Hao. However, Tang San was very depressed. Dad, I did not obtain the realm of the god of killing. What? Tang Hao was surprised. Impossible. After passing through the road to hell, he will be given the realm of the god of killing. I am not an isolated case. There are other people who will get the realm of the god of killing through the road to hell. How could you not get it? Too strange. Tang Hao found it strange, and Tang San was the same. Tang San looked at Tang Hao and said, Dad, I think something is wrong with the road to hell, because it is too easy to pass through the road to hell. Simple? Impossible. I almost didn't pass the road of hell at the beginning. The more Tang Hao thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Misery, tell me in detail what happened after entering the road to hell. Tang San nodded and told Tang Hao about the passing. Hearing that Tang San only encountered 3 blood-colored bats on the road of hell, but not 10 rays of sun, he knew that something was wrong. One missing. I also encountered a very powerful snake while on the road to hell. Instead of killing it, I got rid of it by chance and entered the exit. When you enter the exit, you will enter a wonderful space, then you will fall into a coma without realizing it, and then you will be outside when you wake up. But I have obtained the realm of killing God, and you come out directly after entering the exit. It seems that there is really something wrong with the road to hell, and it seems that people can no longer be given the realm of killing gods, or for the time being. After saying that, he looked at Tang San. Tang Hao felt that their father and son had been too unlucky in recent years. First, a yin disappeared, and then a yin took away the power left in the clan, making Tang San unable to awaken the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Now I have not even obtained the realm of the god of killing. Tang San was very unwilling to give up. He worked hard in the ghost place of the killing capital for more than a year, but in the end he did not obtain the killing god realm. He basically wasted time and delayed his cultivation. Dad, can it be the king of killing that he is unwilling to give me the realm of the god of killing? Tang San suspected that the damn disgusting thing of the king of killing interfered. He seems reluctant to let people enter the road of hell, and wants to leave me in the capital of killing. I did not stay. Although he was restricted by the rules, he allowed me to enter the road of hell, but it might affect the granting of the realm of the killing god, and he deliberately refused to give it to me. The king of killing and the lord of the capital of killing are indeed not a good thing. Tang Chen. Tang Hao thought for a while and said, the king of killing is definitely not a good thing, but it should be restricted by the rules and cannot affect the road to hell. He didn't want me to enter the capital of killing at the beginning, but he still let me in and then obtained the realm of the god of killing. He paused and said, it is very likely that something went wrong with the road to hell. The powerful snake is gone. Maybe someone has passed the hell road before you and then destroyed the hell road, not wanting others to obtain the realm of the god of killing. Tang San was stunned. It was really possible. Because that's what he did. But I didn't expect someone to take him one step ahead. It's really hateful. Tang San cursed the guy who destroyed the road to hell in his heart. Cao de. Tang Hao sighed, forget it. You have no chance of being in the realm of killing God, so there are many ways to make you stronger. Then comforted Tang San, you have not gained nothing. You have also grown a lot in the experience of killing capital, and I can feel it. Tang San nodded, although the city of killing is an evil place, it is indeed very tempering. I have won hundreds of consecutive victories in Hell Arena and accumulated a lot of combat experience, which will be very helpful to me in the future. Seeing Tang San like this, Tang Hao was relieved. He had a decision in his mind that in order to make Tang San stronger, he was preparing to teach Tang San Haoshan Sect's unique skills, including the ring explosion skills. Originally, he is no longer a disciple of Haoshan Sect. According to the rules of Haoshan Sect, he cannot pass on the unique skills of Haoshan Sect to others. But Tang San is it someone else? It is his son of Tang Hao, and the Haoshan Sect belongs to their Tang family. Both their father and son are direct descendants. Break the bones and connect the tendons. No matter what, Haoshan Sect is their home. What can't be done if your family teaches their own skills? Tang Hao doesn't care about so much. Let's go back to the Holy Soul Village for the time being. I want to teach you more important things. Tang Hao took Tang San away. Tang San is now at the Soul King realm. The fifth soul ring is no longer the soul ring obtained when awakening the bloodline of the Blue Silver Emperor in the original work, but a soul ring obtained by hunting a soul beast for more than 20,000 years. In terms of soul power, Tang San has reached level 54. Compared with the original work at this time, it is much worse. Almost 4 years have passed since the Soul Master competition ended. If Tang San concentrates on practicing soul power, he will definitely be higher. But in the past 2 years, he followed Tang Hao to practice the Haoshan Hammer, and later in the City of Killing for more than a year, he delayed his cultivation. Although his combat power has been greatly improved, his soul power has not been greatly improved. Dai Mubai and Oscar now have soul power levels higher than Tang San, and even Ma Hongjun is almost the same as Tang San. In a blink of an eye, more than a year has passed. It has been 3 years since Cao de and his friends came to the Sea God Island. Sea God Island. Today, 5 girls came from outside. They were all as beautiful as flowers and fell into geese. They were here to try the Holy Pillar test and assessment. The platform of the Sea Girls' Holy Pillar. A Yin, Grace, Zig, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, come forward one by one, touch the Holy Pillar with your hands, and test it first. Sea Girl Dulo looked at the 5 beautiful and indifferent girls in front of him and said, "That's right, it's a Yin and the others." Before, they hid and protected them when they entered and left the residence of Cao de, the Hainu city, so no one else had seen them except Bosixi. Even the sea god doesn't know the divine consciousness. Cao de created anti-peeping barriers every day in his residence. The sea god believed that Cao de was intimate with those women, so he did not force his snooping and did not bother to snooping. Therefore, the sea god's divine thoughts did not know the existence of a Yin and the others. Cao de left the area of the Sea God Island today, and then brought a Yin and the others out of the capture space. Let the 5 of them take a boat and pretend to be coming to Haishan Island thousands of miles away. Now, a Yin, Grace, Zig, Snow Emperor, and Ice Emperor have all condensed the 6th soul ring, and the age of the Soul Ring has exceeded 100,000 years. Especially Bridget and Snow Emperor, the sixth Soul Ring has a life of more than 300,000 years. At present, the soul power levels are, Iron level 63, Bridget level 67, Zig level 64, Snow Emperor level 68, and Ice Emperor level 65. They need to obtain the Soul Ring from the beginning of the seventh Soul Ring and can no longer condense the Soul Ring on their own. So Xiaowu asked them to come out and continue to pull the wool of the Sea God. However, the Sea God's divine thoughts are not so generous. He did not give a readaloud exam. All the black level 6 exams were given to a yin and the others. Under normal circumstances, they are eligible to obtain the 8th red exam. But the Sea God's divine consciousness now needs to be carefully calculated and must leave basic guarantee power for the future heirs of the Sea God's divine position. It's all black level 6 exams. The Sea Girl Dulo was very surprised. Unexpectedly, after Lu Erlong and the others, 5 more talented people came. Is this going to be prosperous on Sea God Island? Sea Girl Dulo couldn't help thinking so. But I don't know that both groups of people were brought by Cao. If I knew, I don't know what it would be like. Chapter 307, If it were a yin, Swati, Isti, Baiji, Zig and others, they came to fetch the wool. A yin, you can live here. The people living in the courtyard next door were here for 3 years before you came here to test and test. They still have the last level of assessment that has not been completed. The Sea Girl Dulo brought a yin, Baiji, Zig, Shuedi, and Ice did to the Sea Girl city and arranged it in the courtyard next to Cao and others. If you have the chance, you can get to know each other and ask for some experience. They are all good. Hai Nu Dulo also specifically reminded, but there are some lustful men there. You should be careful not to be deceived easily. Cao, I really will thank you. A yin and the others held back their laughter. Unexpectedly, Cao would be criticized by the Hai Nu Dulo, and the Hai Nu Dulo did not like lustful men. We will pay attention, thank you Hai Nu Dulo. Ian thanked. Yet. You can take a break for a while and don't rush to start the assessment. Each level has a year, neither long nor short. Sea Girl Dulo kindly reminded. A yin and the others are all in the black level 6 exams, with 6 levels, and each level is the same as Xiaowu and the others. They did not rush to go to the courtyard where Cao and the others lived next door, but they still had to pretend to be unfaithful, and then slowly get to know each other. 2 days later, a yin and the other 5 went to visit the courtyard next door. Ah, you passed the test, too. We are really destined to know that I am Mai Xiang. Mai Xiang pretended to be quite similar. This is our teacher Lu Erlong, and sister Ye Lingling, my mother Chen Li, this is Hu Meyer, and sister Zhu Zuyuan. At this time, there were only 5 people including Lu Erlong, Ye Lingling, Chen Li, Mai Xiang, and Hu Meyer. Cao accompanied Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Hua Wu, Zhu Zuyuan, and the others to obtain the Soul Ring. Now Chen Li, Mai Xiang, and Hu Meyer have obtained the 6th Soul Ring and become the Soul Emperor. A yin and the other 5 became very speculative and chatted with Lu Erlong and the other 5, and became good friends in a few days. In the eyes of those who noticed them, they were really in love. After Lu Erlong and others transmitted their experience, a yin and others began the assessment. The first level is to climb the stairs in the Sea God Mountain, in the light of the Sea God. Of course, they have to practice with the help of the light of the Sea God, otherwise they can directly complete the task of climbing the ladder. 1 year, they can practice with the help of the light of the Sea God, and such benefits cannot be missed. A yin and the others practice during the day, and at night they go to Lu Erlong and the others for supper, and then return to their own courtyard to rest. Bosixi is also on the Sea God Island, and often eats and chats with Lu Erlong and the others. Naturally I got to know a yin and the others and became familiar with each other. Everything is natural and no one suspects that they already know each other. The demon soul great white shark Xiaowu came to Lu Erlong and the others for free every day. She had never seen a yin and the others before, but she could get along and got to know each other slowly. Xiaowu and his friends left for more than a month, and then returned to the Sea God Island. Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuking, Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er all obtained a 100,000 year red soul ring and all became Contras. Xiaowu is level 86, Ning Rongrong is level 84, Zhu Zuking is level 86, Shui Bing'er is level 85, and Shui Yu'er is level 84. In addition, Huawu and Zhu Zuyun's 7th soul ring is also a red soul ring of 100,000 years, becoming the soul saint. Huawu is level 75, Zhu Zuyun is level 74. This time, the 700,000-year soul rings were all hunted by the 100,000-year sea soul beasts. The number of sea soul beasts over 100,000 years is really more than the 100,000 years of soul beasts on land. The sea is still too big, and it is impossible to detect how many of them are. With the 100,000-year soul ring, Xiaowu and the others must have used the corresponding soul bones that were suitable for their parts dropped by the 100,000-year soul beast. Shui Bing'er, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong and others have greatly improved their strength, which has brought a lot of improvements to Xiaowu. Now Xiaowu's soul power level has reached level 99, becoming a peerless Dulo. Oh, Ian, Gracie, Zig, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, I am very happy to know you. You are so beautiful, and you will be destined to be your destiny at first sight. Let's become sworn sisters. When Shui Yu'er saw Yin and the others, she pretended to be a little exaggerated. Ahem, Shui Bing'er pulled her sister and reminded her not to be too exaggerated. No matter what, Yin and the others integrated with Xiaowu and the group. And soon after, Yin and the others became more and more intimate. Well, the sea girl Douluo was concerned about it and sighed in his heart, lamenting that Yin and the others did not escape from Xiaowu's clutch. She regretted it a little, and she should have arranged Yin and the others elsewhere, perhaps it could be avoided. Time passed little by little. Yin and the other 5 were tested for the past year, and they practiced under the light of the sea god for a year. Snow Emperor and Grace reached level 70 and obtained a special soul-giving ring. However, when they condensed the soul-giving ring to nearly 200,000 years, the sea god's divine thought was powered off. So they all obtained only the 7th soul ring, which is nearly 200,000 years. After completing the first level of assessment, you will receive the reward of improving the first level of soul power. Ian is level 69, Bridget is level 75, Zig is level 69, Snow Emperor is level 76, Ice Emperor is level 70. The Ice Emperor reached the first bottleneck during the assessment and lived a special Godhood soul ring. It was still close to 200,000 years before the sea god's divine thought off the power. Then they continued the second level of assessment, Tide Body Refining. The tidal body refining has no effect on Yin and the others, and it is not difficult at all, so it was completed quickly. However, the reward is only to increase the age of each soul ring for 500 years. 500 years is not enough for the Snow Emperor, Grace, and Ice Emperor, who are close to the 200,000 year soul ring age, and there is still 500 years left. The sea god's divine thought deliberately, because it takes 100,000 years, even if it increases the age by 500 years, the power required is quite large. Therefore, the sea god's divine thought only rewarded the increase in the age limit for 500 years. It is optional for Yin and the others. But it's better than nothing. Then the third level passed through the area blocked by the demon soul great white shark Xiaowu and his tribe. It's not difficult either. After completing it, I received a reward for improving the first level of soul power. Yin and Zig both reached the level 70 bottleneck and obtained the special Godhood soul ring, which was also 199,000 years. The fourth level has become different. Because the evil orca whales group is gone, the content has been changed and it has been replaced by helping Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Binger to eliminate the deep-sea demon whale king. This question is quite difficult. It is specially arranged by the sea god's divine consciousness, and even Posezi cannot change it. In other words, a yin and the other 5 must complete the 4th level assessment within less than 2 years. And Lu Erlong and the others still have more than 4 years. But if we want to help a yin and the others complete the task, it will only take less than 2 years. In this regard, Xiaowu and the others have discussed countermeasures. That's to take the opportunity to run away. Xiaowu and Bo Sixi cannot help, and it is impossible for Lu Erlong and others to kill the deep-sea demon whale king who has been nearly 1 million years. Even if you practice for more than a year, it is impossible. Since it cannot be completed, I cannot get the subsequent reward. I can only withdraw. On the excuse that everyone went to see Lu Erlong and the others hunted the deep-sea demon whale king and then ran away. At that time, even the sea god's divine consciousness will not be able to react. Moreover, the sea area where the deep-sea demon whale king is located is far away from the sea god island. Only when they run far away can the sea god's divine consciousness be able to react. The sea god's divine thought would not have thought that Posezi would betray him. In the eyes of the sea god's divine thought, if Bo Sixi follows him, he thinks nothing big will happen. Chapter 308 There is no need to pull out the wool, it's time to run away. Sea girl, you don't have to go, I can just go with you. Posezi did not let Dulo follow him. Okay. If Bo Sixi follows Lu Erlong and the others, please rest assured. Be careful when you go to watch the battle, don't give it to the great worship lord Posezi causes trouble. Dulo reminded Shui Ye Lingling, Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Huo Meyer, Zhu Zuyuan, Huo Wu and others to watch the game. As for Xiaowu, she automatically ignored this man who was lustful but not lustful to her, which felt like an insult. Although the mermaid is beautiful, its species are different and cannot be completely transformed into humans, so Mr. Cao is not interested. The assessment task of Shui Binger, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, and the 5 of them is to kill the deep-sea demon whale king. The mission of a Yin, Grace, Zig, Snow Emperor, and Ice Emperor is to assist Zhu Zuking and others in killing the deep-sea demon whale king. In the eyes of the sea girl Douluo and the others, Zhu Zuking and the others are trying this time, and the possibility of killing the deep-sea demon whale king is slim. They didn't know that Xiaowu and the others were just using the excuse to run away. Sea girl Douluo and the others watched Xiaowu, while Bo Sixi and the others left by boat. It takes several days to take a boat to the sea where the deep-sea demon whale king is located. By the way, the demon soul great white shark Xiaobai is going to watch the game, and Posezi agrees. When I was sleepy, I had a pillow, which was convenient for Xiaowu to bind Xiaobai to the capture space when he left. Xiaobai followed the boat and walked forward together. They headed towards the sea where the deep-sea demon whale king was. A few days later, I finally arrived outside the target sea area. The deep-sea demon whale king is in that sea area, so we should not get too close to it to avoid being noticed. After carefully exploring the mental power of Bo Sixi, he said, let's rest for one night and enter that area again tomorrow. The following sentence is for Xiaobai next to him to listen to. At night, they had a meal together. Xiaowu and Bo Sixi took turns to stay at night. Xiaowu was on night first, and he looked at Xiaobai, and she was resting in the sea. So the mental power was transmitted to her mind, Xiaobai, Xiaobai. Who? Xiaobai woke up and replied in a daze, thinking that someone among Xiaowu and others was sending her voice with their mental power. Xiaowu called Xiaobai and she responded. The conditions for capturing space binding are achieved. Suddenly, the huge demon soul, Xiaobai, disappeared from the sea, causing a whirlpool. The demon soul great white shark Xiaobai has entered the capture space villa at this time and has been transformed into a human baby, lying in the baby cradle in the baby room of Shui Binger's room. In a coma. I'll put on her clothes first. Lu Erlong took the prepared baby clothes and put them on Xiaobai. In addition to her, there are more than 10 people including Xiaowu, a Yin, Bo Sixi, etc. Cao De outside abandoned the big ship and used the soul guide ship to take Chenli, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer and Zhu Zuyun who could not enter the capture space. Go quickly towards the mainland while the night is at the same time. Run away. Although Cao De and Bo Sixi can kill the deep-sea demon whale king, now everyone can absorb its soul ring, kill waste, and keep it for later to get it. Capture the space, inside the villa. Xiaobai, you're awake. Bo Sixi looked at Xiaobai. Master Posezi. Xiaobai looked at Bo Sixi in a daze and soon felt something was wrong. Because Bo Sixi became too big in front of her, and more than 10 others, Zhu Zuking, Shui Binger, Ning Rongrong, etc., were like this. It is a demon soul great white shark, with an extremely huge body. Xiaobai quickly understood that it was not that Bo Sixi and the others had become bigger, but that she herself became smaller. Xiaobai was confused when he noticed his inflexible little arms and legs. Xiaobai, calm down, listen to us explain to you. Bo Sixi told Xiaobai what Cao De told her. The reason why Bo Sixi and the others were waiting for Xiaobai to appear here in advance was Cao De told them. What Cao De said was that the god was about to bind Xiaobai to space before they left, just like a Yin and the other 5. I was deified by the deification behind Cao De. After hearing what Bo Sixi said, Xiaobai finally came to his senses for a long time. The novice will not be disgusted with it. If it weren't for the risks, the novice would have wanted to try to become a human. Now it has come true that one of her wishes. Xiaobai, you will grow up soon. A Yin, Grace, Zig, Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor are all 100,000-year-old soul beasts like you, and then they turned into humans. They grew up in just 2 or 3 years. Ning Rongrong broke the news. Xiaobai was surprised and looked at a Yin and the other 2, a Yin, are you also 100,000-year-old soul beast? A Yin nodded, yet. The 5 of us are like you, but we're a few years ahead of you. Xiaobai suddenly said, no wonder I think you guys are more intimate. Xiaowu asked with a smile, Xiaobai, don't you think I'm very kind too? Xiaowu. Xiaobai did feel that Xiaowu was kind, and now he reacted, Xiaowu, are you also 100,000-year-old soul beast? Xiaowu nodded, I became a human being by myself. It took me more than 10 years to grow up. You are much faster than me. I didn't expect that you 6 are 100,000-year-old soul beasts, just like me. Xiaobai said, where am I now? Is there such a room on the boat? Bossazi said, this is a special space. He told Xiaobai about the situation in the space again. After listening to it, Xiaobai asked, can I still go back to the Sea God Island? I am like this, and the tribe will not recognize me after I go back. Bo Sixi said, Xiaobai, you don't have to worry about your ethnic group. The Sea God Island is still there, they are safe. However, you can't go back. We are now away from the Sea God Island and may not go back in the future. Don't go back to the Sea God Island. Isn't this betrayal of the Lord of the Sea God? Xiaobai looked at Bo Sixi in shock, you are the great worshipper of the Sea God Island. I actually want to betray the Lord of the Sea God. Sir Bo Sixi, we will anger Lord Sea God. Xiaobai is more afraid of the Sea God. She knows how powerful the Sea God is. We have no choice now, Posezi said. Xiaobai asked, is it because of the god behind Cao De that we asked us to leave the Sea God Island? Posezi said calmly, not counting. I mainly don't want to die after meeting Cao De. You know, if the heir to the throne of the Sea God appears, I will sacrifice and die. I used to be prepared, but now I want to live. Xiaobai was silent, and she didn't want to die either. I also wanted to leave the sea god island to go to other places, but the sea god restricted her and her tribe. But Xiaobai was worried that the sea god would be furious and would chase them. At that time, there will be only one dead end. No, Xiaobai thought of the god behind Xiaoda. Since he dared to let Xiaoda take him and Bosixi to run, he would have the ability to fight against the sea god. There is still hope. Moreover, with Xiaobai's current state, he could not return to the sea god island, so he could only be with Posazi and the others, and she had no choice. Shui Yuer said, Xiaobai, don't worry too much. Sister, she will soon reach the level of 100 and become a god. My brother-in-law is too soon, and teacher Erlong is not far away. Then we don't have to be afraid of the sea god chasing us. Xiaobai looked at them and thought they were comforting her. She knew it was too difficult to become a god. There is a god behind Xiaoda, maybe it is possible, but as for others, it is probably difficult. In a flash, more than a month passed. Seeing that Bosixi and the others did not return to the sea god island, the sea god's divine consciousness felt that something might have happened, so they asked the sea dragon Dulo and the sea horse Dulo to check the situation. At the same time, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Bai Chenxiang, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and others took a boat to the sea god island. Chapter 309. Tang San came to the sea god island, and he felt that he was okay again. We finally arrived at the sea god island. It's not easy to go. Fortunately, the third brother has mastered the vast sea shield. On the relatively tattered boat, Ma Hongjun looked at the big island ahead and sighed. Purple Pearl and the others said that the sea god island can only stay if it passes the test. If it passes the test, it cannot leave. Dai Mubai said, I wonder if we can all pass the test. Oscar said, it is certainly possible. As for the matter of staying on the sea god island after passing the assessment, let's see it later. The most important thing for us now is to improve our strength. Ma Hongjun came over and hugged Oscar's shoulder, and smiled and said, maybe some of us can obtain the inheritance of the sea god. If we become gods in the future, we can all benefit from it. Sea god inheritance. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Yu Tianheng, and Du Guyan stared at the eyes of the four men, and they all hoped to obtain the inheritance of the sea god. Only Bai Chenxiang was worried about whether she could pass the test, because among these people, she had the lowest level of soul power and the lowest talent. Tang San and the others originally returned to Tiandi Royal Academy because of a 5-year agreement, and they were eager to improve their strength. Yu Xiaogang suggested that they come to Sea God Island to take a chance. In recent years, Yu Xiaogang has been training troops in the Tiandu Empire and has been valued by Emperor Sui. He has been using the power of the Tiandu Empire and the 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect to find ways to help Tang San and others improve their strength. Finally, he knew about the treasure of the Tiandu Empire, the Qiankun Shield of the Vast Sea, and learned more about the Sea God Island. So it is recommended that Tang San and the others go to the Sea God Island to try it. What if Tang San obtains the inheritance of the Sea God's position? In this way, Yu Xiaogang can let Tang San help him take revenge and vent his anger. Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong, and Xiaoda, he will not let go of any of them. With Yu Xiaogang, Tang Hao, and others, and the Snow Ye Emperor valued Tang San, he concealed Tang San and appointed Tang San as King Lan Hao. Duga Yan is Duga Bo's granddaughter, Yu Tianheng is Yu Xiaogang's nephew, and Bai Chenxiang is a relative of Tang San, the granddaughter of Bai He of Min clan. So Duga Yan, Yu Tianheng, and Bai Chenxiang also came with him. They encountered some dangers on the road. Although they did not encounter the deep-sea demon whale king, they happened to meet the Purple Pearl pirates. I have to say that although Tang San's protagonist's halo was snatched a lot by Xiaoda, there are still some. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come to the Sea God Island. Tang San and the others originally docked near the Seahorse Holy Pillar, but the Seahorse Dulo was not there, so they went to the Sea Girl Holy Pillar. Someone is here again. Will there be a black level exam again? Hai Nu Douluo thinks that he has been lucky in the past few years. You put your hands on the holy pillars, and you will get the assessment content after testing. The sea girl Douluo said. I'll do it first. Ma Hongjun went to test first. When your hand touches the holy pillar shines brightly. Fourth exam in black level. The black level exam is coming again. The sea girl Douluo is a little numb now. The four people, Starfish Douluo, Sea Ghost Douluo, Sea Vajra Douluo, and Sea Spear Douluo, are also paying attention to the situation here. The sea god's divine thought is also paying attention. Before Tang San and the others entered the scope of the sea god island, the sea god's divine thoughts followed them. Because there is another remaining sea god divine thought in the vast sea universe, he contacted the sea god divine thought on the sea god island. Of course, the only thing that focuses on the sea god's divine thought is Tang San, because he thinks that this Tang San is very talented and suitable to inherit the sea god's divine position. What kind of assessment is the black level 4th test? Ma Hongjun asked Hai Nu Douluo curiously. The assessment levels are divided into white level 1 test, yellow level 2 test, purple level 3 test, black level 4 test, black level 5 test, black level 6 test, red level 7 test, red level 8 test. The sea girl Douluo did not say the sea god 9th exam, because he felt that these people were not as talented as Xiaowu and the others, so it was already very good to have the black level exam. The black level 4 exam is a good assessment. I used to be the black level 4 exam at the beginning, but now I am the title Douluo. Fatty, practice hard and use the assessment. You will definitely become a titled Douluo in the future. I can definitely become a titled Douluo. There is no black level exam, and Ma Hongjun has confidence in himself. The black level 4 exam seems to be pretty good. The sea girl Douluo was in the black level 4th level exam at the beginning, and Ma Hongjun felt balanced. Fatty, hurry up, it's my turn. The second test for the Oscar. It's another black level 4th exam. Hai Nu Douluo looked at Tang San and the others and thought to himself, can't they all take the black level exam, right? Oscar, you are like me. Ma Hongjun said happily. Oscar said, no, I'm obviously better than you, Fatty. Ma Hongjun, stop bragging. Only the third brother is better than me. Next, Dai Mubai, Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan conducted tests one after another. All are black level 4 exams. It's not that their talents and potential are the same, but that the sea god's divine thoughts must concentrate resources for Tang San, otherwise they will not be worried enough. Caoda and the others really pulled a lot of wool away, making the sea god's divine consciousness tight now. After the Bai Chenxiang test, she got the second test of the yellow grade, which made her feel depressed, and the gap between her and Ma Hongjun and the others was too big. Third brother, it's your turn. Misery, you will definitely get the red level examination. Amid the calls of Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai and others, Tang San walked towards the holy pillar. The hand touched the holy pillar. The holy pillar burst out with unprecedented light, alarming the entire sea god island. This is. The 5 guardians of the sea girl Douluo and the other ones showed incredible expressions. The 9 test of the sea god actually appeared. Shock them. What happened? Du Guyan wondered, there is such a big noise. What level of assessment is it? The 8th red test. Yu Tianheng, Tang San has a double martial soul, it's not surprising that even if there is a red of L 8th exam. Isn't this the sea god's inheritance opened? Ma Hongjun guessed blindly, but even guessed it. The sea girl Douluo said, that's right. Tang San won the 9th semi-god examination, and the assessment level has never appeared. As long as he completes the assessment, he can inherit the position of the sea god and become a god. They were guarding the sea god island just waiting for the successor of the sea god's throne to appear, and now they finally appeared. Dai Mubai, have you really obtained the inheritance assessment of the sea god's position? Bai Chenxiang, the 9 tests of the sea god. Oscar, the mistress is worthy of being a mistress. Ma Hongjun, third brother, it's awesome. I knew you could succeed. Dugu Yan, he has really obtained the inheritance of the sea god. Yu Tianheng, who made him gifted with evil spirits. We are just supporting roles, he is the protagonist. Dugu Yan quietly said to Yu Tianheng, do you think your uncle Xiaowu also has a godlike inheritance? Otherwise, why are you so perverted? Yu Tianheng nodded, it seems very likely now. Tang San opened his eyes and he was just checking the content of the 9 examination of the sea god. I did it, teacher, dad. Tang San was calm on the surface, but was extremely excited in his heart. Xiaowu, just wait for me, it's almost time. Xiaowu, Wuhan Hall, I will let you destroy it. As long as he becomes a god, Tang San thinks he can do whatever he wants. Steal Xiaowu, kill Xiaowu, and destroy the Wu Soul Palace. Chapter 310 The Sea God's own son Tang San. Seonyo City. You guys live here. Haina Douluo took Tang San and others to Haina City and arranged a residence for them. This time, it was not arranged next to Xiaowu and his friend's residence, but in another direction of Haina City. Not only were they worried that Bai Chenxiang and Dugu Yan would be deceived by Xiaowu, but they were also because something might happen to Xiaowu and the others now, so don't involve their affairs for the time being. Even the matter between Xiaowu and the others was not mentioned to Tang San and the others, and they would talk about it when Xiaowu and the others had news. Thank you, Hainu Douluo. Tang San and others politely said. You're welcome. You can take some rest and start the assessment when you're ready. The sea girl Douluo gave some more words and left. Tang San and the others entered the courtyard to pack their luggage and room. After packing up, Ma Hongjun suggested, let's go around the city. Although there are not many people, it seems to be pretty good. Oscar smiled and said, Fatty, are you interested in the girl here? I kept looking at the girl next to me on the way here. Ma Hongjun quickly covered Oscar's mouth and looked at Bai Chenxiang with guilt. Oscar, don't talk nonsense. Bai Chenxiang gave the fat man a disdainful look. Bai Chenxiang is very disgusted with Ma Hongjun now. Without the warming of the wolf theft incident in the original work, Ma Hongjun is afraid it will be difficult for Bai Chenxiang to get. Dugu Yan looked at Ma Hongjun with disgust. This vulgar fat man has always been disgusting since he made a fool of himself in the Soul Master competition. But for Tang San's sake, he didn't say much. Tang San smiled helplessly. No matter how unbearable Ma Hongjun was, he was his brother, so he could not dislike him. Okay, let's get to know and get familiar with the environment. Several people were in Haina City and wandering on Sea God Island for several days, and found that the people here became strange. After asking, they didn't say anything. These days, the people from Sea God Island are privately discussing the disappearance of Bosixi, Xiaowu and others. Tang San and the others are foreign and are not familiar with each other, so they will definitely not want to tell them. Tang San and the others were just curious, but not entangled. They started the assessment. The first level is also climbing the ladder in the light of the sea god in the Sea God Mountain. It's not difficult. Oscar tried it and found that the ladder was not difficult to climb. Isn't it too easy? Dai Mubai also found it easy. The first level may be relatively simple. Yu Tianheng said. It took 5 or 6 days. Tang San and the others passed the first level of assessment. Don't be too simple. There is no way. Now the sea god just Xiaowu and others were all bald, and there was not much left. Then the sea god's divine thoughts drew some power to go, which made this level very easy. The light of the sea god is too thin, so there is no effect of enhancing the cultivation, otherwise Tang San and the others would definitely use the light of the sea god to practice. The reward is to increase half-level soul power at one time, which is equivalent to our practice for several months, which is not bad. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Yu Tianheng, Oscar, Du Yan, and others completed the first level of the assessment and received the reward of improving their soul power by half. They were surprised and satisfied. The third brother Sea God's 9 test is different. He has increased his soul power at once, 4 times that of ours. I'm envious. What else is the affinity of the Sea God? If it reaches 100%, can it become a god? The age of each soul ring has increased by 500 years, it's awesome. Ma Hongjun looked at Tang San with envy. The Sea God gave Tang San a generous reward from the beginning, and will definitely increase the investment layer afterwards. He really treated Tang San as his own son. Tang San and the others really think that the 9 sessions of the Sea God are special, so they can get such a generous reward. The sea girl Dulo also believed that Tang San received a generous reward for the 9 test of the Sea God, but strangely, Wai Dai Mubai and the others only received a half-level soul power improvement. She didn't know that the power in the hands of the Sea God's divine consciousness was not much, and she had to ensure Tang San's improvement first, so she could only feel sorry for Dai Mubai and the others. Just today. Go and find Bosixi, Xiaowu and others' whereabouts of the sea dragon Dulo, and the sea horse Dulo is back. No one was found, and I also encountered the deep sea demon whale king. Fortunately, the sea god island shocked the deep sea demon whale king and did not attack them. However, the deep sea demon whale king had no idea that Posazi had been to the sea area where it was located. There are still some gains. By asking some sea soul beasts along the way, Heilong Dulo and the others learned that Bosixi and the others had indeed been outside the waters where the deep sea demon whale king was located. But suddenly it disappeared, and the ship that Bosixi and the others had sunk into the sea and was found by Heilong Dulo and the others. Many traces were found, but they broke outside the deep sea of demon whale king, and then nothing was found. Posazi and the others seemed to have disappeared for no reason. The sea god's divine consciousness could not feel the sea god mark left on Bosixi's body. In this case, either the sea god mark was destroyed or the distance was too far away. He is just a wisp of the sea god's divine thought, and now he has little power, so the distance he can feel is limited. If the sea god is here, it should be felt everywhere in the Douluo world. Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, and others did not complete the assessment, and the sea god mark on their bodies still existed, and the sea god's divine consciousness was not sensed. Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyun, Hua Wu, Ye Lingling, Shui Yuer and others completed the assessment, and the Sarita seal had disappeared. Not everyone will leave a mark on the sea god's divine consciousness. Generally, only those who pass the Holy Pillar test will have a mark, but it will disappear after the assessment is over. Another type is Posazi. The 7 Holy Pillar Guardians will have another kind of sea god mark to prevent them from leaving the sea god island and restrain them. Posazi may have defected or died. If Tang San did not appear, the sea god's divine thought might have gone back to search. But Tang San appears, he is the most important thing, and Posazi is not very important. Without Bosixi's sacrifice, the sea god's divine thoughts could also make Tang San become a god in the end. At that time, it would be enough to connect to the original body of the god world. It would be a little more trouble and spend more power. If Posazi betrays her, he will not be forgiven. Let Tang San deal with her in the future. The sea god's divine thoughts did not interrupt himself. After Tang San grew up quickly, he asked him to clean up the portal. Bosixi is gone, and the sea god's divine thought temporarily lets Heilong Dulo manage the sea god island. After Tang San completes the assessment, the sea god island will be important. Then, just let Heilong Dulo and the others keep guarding it. Even if the sea god island is not important, the sea god does not intend to release sea dragon Dulo and the others to freedom. Except for Bai Chenxiang, Tang San, and the others' second level of assessment were all about tidal body refining. This level is based on the power of the tide, and it will not consume the power of the sea god's divine thoughts. Tidals can refine the body, so we can use this to temper the body. Tang San and the others planned to use tides to quench their bodies for a long time. At the same time, on the land of Dulo continent, Xiaowu and his friends had just arrived in Tiandu city for a long time, and then quietly returned to Lamba Academy. After more than 4 years of separation, they returned. Chapter 311 Level 100, God's Position, God's Ring. Capture the Space. Xiaowu, Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuking, Shui Binger, Ye Lingling, Shui Yuer, Hua Wu, Ayin, Bai Ji, Zig, Shui Di, Bingdi and others were watching Bo Sixi. I took it. Bo Sixi held a pill that had just caught on the fishing platform in his hand. This magical pill can improve the first level of soul power after taking it. Now Po Sixi is level 99, and after taking this pill, he can reach level 100. A level 100 soul power is a god. Xiaowu and the others stared at Bo Sixi, wanting to know what happened after Bo Sixi's soul power reached level 100. Bo Sixi put the pill into his mouth, which melted in his mouth, and the effect immediately came into effect. Soon Xiaowu and the others felt the momentum, pressure and soul power on Bo Sixi were increasing rapidly. Xiaowu made a defensive space barrier to protect others from accidents. After a while, the power of Bo Sixi suddenly burst out. Her soul power level has reached a level 100. The soul power has been increased by dozens of times. Moreover, the spiritual power transforms into divine thoughts, and the soul power transforms into divine power. She is now a god. Suddenly, 9 soul rings appeared on Bo Sixi's body, and they were still black, 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 red. The soul ring has not changed, and the 10th soul ring has not appeared. The original work also said that after becoming a god at a level 100, you will get a 10th soul ring. That is, the divine ring. But later, it may be because Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed tower martial soul could not absorb the 10th soul ring, so it was changed to a god. As long as he obtained the divine position, he could become a god without the 10th soul ring. After Po Sixi reached level 100, there was no 10th soul ring, no divine ring, nor a god position, but she was also considered a god. It's just that there is no divine ring or divine position, the combat power will be affected and may not be able to obtain eternal life. The divine ring seems to require possession of the divine position to obtain it. In other words, when you have a divine ring, it means you have created a divine position. The angel gods and the sea gods all created their own divine positions. Perhaps in the future, when Po Sixi successfully creates his own divine position, the divine ring will appear. Once the divine ring appears, it means that Po Sixi has the divine position. Po Sixi reached level 100. Although there was no divine position or divine ring, his soul power had already been removed and turned into divine power, and his mental power had transformed into divine thoughts. Have the basic characteristics of God. Bo Sixi, who has no divine position, cannot locate the existence of the divine realm, so she cannot go to the divine realm for the time being. Almost all gods in the divine realm have divine positions, but the divine positions are high and low. Most of the gods are ordinary gods, then the third-level gods, second-level gods, first-level gods, and god kings. After a while, Bo Sixi completed his breakthrough, his breath converged. He opened his eyes and looked at Xiaowu and the others with joy. I have really reached level 100. Congratulations to Sister Shi. Everyone hugged Po Sixi and congratulated her. While hugging Xiaowu, Bo Sixi kissed Xiaowu's face and whispered shyly in his ear, "Come to my room tonight." Okay. Xiaowu touched Bo Sixi's body, pinched it, and said with a wicked smile, "I don't know how God tastes, it's exciting." Bad guy. Po Sixi said coquettishly. Shui Yuer came over and asked, "Sister Shi, why didn't you show the 10th soul ring? Didn't you say that the god-level soul ring will appear when you reach level 100? Bo Sixi let go of Xiaowu, looked at everyone and said, "When the sea god reaches level 10, there will be the 10th soul ring, which is the god-level soul ring. Maybe because I took the pill to improve, I didn't get the god-level soul ring of the 10th soul ring. Xiaowu said, Xiang's sister has no god position, so there is no god-level soul ring. The sea god created his own divine soul ring to own the 10th soul ring. Also, if you obtain the inheritance of the divine position, you will obtain a god-level soul ring. Sister She will come from the creation of the god position or inherit a certain god position, and can also have a god-level soul ring. Even without the god position and god-level soul ring, Zijia is now a god, a special god. Everyone thought that these were told by the god behind Xiaowu, but they didn't know that they were all speculated by Xiaowu. So that's how it is. Posezi understood, my mental power has now transformed into divine thoughts, and my soul power has transformed into divine power. It should be easier to create a divine position than the sea god at the beginning. After the sea god successfully created a divine position, its soul power reached a level 100, and then it would have divine thoughts and divine power. I have now broken through to level 100 through pills, and have divine thoughts and divine power, but have no divine position and divine soul ring. I am indeed a special existence god, or a false god. Ningrongrong said, the false god is also a god. Now our goal is to become a false god first, just like you, Sister She. Then find a way to obtain the position of god and become a true god. Shui Binger asked, Sister She, are your current soul ring and soul skills, soul bone skills, self-created soul skills, etc., magical skills? Bosixi said, although the effect of the soul ring skill has been greatly improved, it should not be all soul skills, because part of the power of the soul skill comes from the soul ring. The soul ring has not reached level 100, not a god-level soul ring, and the power provided is still soul power. My soul skills are now used to display a part of the power mixed with divine power and soul power. It is not all divine power, so it is not all divine skills. I am the same as the soul bone skills. However, those self-created soul skills that do not require the support of the soul ring can be practiced well and can be turned into magical skills. But even if I have magical skills, I should be very weak compared to gods who have divine positions. Xiaowu said, Sister She, have you tried to use divine power to increase the age of the soul ring? Huowu suddenly said, yes. The Gojuvan soul rings exist, which can also increase the age of our soul rings. Sister She is also a god now. Although it is quite special, it is not impossible, right? Others' eyes lit up. If Posezi could do it, it might help others quickly increase their soul ring years. Bosixi was stunned for a moment. She hadn't tried this yet. I'll try it first. Posezi sat down, calmed down, and tried. Xiaowu and the others were waiting quietly. About 20 minutes passed. Bosixi opened his eyes and said in surprise, divine power can indeed increase the age of the soul ring. That's great. Everyone was also surprised. However, Bosixi also said, it's just that the speed of increasing the soul ring's age is very slow at present. It should be because my divine power is too low, so I need to practice to improve my divine power. Everyone is not disappointed. Being slow now does not mean being slow in the future. Posezi said again, who told me to try it and see if it can help people other than myself improve their soul ring age. Because I haven't tried it, it can be dangerous. I'll do it. Shui Yuer volunteered. Bosixi injected divine power into Shui Yuer's body, touched the soul ring on her martial soul, and tried carefully. Because I haven't tried it, Shui Yuer feels uncomfortable and a little painful. Yuer, if you can't bear it, stop it. Bosixi reminded. Shui Yuer, it's just a little pain, but it's quite uncomfortable, continue. After more than 10 minutes, Shui Yuer got much better. More than 10 minutes passed, Posezi stopped and frowned, it works, but it's several times slower than improving myself. Lu Erlong, don't worry, you should first cultivate your divine power and improve yourself. Now we will first improve our soul power level. There is no need to worry about increasing the age of the soul ring. Xiaowu said, Sister Shi. You have just broken through, your divine power is weak, and you are not familiar with divine power, and the same is true for divine thoughts. You first become familiar with divine power and divine thoughts, master them proficiently, and then practice and enhance divine power and divine thoughts. Yet. Poseis nodded. Chapter 312 Goddess Poseisi. Sister Shi, can you erase the Sarita Seal's seal now? Xiaowu asked as he saw Poseisi, who became a real goddess, became a goddess. After reaching level 100, Poseisi's temperament, appearance, skin, etc. have been transformed. He is really a goddess, stunning and beautiful. The old driver Xiaowu didn't even look away from Poseisi. Poseisi looked at everyone and said, I tried it, it's okay. But it will take some time. My sea god seal is stronger, while Erlong and the others are weaker. After that, I can help you eliminate the sea god seal first. The seal god seal is a mark of divine power. Now that Poseisi has divine thoughts, it takes some time to erase them. Without the semi-god seal, you don't have to worry about the semi-god's divine consciousness that can find them at any time, and you don't have to stay in the capture space to hide. Over the past month, 11 of Poseisi, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Ayin, Baiji, Zig, Suidi, and others have not gone out in the capture space. Otherwise, the sea god's divine consciousness can be felt by using the mark. Sister Shi, you continue to practice, so do you guys. I'll prepare dinner, no one needs to help. In order to celebrate Poseisi, Xiaowu decided to prepare a sumptuous dinner alone. It's afternoon now, and he has time. The girls did not refuse, giving Xiaowu the opportunity to show off. During the dinner, everyone drank a lot. I didn't practice tonight. Xiaowu and Poseisi returned to their room early and spent a good night with the goddess Poseisi tonight. From dark to dawn the next day. I'm tired. Poseisi couldn't stand it anymore and was about to sleep. She now thinks that being too charming may not be a good thing, it makes Xiaowu too crazy. Of course, Poseisi is also very happy, but now he is really tired and has to stop the battle. Xiaowu looked at Poseisi and looked unsatisfied. What are you looking at? Poseisi glared at Xiaowu shyly, then hugged Xiaowu, closed his eyes to sleep. The taste of the goddess did not disappoint Xiaowu, and he was always excited. However, since Poseisi was a little tired, although Xiaowu was reluctant to leave, he also had to understand the goddess. The goddess was in her arms, and Xiaowu slowly fell asleep. At noon, Poseisi did not wake up, and Xiaowu quietly got up and left, preparing to go and take the food to eat with her. Shortly after leaving, I saw Xiaowu and Yelingling. Xiaowu ran over and hugged Xiaowu. He smelled it on him and said exaggeratedly, "Oh, brother-in-law, you are full of the smell of a goddess. Smell it well. Her smell must be very beautiful. Doesn't it make you unable to sleep? You are all my goddesses, my goddesses." Xiaowu reached out, hugged Xiaowu with his left hand and Yelingling with his right hand, and kissed them separately. "I can't even sleep with you." Yelingling blushed and looked at Xiaowu affectionately, then pressed against Xiaowu tightly, so that she could feel at ease and comfort. "Brother-in-law, you are just lustful." Xiaowu said playfully, "Sister Shi is not going to bed now, right?" Xiaowu looked around and said nothing. "Who is making lunch?" Yelingling said, "It's Xiaowu, Ayin, Baiji, Zig, and the others. Maybe everyone else is practicing in the room. You and I come upstairs just to call you to have a meal. Are you almost done?" Xiaowu said, "You call others, don't call Sister Shi. I'll go see Xiaowu and the others." Before leaving, Xiaowu deliberately patted their buttocks. "Bad brother-in-law." Xiaowu cursed shyly. Yelingling blushed. "Ha ha." Xiaowu went downstairs with a smile. Shui Yuer said to Ye Lingling, take him well tonight and must take revenge. Ye Lingling whispered, I can't beat it. Shui Yuer was silent, and then said with a strong look, if you can't beat it, you have to fight. This is a matter of attitude. Ye Lingling stopped talking and thought to herself, I will be bullied by Cao De later. But she was looking forward to it and enjoyed the joy of being with Cao De. In the kitchen, Xiaowu, a yin, Grace, and Zig are cooking. Xiaowu and a yin are the chefs, and Grace and Zig fight. A hearty meal is almost finished. Zig easily took the tableware near the door, and Cao De leaned over quietly, lowered his head and said on her face, Zig. Zig instinctively turned around and kissed Cao De directly on the face. You lustful male! Zig sprinkled the water in her hand on Cao De's face in anger. A yin saw it, brother Cao De, you bullied Zig again. Cao De was innocent, this is a beautiful accident. When Zig heard this, she became even more angry, you did it on purpose. Not once or twice. But Zig is willing to be fooled every time, which has already explained the problem. There is something on the hair. Cao De lifted Zig's long purple-black hair, exuding an attractive fragrance. Stop, there's nothing at all. He said this, but Zig did not stop Cao De and let him get his hair. Xiaowu, Granny, and the others saw it and all smiled. They have long been familiar with Cao De's virtue. Oh, don't pull my hair. You made me unable to wash the dishes, now you wash. After a while, Zig stood up, pushed Cao De away, and asked him to wash the dishes. You rest, I'll do it. Cao De said, put your apron on me. Zig took the apron on her body and helped him put it on from behind Cao De, feeling Cao De's temperature and breath at close range, which made her feel emotional. After finishing it, Zig slapped Cao De on the buttocks and said with a smile, haha, I finally got avenge. Then he ran out of the kitchen. It hurts so much. Cao De looked pitiful. I deserve it. Xiaowu, a yin, and Bridget all rolled their eyes. After a while, Xiaowu shouted, brother, bring a plate over. Cao De took the plate over and Xiaowu was ready to take off the pot. Then he picked up a piece of meat left on the spatula and fed it to Cao De, try it. Cao De opened his mouth, bit Xiaowu's fingers together, and agreed, well, it's very delicious. Hi. Xiaowu pretended to be disgusted and wiped his fingers on Cao De's apron. Cao De asked, there are a few more dishes, I'll do it. Ian said, no, there is another dish, another soup. I have soup here, and Xiaowu has another dish. Xiaowu said, brother, you can take these 2 dishes with Grace to the restaurant, you don't have to come again. As for order. Cao De kissed Xiaowu on the face, then walked over and kissed a yin on the face. Finally, I kissed Grace and then took the dishes to the restaurant with Grace. In the restaurant, Zig, Shui Di, Ice Di, Lu Erlong, Hua Wu, and the others are already here. How many others haven't come down? Cao De didn't see Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Shui Yuer, and Ye Lingling. I'm having fun in Zuking's room, I'm almost down. Lu Erlong replied with a smile. Chapter 313 The Style of the Second Dragon. Little Brat Titan Giant Ape and Sky Blue Bull Python. A small number of teachers and students from Lamba Academy know that Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyuan, and others are back, but they don't know that Lu Erlong and Cao De and others are back. It was not until more than a month after Cao De and his friends returned to Lamba Academy that Lu Erlong and others of the Bosaixi gang removed the mark of the sea god and appeared after they came out of the capture space that they knew that the dean was back. Over the past 4 years, Lamba Academy has supported the 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect and the Tiandu Empire, and has developed rapidly, and the scale of teachers and students has more than doubled. The college's hardware facilities have been renovated and newly built, and the scale has been nearly doubled. She is Dean Lu Erlong of our Lamba Academy, so beautiful. So beautiful. Our dean is my goddess. Now, most of the Lamba Academy have entered the academy within 4 years, and I have basically never seen Lu Erlong. Don't worry about it, the dean already has a master. Who? Who is worthy of our beautiful dean? It's Xiaowu, the captain who won the victory in the last Soul Master competition with our Blue BA Academy team. He? Xiaowu seems to be the dean's student, right? How can this be done? Xiaowu, I know. He heard that he was already a soul saint when he participated in the competition. His martial soul is a rare space martial soul, and the perverted soul ring. It actually has a soul ring of 100,000 years, and more than one. I have also heard of Xiaowu. He is a legend. But, haven't you heard that he has disappeared? If it were that pervert Xiaowu, he would be worthy of our beautiful dean. In less than a year, the new elite competition of the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy is about to begin again. This time, it is hosted by Xingluo Empire and the final will be held in the imperial capital of Xingluo Empire. The Soul Master competition has begun, so more and more people are going to understand, especially the situation of the previous competition. Therefore, some people already know some of Xiaowu's situation, which is normal. Everyone is quiet, please invite Dean Lu Erlong to speak. Today, Lu Erlong officially returned to the college. The teachers organized students to meet with the dean and let Lu Erlong meet them. Lamba Academy now has better resources and better teachers and students. As the dean, I am very pleased. Lu Erlong said something moved first, looked back on the past, talked about the present, and looked forward to the future. In the end, her way of inspiring teachers and students is very direct. Directly reveal 9 soul rings. Purple, purple, black, 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 red and red. Oh my god! The teachers and students were immediately infuriated and were infuriated. Why does the dean have this kind of soul ring configuration? First, the second soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, and the third soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring at the beginning. The key is that there are 200,000-year soul rings. Shocked. Director Lu Erlong is already a titled Dulo. Still a titled Dulo with 2 soul rings of 100,000 years. Never heard of it. Didn't it mean that Dean Lu Erlong had just reached Conqueror 4 years ago? In 4 years, he became the titled Dulo. What kind of talent is this? This is the dean of our Lamba Academy. The dean is mighty. Director Lu Erlong, mighty. Dean Lu Erlong, we love you. The students were very excited and excited. Quiet. Lu Erlong spoke, and suddenly he was silent. She has already convinced the teachers and students. Lu Erlong looked at the hundreds of teachers and students in front of him and said, "What I can do now, and you can do it in the future, because you are teachers and students of Lamba Academy and are destined not to be ordinary." Boom! Lamba Academy, Lamba Academy, Lamba Academy. The teachers and students shouted excitedly. After the meeting, the teachers and students were still excited. Who wouldn't want to become a titled Douluo like Lu Erlong? And there is with deans like Lu Erlong, Lamba Academy will only become stronger and stronger. As teachers and students of Lamba Academy, they will naturally gain benefits and will achieve higher success in the future. The news that Lu Erlong came back, the news that Lu Erlong became the titled Dulo, the news that Lu Erlong's soul ring, etc., were soon spread. People from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, Tiandu Empire, Wuhan Hall, and other forces who have been around Lamba Academy first obtained the news from Lamba Academy and then passed it back to their respective forces. That afternoon, Ning Fengzi, Gu Douluo Gurong and the others came to Lamba Academy. When I heard that Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyuan, and the others had returned to Lamba Academy, I guessed that Xiaowu and the others were back. But Xiaowu and the others did not show up, so Ning Fengzi did not come to disturb him. Now there is clearly news that Xiaowu and the others are back, so Ning Fengzi and others are here. They also brought the 4-year-old child, the blue cow python and the titan giant ape. For more than 4 years, the two brothers have been taking care of the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect by Ningfeng. The two little guys look much taller than the same age as Dulo continent, especially the chubby titan giant ape, who is fat, strong, and silly, and looks a bit cute. The sky blue bull python is relatively beautiful. Miss Xiaowu. I haven't seen each other for more than 4 years. When I saw Xiaowu, the titan giant ape was very happy and ran over to pounce on Xiaowu's arms. Ming, Deepening. Xiaowu was also very happy to meet again after a long separation. Yo, isn't this brother-in-law? Cao directly grabbed the titan giant ape and lifted it up. How could he let him burrow into Xiaowu's arms? Seeing Cao's jealous look, Xiaowu was having fun. Cao. The titan giant ape glared at Cao. Let me go. What's the name? I'm your brother-in-law. Don't obedient, I'll be beaten. Cao slapped the titan giant ape on the ass. Oh, get beaten, don't beat me, brother-in-law. The titan giant ape remembered Cao's horror, remembered the scene of being beaten, and quickly surrendered. Miss Xiaowu, brother-in-law, you are back. Look at the sky blue cow python, who is so well educated and polite. Deepening, you and Ming have grown up. Xiaowu sighed, when you left, you were still babies, you were young, and now you are so tall. You will almost catch up with me in a few years. Yes, I've grown up. Cao put down the titan giant ape he was carrying. The Ming dynasty is so handsome, Ming, you are so cruel. I am strong and strong. The titan giant ape was dissatisfied. Murmur in a low voice. Father-in-law, thank you for taking care of these two little guys. Cao said to Ning Fengzi next to him. Ning Fengzi smiled and said, it's all my family, it should be. They are not as naughty and sensible as human children, and they don't have to worry about it. After they can practice, they have been practicing. Now they have condensed the first soul ring. They are all real soul masters, and they are growing faster and faster. They are worthy of being the emperor among soul beasts. Now the sky blue bull python soul power is level 18, and the titan giant ape is level 16. Compared to Xiaowu's original appearance, they grew faster than Xiaowu. However, because it is impossible to be bound by the capture space, it is impossible to grow as fast as a yin and the others. They have grown into great beauty in more than 4 years and have reached the realm of Soul Saint. After the soul beast transforms into humans for 100,000 years, it does not need to wait until the age of 6 to awaken any martial soul. As long as you live among humans, you can start practicing very early. Chapter 314 Shocked, worried, speechless Ning Fengzi and Gu Dulo. Dad, Grandpa Bones, what is my soul power level now? Ning Rongrong asked Ning Fengzi and Gu Dulo a little coquettishly. Now she only made such expressions in front of Cao, Ning Fengzi, Gu Dulo and Jian Dulo. Like a child asking for praise from adults. Ning Fengzi looked at his precious daughter and thought in his heart, when his daughter left, she was the Soul King. Now 4 years have passed. Even if she has not gained benefits on the Sea God Island, she should have reached the Soul Emperor. If you get some benefits on the Sea God Island, the Soul Saint is likely. So he guessed, I guess our Rongrong is the Soul Saint like his father now. Gu Dulo Gu Rong guessed that it was almost the same. There were 2 auxiliary soul masters at the level of soul saints in the 7 treasures glazed pieces sect. This is a happy event that has not happened in many years. Although there are not many people in the 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul, there are not a few people, and there should be at least dozens of people, or even more. But before Ning Rongrong, only Ning Fengzi reached the soul saint level for those who had the 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul. The others could reach the Soul Emperor. It can be seen that the limits on the martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tower are indeed quite large. No. Seeing that Ning Fengzi and Gu Dulo were not guessing correctly, Ning Rongrong was proud and said, "Dad, Gu Dad, I am already a level 85 Contra now. Are you surprised or surprised?" Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo were stunned. This was much higher than they expected. Rongrong, really? Gu Douluo Gurong was excited. Ning Fengzi was even more excited because it took so long to finally release a Contra-level auxiliary soul master, breaking the curse of the martial soul of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. The martial soul of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect cannot break through to level 80, and Ning Fengzi has always been stuck at level 79. The reason why Ning Rongrong was able to break through was because her martial soul evolved from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower to the Nine Treasure Glazed Tower, and was no longer restricted by the martial soul of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. Rongrong, let Dad see your soul ring. Ning Fengzi said excitedly. Only 8 souls were seen. Only by surrounding the environment can Ning Fengzi be completely relieved. Don't be too surprised. My soul ring is no worse than Brother Cao does in the past. Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Can't it? Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo knew what it meant to be able to compete with Cao de before. They were even more excited. They stared at Ning Rongrong, impatiently wanting to see her soul ring. I saw the soul rings appearing one after another on Ning Rongrong's body. The first soul ring is purple. The second soul ring is also purple. The third soul ring is black. Seeing these 3 soul rings, Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo thought they were promoted by Cao De's sponsorship Ning Rongrong. The 4th soul ring to the 6th soul ring are all black soul rings, which looks normal. 100,000 years of soul ring. 200,000 years soul rings. Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo were stunned again. Ning Rongrong was the 7th and 8th soul rings were all the 100,000 year soul rings. The refining was so surprising and surprised them. Ning Rongrong has an 110,000-year-old Godhood soul ring in his hand, which is useless. The 8th soul ring is a 100,000-year-old sea soul beast that he hunted. Because Ning Rongrong didn't have many soul bones on his body, he simply hunted the 100,000-year-old sea soul beast. As for the remaining Godhood soul ring, you can use the 9th soul ring or for others to use. The 8th soul ring is a 100,000 year soul ring. Ning Rongrong has 2 100,000 year soul skills, but it is still an auxiliary soul skill. However, the skills possessed by the 100,000 year soul bone have attack skills. Ning Fengzi thought to himself, can you get such great benefits by going to the Sea God Island? He was so envious that he wanted to try it. Hee, Dad, Grandpa Bones, Rongrong is so awesome. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, not only are there 2 100,000 year soul rings, I have now fused 2 100,000 year soul bones, plus the head soul bones, and now there are 3 soul bones. By the way, there are also attack skills in the 100,000 year soul bone skills, and I have very strong combat power now. 100,000-year-old soul beast must have 100,000-year-old soul bone, which is not worthy of surprise. But Ning Feng originally thought that this was obtained by his daughter from the Sea God Island, not by hunting the soul beast, so he should have no soul bones. Could it be that the Sea God Island rewards the soul ring and the soul bone? This reward is too abundant. Wrong, how did your 2 100,000 year soul rings and soul bones come from? Ning Fengzi couldn't help but ask curiously. Ning Rongrong said, it is 2 sea soul beasts that have been 100,000 years old. Brother Cao De helped me hunt them. Ning Fengzi was surprised, the Sea God Island does not reward the soul ring and soul bone. Because he believed that Cao De's soul ring was given by a god, and that the Sea God Island also has a god inheritance, Ning Fengzi speculated that Ning Rongrong might also get the Godhood soul ring, which is reasonable. Ning Rongrong said, I passed the test given by the Sea God on the Sea God Island and obtained 2 soul rings, one is the 6th soul ring and the other is the 110,000 year red soul ring, but it is not useful yet. As for the soul bones, we have never obtained them, probably not. The rewards are all about soul power improvement, soul ring age increase, and Gojuvan soul ring. In this way, Ning Fengzi and Gu Dulo understood that no wonder Ning Rongrong's soul power increased so quickly, and the increase in the age of the soul ring was not improved by Xiao De, but by the sea god reward. Gu Dulo asked, all those who go there have been obtained the test of the sea god, and then received a similar reward. Ning Rongrong said, except brother Xiao De, the rest of us have obtained the assessment content. There are different levels, and there are some rewards when completing one level. However, some of them did not complete the assessment and encountered the assessment that they could not be completed for the time being, and then we ran away. You really are going to pull the sea god's wool. Really bold. Ning Fengzi was worried. There is no restrictions when the assessment was completed? There is no punishment for the failure of the assessment. Ning Rongrong said, after the assessment is completed, you must stay on the sea god island and never leave. This condition is too domineering and too harsh. Gu Dulo Gurong said dissatisfied. Who said it was not? Ning Rongrong continued, if the assessment fails, he may be injured or even die during the assessment. If you are not dead, you cannot leave the sea god island. Ning Fengzi was even more worried. You ran out, can the sea god sit back and ignore it? That's God, can we not fight against it? But I thought to myself, the god behind Xiao De should take action, right? Ning Rongrong smiled and said, not only did we run away, but we also kidnapped the great worshipper of Bosaixi, the West, and the sea god. Now, the sea god probably doesn't know whether we are alive or dead. What? Bosaixi, the great worshipper of the sea god island, also ran away? Isn't this betrayal of the sea god island or the sea god? Could it be that lustful guy Xiao De who made Bosaixi go away? Surely so. It would be strange if you just flee, and you would just run away by yourself. You even took away the great offerings from other people. It would be strange if the sea god could give up. Very bold. Ning Fengzi and Gu Dulo were shocked, worried, and speechless. Chapter 315 Thinking about the inheritance of the Shura god. Want to kill you Xiao Gang? Dad, Grandpa Bones, don't worry too much. Ning Rongrong saw Ning Fengzi and Gu Dulo's concerns, looked relaxed, and said with a smile, first of all, brother Xiao De also has some ways to protect himself when facing the sea god. Will the god behind Xiao De take action? Ning Fengzi and Gu Dulo thought so. Ning Rongrong continued, secondly, we left Sea God Island quietly. The sea god's divine thoughts on Sea God Island should not be able to find us in a short period of time. Otherwise, it would have been almost 3 months since the sea god's divine thoughts, so he should have come long ago. Also, the sea god's divine thought is probably inconvenient to leave Sea God Island, so at most other people are sent to investigate the situation. As long as the body of the sea god does not appear in the Dulo continent world, there is no need to worry too much. It makes a lot of sense. These words made Ning Fengzi and Gu Dulo feel much more at ease. Xiao De, come here. Suddenly, Ning Fengzi looked over there. Xiao De, who teased the little brat Titan giant ape, shouted. Xiao De came over and said, Father-in-law, do you have any advice? Ning Fengzi didn't talk to him and asked, have you ever met Tang San and the others? When Xiao De heard this, he was a little surprised. Did Tang San also go to the Sea God Island? It seems you haven't met it. Ning Fengzi said, Tang San, Duga Bo's granddaughter Duga Yan, Yu Tianheng of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, and Oscar and others left for the Sea God Island a few months ago. Yu Xiaogang, Emperor Sui and others first hid the news, and we only found out later. Emperor Shuiye gave Tang San the treasure of the vast sea and Qinqin mask to Tang San and conferred Tang San as King Lan Hao. At first I thought the Snow Knight Emperor was just trying to win over Tang Hao and Tang San. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaogang and them secretly told Tang San and the others about the existence of the Sea God Island, and asked Tang San and the others to take the risk and try it. If Tang San obtains the inheritance of the sea god, wouldn't he be your enemy? You escaped from the sea god island and took away other people's great offerings. The sea god is jealous of himself, and is afraid that Tang San will take action in the future. Ning Rongrong was surprised. Did Tang San and the others go to the sea god island? With his talent, he can at least get the red level examination, or even the sea god 9 examination. Xiaowu said, Tang San will most likely be selected by the sea god as the heir to the sea god's position, and we may be enemies in the future. Get rid of him if you have the chance. Ning Fengzi frowned. He is now on the sea god island, and he may have become a god when he comes back. Do you dare to go to the sea god island now? And the god behind you shouldn't sit idly by, right? In Ning Fengzi's view, Xiaoda's biggest trump card is the god behind him. Xiaoda did not answer, nor could he answer. It is unlikely that we will go to the sea god island now, but there is no need to worry too much. Since Tang San is likely to be selected by the sea god should spend several years on Tang San. It will take at least 3 or 4 years for Tang San to become a god. And before it becomes a god, it is likely to return to the continent. Once it comes back, there will be no movement. You can take the opportunity to get rid of him. Even if Tang San did not get the 9th semi-sea god examination, as long as he and others obtained other assessments, as long as they stood on the side of the sea god island in the future, they would likely take action against Xiaoda and the others. What's more, Xiaoda and the others didn't know how much hatred Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and others were towards Xiaoda, and they wanted to kill him. But Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and the others hid it very well and did not show it. Otherwise, if Xiaoda had known it, he would have taken action to solve them. It is difficult to deal with Tang San now. Although Bo Sixi became a god at level 100, he had no god position and no god ring, and he was not an opponent of the sea god's divine thoughts. Xiaoda was not so he could not go to Sea God Island directly. He could only wait until Tang San returned to the mainland before he became a god and took action. Of course, it should take several years for Tang San to become a god. In the past few years, Posazi will become stronger and stronger, and may be able to condense the magic ring and improve his strength. Xiaoda may also break through to level 100. When he reached level 100, his strength was definitely not weak, and he was also a space martial soul, with space attribute power. Another thing is that Qian Rongxiu is now at level 99, and has started the 9th exam. After completing it, she will become the god of angels and become a great help to Xiaoda. Because Qian Rongxiu was changed by Xiaoda, her mood became different and she was already perfect, so she did not need Qian Daoliu to sacrifice, so the 9th exam started. This surprised Qian Daoliu and satisfied the still existing angel's divine consciousness. In addition to Qian Rongxiu, there is also Bibi Dong. She may be able to continue to complete the test of inheriting the Rakshasa god's god and become the Rakshasa god. Xiaoda will go to Wuhan City to see their mother and daughter in the future and reminisce about the past. Then let's see if Bibi Dong can continue to test the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. If he can't, he will quickly help Bibi Dong fill the soul ring of the second martial soul, so that she can quickly reach level 99, and then take pills to level 100. In a few years, Tang San may become a god, and so will Xiaoda and others. Therefore, Xiaoda was not too worried and had confidence. Seeing Xiaoda's confidence, Ning Fengzi felt much more relieved that the god behind Xiaoda would definitely take action. Xiaoda smiled and said, "Father-in-law, Grandpa Bones, please relax. I am already at level 99 now and reaching level 100 within a few years, so there should be no problem. And Posazi has reached level 100, which is equivalent to a god." Speaking of this, Xiaoda told Ning Fengzi and Gu Dulo about the situation after Bo Sixi broke through level 100. Perhaps he was inspired to help them go further in the future. It turns out that after level 100, you are not a real god, you also need the divine position and the divine ring. The god of sea and the god of angels are both condensed into the power of faith, and they create their own divine position, break through to the 100th level, and have the divine ring. They are all very special. They have lived for a long time before they can create their own divine position, and other soul masters can do it with satisfaction. Bosixi, Qiandaolio, Tang Chen, and others can't do it. With your help, Posazi can break through to level 100. Although she is not a real god, that is also her luck. Although I don't know how Xiaowu helped Bosixi break through the 100th level, it is speculated that the god behind Xiaowu took action. As long as there is hope, it is good. In the future, his daughter Ning Rongrong can reach the 100th level with Xiaowu. Dulo said, Tang Chen's Shura god inheritance test failed. Don't you try to awaken him and then try to obtain the Shura god inheritance. Xiaowu said, we are planning to try our luck. Now Xiaowu is not afraid of Tang Chen, not to mention that Bosixi is there, so it is not difficult to awaken Tang Chen. As long as Tang Chen wakes up, it won't take long for him to. If you die, you will get the Shura sword at that time. Perhaps some of Xiaowu's women may obtain the Shura god's inheritance. For example, Zhu Zuqing has powerful dark attribute power and is most likely to be tested for the inheritance of the Shura god. Ning Fengzi said, with your strength now, plus Posaxi, you can do it completely. You have outstanding talents, and it is very likely that someone will obtain the inheritance of the Shura god. Go and try it. Even if you don't succeed, it doesn't matter. If you succeed, you will be more confident in confronting the sea god in the future. The Shura god is much more powerful than the sea god. If one of Xiaowu and others obtained the test of the Shura god's inheritance, the Shura god would definitely prevent the sea god from causing trouble. Xiaowu nodded, we will go to the slaying capital in a few days. When we leave, we will also need our father-in-law to take care of Lamba Academy. Ning Fengzi smiled and said, I know if you don't say it. He paused and said, you should be wary of Yu Xiaogang and others now. I have recognized this master now. He is actually very hypocritical. Be careful that he secretly designs you. Dulo said, if you want me to say that since you will become an enemy, it is better to solve it now. Chapter 316 Master Yu Xiaogang died suddenly, but he left peacefully. Dulo's words reminded Xiaowu. Xiaowu thought that since Tang San had gone to the Sea God Island, he would definitely obtain the inheritance of the Sea God and become the new Sea God, and he would definitely stand on the side of the Sea God. Yu Xiaogang is Tang San's teacher, or more like Tang San's biological father, and has a good relationship. Now Xiaowu thought that maybe he had gotten Lu Erlong, so that Lu Erlong no longer loved Yu Xiaogang. Although the other party did not show it, he might have hated him. Ignored before, but now I realize it. In addition, Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogang hated Bibi Dong. It seems that this Yu Xiaogang can't be kept. Xiaowu decided to solve the hypocrite Yu Xiaogang. But it must be silent. After all, Yu Xiaogang is a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect and is also valued by Emperor Sui. If he is killed openly, it will cause a lot of trouble. Then let Yu Xiaogang leave quietly. By the way, there is Tang Hao. Tang San became an enemy, and so was Tang Hao, not to mention a yin. If Tang Hao knew that a yin became Xiaodu's woman, I wonder if he would eat him. In addition, he wanted to go to the killing capital to awaken Tang Chen, which was equivalent to indirectly killing Tang Chen. There is also Bibi Dong. In the future, Tang San will destroy the Wu Soul Palace, so he will definitely not let Bibi Dong go, and there is even Qian Rongxiu. After all the calculations, there are a lot of grudges with Tang San and Tang Hao. Therefore, Tang Hao cannot stay. After making up his mind, the bitch Cao said on the surface, Yu Xiaogang is just a level 29 Great Soul Master, so it's not to be afraid. Dulo said, sometimes people's hearts are more lethal than strength. I'm afraid that he will design to deal with the people around you, so that you can't be defended. Ning Fengzi said, Yu Xiaogang is the cousin of Dean Erlong after all. If there is no need, he can let him go. However, Ning Fengzi thought to himself, Cao De is not convenient to attack Yu Xiaogang, so let my father-in-law do it for him. It's your Ning Fengzi. Ning Fengzi said again, Yu Xiaogang doesn't have much threat. The bigger threat is Tang Hao, who is very strong. If you have the chance, get rid of him. Anyway, if Cao De wants to deal with Tang San, it is necessary to solve Tang Hao together. Cao De nodded, I just don't know where Tang Hao is now. Ning Fengzi said, it should not be within the scope of Tiandu City. Tang San never found him in Tiandu City after going to Haishan Island. I will arrange for someone to go to Nodding City Holy Soul Village to investigate quietly, and also let someone inquire about it on the mainland, and I will tell you immediately if there is any news. Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu join forces to kill Tang Hao. You need to take action, or let Bo Sixi take action. Cao De, I'll handle it when I have news. A few days later, Yu Xiaogang, Zhao Wuji, Flander and others who helped the Tiandu Empire train their troops in the Tiandu City military camp also received news that Lu Erlong and Cao De and others were back. Yu Xiaogang and the others didn't know where Lu Erlong and Cao De had disappeared in the past few years, but with Cao De here, it was very likely that Cao De took them to find other gods to inherit. After knowing about the inheritance of the gods, Yu Xiaogang and the others were sure that Cao De had the inheritance of the gods, otherwise there would be no such pervert. It is a good thing that they appear in Lamba Academy now, which means that they have not obtained the godlike inheritance even after going to the Sea God Island. Yu Xiaogang said to Flander, Zhao Wuji and the others, in this way, if Miss San and the others go to the Sea God Island, they will be more likely to obtain the Sea God's inheritance. The mistress is a twin martial soul, no worse than Cao De. Cao De just obtained the inheritance of the gods early. With the talent of the little three, you should be able to obtain the inheritance of the Sea God. Flander agrees, even if you don't get the Sea God inheritance, mistresses and the others can quickly improve their strength, right? When they come back, they may surpass us, the old guy. Zhao Wuji laughed and said, if one of Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun becomes a god, we will be the teachers of gods. Haha, maybe we can become gods as well as we benefit from it. I thought very well. A certain Tang God King, Zhao Wuji? Yu Xiaogang? Flander? Who are they? I don't know each other. Flander also looked forward to it beautifully. Like Yu Xiaogang, if Tang San becomes a god, he will definitely help him solve the problem of martial soul, so that he can continue to practice and help him become a god. Also, help him deal with Bibidong, Lu Erlong and Cao De. Yu Xiaogang dreamed of arresting Lu Erlong and Bibidong and torturing him hard, and in front of Cao De. Otherwise, it would be difficult to vent the hatred in his heart. Flander glanced at Yu Xiaogang and thought to himself, in a few days, I will go and see Erlong without telling her. I don't know if she is doing well now, Cao De's guy didn't bully her. Flander is still in love with Lu Erlong. Whether Lu Erlong becomes Yu Xiaogang's woman or Cao De's woman, he will silently pay attention to her, bless her, and love her. Flander was thinking about Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaogang was thinking about how to take revenge on Lu Erlong and the others, but Zhao Wuji was not interested in women. The three bachelors gathered together, which was very picturesque. It was already night, and the three of them were drinking and talking. After almost drinking, Flander and Zhao Wuji left and went back to their tent to go to bed. Yu Xiaogang lay on the bed in the tent and slowly fell asleep. He dreamed again, dreaming that he was severely humiliating Lu Erlong, Bibidong, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar also participated, and Cao De was half-deadly watched by the side. That picture is simply. But not long after, a change occurred in the dream. Suddenly, Cao De suddenly rose up, broke free from the shackles, pinched Yu Xiaogang's neck, making him unable to breathe, and soon he lost his breath. In reality, Yu Xiaogang died silently. He walked peacefully, with no trace of struggle at all, as if he had drunk too much wine and died suddenly when he fell asleep. Xiaowu came quietly and left quietly. The next day. No, the master is dead. The military camp was in full swing. How could this happen? It was fine to drink last night. Zhao Wuji was surprised. Flander was also confused. Soon the forensic examination results came out. The deceased, drinking too much, died suddenly in his sleep. There was no trace of struggle before his death. He walked peacefully and without pain. Others also checked, and there was nothing unusual last night and no one broke into Yu Xiaogang's tent. With the forensic diagnosis, it can almost be determined that Yu Xiaogang died of sudden death. Very regrettable. Flanders and the others can only choose to accept this result temporarily, because even if they suspect it was homicide, there is no evidence, let alone who should be suspected. Moreover, Yu Xiaogang's health has been not very good in recent years. He is busy all day long and can't even persuade him. It is normal to die suddenly. After Ning Fengzi from the Seven Treasures Glazed Lith sect received the news, he suspected Xiaowu, but there was no evidence, so he did not ask. He was originally planning to find an opportunity to let Yu Xiaogang die in an accident, but now it's easy to save trouble. Yu Xiaogang died, and Emperor Sui buried him with a grand funeral and posthumously named him as king. Although Yu Xiaogang has been committed to his purpose in recent years, he has indeed trained an excellent army for the Tiandu Empire. A complete set of training methods are also left, which is worthy of a grand funeral. What's more, Emperor Sui is so smart, and he can take the opportunity to promote his kindness and importance to talents. He also asked the Prince of Alakaitesvara to worship in person. Dead. Lu Erlong also learned the news, if you die, just die. It's okay for me and him to have nothing to do with you. Not only did she not think about whether it was Xiaowu who did it, she was worried that Xiaowu was jealous, so she was unwilling to talk about Yu Xiaogang's affairs. Chapter 317 Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel involuntarily. Sister Dong is jealous of Sister Shi. Wuhan City, Pope Hall. Yu Xiaogang is dead. That hypocritical and disgusting man dies. Bibi Dong didn't care about the news that Yu Xiaogang died suddenly. I am thinking about Xiaowu in my heart. Since this lustful person appears, why don't you come to see Schwetter? If you don't come to see my mother-in-law, do you want to be a disheartened man? A little man with no conscience, Schwetter has been thinking about you. If you don't come, I'll let Schwetter leave you. After knowing that Xiaowu appeared in Lamba Academy, Bibi Dong hoped that he could come to Wuhan City every day, but Xiaowu had not come for a long time. Bibi Dong complained more and more. She did not admit that she missed Xiaowu, and in the name of her daughter Qianrongxiu, she thought and complained about Xiaowu. Bibi Dong was alone in the boudoir, with a portrait of Xiaowu in front of him. He looked up at the window, which was facing north. She often looked out the window alone like this. Missing Xiaowu. Xiaowu. Bibi Dong whispered. Sister Dong, are you missing me? Suddenly, Xiaowu's mental power transmitted to Bibi Dong's mind. Xiaowu. Bibi Dong was surprised. Xiaowu had just arrived in Wuhan City and was using his mental power to investigate whether Bibi Dong was in the Pope's hall. He happened to find Bibi Dong chanting his name. Bibi Dong's surprise voice fell, and the next moment, Xiaowu's people appeared in front of Bibi Dong. Xiaowu. Bibi Dong looked at Xiaowu, and all the longing in his heart surged up. His eyes couldn't help but look at Xiaowu with affection. Sister Dong. Xiaowu was touched by Bibi Dong's affection and was also attracted by her beauty. So he couldn't help but hug Bibi Dong and kiss him. Bibi Dong's mind was blank, and then his brain was occupied by love, responding enthusiastically to Xiaowu. After a long time, the two separated. Bibi Dong only realized at this time that he couldn't help but become intimate with Xiaowu. She was embarrassed and excited, and looked angry. "You slutty guy, how dare you treat me like this? I'm Schwetter." Before Bibi Dong could finish speaking, Xiaowu kissed him again. Bibi Dong originally wanted to push him away, but gave up. It was the second time anyway, and she was unwilling to push Xiaowu away. After they separated again, the veteran driver Xiaowu held Bibi Dong and confessed affectionately, "Sister Dong, I like you, I have liked you for a long time." Bibi Dong was surprised and nervous. "We can't do this." A hint of shyness appeared on his face, which looked even more attractive. Xiaowu whispered, "I'll go and talk to Schwetter, she will accept it." Bibi Dong shook his head, "Don't tell Schwetter, she is currently taking the 9th exam and can't distract her. Let's just pretend that nothing has happened." Bibi Dong is not mentally prepared now, and he doesn't know how to face Qianrongxiu. Xiaowu didn't force her, knowing that she needed time. But it was a surprise to have such a big gain just now. The main reason was Xiaowu's sudden attack, which made Bibi Dong, who was surprised and longed to death, fail to control it, and made Xiaowu succeed. Now that the window paper is broken, the relationship between the two has become more intimate. "You bad guy, sit down and talk." Bibi Dong broke away from Xiaowu's arms and the two sat face to face. "Drink a little hot water." Bibi Dong poured a cup of warm water for Xiaowu. "Sister Dong, you are so nice," Xiaowu said with a smile. "Not greasy." Bibi Dong glared at him, but he was happy. "I haven't seen you for a few years, but I'm still the same inappropriate and lustful," Xiaowu said with a shameless face. "The country is easy to change and his nature is hard to change, so I can't change it anymore. Maybe Sister Dong can accompany me and let me change it." Bibi Dong said angrily, "You are so kind, no one can come. I really don't know why Schwetter and I fell in love with you." Xiaowu smiled, and then said with concern, "Sister Dong, are you doing well in the past few years? Do you miss me? I have been thinking of you all the time." Listening to Xiaowu's words, Bibi Dong felt sweet in his heart, but said, "Will you miss me? There are so many women around you, can you take care of it?" After a pause, he changed the subject and asked, "Tell me, where have you been in the past 4 years? I have never heard from you. I wonder if Schwetter will be worried." Qianrongxiu was not very worried because she knew that Xiaowu was very powerful and would be fine. "What I worry more about Xiaowu is that she Bibi Dong." Xiaowu smiled and said, "In recent years, I have taken some people to the sea god island to fetch the sea god's wool." Bibi Dong was stunned. "You are not only very brave, but also very bold. You dare to go to the sea god island to fetch wool. And now you are back safely. It must be the god behind you who is protecting you, right? Let me tell you, what benefits did you get when you took your women to the sea god island? You don't have to think about it and know that the person Xiaowu brought with him was his women." Xiaowu roughly told Bibi Dong about what happened on the sea god island in the past few years. Bibi Dong said a few words from time to time. "Improving soul power, increasing the age of the soul ring, and giving the soul ring to God the sea god is really generous. I have never received these rewards since I accepted the test of the inheritance of the god position of the Rakshasa god." Bibi Dong now thinks that Rakshasa god is too stingy. Look at the sea god and the angel god. People have many rewards, but you, Rakshasa god, don't have it. They are also gods, and you don't feel that they are shabby and have a lot of losses. You are so cruel. If one wave of people is not enough, 2 waves will go to fleece. It would be strange if the sea god doesn't hurt you." After hearing Xiaowu's words, he arranged for a yin and the others to fetch the wool, which made Bibi Dong laugh and cry, and scolded Xiaowu for being shameless. "What, are you secretly running back from the sea god island?" Hearing this, Bibi Dong was shocked and worried. "The sea god didn't come to chase you? The great worshipper Bosai didn't come to chase you?" Xiaowu smiled and said, "Sister, she ran away with us. She doesn't want to be sacrificed. Has Posezi betrayed the sea god?" Bibi Dong was even more surprised. Then he looked at Xiaowu strangely. "It must be that you deceived Posezi, right? Women are the craziest for love." Xiaowu emphasized, "We are in love with each other, just like you, Sister Dong. Get out." Bibi Dong gave him a blank look. Moreover, Xiaowu Sip's Sister Dong and Sister Shi made Bibi Dong feel uncomfortable. "It's enough to have me, one sister in the east, what other sister in the west?" Jealous. But Bibi Dong is more worried about Xiaowu. "You are completely enemies of the sea god. If the sea god's divine thoughts attack you, will the god behind you come forward to stop it?" Xiaowu said, "It should be. But we can handle it too. Now Sister Shi has broken through to level 100, I am level 99, Shue'er is about to complete the test, and you are here, we will not be able to slaughter." Bibi Dong was surprised, "You are at level 99? Also, Posezi is at level 100. Wouldn't she become a god?" Unexpectedly, Xiaowu improved so quickly, and he was far ahead of himself. I was even more surprised that Posezi actually reached level 100. Chapter 318 Bibi Dong, this little villain, I won't give up if I don't get it. You need a god position and a god ring to be considered a real god? Without a god position, you cannot locate the god realm, so you cannot go to the god realm. After hearing Xiaowu's discussion on the situation where Bosixi broke through the 100th level, Bibi Dong gained new understanding and doubts. Although she opened the inheritance of the Rakshasa god's divine position, she did not understand these things, and the Rakshasa god's divine thoughts rarely communicated with her. Xiaowu Dao, usually, those who become gods in the Dulo continent world are nothing more than creating their own god positions or obtaining the inheritance of gods. Only a few of them have their own level broken through the 100 levels first. Sister Shi broke through with the help of special pills. This pill can improve her soul power at level 1. She has reached level 99 and has exceeded level 100 after taking it. However, Sister Shi has no divine position or divine ring, but her mental power has transformed into divine thoughts, and her soul power has transformed into divine power. Not a real god, his combat power was greatly affected by the lack of divine position and divine ring. In the future, you will obtain the divine position and the divine ring, unless you create the divine position yourself or obtain a certain divine inheritance. It's just that the inheritance of the god is difficult to find, and it needs to be recognized by that god. It may take a long time to create a self-created divine position according to the experience of the sea god and the angel god. Now Sister Shi has reached the level 100. Although she has no eternal life, her lifespan has been much longer. Give her enough time to definitely create her own divine position and condense it into divine ring. Without a god's position and a ring, if you cannot go to the divine realm, you will not be able to obtain eternal life. Of course, this was all conjectured by Xiaowu based on some of the situations and knowing the original work, and it will definitely not be correct. After all, there are many settings for the original work. But in Bibi Dong's opinion, he believed that this information was told by Xiaowu by the god behind Xiaowu. The pill to improve the first level of soul power? What god provides to you? Bibi Dong looked at Xiaowu and asked. Xiaowu did not answer positively. Sister Dong, when you reach level 99, if you cannot continue the test of God's inheritance, you can also pass that kind of elixir to break through to level 100. You have a conscience. Bibi Dong felt warm in his heart and was moved. Aren't you level 99? Why is it useless? By the way, see how I asked such a stupid question. You have a godlike inheritance and don't need to use elixirs to break through to level 100. Xiaowu smiled and said, I have taken it. I didn't realize it before, and I felt a little at a disadvantage when I took it too early. Each person only has one pill of that kind, and it will be gone after taking it. Sister Dong, I'll keep it for you. By the way, I wonder if your test of inheritance of the Rakshasa god's god position can continue? Bibi Dong said, I don't know. I haven't been to the inheritance place in the past few years, and the assessment period in progress has not come. I don't know if the time comes will fail. I plan to wait for Shwetter to become the angel god and accompany me to the inheritance to talk to the Rakshasa god's divine thoughts to see the situation. Cao nodded, this is the safest way. Otherwise, if Bibi Dong has no security guarantee, it will not be guaranteed that the Rakshasa god's divine thoughts will not do anything, and may lose his life. The Rakshasa god is not a good person. Then don't worry. Cao said, and asked again, Sister Dong, your second martial soul ring should not reach 9, right? No. Bibi Dong responded, and then 7 soul rings appeared on his body. Black and black, black and black red. The 6,000-year-old black soul rings are all over 50,000 years old, and there is also a 100,000-year-old red soul ring. I'm still missing 2 soul rings. I plan to find 200,000-year-old soul beasts, preferably power type, and it's better if it has poisonous power. Bibi Dong's 2 Spider Emperor martial souls are very poisonous and are also powerful martial souls. It's just that it's difficult to spot a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and it's not easy to hunt. Otherwise, after so many years, I wouldn't have only 200,000-year-old soul rings. Bibi Dong said. The 9th soul ring of her first martial soul, Death Spider Emperor, is also a 100,000-year soul ring. The 2 martial souls together have 2 100,000-year soul rings. Cao asked knowingly, Sister Dong, have you broken through your soul power now? Bibi Dong smiled and said, of course, my talent is no worse than yours, but you have met a good god. I have now broken through to level 96, not far from level 97. Perhaps if I get another 100,000-year soul ring, I can reach level 97. Bibi Dong still works hard in his cultivation and has a good talent. In addition, compared with the original work, Bibi Dong is now well versed in his mind and practices more smoothly. Cao suggested, Sister Dong, you will get the remaining 2 soul rings first. You should be able to reach level 98 by then, which is not far from level 99. When you reach level 99, even if there is no god inheritance, I can help you break through to level 100. Are you willing to give me that kind of elixir? Bibi Dong looked at Cao with a smile, his eyes seductive. The bitch Cao said shamelessly, Sister Dong, you are my woman, I can give you my life. Get out. Bibi Dong cursed with a smile, nonsense, who is your woman? If you dare to talk to Shwetter, I won't fight you. Cao smiled awkwardly and said, if you don't let me say it, I won't say it. This is the secret between us. Bibi Dong looked at this lustful rogue in anger, and said, it's not easy to find a soul beast for 100,000 years. Cao said, I have some clues, which are found in the Stardo forest. I'll take you to hunt. What are the 3 brothers of Qinjun Ant Emperor, the dark gold-clawed bear, the tree demon king? They are all in the Stardo Great Forest. There are more than 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the sea. For example, the deep-sea demon whale king. I just don't know if Bibi Dong can bear it. Do you know some 100,000-year-old soul beasts? Bibi Dong was surprised, and then said happily, okay. Take me there. Cao said again, but before, there was one that needs to be given to you by Sister Dong. It's really the sun has come out from the west. You haven't given a gift before, but now you're enlightened. Bibi Dong said with a smile, looking forward to it. Cao asked, Sister Dong, both of your martial souls have strong poison attribute power, it is very important to you. If something can increase your poison attribute power by more than 10 times, or even dozens of times, can you bear it? Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment, thinking that there was such a good thing. Poisonous attribute power is an important force and attack method for Bibi Dong. She has also tried it and thought of ways to enhance the poisonous attribute power, but the effect is nothing except for encountering some soul rings with poisonous attribute power. I am a twin martial soul, and the martial souls are all highly poisonous. No matter how strong the poison is, I can swallow it and control it. Bibi Dong is very confident about this. You really have something that allows me to increase my toxic attribute power more than 10 times, and are you willing to give it to me? Cao De smiled and said, I can't bear to give up the child, but I can't get a wolf. I'm willing to give up. Only with giving up can I gain it. Listening to Cao De's dirty words, Bibi Dong Bai glanced at him and cursed in his heart, this little villain, I will not give up if I can't get it. Cao De took out an exquisite wood from the storage soul guide. Open it, inside it is a fairy grass and snow-colored swan kiss. Chapter 319 The snow-colored swan kiss is a perfect match for Bibi Dong. In the special exquisite wooden box, there is a snow-white fairy grass. The fairy grass is crystal white. Each blade of grass seems to be dripping with water. It is slender and curved, and looks like a swan's neck. It is the fairy grass and snow-colored swan kiss. A fairy grass with special characteristics. All the characteristics of snow swan kiss are, inspiration. And it stimulates toxins. It may enhance the terrifying degree of toxin activation thousands of times. In the original work, Tang San threw it into the yellow spring dew in the road to hell, which greatly enhanced the toxins in the yellow spring dew, which destroyed the entire capital of killing. Huang Quan Lu is the foundation of the maintenance of the city of killing. After becoming poisonous, it will cost human life if it sticks to it. Therefore, no one can survive in the city of killing, resulting in the destruction of the city of killing. Bibi Dong felt that this herb was very special, and inexplicably attracted her, so he couldn't help but reach out to touch her. Don't touch it. Cao De grabbed Bibi Dong's hand. Bibi Dong came back to his senses. What kind of herb is this? It is very tempting to my martial soul and wants to devour it. Cao De did not let go of Bibi Dong's slender jade hand and said, this is a special fairy grass. Immortal grass? Is it the kind of fairy grass you took for Schwetter? Bibi Dong looked at Cao De. This little man was really good to him. Cao De agreed to the matter of immortal grass, so Qianrongxiu told Bibi Dong. Cao De nodded, it's that kind of fairy grass. Qianrongxiu was able to successfully reach the 9th test of the angel god, but did not let Qian Daoliu sacrifice. In addition to his perfect mood, he must have taken fairy grass, which allowed her to enhance her talent, especially Qianrongxiu stimulated the angel bloodline in advance, and the complete 6-winged wings appeared. However, it is a very special fairy grass. Cao De continued, its name is Snow Swan Kiss. Snow-colored swan kiss. Bibi Dong pursed her lips and looked at Cao De with a strange look. She thought it was Cao De's inappropriate name, which reminded her of the intimate scene with Cao De not long ago. Making Bibi Dong blush and embarrassed. Sister Dong, it turns out that you are like this. When Cao De saw Bibi Dong's reaction, he knew that she had thought it was a bit wrong, and he smirked and joked with her. What did you say? Bibi Dong was embarrassed and angry. Cao De said embarrassedly, I said this snow-colored swan kiss is very special, just like you, Sister Dong. Stop talking. Bibi Dong glared at him, what's so special about it? You can't even touch it. All the properties of the snow-colored swan kiss are excitation, which may enhance the virus's excitation thousands of times. Cao De said, I don't dare to touch it directly, for fear that any virus on my body will be stimulated and strengthened, resulting in uncontrollable consequences. So, Sister Dong, you also need to be cautious. Bibi Dong thought for a while and said, it's so attractive to me, and intuition tells me that it's so important to me. My martial soul can devour the poison attribute power, which is itself a highly poisonous martial soul. I believe it can control the poison attribute power after being stimulated and enhanced. I'm going to give it a try. Try touching with your hands first. If you can't control it, you will break your arm. You are very cruel to yourself. Xiaowu couldn't bear to leave Bibi Dong's broken arm, but he was not worried. Because Ye Lingling tried a ring fusion technique a few days ago, the treatment effect could reach rebirth of broken arm. Now Zhu Zuyun's broken left arm has been cured by Ye Lingling. So even if Bibi Dong broke her arm, Xiaowu could cure her. And since I took out the snow-colored swan kiss, I wanted Bibi Dong to try it. If there is danger, I will take action, at least I will save your life. Xiaodu's expression was serious. Bibi Dong was moved, happy, and smiled, I think it's okay. He paused and said, however, you need to find a place where no one is everywhere, so as not to have any accidents and affect other people. I'll take you out of the open area outside the city where no one is. Xiaodu walked over and hugged Bibi's east waist. You Chromagen, you take advantage of me. He cursed, but Bibi Dong did not push Xiaodu away. Sister Dong, you have a good figure. Xiaodu smiled and disappeared from the room with Bibi Dong. The next moment, it appeared directly in a forest outside the Wuhan city with no one and few animals. Xiaodu is now at level 99, with a space martial soul and a powerful forward roller ring. He can come here from the Pope's Hall at once. The distance is very far, but Bibi Dong is not surprising at all, but he feels normal. Just here. Xiaodu found a huge rock in the forest and brought Bibi Dong to it. Then he took out the special wooden box he had put out and handed it to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong took the wooden box, sat down, and opened it. The snow-colored swan kissed the fairy grass appeared in front of her. Here we go. Bibi Dong looked at Xiaodu. Xiaodu nodded, he was next to Bibi Dong, and if there is any accident, he could rescue Bibi Dong at any time. Of course, he also took protective measures to avoid being accidentally affected. Bibi Dong stretched out his left hand, slowly approached the snow-colored swan kissing her, and then touched it. When he touched the snow-colored swan kiss, Bibi Dong's index finger quickly changed. Because it is inevitable that there will be some bacteria and viruses on the surface of the skin, and when it is stained with a snow-colored swan kiss, it will be stimulated and strengthened. Bibi Dong's index finger quickly turned black, and then continued to spread, and soon the whole palm turned black. Xiaodu was a little worried. But seeing that Bibi Dong was as stable as Mount Tai, he didn't take action. Suddenly, a terrifying big spider phantom appeared on Bibi Dong's body, and she released the second martial soul devouring spider emperor. It should be to use martial souls to fight against, or even absorb, and swallow the medicinal properties of the snow-colored swan kiss. Bibi Dong's hand turned black and spread to his arms. However, when Bibi Dong released the soul-devouring spider queen, the spread speed has slowed down, but it is still spread. When he knew it spread to Bibi east shoulder, he stopped. Then the darkened area begins to fade, slowly fading towards the palm. Finally, the finger touched the index finger of the snow-colored swan kissed it was black. Bibi Dong was absorbing the medicinal properties of the snow-colored swan kiss, and the poisonous attribute power in her body was increasing. 1, 3, 10 times. After a few minutes, Bibi Dong was emitting a terrifying poisonous attribute power, which had been enhanced dozens of times. I'm still improving, I'm really afraid of prospering her. At the same time, her soul power is also rapidly increasing. A few more minutes passed. The poisonous attribute power emitted by Bibi Dong was even more terrifying, but not long after this power began to converge and then returned to peace. Bibi Dong touched the index finger of the snow-colored swan kiss and returned to normal. She withdrew her index finger and opened her eyes. When he opened his eyes looked full of terrifying poisonous power, as if he could poison him to death with a glare. Xiaodu was a little worried because Bibi Dong kept glaring at him. Bibi Dong closed his eyes and opened them again, and the terrifying poisonous attribute power was gone. Retain and release freely. Bibi Dong looked at Xiaodu and smiled, are you a little scared? Haha, don't be afraid, the poison attributes in my body have only been enhanced by more than 100 times, and it will definitely not poison you to death. Xiaoda's face twitched when he heard this. He is worthy of being Bibidong, who has 2 Spider Emperor martial souls. Poison. Chapter 320 Bibidong is in love. You have absorbed the medicinal properties stimulated by the snow-colored swan kiss fairy grass, but it has not disappeared yet. You should be able to gain some benefits when you take it now and refine it. Xiaoda looked at the snow-colored swan kissing fairy grass that had not changed much on the surface, and said to Bibidong, the fairy grass basically has the effects of improving soul power, martial soul, physique, temperament, skin, etc. Yes. Bibidong took the refining and absorbing snow-colored swan kiss fairy grass according to the method Xiaoda said. This time I used it for a longer time, but there was no danger. Suddenly, Bibidong's soul power increased dramatically. Breakthrough. Xiaoda knew that Bibidong's soul power broke through from level 96 to level 97. When the swallow kiss fairy grass was used to stimulate the medicinal properties of the snow-colored swan kiss fairy grass, the power of the poison attribute was increased by more than 100 times, which greatly improved the power of Bibidong's soul, not far from level 97. Now refining and absorbing the remaining power of the snow-colored swan kiss fairy grass has made Bibidong a breakthrough. In addition, on the surface, Bibidong's temperament has improved a lot tomorrow. Her skin has become thinner, whiter and smoother, and her figure has become better, especially her more convex and more beautiful appearance. The bitch Cao stared at him in a flash. He was so beautiful and feasted his eyes. Until Bibidong finished, he opened his eyes and looked at him, showed an attractive smile, and asked, "Does it look good? I will never get tired of watching it." Cao walked over, reached out to hug Bibidong, and said affectionately, "Sister Dong, you are so beautiful." Bibidong did not refuse, but still looked at him with a smile. "My body is full of poison now. Do you dare to touch me? Aren't you afraid of death? Die under the peony flowers, you can be romantic even if you are a ghost." Xiaoda lowered his head and kissed him directly. Of course, Bibidong couldn't bear to poison Xiaoda, but when the two separated, they bit Xiaoda. Xiaoda smiled and said with a smile, "Beating is kissing, scolding is love." Degree. Bibidong glared at him angrily, "Oh, how could I get involved with you bastard?" Xiaoda held Bibidong's hand, "This is fate." "What fate?" "It's a bad fate." Bibidong felt ashamed of his daughter Qianrongxiu. He didn't know how to face it in the future. "I'm not allowed to tell Shuer about our affairs." Xiaoda nodded, pulled Bibidong over and hugged him in his arms. "If you don't let me say it, I will definitely not say it." Humph. Bibidong let out a delicate hum. Xiaoda said, "Sister Dong, you are now at level 97. If you obtain 2 good soul rings, you should be able to reach level 98. It will not take much time to practice to level 99 in the future." Bibidong leaned against Xiaoda's arms and said, "After taking the fairy grass, I feel that my cultivation speed will be much faster than before." Xiaoda said, "This is the benefit of fairy grass, and it will make it easier for you to break through the bottleneck. The snow-colored swan kiss fairy grass is hard to come by, and fairy grass is hard to come by." "What's hard to come by?" "If Dugabo hears it, he will definitely curse." Bibidong was moved. "Xiaoda, thank you." In Xiaoda's arms, Bibidong felt comfortable and at ease, and she liked this feeling. "Sister Dong, Shuer is conducting an assessment now, so it is not convenient to bother her." Xiaoda said, "I will accompany you to hunt soul beasts first, and get the soul ring. Qianrongxiu is now taking the 9th exam, so she can't be distracted." Bibidong agreed and asked, "Do you need me to bring some helpers? For example, Yueguan and Ghost?" "We are both enough." Xiaoda smiled and said, "You have to believe in your man's strength." Shameless. Bibidong despised him. Then he said, "I want to go back to the Pope's palace first, will you go back with me? Xiaowu, I will definitely send you back first. Then I will come out and then visit you in a swagger. How about it? Bibi Dong looked at him and reminded, we cannot expose our relationship, and it is best not to disclose our relationship with Shuai first. Xiaowu had no objection, I just said that the Pope's crown was attracted by your beauty. Now that I have figured it out, I want to join the spirit hall. Bibi Dong didn't want to pay attention to him, send it back now, as long as you don't go against what I said, you can do whatever you want. Xiaowu hugged her, space jumping soul skill, took Bibi Dong back to where she lived in the Pope's hall. It happened to be in Bibi Dong's boudoir. Before Bibi Dong could react, the bitch Xiaowu had already picked her up and put it on the bed. Then, Bibi Dong originally wanted to stop Xiaowu from getting more aggressive, but he couldn't help it. It's all because Xiaowu is so good at doing things. Of course, the main reason is that Bibi Dong already has Xiaowu in his heart and plans to be with him. I can't refuse in my heart, and I don't want to refuse. As for Qian Rongxiu, there will always be a solution. After ups and downs. You little bad guy. Bibi Dong stared at Xiaowu with a blush on his face, how can you do this? Xiaowu smiled wickedly and said, isn't that good? Bibi Dong pretended to be angry, you are just lustful. Then he sighed, we don't know whether it's good or bad. Xiaowu, of course it's a good thing, a happy thing. Don't worry, Shuai won't blame you. I did all this, and it's my fault if I blame you. It's just your blaming. Bibi Dong looked at Xiaowu and smiled, you have been thinking about me from the beginning and have been using methods. I was just careless and I was deceived by you. Yes, it's all my fault. Xiaowu hugged Bibi Dong and kissed her. Oh! Bibi Dong hid his head shyly in Xiaowu's arms. Bibi Dong has only 2 men in his life. King Sunji brought pain to Bibi Dong and almost completely ruined her. Xiaowu brought Bibi Dong sexual blessings and happiness. Qian Sunji has been killed by Bibi Dong. Now Bibi Dong has let go of his past and only loves his daughter Qian Rongxiu and Xiaowu, a bad man who brings her new life and happiness. As for Yu Xiaogang? Who is that? Bibi Dong has forgotten that he only had the only man Xiaowu in his heart, the man she was fascinated with. In the next few days, Bibi Dong handed over the matter of the Pope Palace to Hu Lina and took refuge for a period of time on the excuse. In fact, I am just engaging in Xiaowu. It took them 10 days to be satisfied. Then, Xiaowu quietly took Bibi Dong away from the Pope's hall, and the starry forest was ahead. The Stardew Forest is not far from Wuhan City. It sets off in the morning and arrives shortly after. I haven't come to Stardew Forest for a long time. Bibi Dong was hugged by Xiaowu and leaned against Xiaowu's arms. The two of them were as sweet as honey now. This made Bibi Dong find the feeling of being in love again. He became a girl who was attached to Xiaowu, who could act coquettishly, act cute, be naughty, and playful. Like a young girl falling in love for the first time, Xiaowu liked it very much and enjoyed it very much. Xiaowu took Bibi Dong directly to the depths of the Stardew Forest, the lake of life where the sky blue cow python and the titan giant ape were staying. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape have been away for 4 or 5 years. There will definitely be other powerful soul beasts occupying that good place. If you are lucky, you may encounter 100,000-year soul beast. 3 soul beasts that are nearly 100,000 years old. In the Lake of Life, Bibi Dong discovered 3 soul beasts that were together for nearly 100,000 years. They are the 3 brothers of Qinjun Ant Emperor. Chapter 321 The Death of the Dark Gold Terrified Claw Bear. The 3 brothers Qinjun Ant Emperor are all the same. They are all about 3 meters long and are covered with a dark golden carapace, 6 thick and powerful broken legs, and 6 eyes above their heads emitting a faint green light. Their cultivation level is close, and they are all power-type soul beasts that will soon reach the age of 100,000. In the original work, Tang San beat the three brothers Qianjun Ant Emperor and then absorbed their soul rings at the same time. A change occurred. The three black soul rings turned into three red 100,000 year soul rings. Perhaps it is because of the characteristics of the three brothers that the soul ring also has characteristics, which will absorb and produce mutations at the same time. If three soul rings are not absorbed at the same time, there may be no abnormal changes. Qianjun Ant Emperor, a power-type soul beast, it's suitable for you, Sister Dong. Xiaowu didn't say anything. Bibi Dong said, it's a pity that it's not a 100,000 year soul beast. Perhaps in a few years they will grow to a 100,000 year cultivation. However, Xiaowu said, they are three brothers, and the soul ring has characteristics. If the three soul rings are absorbed at the same time, it is likely to undergo abnormal changes and evolve into a 100,000 year soul ring. Bibi Dong looked at Xiaowu in surprise. How did you know? Keep confidential. Xiaowu smiled and didn't explain, and could not explain. Humph. Bibi Dong glanced at Xiaowu and thought it was Xiaowu's nonsense. Xiaowu said, you are two soul rings and cannot absorb three soul rings at the same time. It is useless to kill them. This time, Xiaowu's target was not the three brothers Qianjun Ant Emperor. To absorb their soul rings, three must be absorbed at the same time before they can become mutated, which is too risky. And it is not suitable for Bibi Dong. She only lacks two soul rings and cannot absorb three soul rings at the same time. They discovered the three Qianjun Ant Emperor brothers, but did not take action or disturb them. Passing quietly through the lake and continuing to go deeper. This time, when visiting Xingde Forest, in addition to obtaining the soul ring for Bibi Dong, Xiaowu also went to the core area of Xingde Forest to take down the silver dragon King Guyuina. During the process, it is very likely that they will fight against Ditian and the others. So it is unavoidable, so take the opportunity to eliminate two first to obtain the soul ring for Bibi Dong. That dark gold horror claw bear is good. It has a cultivation period of more than 400,000 years, which is very suitable for Bibi Dong. Xiaowu and Bibi Dong hid their own aura, approached the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, and went directly to the place where the dark gold terror claw bear might exist. When I came to the core circle of Stardew Forest last time, although I only took down Baiji and Zig, I probably knew the approximate location of the dark gold terror claw bear and some other 100,000-year-old soul beasts. It has been 4 or 5 years since the last time, and the guards in the core area are no longer so strict. Xiaowu used the space field, and the space within the scope was completely controlled by him, whether it was space confinement, squeezing, gravity, cutting, peeling gas, and moving space shielding, space superposition, etc. can do whatever you want. Therefore, the dark gold terror claw bear could not detect the proximity between Xiaowu and Bibi Dong. The power of space is really incredible and terrifying. The more I know Xiaowu's spatial ability, the more I am surprised Bibi Dong. And he believes that even when facing God, many gods may not be able to control Xiaowu with space power, and he will not be able to capture Xiaowu. This also made Bibi Dong feel much more at ease, at least letting her know that Xiaowu himself also has strong self-protection ability in the face of God. Finished. The dark gold terrifying clawed bear for more than 400,000 years. Xiaowu had been searching with his mental power and finally found the dark golden terrifying clawed bear dozing in his lair. I have been able to absorb it for more than 400,000 years. Bibi Dong has confidence, just it. Xiaowu and Bibi Dong continued to approach the dark gold terrifying claw bear. After getting closer, they did not rush to take action. Instead, Xiaowu first quietly used his mental power and space power to create a shielded space. Then use the space area to cover it. The purpose of this is to prevent other soul beasts from being noticed by movement and not to disturb powerful soul beasts such as Ditian. Otherwise, if Ditian and the others discovered it, Bibidong would not be able to absorb the soul ring with peace of mind. At this time, the dark golden terror claw bear was sleeping in his cave, and no other soul beasts dared to approach here. It was a giant bear with dark golden hair all over the body. It was more than 3 meters tall. Its eyes were filled with emotion, full of indifference and cruelty, but now its eyes were closed tightly. Its body is covered with dark golden hair, its arms are particularly thick, and its shoulders are wide and majestic like a city wall. The front ends of the 2 thick arms are extremely sharp and dark golden claws, and the length of the claws is 1 meter away. It looks very powerful and terrifying. Suddenly, the dark golden claw bear woke up and screamed, but could not hear the sound. Blood splattered everywhere on its body, and it seemed that many holes were suddenly stabbed from the inside out. The dark gold claw bear was in pain and was about to struggle, but it could not move and it was imprisoned. At this moment, the dark gold claw bear was already in Xiaoda's space domain, making the dark gold claw bear's voice unable to appear, and his body was completely imprisoned and unable to move. The injury on its body was caused by Xiaoda's soul skill with the space blade. Unexpectedly, the space blade appeared directly in its body, causing many blood holes in an instant. At the same time, Xiaoda also used his mental power to attack the spirit of the dark gold terror claw bear, causing its spirit to be severely damaged. In front of Xiaoda, it was completely the meat on the chopping board. Soon the dark gold claw bear was dying. Bibidong suddenly appeared in the cave, beside the dark gold terrifying claw bear. Several pairs of spider legs appeared on their bodies, piercing into the dark golden horror clawed bear's body and piercing through its heart. Dark gold terror claw bear, suddenly. The specific age is unknown. Soon, a red soul ring with golden patterns appeared, and there was also a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Bibidong put away the soul bones and then absorbed the soul ring. Xiaoda protects her dharma. A period of time has passed. A soul ring with an age of more than 400,000 years was absorbed by Bibidong, and 8 soul rings on his body appeared: black, 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 red, red. The 8th soul ring has 3 golden patterns in red. This is Bibidong's first soul ring that lasts more than 200,000 years. At the same time, the soul power has increased a lot, and it is almost breaking through to level 98. Just absorb a soul ring that exceeds 100,000 years and you can break through it. However, there is no need to wait until that time. Bibidong used the devouring ability of the soul-devouring spider emperor's martial soul to devour the flesh and blood of the dark gold terror claw bear and the soul power retained in its body. Now Bibidong's soul power has broken through and reached level 98. Bibidong's soul-devouring spider emperor can not only devour the flesh and blood of the soul beast, but also devour the soul master. However, she only devoured King Sunji, who ruined everything. Now Bibidong will not devour other soul masters anymore. Devouring this soul beast also asked Xiaoda first. She cared about Xiaoda very much, afraid that Xiaoda would care. She wanted to devour the dark gold terrifying clawed bear, but Xiaoda did not object. Xiaoda minds devouring people, but Xiaoda doesn't mind devouring soul beasts in the form of beasts. Bibidong asked him whether he agreed or not before the incident. Xiaoda felt very comfortable, which shows that the beauty really cared about him. Such a beauty, bitch Xiao must try his best tolerate her. Chapter 322 Silver Dragon King, Emperor Tian, 10,000 Demon King, Red King. I'll give you the soul bones, I'm no longer short of soul bones. Bibidong took out the soul bones that had dropped by the dark gold claw bear for more than 400,000 years and gave them to Xiaoda. If you don't need them, leave them to others. Schwetter has an angel soul bone suit, and she doesn't need them. Now Bibidong has already had soul bones on the head, soul bones on the left and right arms, soul bones on the left and right legs, soul bones on the outer part of the body. The soul bones that were not given by the Rakshasa god were all obtained by Bibidong himself. Bibidong's talent and luck are both very good, but the original work is covered up by the halo of the protagonist Tang San. Bibi Dong is the first person on Dulo continent to cultivate the title Dulo. In the original work, before Tang San, Bibi Dong was the youngest titled Dulo in Dulo continent and the youngest level 99 peerless Dulo. Well, I won't be polite to Sister Dong. Cao Da smiled and took over the soul bone, which he could absorb. Until now, Cao Da only has one soul bone on his head. This is the first time I have seen the soul bones for more than 400,000 years. Unfortunately, I already have soul bones in all parts. Bibi Dong said, you should have a Gojavan soul bone suit in the end, right? Seeing that Cao Da put away his soul bones and did not absorb them, he guessed this way. Cao Da smiled and said, there is no hurry to deal with the soul bone. Now Cao Da there are two soul bones, one is the 10,000-year soul bone given to him by Qian Rongxiu, and the other is considered to be given to him by Bibi Dong. The mother and daughter gave a soul bone. Cao Da put it and did not absorb it. First, the absorption of soul bones now does not greatly improve his soul power. Second, the soul bone skill does not improve his current combat power. The third is to wait and see if there are more suitable soul bones, such as space-based ones, which increase mental power. With his space ability and soul skills, he already has strong combat power. So, put your soul bones first. Bibi Dong's 8th soul ring has obtained a red soul ring and has two 100,000-year soul skills. One is the power-enhancing soul skill, and the other is the soul skill Tore the Sky Claw. Bibi Dong talked to Cao Da about the two soul skills. The Sky Claw is a self-created skill of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. It is its unique trick. It has a strong attack power and is now acquired by Bibi Dong. However, the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear uses bear claws, while Bibi Dong uses Spider Emperor claws. The increase in strength is what Bibi Dong needs, and the strong attacking soul skills are also very suitable for her. Moreover, Bibi Dong's Tearing Claw also comes with powerful poison attribute power, which is even more terrifying than the Dark Gold Terrifying Claw Bear's ability to display. Congratulations to Sister Dong, your strength has been greatly improved and your soul power has also exceeded level 98. You should be rewarded. After saying that, the bitch Cao hugged Bibi Dong and then kissed him. I don't know who rewards who. Bibi Dong complained in his heart, but it was also very happy. After a long time, the two separated. Bibi Dong said coquettishly, you little bad guy. Cao Da smiled and stared at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong glared at him and asked, can you continue looking for the soul beast next? Cao Da said, of course, you still have a soul ring. If you find it, we will leave. There must be other powerful 100,000-year soul beasts in the core area of this Star Do Great Forest. Let's continue to look for it. Yes. Bibi Dong replied in Cao Da's arms. After the two dark golden claw bears' fur was destroyed, they created a space barrier in their cave, extending the time when the dark golden claw bear was discovered abnormally. Then leave and continue to look for the soul beast suitable for Bibi Dong. That day. What a powerful aura! Cao Da and Bibi Dong's mental power found Dityen and felt Dityen's powerful aura. Dityen was guarding outside the cave of the sleeping silver dragon King Guyuina, and on the outside, they also discovered powerful 100,000-year soul beasts such as the 10,000 Demon King and the Red King. There are 7 powerful soul beasts with a cultivation age of more than 100,000 years. Among them, the Black Dragon is the most terrifying, which makes me feel a little palpitation. Dozens of miles away, Bibi Dong's mental power communicated with Cao Da. The Black Dragon is indeed very strong. Although it only has more than 800,000 years of cultivation, it is probably because it has the strength of the demigod level. You may not be his opponent. Cao Da's mental power sent a voice, the plant soul beast that is more than 500,000 years old, and the 3 red lions have 300,000 years of cultivation, and their strength is not weak. In addition to the other 100,000-year-old soul beasts, the power of a soul beast is very powerful. BB host, the risk is too great, why don't you forget it? Go find other soul beasts. How could Cao De leave? Here is the soul ring that BB Dong needs, and his goal, Silver Dragon King Guyuina. At this moment, the Silver Dragon King Guyuina was sleeping in the cave. Although her own strength formed a barrier and was not easy to detect, Cao De still noticed her existence. What's more, Emperor Tianshao is here, so the Silver Dragon King Guyuina must be here. Cao De had quietly tried to send voice to the sleeping Silver Dragon King Guyuina, but there was a barrier in the cave that could not penetrate the mental power. I'm afraid only divine thoughts can do it. In the current situation, if Cao De wants to communicate with the Silver Dragon King Guyuina, he must break the barrier. In this way, you will inevitably fight against Ditian and the others, and at the same time will awaken the Silver Dragon King Guyuina. Although the Silver Dragon King Guyuina is a clone of the Dragon God after his death, she is also a god-level soul beast. Even though her injuries have not healed yet and are very serious, she is also a god. I don't know how strong the power will be. The situation is worse than expected. Cao De needs to reconsider the next plan. Sister Dong, let's hide first, and then I think about how to deal with it. Cao De led BB back east for dozens of miles, 100 miles away from the Emperor Tian and the others, and then found a hidden place to create a shielded space, so that it would not be easily discovered. Then Cao De brought Bo Sai Sai out of the capture space. Posezi and BB Dong looked at each other and were strangers to each other. There is some hostility to each other. The enemy of love. Very strong. I basically know all those women of Cao De. If there is no such strong person, then she should be Bo Sai Sai. BB Dong thought about it in his mind and knew it was Bo Sai Sai. And Bo Sai Xi was also smart. She thought about it. The only person who had such a strong woman on Dulo continent was probably the only Pope BB Dong in the Spirit Palace. Apart from that, I never thought of a second person. In this way, it is almost certain that she is BB Dong. BB Dong spoke first, you are the great worshipper of Bo Sai Sai in the Sea God Island. Bo Sai Xi looked at BB Dong, and her momentum and temperament were stronger than BB Dong because she had reached level 100, like a goddess. You are the Pope BB Dong of the Spirit Palace. Two smart women, don't fight. If the situation is not good, Cao De will immediately smooth out the situation. BB Dong and Posexi looked at each other, with a gaze, aura, and temperament. Although BB Dong is a little pressure, how could he admit defeat? The two of them were in a stalemate for a while, and the situation was a little bad, so Cao De was about to speak up to smooth things over. Unexpectedly, the two women suddenly looked at each other and laughed. Posezi smiled and said, Sister BB Dong. BB Dong smiled and said, Sister Shi. Bo Sai Zabai is from Dongda, and becomes Cao De's woman before her. He calls him Sister Shi and does not suffer any losses. What's more, BB Dong thought that he couldn't cause trouble for Cao De, so he gave in to Bo Sai a little west. Seeing this, Cao De breathed a sigh of relief. Bo Sai Sai looked at Cao De and joked, Little man, you have tricked the Pope of the Spirit Hall. BB Dong looked at Cao De and joked, Little bad guy, tell me, how did you hide the enshrine of the Sea God Island by your side? Chapter 323 Sister Shi and Sister Dong. BB Dong was only entered when he was bound by Cao De using the capture space, but it was only a short time. Cao De did not bring BB Dong into the capture space because Xiaowu was still there. The two are still enemies and are not suitable to meet for the time being. Therefore, BB Dong was very surprised how Bo Sai suddenly appeared and how he was hiding beside her and Cao De, so that she didn't notice it at all. BB Dong guessed that it might be because Bo Sai reached the level 100, so she couldn't notice it. And Posezi got a lot of information from BB Oriental dialect. First of all, Posexi is sure that BB Dong is Cao De's woman. Not only can she observe it, but she also has the intuition of women. Then I realized that although Bibi Dong was Xiaoda's woman, he didn't know about Xiaoda's space and obviously had never been in. As for why Xiaoda has not told Bibi Dong about the space yet, why hasn't he brought Bibi Dong into the space to get to know others? Posezi didn't think much about this. Anyway, Xiaoda had his ideas, so she didn't have to worry. However, Bosixi also realized that since Bibi Dong is Xiaoda's woman, if she had been together recently, a new room would definitely appear in the space villa. But no. So Bosixi knew that one of the two rooms that already had martial soul patterns, but no one must have been from Bibi Dong. 6-winged angel martial soul, or 2 spider martial souls. After leaving the Sea God Island, Bosixi and Xiaoda learned more about the matter on Dulo continent, including the fact that the Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall is a twin martial soul. Therefore, the answer comes out. The 2 spider-patterned rooms are Bibi Dong. And this room has been around for many years. Then Bosixi naturally understood that Xiaoda, a little man, had been secretly spending Chen Kang with Bibi Dong for many years, but the other sisters didn't know. Because it's probably Xiaowu. Bosixi thought of Xiaowu and had heard others say that Xiaowu's mother was killed by the Pope of the Wu Soul Palace. It's Bibi Dong. Now Bosixi understands why Xiaoda didn't bring Bibi Dong into the space, because he was afraid that Xiaowu would know. Bosixi also knew that Xiaoda, Xiaowu and the others did not seek revenge on Bibi Dong because they wanted Bibi Dong to have the soul bones and soul rings of Xiaowu's mother, and wanted to use this to revive Xiaowu's mother. So Bibi Dong can't die. I don't know if this method works. But now Bosixi still knows that Xiaoda didn't take action against Bibi Dong because he was his woman. The palms and backs of hands are all flesh. Xiaoda must be in a dilemma. I'm so lustful. I'll take it myself. Bosixi cursed Xiaoda in his heart. Leave the hatred between Bibi Dong and Xiaowu to Xiaoda for headaches. Posezi will not intervene, and if he doesn't do it well, it will ruin Xiaoda's affairs, which will make everyone unhappy. 2 smart women, they understand everything they can think of and understand. But for Xiaoda, there was no tension, but they were talking and laughing. Bitch, Xiao is so happy. Envious. Ahem, Xiaoda spoke, diverting their attention. Sister Shi, since you have all guessed the other party's identity, I will introduce it. Now let's discuss how to deal with those powerful soul beasts. Then Xiaoda told Posezi about the situation. After listening, Posezi immediately realized the problem. You should have other purposes, right? If it is just to obtain a 100,000 year soul ring for Bibi Dong, there are other ways to avoid having to fight these soul beasts head-on. Bibi Dong said, I asked him, but he just didn't say it. Bosixi looked at Xiaoda and thought to himself, is it related to the content of the test of God's inheritance? Can't disclose it? She didn't ask any more and said, since you want to do it, we will accompany you. You are so good. Xiaoda was moved, you will know after the matter is successful. Then the 3 discussed countermeasures. Bosixi said, Bibi Dong and I will take action to lure away most of the 100,000-year-old soul beasts, and then you will deal with the Black Dragon. Xiaoda's combat power is stronger than Posixi, so Posixi has no worries about him to deal with Dityen. Xiaoda said, I will attack first and severely damage the plant soul beast that has been more than 500,000 years old. It has some time ability. If it is accidentally caught, it will be very dangerous. Get rid of it first. At the same time, it has the power of poison attributes, suitable for Sister Dong, and can be your 9th soul ring. Posezi was not very relieved, it's up to me and Bibi to attract their attention. If the plant soul beast chases us and waits for a distance, then you will attack it secretly. Such a strongest black dragon should not be chasing us, we can protect Bibi Dong's soul-absorbing ring. This countermeasure is indeed easier. Well, it is necessary to lure some soul beasts away first. Xiaowu agreed. In fact, Bosixi wanted to deal with Ditian and the others directly with Xiaowu, so he didn't need to be pulled away. It shouldn't be difficult for them to join forces. But Xiaowu had something to be afraid of, so Bosixi had to listen to Xiaowu and first lure some of the soul beasts to deal with it. Xiaowu was afraid that the Silver Dragon King Guyuina would wake up, so he thought to try his best to lead the Emperor Tian and the others out to solve the problem before waking the Silver Dragon King Guyuina. Then, dealing with the Silver Dragon King Guyuina will be less trouble. Xiaowu wants to do it is to try to avoid accidents and improve the success rate as much as possible. After the three of them discussed the plan, Xiaowu first brought Posazi and Bibidong to the right place, and then he hid it. Posazi and Bibidong were responsible for guiding some soul beasts. I'll go first. Bosixi took action first. She approached the location of Ditian and the others, and then threw an 8th soul skill over. Boom! The attack fell on the Red King's side, causing a huge noise. Fortunately, the Red King reacted and was not hurt. Human! Ditian looked at Posazi and said angrily, looking for death. Kill her! How long has it been? I didn't expect that there will be humans entering the core area of the Stardo Great Forest. All humans who come here cannot leave alive, otherwise they will disappear and spread out and attract more humans. Human, die! The Red King was attacked, and it was angry and first attacked Posazi. Although the Red King is like a lion, it is not. It is a canine soul beast with 3 big heads. It is more than 5 meters long and is extremely majestic and looks like a lion, but it has 3 identical big heads. Each head has a diameter of more than 1 meter, and the terrifying canine teeth release a red and golden luster. The race is 3 red demon dogs. It has fire attribute power close to the ultimate fire attribute, and also has some pure blood of true dragons. The cultivation level has reached 300,000 years. The Demon Eye Demon Tree 10,000 Demon Kings also attacked Bosixi, and many powerful vines with extremely poisonous attacked Bosixi. It does not use time-based skills from the beginning, it cannot use its ultimate moves at the beginning, nor can it attack with all its strength at once. They are numerous and have confidence, and are not afraid of humans running away. The Demon Eye Demon Tree clan is just a rare high-level plant soul beast, but it is not a top-level plant soul beast. The 10,000 Demon King devoured and fused a fairy grass, which greatly improved its physique, attributes and potential, reached the level of top plant soul beasts, and possessed the original ability of the top plant soul beasts, thus becoming one of the top 10 ferocious beasts. The Demon Eye Demon Tree 10,000 Demon Kings also possess 3 powerful attributes, wood, poison, and spirit. The cultivation period is more than 500,000 years, and the overall strength is very strong. Especially with a special time field, 1,000 years. It can make life lose rapidly, become aging and weak. This made Xiaowu more afraid. So I feel it is necessary to attack the enemy first to deal with the 10,000 Demon Kings. Chapter 324 The Beating of the Red King. Angry Emperor Tian. Facing the attacks of the 10,000 Demon Kings and Red Kings at the same time, Posazi did not use all his strength, but showed his strength to fight them alone, but it was very difficult to join forces with them. When Bosixi attacks, the focus is on attacking the 10,000 Demon Kings and try to attract hatred. A few minutes later, Posazi retreated and fled. Humans don't want to escape. The 3-headed red demon dog, Red King, chased after him. The king of 10,000 demons hesitated. King of 10,000 demons, you go too. It's not easy for the Red King to kill that human being alone. You must kill her together. Ditian spoke. Yes. The 10,000 Demon King also chased after him. Emperor Tian will not leave, it must guard the Silver Dragon King, which is the most important thing for it. The Red King and the 10,000 Demon King kept chasing Bosixi, and both sides were chasing and fighting offense and defense. Unconsciously, they chased after more than 10 miles away. The Red King and the 10,000 Demon King also called on other 10,000-year-old soul beasts to chase and block Bosixi. Suddenly, the speed was not as fast as the Red King. The 10,000 Demon King, who was pursuing the Red King, disappeared. The Red King only pursued Bosixi angrily without even notice. The 10,000 Demon King was transferred by Xiaoda's space jump soul skill to dozens of miles away. Suddenly he was taken to another place, and the 10,000 Demon King was still confused. Before it could react, its tree body had been attacked by Xiaoda's space blade, and its spirit was also attacked by Xiaoda's mental power. Not only that, at this time, the 10,000 Demon King was still in Xiaoda's space domain, unable to make a sound or move. The spirit was attacked, his mind was chaotic, and the strengthening tree was severely damaged. The 10,000 Demon King had no chance to display his a moment of 1,000 years domain ability. In a blink of an eye, the 10,000 Demon Kings had been severely injured by Xiaoda, his mind was blurred, his tree body was broken, he lost his combat power, and he was dying. Sister Dong, it's yours. Bibidong appeared beside Xiaoda. Bibidong's spider legs appeared on his body, killing the dying Demon King. The 10,000 Demon King died, and a soul ring with 4 golden patterns appeared in red, and there was also a soul bone. The soul bone Bibidong handed over to Xiaoda and then absorbed the soul ring. Xiaoda protects her dharma. Bosixi is still entangled with the Red King and delaying time. Where is the King of 10,000 Demons? Queen Red realized that the 10,000 Demon Kings were gone. It thought it was Dityen who called the 10,000 Demon King back, so it didn't think much about it. Human, you can't escape now. Even without the help of the 10,000 Demon King, the Red King now has the confidence to kill Bosixi. Because Bosixi has now been surrounded by it and many 10,000-year-old soul beasts. It should be almost done. Bosixi calculated the time. Now Xiaoda and Bibidong should have killed the 10,000 Demon Kings and are absorbing the soul ring. There is no need to continue walking the dog. Although you are not prepared to kill the Red King and the surrounding soul beasts, you can beat them up. The Red King did not kill, but was planning to keep it to take the soul ring and soul bone in the future. Bosixi suddenly burst out with powerful power, and immediately suppressed the surrounding soul beasts. Especially the pressure brought by divine thoughts and divine power makes them terrifying, afraid, and dare not resist. How is this possible? This is divine power. You are God. The Red King was frightened. He had seen the Silver Dragon King with his own eyes, from the Silver Dragon King feeling divine power. Unexpectedly, the human being chased and beaten by himself is a god. The Red King was so scared that his body kept trembling, extremely scared. Bosixi didn't say anything and took action. Ao! Ah! Woo! Suddenly there was a wailing sound around him, and most of them were knocked out. The Red King was beaten the most, with 3 heads growing bigger and broken bones on their bodies. God, spare your life! I am willing to surrender to you and become your mount. The Red King didn't want to die. God, you came for the Silver Dragon King. It was there just now, where the Emperor Tian was guarding. It was sleeping and its wounds had not healed yet. Facing the god, the Red King was really scared and betrayed the Silver Dragon King directly. Silver Dragon King? What existence God wants to deal with? Is Xiaoda for it? Bosixi guessed in his heart. If it is an existence that God wants to deal with, it must be a god-level soul beast. Bosixi also speculated that it might be that the god behind Xiaoda wanted to deal with the Silver Dragon King, but he asked Xiaoda to take action as a test for Xiaoda. Since it is a test, there is definitely a possibility of completion and there will be dangers. Bosixi was worried about Xiaoda. She patted the Red King to the ground and then waited here. As long as the 10,000 Demon King and the Red King never go back, Dityen will definitely send other soul beasts to check it out. Bosixi is preparing to solve more soul beasts to relieve the resistance for Xiaoda to complete the test. As expected by Xiaowu Sixi, there was no news about the 10,000 demon kings and the red kings for a while, and Ditian arranged for other 100,000-year soul beasts to check the situation. Now Ditian is the only one who guards the Silver Dragon King Guyuina. Bibidong has absorbed the soul ring, soul power, poison attribute power, and mental power of the 10,000 demon king, who has been in cultivation for more than 500,000 years. Then Bibidong devoured the tree body of the 10,000 demon kings again, making his soul power close to level 99. It's a pity that I'm still a little short of reaching level 99. Bibidong sighed and said with regret. Hurry for a moment. Xiaowu said, we'll go to the Black Dragon now. Bibidong nodded, although I don't know what purpose you have, I will help you deal with the Black Dragon and lead it away. Xiaowu shook his head, it won't leave by itself, but I should be able to let it leave. Prepare to transfer Ditian directly to 100 miles away. But Xiaowu was not absolutely sure because Ditian had space skills. Even using the space blade to attack, it may fail. At the same time, Ditian also has the ultimate darkness attribute and has the magical skills passed down by the dragon god. It has a double soul core of yin and yang complementary. Strong strength, difficult to deal with. Xiaowu and Bibidong quietly approached the vicinity of Ditian. Ditian has been alert to the surroundings, and today it is particularly uneasy. Although it has space skills, its space attribute power is not strong, and its current mental power is not as strong as Xiaowu. Xiaowu has strong spatial power and mental power to hide, but I didn't find it. When approaching a certain range of Emperor Tian, Xiaowu's space domain was released and he enveloped Emperor Tian. At the same time, Xiaowu instantly emits the space jump of the fivering integration technology, which is more effective in cooperating with the space field. The moment he was shrouded in Xiaowu's space domain, Ditian felt something was wrong and was about to react, it disappeared. Xiaowu successfully attacked. Ditian was moved hundreds of miles away. Roar! Ditian realized that the human beings coming today were targeting the Silver Dragon King, and he was furious and worried that something would happen to the Silver Dragon King. This distance. Ditian felt it for a moment and found that he had been away hundreds of miles away, and was shocked. But it cannot tolerate thinking too much, and it must go back and protect the Silver Dragon King as soon as possible. Space Lead. This is Ditian's space skill, similar to Xiaowu's space jumping soul skill, but it is not as far away as Xiaowu moves at once. The space guide of the Emperor Tian can move up to 5 miles, which means it will take several minutes to rush back. Although it only takes a few minutes, it is enough for Xiaowu to test the situation of the Silver Dragon King Guyuina. Chapter 325 Silver Dragon King Guyuina. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Double barriers between space and spirit. Xiaowu was looking at the barrier at the entrance of the cave outside the sleeping cave of the Silver Dragon King Guyuina. Bibidong is on guard nearby. The dual barriers of space and spirit, the mental barrier, isolate mental penetration, and the space barrier prevents people from entering and avoids being disturbed by outside sounds. With such a barrier, only Ditian, who has space skills, can enter the sleeping cave of the Silver Dragon King Guyuina at will. Soul beasts without space skills may not be able to enter. Fortunately, Xiaowu has a space martial soul and powerful space attribute power, and can pass through this space barrier. After entering, Xiaowu could use his mental power to detect it. At the bottom of the cave, he found that there was a large space inside, and a silver dragon was sleeping in it. Even when he was asleep, the Silver Dragon King exuded a powerful aura. What surprised Xiaowu was that there was a huge colorful silkworm next to the Silver Dragon King. It's not Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Xiaowu thought about it, and it was not surprising that the unlucky guy from Tianmeng Ice Silkworm appeared here. It fled from the extreme north to the Star Do Forest, and was discovered and captured by the Ditian and the others, and used it to provide power to the Silver Dragon King Guyuina to help her recover from her injuries faster. At this time, the Tianmeng ice silkworm was also asleep, but its body was constantly absorbed into the Silver Dragon King's body. Xiaowu didn't have time to think about the Tianmeng ice silkworm more. He seized the time and used his mental power to transmit the voice to the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina's mind. Silver Dragon King, Silver Dragon King. I am Ditian, I am Ditian. Dragon God, Golden Dragon King. Seeing that the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina had no reaction, Xiaowu had to come up with more ways to call her. Suddenly, the Silver Dragon King's eyelids moved, slowly opened his hazy eyes, and said, Ditian? Is it you? I thought Ditian had something to wake her up. When the Dragon King responded, the capture space binding was achieved, and the Silver Dragon King disappeared. The Silver Dragon King suddenly disappeared, perhaps because of the power absorption stopped, which made the sleeping Tianmeng ice silkworm wake up. It looked around in a daze. Where is the Silver Dragon King? Am I back to freedom? Tianmeng ice silkworm was surprised and happy. The Silver Dragon King disappeared, its confinement disappeared, and it gained freedom. However, the next moment, before the Tianmeng ice silkworm could finish its surprise, it suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Xiaowu. Tianmeng ice silkworm, come with me, Ditian is coming back soon. Xiaowu looked at Tianmeng Bing silkworm and said. Without waiting for the Tianmeng ice silkworm to speak, Xiaowu took it out of the cave and then disappeared with Bibidong. Then he went to Posazi and disappeared with him. They had just left, and Ditian rushed back desperately and hurried to the cave to check. Silver Dragon King. Who is it? Get out. When the Silver Dragon King was discovered, Emperor Tian was furious and his power burst out, causing the earth to shake. It left the cave and searched around quickly, and must find the Silver Dragon King back. No Silver Dragon King was found, but many soul beasts such as Red King who were beaten so badly that they fainted. Ditian ignored the Red King and the others, but continued to search for other places, allowing other soul beasts to search in the Stardo Great Forest. For a moment, the entire Stardo Forest began to riot. What happened? Run quickly, the soul beast is in riot. Beast tide, it's the beast tide, run. In recent history, large-scale beast tides of soul beasts rarely appear, and today many people in the Stardo Great Forest have encountered them. However, the soul beast did not leave the soul beast forest. Emperor Tian was just the soul beasts searching in the star-fighting forest. After searching for most of the day, it was dark and Ditian couldn't find it. What did you say, that human being is a god? After King Qi woke up, he hurriedly told Ditian the news, which surprised Ditian. It's certainly true. That human has divine power and divine consciousness, just like the Silver Dragon King. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been wiped out. King Qi said aggrievedly. Ditian frowned. If the god takes action, it will not be able to find the Silver Dragon King, and it will not be able to go to the divine realm. Since she is a god, why didn't she kill you? Ditian was strange. In its heart, God hated the soul beast, how could it be that it could only hurt but not kill? The Red King said, the 10,000 Demon King is dead. I also found out that Xiangjun is dead. It's not that it wasn't killed. Although only 2 died, they were killed. The Red King is glad that he is not dead. Why are the 10,000 Demon Kings and Xiangjun dead? Ditian was busy looking for the Silver Dragon King, but he didn't know these situations. The Red King said, Mr. Xiang is left with only fur, and the King of 10,000 Demons is left with only some bark. They died so miserably. Ditian was even more confused, why did he only kill the 10,000 Demon Kings and Xiangjun? The Red King muttered, maybe they angered the gods. It was God who felt that he was still alive at that time. The god came just to take away the Silver Dragon King? Don't you want to start a massacre? When Ditian recalled, although the other party touched it hundreds of miles away, he did not hurt it. The Red King said, I'm afraid that's the case. Otherwise, we are dead now. It may be that God disdained to kill us. Tian glared at Red King unhappily, scaring it to tremble. Emperor Tianlong looked at the starry sky and said, God realm, you can wait, I, Emperor Tian, will not let it go. Since you know that it was God who took action, you may have returned to the realm of God. Not found. Emperor Tian wants to practice in seclusion, he wants to become a god, and then go to the divine realm to make him turn the world upside down. As for the missing Tianmeng ice silkworm, it ran away, died, and was captured by the gods. Tian no longer cared about it. Ignore the life and death of Red Kings and others. Its intention is to improve the cultivation level and become a god. If it is normal to speculate, the Tianmeng ice silkworm has reached 1,000,000 years of cultivation. If it is discovered by God, it is the most likely that it will be captured. Emperor Tian ignored it, but so did the Red King think. Tian believed that the Silver Dragon King was captured by the gods and went to the gods' realm. Xiaowu and the others probably wouldn't have thought that this would be the result. In this way, Tian did not let the soul beast continue to search. The inexplicable riots in the Stardew Great Forest became quiet and inexplicably quiet, making the human soul masters confused. And at this moment, in the villa in the capture space, Gu Yuina, the Silver Dragon King who was transformed into a human baby, has accepted the reality and is being taught by Bridget, Zig, and others how to adapt to the human body faster. The Silver Dragon King came to the capture space and transformed into humans. The most surprising thing was Bridget and Zig. They used to follow Emperor Tian to protect the Silver Dragon King, and also met and spoke with the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina also remembers their soul beasts. She was also surprised, and she didn't expect to be discovered by God, but God did not kill her, but forced her to become a human. If he can do this to her, the Silver Dragon King suspected that this God has the strength of the God King. I also unexpectedly met Bridget and Zig who were also captured by God and turned into humans. Xiaowu, Bibi Dong, Tianmeng ice silkworm was not in the capture space, only Bo Sixi entered the capture space. They have now returned to the Pope Hall of the Spirit Hall, Bibidong's residence. Chapter 326 Million Year Soul Ring. Wuhan City, Pope Hall, Bibidong Residence. Big Bug, why are you so weak in your cultivation for 1,000,000 years? Bibidong looked at the huge ice silkworm in front of him with curious expression, that is, the Tianmeng ice silkworm. Tianmeng ice silkworm was originally a very ordinary ice silkworm soul beast, born in the northern part of Dulo continent. A cold place is the extreme north. It is born to be a soul beast with both spiritual attributes and ice attributes. Later, in the extreme north, he was lucky and encountered the treasures of heaven and earth, and with the help of the 10,000-year cold marrow, he was able to continuously and quickly break through his cultivation years. Other soul beasts basically work hard to cultivate and grow every year, but Tianmeng ice silkworm sleeps and absorbs the cold marrow for 10,000 years. When they fall asleep, they reach the cultivation period of millions of years. It is the only soul beast in the Douluo continent world whose cultivation level has reached 1,000,000 years in the past few years. But sadly, although the cultivation level of Tianmeng ice silkworm is so high that other soul beasts are desperate and beyond reach, its combat power is weak. Even many 10,000-year-old soul beasts cannot win, let alone the 100,000-year-old soul beasts. The Tianmeng ice silkworm woke up after absorbing the 10,000 years of cold marrow. It was originally going to conquer its dream lover, Ice Emperor, Scorpion Ice Emperor, but the Ice Emperor wanted to seize it to absorb power. Not only the Ice Emperor, but also the Tianmeng ice silkworm is all Tang monk's meat in the eyes of other soul beasts. The Tianmeng ice silkworm, with weak combat power, is no match for the soul beasts of the Ice Emperor and others. Fortunately, the Tianmeng ice silkworm has strong physical defense and strong mental strength, weak attack power but strong exploration ability, strong shielding ability, allowing it to escape from the extreme north. Later, he escaped to the Stardew Forest. But this unlucky guy was captured in the Stardew Forest, was captured by Tian and others, and used the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's own heaven and earth yuan power to be absorbed by the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina. In the original work, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm escaped 10,000 years later, and then met Huo Yuhao, which became his wisdom soul ring, but retained his complete soul. In other words, the original Zhong Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was captured by Di Tian and others for more than 10,000 years. This unlucky guy. Now that I met Xiaowu, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was able to escape from the Sea of Suffering 10,000 years ahead of schedule. However, Tianmeng Bing Silkworm looked at Bibi Dong, who was in a bad mood and had a strong sense of being in the tiger's den as soon as he left the wolf's den, and his life was worrying. Humans, we can be friends. I can become your wisdom soul ring, my soul ring is a million-year soul ring. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm has a strong desire to survive and is willing to be a wisdom soul ring, as long as it keeps its soul immortal. At this time, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm had a round head on its body, which looked fleshy, with a diameter of more than 1 meter and a length of more than 7 meters. The whole body is white jade-colored, crystal clear, with a halo of light flowing under the epidermis, and a pair of small golden eyes on the head. Starting from half a meter at the head, there is a surrounding golden pattern every distance, and there are as many as 10 golden patterns from beginning to end. What a huge silkworm! Big, cute, and a little cute. People and animals are harmless and pitiful. No hope. Bibi Dong cursed with a smile. Even if I have a promising future, I will not fall to the miserable level I am now. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm feels bitter. Facing the powerful Bibi Dong and Xiaowu with powerful mental and spatial attributes, Tianmeng Bing Silkworm has no heart to escape. In Di Tian and the others, they are just being sucked in power, but in front of human soul masters, they may become soul bones and soul rings. Compared with Di Tian and others, Tianmeng Ice Silkworms are more afraid of the two powerful humans, Bibi Dong and Xiaowu. Xiaowu, you said I swallowed it. Can I break through to level 100? Bibi Dong stared at the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm with a thrilling spirit. This is a million-year soul beast. If she swallows it, it will definitely improve a lot. You can try it. Xiaowu said with a smile. It is obvious that the couple is teasing the Ice Silkworm in Tianmeng. However, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was frightened and trembled. Well, you can discuss something. I can be your wisdom soul ring, which is thousands of times better than killing me directly. It doesn't want to die. Soul ring of wisdom. Bibi Dong was curious when he heard this name. The wisdom soul ring was a way to save lives just after Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. When he saw Bibi Dong, he quickly explained. The wisdom soul ring is somewhat similar to sacrifice, but it is also different. I give you all the power, you can obtain a soul ring of millions of years, and my soul is preserved, but in your spiritual world, life and death are also controlled by you. My soul is preserved and can provide you with huge spiritual support. With my help, you will definitely become a god in the future. I believe in brother, no, please believe me. Bibi Dong is interested, really do it. Tianmeng Bingzi nodded, although not everyone can do it, it requires a strong spirit, otherwise I will not be able to withstand my soul power. You are very strong, surely no problem. Bibi Dong thought about it and then made a pity expression. Oh, it's a pity that we all have 9 soul rings, and we don't lack soul rings. Let's just swallow you. Don't. Tianmeng Binjian wanted to cry and was about to collapse. I still have a lot of functions. Keeping me is more useful than killing me, absolutely. Is that true? Bibi Dong thought the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was quite cute and it was fun to tease it. Xiaowu asked, Tianmeng, someone has reached the level 100, but there is no 10th soul ring. Can you become her 10th soul ring? Tianmeng Bing Silkworm was stunned, and then surprised. Don't the human soul master get a god-level soul ring after reaching level 100? It knows a little about human soul masters, and it all comes from Di Tian and others. Xiaowu said, she has no divine position and no divine ring. Tianmeng Bing Silkworm was even more surprised. how could it be possible to reach level 100 without a god position and a god ring? BB host, what's strange about it? There is always a special existence. Big Bug, you are a million-year soul beast. Can you become the 10th soul ring? What is longer than Baidong and Caoda is that if Bosixi owns the 10th soul ring of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, the million-year soul ring, even if it cannot become a divine ring, it should allow Bosixi to condense the divine position faster and condense the divine ring. It's just that whether it can be done is a question. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm is very special, maybe it can bite as Posazi's 10th soul ring. Caoda now also has a soul ring of millions of years, and it has exceeded 1 million years. And it is 3 soul rings that have been over a million years. In addition to the 7th soul ring provided by Bibi Dong for him. There are also Lu Erlong and Baiji who provide Caoda with the 2nd soul ring, and Ning Rongrong and Suidi provide Caoda with the 4th soul ring. Both soul rings have aged more than 1 million years, and have changed from a red soul ring to a golden soul ring. In other words, Caoda's 2nd, 4th, and 7th soul rings are all golden soul rings that are millions of years. However, the 3 million-year golden soul rings did not transform into divine rings, and perhaps they had to wait until Caoda's soul power reached level 100. Before obtaining the last 2 soul rings, Bibi Dong provided Caoda with a 7th soul ring of more than 900,000 years. Now I have obtained the soul rings of the Dark Gold Claw Bear and the 10,000 Demon King. The combined age of the 2 soul rings is nearly 1 million years. In other words, Caoda's current 7th soul ring has reached 1.9 million years, and has changed from a red soul ring to a golden soul ring. But it did not become a divine ring at once, because Caoda had no divine power, no divine thoughts, and no divine position. Perhaps when Caoda reaches level 100, he has divine thoughts and divine power, the million-year soul ring will become a divine ring. It's not impossible. If this is the case, then if the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm becomes the 10th soul ring of Bosixi, it may become a divine ring. Chapter 327 The Cute Baby Guyuina. Posazi's Divine Ring. Capture the space inside the villa. Hello, Guyuina, my name is Caoda. Caoda came to the Capture Space Villa and met the baby Silver Dragon King Guyuina for the first time. Caoda. The owner of this space. The god behind it turns himself into human beings. I also need to help Caoda become a god. How is that possible? Silver Dragon King Guyuina was not going to pay attention to Caoda, but when she saw Caoda, she felt so friendly and wanted to get close to him and was willing to believe him. It's all done by God, so I trust Caoda. The Silver Dragon King Guyuina understood in her heart, but she couldn't control her closeness and trust in Caoda. She tried hard to restrain herself and didn't show it before. She looked at Caoda with a pair of lively purple eyes, pretending to be dissatisfied. I am the Silver Dragon King. Okay, Guyuina. Caoda responded with a smile. Silver Dragon King Guyuina was angry. Silver Dragon King. Caoda, okay, Guyuina. After a battle, the Silver Dragon King was defeated by the shameless Caoda and agreed to the name Guyuina. Guyuina, this name sounds very good. More than 10 people including Xiaowu, Baiji, Zig, Zhu Zuking, Bosixi, etc. all thought that the name Caoda was given was very good. So I feel that I will call Silver Dragon King this in the future. The Silver Dragon King had no choice but to admit it. Of course, she liked this name in her heart because it was Caoda who gave her. And it sounds really good. Silver Dragon King Guyuina asked Caoda, Caoda. As soon as he spoke, he was interrupted by Caoda, call me brother. Guyuina glared at him, but she didn't shout, Caoda, are Dityen and the others okay? After all, Dityen and the others have taken care of themselves for a long time and need to care. Caoda said, Dityen is fine. There is no mention of the Dark Gold Claw Bear and the 10,000 Demon King. However, Xiaowu was a little worried that after the disappearance of the Silver Dragon King Guyuina, Tian would angrily attack the human city with his soul beast. No relevant information has been received yet. Bibi Dong has arranged for the people in the Wuhan Hall to pay close attention to the situation of the Xingde forest, and know that the Xingde forest suddenly rioted and then became quiet again at night. I don't know what else Tian will do. It's fine. Guyuina felt relieved. Now that she is like this, she can't control her. Xiaowu looked at the cute Guyuina and picked her up. It has been several years since a Yin, Grace, Zig, Shuedi, and Ice Di grew up. Xiaowu has never held a baby again. Now holding Guyuina, relieve her past feelings. If Xiaobai, the baby demon soul, was standing by, knew that Xiaowu had ignored him in his heart, he would definitely call him shameless. Xiaowu hugged her a lot. Let me go. Guyuina struggled. Hold it for a while. Xiaowu refused to let go. Guyuina was angry. Xiaowu, call me brother. Guyuina, shameless. Seeing the two quarreling, everyone smiled helplessly. A Yin and the other 5 even thought of the scene when they were young, and they were almost the same as Guyuina now. But no one can do anything to Xiaowu because this guy is too shameless. Xiaowu teased Guyuina for a while, and then let her go. Guyuina glared at Xiaowu fiercely, but left Xiaowu's arms and felt a little empty chat. Although it was believed that God had done his tricks, he could not stop these feelings and was unwilling to stop them in his heart. However, Guyuina would not admit it on the surface, nor would she show it, so she pretended to be angry and quarreled with Xiaowu. Sister Shi, go out with me. Xiaowu entered the capture space mainly to take Posaxi out. What's the matter? Posaxi was curious. Posaxi didn't tell anyone about Bibidong's affairs, the dark golden claw bear, the 10,000 demon king, and the Star Do big forest. Xiaowu specifically told her not to say it first. Without Xiaowu's advice, Posaxi also knew what to say and what not to say. Let's talk to you later. Xiaowu hugged Posaxi's soft waist and took her out of the capture space and appeared at Bibidong's residence. Bibidong has beng teasing Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and scaring it. Now the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm is already a little overwhelmed. Tianmeng, people are here, you can see if you can try it. Xiaowu told Posaxi his thoughts. Posaxi was surprised, it is actually a million-year soul beast. So weak. Before, Posaxi went directly to the capture space. Although he noticed the existence of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, he did not know its specific situation. Unexpectedly, the weak silkworm baby is actually a million-year-old soul beast. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm feels wronged and vows that if there is a chance, it will definitely work hard to improve its combat power in the future. Posaxi smiled, but it's quite cute. I don't want to be cute, I want to be majestic and domineering. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm cried in her heart. Is it really okay to be my 10th soul ring? Posaxi said, if it fails, wouldn't it die? The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm has no choice, otherwise it would be really afraid of being swallowed by the terrible Bibidong. Bibidong frightened, look at the situation. If it doesn't work, I will swallow the big bug, which can improve a lot of strength. Tianmeng Binjian was trembling, thinking that Bibidong was so cute. It said, I have to understand the situation first, there is certainly hope. Afterwards, General Posaxi's martial soul, soul ring, divine thoughts, divine power, etc. were all displayed. After careful understanding, Tianmeng Bing Silkworm said, I didn't expect there was really a divine position, which reached level 100 under the circumstances of the divine ring. It looked at Posaxi and said, your soul is powerful, and your divine thoughts and divine power, and has reached a level 100, and can withstand the soul ring of a million years. Your 10th soul ring cannot absorb other soul rings, which does not mean that you cannot absorb the 100-year soul ring. Posaxi has tried to absorb the 10th soul ring, the 100-year soul ring, the 1000-year soul ring, and the Tenir soul ring, but it cannot be absorbed. Therefore, it is believed that the 10th soul ring cannot absorb ordinary soul rings, and must be a divine ring. But the million-year soul ring has reached the level of the god-level soul ring. Perhaps the Tianmeng ice silkworm can really succeed. No time is needed to think about it carefully, think about it. It is related to life and death. Tianmeng ice silkworm dare not be careless. It needs to be considered carefully and minimize risks as much as possible. A few days later, Tianmeng Bingzi was almost thinking, "You're 50% sure?" "I can only bet." Cao De said, "Try it. If it is impossible, stop if you can, and we will do our best to help you. It's not that Tianmeng ice silkworm has to die. Even if Bosai fails here, he can still be the wisdom soul ring for others. This is a million-year soul beast, what a pity to die." After the preparation was made, the Tianmeng ice silkworm began to act, and Cao De and Bibi Dong protected the Dharma. Bibi Dong released his martial soul, and his divine thoughts and divine power were released. The Tianmeng ice silkworm uses a method similar to Xiaowu to peel off its own power and inject it into Bosaixi's body, condensing a million-year soul ring on Bosaixi's martial soul. This process is painful. But the desire to survive allows the Tianmeng ice silkworm to overcome these pains. Time passed little by little. In the end, Tianmeng Binjian and Bosaixi succeeded. Bosaixi had a golden 10th soul ring on his body. Moreover, this soul ring exudes powerful divine power and has become a divine ring. Posaixi set another record. Without a god position, he reached level 100, and now he has a divine ring. Is the big bug still alive? Bibi Dong was worried about the Tianmeng ice silkworm. He just scared the Tianmeng ice silkworm before, but he didn't want it to die. Posaixi said, "The soul is still alive, but very weak, sleeping in my sea of divine thoughts, and I don't know when I will wake up." "It's good if you haven't died." Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief. The Tianmeng ice silkworm is now left with its weak soul and an ice silkworm body. All the strength was given to Posaixi. Chapter 328 Bibi Dong, Qianrongxiu is my sister. The power in the soul ring is completely divine power, it should be considered a divine ring, right? Have no idea. I haven't seen the god ring, I'm not sure. Bibi Dong, Bosaixi and Cao De were not sure whether Bosaixi's current 10th soul ring was a real divine ring. But no matter what, this soul ring is different from other soul rings. Other soul rings are condensed by soul power, while Posaixi's 10th soul ring is condensed by soul power. When Shweta becomes a god, she will have a divine position and a divine ring at that time, so she will definitely know. Bibi Dong was full of pride when he mentioned his daughter. Who is Shweta? Bosaixi looked at Bibi Dong and Cao De curiously, and intuition told her that she must be Cao De's woman, and that it was probably the owner of the six-winged angel martial soul pattern on the door. Bibi Dong Yudan spoke before Cao De, "Shweta, she is my good sister." As he said that, he gave Cao De a wink. Cao De nodded, "Well, Shweta's name is Qianrongxiu. She is indeed a sister with Sister Dong, and you are also a good sister with Sister Shi." Good sisters. Bibi Dong glared at Cao De, this inappropriate guy. Bosaixi looked clear, but he would never have thought of the true relationship between Bibi Dong and Qianrongxiu. She was curious about other aspects. Sister Qianrongxiu has obtained a certain god inheritance. Cao De nodded, the inheritance of the god of the angel in the martial soul palace is now taking the 9th test, and you can get the god of the throne after completing it. Bosaixi was surprised. Qianrongxiu, Qian Daoliu, is she a descendant of Qian Daoliu? When he saw the six-winged angel martial soul captured on the door of the space villa before, Bosaixi guessed that the person who owned this martial soul might have something to do with Qian Daoliu. Cao De nodded, she is Qian Daoliu's granddaughter. Qian Daoliu's granddaughter is the daughter of former Pope Chihiroji. Posaixi said as he looked at Bibi Dong and thought to himself, King Sunji will not have anything to do with Bibi Dong, right? She heard that Bibi Dong was King Sunji's disciple, and after King Sunji died, he inherited the position of Pope of the Wuhan Palace. But I don't know the true relationship between Qian Sunji and Bibi Dong, nor do I know the true relationship between Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong. Although her intuition told her that Qian Rongxiu had a close relationship with Bibi Dong. But it is normal to think that Bibi Dong is a disciple of King Sunji and the Pope of the Wuhan Palace, and it is related to Qian Daoliu's granddaughter. The key is that if Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu were mother and daughter, how could they have something to do with Cao De? She underestimated the shamelessness of the bitch Cao. Bibi Dong felt guilty and said calmly, "Yes. Shweta is my junior sister." Bo Sixi looked at Cao De and smiled and said, "Man, you are quite charming. You have tricked both of their junior sisters." Cao De said seriously, "We are all in love, just like me and sister Shi." Posazi smiled, then said seriously, "I didn't expect Qian Daoliu to wait for the inheritor of the angel god, but it means he is heading for the end. Like me, he wants to sacrifice to the inheritors." Cao De said, "Now he doesn't have to offer sacrifices anymore. Shweta has already started the 9th exam, so there is no need for Qian Daoliu to offer sacrifices for her." Bo Sisai was surprised, "Is the Qian Daoliu sacrifice the 9th exam to start? Not the moment when the inheritor becomes a god." Cao De shook his head, "Although you all need to sacrifice, the process is different. Qian Daoliu is because the angel god is dead and is worried that Shweta is in a lack of mood, so she plans to sacrifice and start the 9th exam. And sister Shi, you must sacrifice your strength at the moment when the heir finally becomes a god. The sea god is still alive and has the power to help the inheritor become a god in the end, and no one needs to offer sacrifices. He designed this purpose on purpose, perhaps because he wanted to save some strength, or he was a bad mind and intentional one. It can be said that it is not worth it to ask sister Shi to sacrifice. Sacrifice is just saving some power for the sea god. There are no great offerings to sacrifice in the inheritance of Shura god and Rakshasa god." Posazi was silent and agreed with Cao De's statement. The sea god is so powerful. If a suitable inheritor appears, it does not require someone else to sacrifice to succeed. Maybe the sea god felt that he had cultivated a great offering. If she didn't let her sacrifice, she would always feel that she would suffer a loss. Bibi Dong said, "The sea god is not a good person. It is right for Bo Sixi to follow Cao De and the others to come out. In the future, we will deal with the sea god together. Don't be afraid of him." Bo Sisai was moved, "Thank you Bibi Dong." Bibi Dong smiled and said, "Who made us get the same man?" The two looked at Cao De at the same time and then smiled at each other. At this moment, their relationship became much better. Cao Delii saw this. "Sister Shi, it may not be easy to create a divine position, but you can slowly upgrade other soul rings to 1,000,000 years first, and it should also become like the 10th soul ring." Cao De said, "As long as there are too many such soul rings, even if there is no god position, its strength will continue to improve, and it will not be weaker than a god with a god position." The success of the 10th soul ring allowed Cao De and the others to see a new way to improve their strength. Posazi can use divine power and divine thoughts to continuously improve his soul ring's age. When it is promoted to 1,000,000 years, the power contained in the soul ring should transform from soul power to divine power. "Well, I think so too." Posazi nodded, "When you reach level 100, I can try to help you improve a soul ring to 1,000,000 years first, and it should also undergo transformation." She laughed, "But by then, Qian Rongxiu may have become a real god, so she won't need my help." Looking at Bibi Dong can reach level 100 soon. As long as Bibi Dong reaches level 99, you can capture pills that can improve the first level of soul power in the space, and you can reach level 100 after taking it. Bibi Dong smiled and said, "When I reach level 100, I'm afraid Shweta and this little villain will become gods." Cao De is now at level 99, and he feels that he is almost at level 100. After Bosixi won the 10th soul ring of 1 million years, Xiaoda's 8th soul ring had a life of more than 1 million years, reaching 1 and 6 million years. At the same time, it brought many increase and improvement to Xiaoda. Now Xiaoda's 2nd, 4th, 7th, and 8th soul rings have more than 1 million years of age, and has become a golden soul ring. If Xiaoda reaches level 100, these 4 soul rings should be the same as Posazi's 10th soul ring. In addition, the first ring provided by Xiaowu and a yin for Xiaoda is close to 1 million years. There is also the 3rd soul ring age provided by Qianrongxu and Zig for Xiaoda, which is also close to 1 million years. As well as the 5th soul ring provided by Zhu Zuqing and Bingdi for Xiaoda, the 6th soul ring provided by Shui Binger and the demon soul Great White Shark Xiaobai for Xiaoda, it will be almost a million years. The Silver Dragon King Guyuina and Bibidong provided Xiaoda with the 7th soul ring. Guyuina was considered a divine beast before her transformation. Now that she has practiced again, the soul ring condensed must be terrifying. By then, Xiaoda's 7th soul ring will be the highest, and the years of other soul rings will be difficult to exceed. Chapter 329 Rongrong's Gift to Xiaoda. It's not long after nightfall. Xiaoda and Bibidong just went to bed and rested. Bibidong wrapped in a quilt with his back to Xiaoda, with a smile on his face. "Sister Dong, I'm leaving tomorrow." Xiaoda reached out to hug Bibidong and said. Bibidong responded, but said nothing. Xiaoda leaned against her ear and blew it gently, making Bibi red in the face. "Sister Dong, I'm leaving, don't you tell me." Bibidong blushed and laughed, saying, "Don't make a fuss, go to bed, get up early and get up early." On the one hand, it deliberately teases Xiaoda. On the other hand, Xiaoda was really with her for many days, although he was very happy every day. But some people can't stand it anymore, some are afraid now. Xiaoda was leaving for the time being, which made Bibidong feel relieved, otherwise he would be afraid that he would not be able to deal with it. However, Xiaoda is leaving tomorrow, so Bibidong is certainly willing to accompany him. Now he wants to refuse and return, just to tease Xiaoda. "Sister Dong, do you bear it?" The veteran driver Xiaoda showed off his skills and broke Bibidong's defense after a burst of sweet words and actions. Before we knew it, it was dawn. "It's dawn." Bibidong looked out the window and urged, "Little bad guy, get out quickly and stop bothering me. I'm tired and haven't slept all night." After saying that, I closed my eyes and said, "I was crazy enough, I was tired." Xiaoda stood up lightly and then went to wash. Before leaving, "Go back to the bed." Kissed Bibidong in the face. Just as he was about to leave, Bibidong suddenly opened his eyes, then he stayed in Xiaoda's neck and kissed him. After a while, Bibidong looked at Xiaoda with affectionateness and said, "Don't come back after leaving, Shue'er and I are waiting for you." Xiaoda held her and smelled the tempting smell from her body. "I can't bear to leave you. You are more important than my life. Wait until I come back." Bibidong nodded obediently, "Yes." The two kissed goodbye in the end. Xiaoda left Bibidong's residence, left the Pope's Hall, and left the Wuhan city. Bibidong looked out the window for a long time, then closed his eyes, showed a sweet and happy smile, and fell asleep quickly. I didn't have a rest all night, and I was really tired. This time Xiaoda did not see Qianrongxu because she was in the critical 9th exam, so she did not disturb her. I'll compensate her more later. Not far from Wuhan city, Xiaoda entered the capture space. Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Shui Binger, Bo Sixi, Yelingling, Shui Yuer, Hua Wu, Ian, Baiji, Zig, Suidi, Bingdi, Xiaobai, Guyuina and others have been living in the capture space. Chenli, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyuan, and the Sky Blue Cow Python and Titan Giant Ape, who are still children, were placed in the 7 Treasures Glazed sect by Xiaoda. Xiaoda has some time to do this time, including meeting Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu. Then I didn't see Qian Rongxiu, but being with Bibi Dong was also a huge gain for Cao De. Then go to bind the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina. Success. At the same time, he obtained 2 soul rings of hundreds of thousands of years for Bibi Dong. In another month or 2, Bibi Dong should be able to reach level 99. Then see if you can continue to evaluate the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. If it doesn't work, let Bibi Dong take the pill to level 100. Next, Cao De was preparing to go to the capital of Killing to see if Zhu Zuqing could obtain the inheritance of the Shura god, or if other women had a chance. However, before going to the capital of Killing, Cao De had to accompany Xiaowu and the others. I have been with Bibi Dong in the past month, and now I have to compensate Xiaowu and the others. For the next period of time, Cao De was in the capture space with Xiaowu and the others. The Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina didn't think anything was true about Cao De's lust. Their dragon men were even more ridiculous than Cao De. But after knowing that a Yin and Grace is also Cao De's woman, Gu Yuina was a little worried. I also understand that the god didn't ask her to help Cao De become a god, but was clearly helping Cao De find a wife. Fortunately, Gu Yuina doesn't have to worry now, she also needs to grow up. It will take a few years at the earliest. Don't panic for the time being, and I will see it later. Anyway, she also knew that as long as she didn't want to, Cao De would not force her. Just like Zig, Shui Emperor and Ice Emperor are not ready to be with Cao De. Although Cao De is lustful, he also emphasizes mutual affection and never forces him. Although it has the effect of capturing space, it only guarantees that except Cao De, no man will like other men, but Cao De can also be included. Ice Emperor has this tendency. Her favorite is Snow Emperor, who is very persistent. Zig and Cao De are getting closer and closer, and may be further ahead at any time. As for Emperor Shui, although she likes Cao De, she does not show it and does not take the initiative. I guess Cao De will be with her, and she will not object. But Cao De felt that Emperor Shui was too lacking in emotions and was ready to continue to train her. They practice on the fishing platform every night. Now Cao De, Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Shui Binger, and Bo Sixi can all fish. Others have not been fishing because they want to keep the pills that can improve their soul power at level 1. Brother Cao De, come here to accompany me alone tonight. I have a gift for you. When the practice at the fishing platform was about to end, Ning Rongrong's mental power was transmitted to Cao De. Ning Rongrong is 19 years old this year, and next year he will be 20 years old. She was originally planning to hand over herself to Cao De completely on her 20th birthday, but she really couldn't wait. I decided to become Cao De's person tonight. We'll go to your room now. The anxious bitch Cao took Ning Rongrong and disappeared directly from the fishing platform, and then appeared in Ning Rongrong's room. Everyone understood at a glance. Shui Yuer muttered to herself, haha, you still can't help it. She looked at Zhu Zuqing, wondering if Zhu Zuqing could last until her 20th birthday. Originally, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing planned to hand over themselves completely to Cao De when they were 20 years old, but now Ning Rongrong has not persisted. The understanding Ian said to Sweetie, Sweetie, you can sleep with me tonight. Sweetie's baby room was in Ning Rongrong's room. Cao De was there tonight, so she had to go to Cao De's room to sleep with a yin. Yet, Emperor Shui responded calmly. She was used to it, and it was not the first time she had. In spite of Cao De went to Ning Rongrong, or Ning Rongrong went to Cao De's place. At that time, Emperor Shui and a yin had to sleep together to make room for them. I want to be with you, too. When I saw the opportunity to be with Emperor Shui, I also had to go with him. This situation is not once or twice. A yin smiled and said, yes. Sweetie did not object. Although I know that Ice-D likes me now, she is not disgusted. The same attitude towards Xiaowu. Tonight is a special day for Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, and I will remember it forever. Ning Rongrong grew from a girl to a woman. So it's so good, I should have. The next morning, Ning Rongrong, who had not rested for a night, lay happily in Xiaowu's arms and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 330, Three Sisters Fighting Each Other. The Hopeless Bridget. Gu Yuina who likes Xiaowu's food. Yo, Rongrong, did you sprain your ankle? Shui Yuer saw Ning Rongrong, who was limping around while walking, and quipped. Ning Rongrong's face turned red, thinking that he shouldn't have been pestering Xiaowu these days. Although he was very happy, he overestimated his ability to bear it. Humph. Ning Rongrong glanced at Shui Yuer and retorted, Yuer, you were not the same at the beginning. Shui Yuer said happily, you laughed at me at that time, and now I laughed at you too. No one can escape from it. After saying that, he looked at Zhu Zuqing, Zuqing, you will be the same in the future. Zhu Zuqing looked up at Shui Yuer, her face slightly red, I won't be like you. Hey, Zuqing. Ning Rongrong said speechlessly, just say Yuer is enough, why should I bring me with me? We are the best friends. Zhu Zuqing smiled, sorry, I didn't pay attention at once. Shui Yuer looked at Zhu Zuqing's proud figure and felt a little envious because Xiaowu liked it very much. Unfortunately, she thought of some ways but couldn't achieve Zhu Zuqing's figure. Zuqing, don't worry, are you really going to wait until your 20th birthday next year? Zhu Zuqing nodded, I'm not in a hurry. Ning Rongrong knocked Zhu Zuqing in front and behind him, and said with a smile, we Zuqing have 2 magic weapons. Brother Xiaowu can't let go, so don't worry. Zhu Zuqing was shy and grabbed Ning Rongrong tightly, Rongrong, didn't you just say that we were the best friends? Now you actually say that I am like this. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, haha, I'm talking about the facts. Okay, I won't say it anymore, I won't say it anymore. Shui Yuer had a serious expression and asked Zhu Zuqing, Zuqing, how can you have a figure like yours? Zhu gave her a clean look. Both of them joked about her, ignored them, and pushed Ning Rongrong to Shui Yuer, you two are quarreling, I'll go downstairs. After saying that, he ran away quickly. It's really big. Shui Yuer looked at Zhu Zuqing running and sighed enviously. Ning Rongrong said, it's useless to envy you. Shui Yuer supported Ning Rongrong and did not push her away. He knocked Ning Rongrong's body in front of him and looked at his own, and smiled and said, Rongrong, you should envy the most. Humph, what's so great about it? Ning Rongrong said disdainfully, I'm also beautiful like this, and brother Xiaowu likes it very much. My current appearance is the best proof. Shui Yuer said, brother-in-law is lustful, and if you have a little beauty, you like it. Ning Rongrong replied, are you talking about yourself again? Shui Yuer stood up and retorted, whoever is talking about, who knows it in his heart. The two of them were fighting around in the aisle on the second floor. They are used to it and like to fight. There is not really any contradiction. Otherwise, Shui Yuer would not have kept holding Ning Rongrong, and Ning Rongrong would not have let her keep holding. On the surface, I like to fight with each other, but in fact I treat each other as sisters, have a good relationship, and often take a shower and sleep together. What's the big deal in the morning? Let's not let people sleep. Xiaowu appeared. Shui Yuer immediately responded, you are not a pig, you are still sleeping so late. Ning Rongrong said, there is no sound outside in the room. Xiaowu, don't be looking for trouble. Haha. Xiaowu walked over with a smile. First, I took a look at Ning Rongrong's condition, if you don't have that ability, don't do it. Now I'll take it upon myself. Ning Rongrong stared at Xiaowu, someone was not as good as me at the time. Yes, you were. Shui Yuer nodded, you are not as good as me. You sixth brother, aren't we going to fight Xiaowu together? Ning Rongrong looked at Shui Yuer in surprise. Xiaowu looked at Shui Yuer holding Ning Rongrong and said happily, some people appear to be sisters, but they don't know what they are thinking. Yuer, why did you suddenly betray? Ningrongrong pretended to be angry. Shui Yuer smiled and said, I am not on your side. When did the three of us follow whoever? Ningrongrong was stunned and stood up immediately, preventing Shui Yuer from supporting him. That's right. All three of us are fighting against each other. That's right, it's just a fight. A confrontation. Huowu joined in, and the three of them became more lively. They didn't notice that the nearby door was open, and behind the door was Bridget holding the baby Guyuina, Zig holding the baby demon soul great white shark Xiaobai, and the four of them were listening to the three of them quarrel. I find it very interesting. The baby Xiaobai smiled and said, they are not tired either. They will have to fight together every 1 or 2 days. But it's really interesting to listen to them fighting. Bridget said, don't think they are bickering when they are together. In fact, their relationship is very good. If they often bicker, their relationship will be better. Baby Guyana said, humans are just strange. Guyuina still cannot understand many of human behaviors. Zig said, I will understand and understand it slowly. Silver Dragon King is actually quite interesting as a human being. Guyuina said, call me Guyuina, it will be more comfortable to listen to. Are humans so good? Okay, I don't know yet, but now I can't change it, so I can only continue like this. Bridget said, as a human being, you will know in the future, especially with Xiaowu, it is very beautiful and happy. Whether it is the body or the heart. Baby Guyuina said serious words in a silly voice, Bridgie, you are an instinctive desire. Bridget shook her head, it's definitely not all. Maybe it's because there is still love. This is the feeling of love, which makes people intoxicated. Even though I know that it is the God that makes me feel good about Xiaowu, no matter what, I don't mind now. I do. I like being with Xiaowu and I love him. Zig could understand Baiji's feelings because she had a similar feeling about Xiaowu. The baby Guyuina sighed, the god behind Xiaowu is very powerful and inappropriate. I know that Xiaowu is lustful, so I specifically ask us to accompany him. You know that God makes you like Xiaowu, but you enjoy it. This is the most terrifying thing about this god. Bridget nodded. Guyuina agreed with her, but she didn't care. Anyway, I don't mind now. It's great now, so there's nothing to change. I believe that even if God no longer uses power to make me like Xiaowu, I already like him and fall in love with him. The power of God only accelerated my relationship with Xiaowu. Even without the role of God, I will like Xiaowu, and he will not let me go. There will be many ways to make me fall in love with him, but it may take more time. Bridget, who was deeply trapped in love, is no longer helpful. Guyuina stopped saying anything because it was useless if she said it. She looked at Zig and this woman was almost completely invaded. Everyone has come down to have breakfast and shouts to each other. Downstairs, Xiaodu's voice came. This morning, he, Lu Erlong, Bo Sixi and Yelingling made breakfast. Let's go and have a meal. Xiaowu cooked a good meal. Baby Guyuina has already fallen in love with Xiaodu's cooking skills. Chapter 331, The Martial Souls of Ningrongrong and Yelingling merged. Ningrongrong, 19 years old, has a glazed tower of 9 treasures of martial soul, with a level 86 soul power, and a soul ring purple, black, red and red. The first soul skill, power increase. Second soul skill, speed increase. The third soul skill, soul power increase. Fourth soul skill, defensive amplitude. Fifth soul skill, attack amplitude. Sixth soul skill, the strongest attribute increase. Seventh soul skill, the real body of 9 treasures. Eighth soul skill, 9 treasures divine light protecting body and 9 treasures invincible divine light. Furniture technology, yes. Soul bone, 110,000 year soul bone, 200,000 year soul bones. Yelingling, 22 years old, with a martial soul, 9 heart crab apple, Soul Power Level 79, Soul Ring Purple Purple, Purple, Black, Black and Red. Soul Skills, they are all healing soul skills, having certain detoxification and healing damage caused by dark attribute power. Fusing Ring Technique, Rebirth of Broken Arm. Soul Bone, none. Ningrongrong and Yalingling are both auxiliary soul masters, one with amplification attribute and the other with a healing attribute. Since Yalingling joined Lamba Academy, especially after becoming Xiaoda's woman, she has been constantly trying martial soul fusion skills with Ningrongrong. Today, there are finally some signs of the two's martial soul fusion skills. See Hope for Success. Bosai suggested, there is a need to enhance the relationship between Rongrong and Lingling. From now on, they will eat and live together, and get along like their own sisters. Ningrongrong and Yalingling looked at each other. Ningrongrong smiled and said to Yalingling, Lingling, you can move here and live with me. Yalingling felt a little embarrassed, but agreed, yes. Ningrongrong said to Emperor Shui again, University Shui, you go to Yalingling's room and live with Xiaobai. Suidi had no objection, okay. The baby Xiaobai was held by Xiaoda, and Xiaoda said to her, Xiaobai should be good, get along well with sister Suidi, do you know? Xiaobai gave Xiaoda annoyed, I'm not a child. Among Xiaoda and others, in addition to Yalingling, a Yin and Grace also have healing skills. A Yin has one, and Grace has several. But none of them are as strong as Yalingling's healing ability. A Yin, Grace, Yalingling, and Ningrongrong all tried martial soul fusion skills, but so far, only Ningrongrong and Yalingling have shown some signs of martial soul fusion. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow. Let Ningrongrong and Yalingling live together in order to enhance each other's emotions and thus increase the chance of successful martial soul fusion. The fusion of the martial souls of Shui Yuer and Shui Binger sisters is a good proof. There are signs of fusion of Ningrongrong and Yalingling's martial souls, which means that the martial souls can be fusion, but only the tacit understanding and level of emotion between each other is missing. In a flash, more than a month passed. The fusion of Ningrongrong and Yalingling's martial souls still failed. I always feel like something is almost there. Ningrongrong didn't know where to ask. Yalingling said, I feel the same way. Xiaoda hugged the two of them and comforted him, don't hurry, take your time. Maybe he's a little too nervous, relax and let it go. Others also advised them not to worry, even if they failed, it would be nothing. The next day, Xiaoda left the capture space. During this period, he had reached the periphery of the slaying capital without any haste. What happened? After coming, Xiaoda discovered that there was an abnormality because there was no one outside the city of Killing. In the past, many people were wandering outside the city of Killing. Since you're here, then go to the capital of Killing. Suddenly, a person with blood-colored bat wings appeared high in the sky, emitting strong blood and murderous aura, and his blue dread eyes looked down at Xiaoda. King of Killing. Xiaoda was surprised and did not expect that the King of Killing in the capital of Killing was outside the capital of Killing. It's you, I remember it. The King of Killing remembered Xiaoda, you deserve to die too. Since you passed through the road of hell, the murderous aura of the Killing city has been much less dark attribute power, which has had a significant impact on the Killing city. You people who want to obtain the realm of the God of Killing should all die. I was not satisfied with the realm of the God of Killing, but I actually wanted to destroy the capital of Killing. Damn it, all deserve to die. The King of Killing was very angry, but he was not in a hurry to attack Xiaoda. Someone wants to destroy the capital of Killing. It's not Tang San, right? Xiaoda looked at the King of Killing and said deliberately. Tang San? Do you know him? The King of Killing glared at Xiaoda, where is he? Tell me, I can spare you. He poisoned him on the road of hell and destroyed half of the capital of Killing. I want to crush him to ashes. Okay. You are Tang San's grandfather, you have the final say. Xiaoda was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Tang San still entered the city of killing. Even if there was no snow-colored swan kissing fairy grass, Tang San was poisoned on the road of hell, but the effect was not as good as the snow-colored swan kissing, and it did not completely destroy the city of killing. Now Xiaowu understood why there was no one outside the city of killing. It should be that the king of killing caught the city of killing to fill the dead population. Xiaowu looked at the king of killing and said, Tang San is not easy to mess with. His father is the title of Dulo Tang Hao, and his grandfather is the peerless Dulo Tang Chen at level 99. They are all from Haoshan sect. Tang Hao, Tang Chen, Haoshan sect. Hearing these names, the king of killing's expression changed, and Tang Chen's consciousness in his body began to recover. Seeing that his words had effect, Xiaowu continued to increase his position. Not only that, I heard that Tang Chen had a good relationship with Bo Sixi, the great worshipper of the Sea God Island. She is also a peerless Douluo of level 99. If you can't afford to offend me, I advise you to forget it. Sea God Island, Posazi. Ah! The king of killing screamed, and Tang Chen's consciousness completely awakened, thus destroying the consciousness of the nine-headed blood-colored Bat King possessed him. The appearance of the king of killing also changed, becoming the appearance of Tang Chen. Young man, thank you. Tang Chen thanked Xiaowu for accidentally awakening himself. Xiaowu looked surprised on the surface, but in fact he had already started to take action secretly. The space domain has been released. Cover Tang Chen. Then, the Space Blade Soul skill is launched. Young man, what's your name? No Tang San and Tang Hao. Tang Chen, who was facing away from Xiaowu, was about to turn around. Ah! Suddenly, his body cracked. Originally, Tang Chen's body couldn't last long and was beyond help. Now that the space blade is attacked in the body immediately cannot be maintained to crack and the flesh and blood fall down piece by piece. Who are you? Tang Chen could have been able to maintain his body without breaking down, but now that his body is ruined, of course he doubts. No, it must have been done by Xiaowu. He took out the Shura sword in his hand, hoping to use the power of the Shura sword to maintain his body. But Xiaowu did not attack much space blade, and Tang Chen had no choice but to do so. Die! The body could not be maintained anymore. Tang Chen waved the Shura sword in his hand and slashed at Xiaowu. No matter who Xiaowu was, he would definitely be the enemy, so now Tang Chen wants him to die. Artifact. Powerful. Xiaowu did not take the risk to take it. Dodge directly. In his space realm, he can move his position at any time. Cut. Xiaowu attacked the space blade and cut off Tang Chen's right arm holding the Shura sword. Confinement. Then the space is confined and Tang Chen is controlled. Chapter 332 Tang Chen, Bo Sixi is my woman now, so you can go with peace of mind. Tang Chen, who was imprisoned by Xiaowu, was surprised because he could not break free from the imprisonment. It was obvious that Xiaowu's strength and means were stronger than his current one. Perhaps if you are in good health, you will have a chance to break free from Xiaowu's shackles, but now Tang Chen's body is basically destroyed. Tang Chen doesn't want to die yet, he still wants to meet Posazi. Who are you? Tang Chen's eyes were full of blood and scary. Xiaowu walked over step by step, and with every step he took, a soul ring appeared under his feet. Red, gold, red, gold, red, red, gold, gold, red. 9 soul rings of 5 reds and 4 golds. It's extremely dazzling and terrifying. Tang Chen was in a panic expression. How is that possible? You actually have 4 million-year soul rings. There is no million-year soul beast in Dulo continent, and even the god's inheritance will not be like this. Ahem, who are you? As he spoke, Tang Chen vomited blood in his mouth, which could not last long. Xiaowu said, I am the enemy of your great-grandson Tang San, your love rival to Tang Chen, and Bo Sixi's man. Who do you think I am? He is the enemy of Tang Hao's son. Poses no, impossible. Impossible. Ba Siem. Compared to his great-grandson Tang San, Tang Chen is more concerned about Bo Sixi. But in a fit of anger, Tang Chen's body completely collapsed. Only the soul that is about to dissipate is left. Tang Chen, go with peace of mind. Bo Sixi is taken care of by me. She is very happy and blessed. Cao Da's mental power attacked and directly destroyed Tang Chen's soul. Tang Chen died like this, his body was destroyed, his soul was destroyed, and he left with unwillingness. Cao Da looked at it and left nothing except a Shura sword, the Shura demon sword. There is not a single soul bone. Don't ask why Dulo, the number 99, has no soul bone. Because there is no original work, no matter whether it is reasonable or not, the original work is set without it. Shura sword is a test of Tang Chen's inheritance of Shura god. What was obtained in the test is just like Tang San obtained the sea god trident in the 9 examination of the sea god. However, Tang Chen died and got the Shura sword. If he could get the approval of the Shura sword, he could restart the test of Shura god's inheritance. Cao Da held the Shura sword, but he did not try to refine it because he didn't need any Shura god position. Look at the city of killing. Cao Da did not go in, but turned around and left. Tang Chen is dead, and the king of killing is gone. But the city of killing was not destroyed. Perhaps a new king of killing would appear in no time. Perhaps it was the Hell Messenger who was good-looking, and served by the king of killing. As long as the city of killing can still operate, it cannot be destroyed. The poison that Tang San expelled has been cleaned up by the king of slaying. Now, as long as it is maintained, the capital of slaying will recover little by little. The future will still be a paradise of sin and a gathering place for evil. Capture the space. Cao Da came in and summoned the girls. Shura demon sword? Is this a magical weapon? Is the killing king dead? Is Tang Chen dead? The girls were surprised to see the Shura demon sword. Tang Chen is dead. Posezi had no reaction. If she hadn't mentioned it today, she would have forgotten that there was such a person. And she doesn't care about Tang Chen's life and death now. She only has Cao Da in her heart now. Cao Da said, I went to the city of killing, and met the king of killing outside the city of killing. He attacked me not long after. Tang Chen's consciousness woke up, but his body had been damaged and he died soon. Half true and half false. I didn't say that I ended Tang Chen's life in advance with my own hands because I guess Bo Sixi cares about her feelings. However, Cao Da did not regret killing Tang Chen. He would die anyway, and he was Tang San's grandfather, and he was the enemy. Of course, Cao Da was a little jealous. After all, Tang Chen is also half of Bo Sixi's boyfriend before. You all try to see if you can get the recognition of the Shura demon sword. Once recognized, you may restart the test of Shura god's inheritance. Cao Da said to the girls. Lu Erlong said, Zhu Qing will try it first. You have strong dark attribute power, and the Shura god also controls the dark attribute power. This Shura demon sword also has huge dark attribute power. You are the most suitable and most likely to gain its recognition. Zhu Zuqing nodded and walked over and reached out to pick up the Shura demon sword. The Shura demon sword is a super artifact and it weighs a lot. Cao Da can handle it, but Zhu Zuqing is very reluctant to pick it up. This is because Zhu Zuqing is now a Conra, and her physical strength is strong, otherwise it would not be easy to pick it up. If it were a Yin, Brigitte, Zig, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, Gu Yuina, Xiaobai, and the others, they would definitely not be able to handle it now. Zhu Zuqing held the Shura demon sword in both hands, and used his soul power, dark attribute power and mental power to touch it to see if he could gain its recognition. It is very difficult to refine the Shura demon sword. First of all, you must have divine thoughts and divine power to have a chance. Even if there is, it will not be easy to refine it. The Shura demon sword is a weapon of the Shura god, and it is not something that others can easily refine. But if you get the recognition of Shura Demon Sword, it will be different. There was also a weak Shura Divine Consciousness in the Shura Divine Sword at this time. He lost a lot of power when he competed with the Rakshasa Divine Consciousness before. Otherwise, Tang Chen would not have been intervened by the Rakshasa Divine Thoughts and was thus controlled by the blood-colored Bat King. Is Tang Chen dead? The Shura Demon Sword is sealed inside and cannot come out, but you can feel the breath of touching the Shura Demon Sword. The aura he felt now was obviously not Tang Chen's. Tang Chen, it really failed. Ever since he could not stop Tang Chen from being disturbed by the Rakshasa Divine Consciousness, Shura Divine Consciousness knew that Tang Chen was likely to fail. Now that Tang Chen has really failed, he doesn't find it strange. So strong, what a pure dark attribute power. This talent is better than Tang Chen. After carefully checking Zhu Zuking's talent, power, and other information, he was surprised. Haha, Tang Chen failed, but now a better one is here. I hope I won't be disappointed again this time. But she did not inherit Tang Chen's will, so she needed to start the Shura God 9 test again, but it was not difficult for her current strength and talent. If I fail again this time, my weak divine consciousness will disappear. The Shura Divine Thoughts touched Zhu Zuking's mental power and sent a message over. Congratulations, you are qualified to start the 9 Azura God test and obtain the Azura God's position after completing the test. Are you willing to accept the test and inherit the Azura God's position? Zhu Zuking was surprised and quickly told Xiaowu and others about the situation. I knew Zhu Qing could succeed. What did Zhu Qing hesitate about? Accept it. That is a test of the inheritance of the Shura God's God position. Passing the test, Zuking, you will be the Shura God in the future. Accept it. Seeing Xiaoda's agreement, Zhu Zuking immediately responded to the Shura God's divine thought and accepted the Shura God's 9 test. The Shura God divine thought tells Zhu Zuking the content of the Shura God 9 test and the corresponding rules. Zhu Zuking, I hope you can complete the test and inherit the position of Shura God. I have been waiting for too long. Chapter 333 Zhu Zuking won the Shura God 9 test. What a miserable white agar wood. These are the content and rules of the Shura God 9 test. After Zhu Zuking obtained the 9 test of Shura Gods, he told Xiaowu and others about the content and rules. Ning Rongrong said, Zuking, this Shura God 9 test is not difficult for you, and several assessment contents have been completed. You have already done it before you reach the title Dulo and hunt 100,000 year soul beast to obtain its soul ring. You have also done it in the 7th exam. The 8th exam is, you will definitely be no problem to become a titled Douluo within 10 years. You are now at level 88. The first 6 assessments are easy to complete. Only this 9th test is to destroy the Rakshasa God, the inheritance left on Douluo continent. I don't know where the inheritance of this Rakshasa God is, but the final test is a bit difficult. But with us helping you from the side, there will definitely be no problem. What's more, every assessment has 10 years, a total of 90 years, and there is time, so there is no need to worry. Indeed, except for the 9th exam, other assessment contents are not difficult for Zhu Zuking. The Rakshasa God, they heard Xiaowu mention it. Bosixi looked at Xiaowu and asked, Little man, do you know where the inheritance of the Rakshasa God is? Xiaowu nodded. He didn't know now, but Bibi Dong knew. It's just that whether Bibi Dong continues to test the inheritance of Rakshasa God is still a question, so it cannot be said now. Depending on the situation in the future, one of Bibi Dong and Zhu Zuking may have to give up the test of God's inheritance. The Rakshasa God is not easy to get along with, and its power is too evil, so it is more likely to give up than Bibi Dong. Now Bibi Dong is already at level 99, and you can reach level 100 by taking pills. Even if you don't have the test of the inheritance of the Rakshasa God, the impact will not be great. In comparison, the test of the inheritance of the Shura God is important. But now there is no hurry. Xiaowu said to Zhu Zuking, Zuking, I will tell you after you complete the first 8 assessments. It is not an easy thing to destroy a god's inheritance. Zhu Zuking nodded obediently, well, I understand. If I take too much risk in the end, I will give up. In comparison, the position of Shura god is not as important as Xiaowu and others in Zhu Zuking's heart. Next, Zhu Zuking was preparing to start her Shura god 9 test. Several months passed in a flash. Zhu Zuking has completed the first 5 exams of the Shura god 9 test. However, after each completion, there is no soul power, the soul ring age is increased, and the godhood soul ring is rewarded, which should be said to be no reward. But Xiaowu and the others were not disappointed, and Zhu Zuking was heading for the throne of the gods. At the same time, Sea God Island. Congratulations on completing the second exam. After about half a year, Tang San and his team completed the assessment while continuing to refine the body in the tide, and today was finally over. After completing the second exam, 5 people including Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan received the reward of all soul rings to improve for 500 years. Haha, my second soul ring has turned into a purple 1000-year soul ring. Ma Hongjun released 5 soul rings and showed off there. Oscar also showed his soul ring and said proudly, Fatty, it's not just you who have the second soul ring for 1000 years. The age of all soul rings has been increased by 500 years, and Ma Hongjun and the others are very happy. The sea girl Dulo on the side was silent. Compared with the rewards Xiaowu and others had received before, this reward was really not much, but she could not complain about the stingy spirit of the sea god. However, the reward Tang San received shocked the high new Douluo. First, Tang San received a reward of 3000 years of improvement for each soul ring. This made Tang San's soul power level break through to level 60. When you reach the bottleneck for the first time in the assessment, you can obtain a special godhood soul ring. As long as you can withstand it yourself, you can obtain a soul ring with an amazing life of the soul ring. Tang San tried his best, and the ultimate limit was more than 90,000 years, and he had not exceeded 100,000 years, and condensed a 6th soul ring of more than 90,000 years. The soul power level has been increased to level 63. Then the sea god's divine thought continues to reward Tang San with his soul power level 5. Level 68. Tang San reached level 68 in an instant. Tang San brother, you are not the son of the sea god, right? Ma Hongjun and the others were so envious of them. It seems that Lord Sea God has recognized Tang San and wants to train him quickly. Sea girl Dulo thought to himself. It is not necessarily a good thing to increase your soul power too much. I need time to consolidate it now. Tang San said this indifferently. It sounds like I deserve a beating. San brother, stop talking, otherwise he will be afraid that he will be unable to help but hit you. Ma Hongjun said speechlessly. Tang San smiled, we have all practiced for a while, and then conducted the next level of assessment. Bai Chenxiang stood far away and seemed out of place with Tang San and the others. And it looks very depressed. Bai Chenxiang has completed the entire assessment of the second test of the yellow level 2. After completing the first exam, I received a half-level soul power improvement reward. The same reward will be given after completing the second exam. After the entire assessment was completed, she received a reward of half-level soul power improvement and a godhood soul ring. But Bai Chenxiang was unhappy at all, but instead felt that the sea god not only looked down on her, but also insulted her. Because the godhood soul ring was less than 10,000 years old. You should know that Bai Chenxiang is now in the soul sect and is almost level 50, which means that she will use the godhood soul ring for less than 10,000 years as the 5th soul ring. With the conditions of Bai Chenxiang, the 5th soul ring can fully withstand the soul ring of more than 10,000 years. The soul ring that is nearly 10,000 years old is just a 1000-year purple soul ring, which is qualitatively different from the 10,000-year black soul ring. The sea god's divine thought gave her a purple soul ring as Bai Chenxiang's fifth soul ring, but it was very harmful and extremely insulting. So Bai Chenxiang has reason to suspect that the sea god's divine thoughts look down on her and insults her. In fact, the sea god's divine thoughts do not look down on Bai Chenxiang's talent, otherwise he would not have given a second test in the yellow level. The Godhood soul ring has not been more than 10,000 years. In addition to the current power of the sea god's divine mind, it also feels that with Bai Chenxiang's talent, the fifth soul ring can make do with the soul ring that has been nearly 10,000 years old. Bai Chenxiang regrets coming to Haishan Island with her now. She is not happy at all, and she is also full of anger. It's too late to regret now, because after accepting the assessment, no matter whether it fails or succeeds, Bai Chenxiang will not be able to leave the Sea God Island in the future. Xiang, why are you unhappy? I heard that you have completed the exam. The core is already there, and the Godhood soul ring has been obtained. Congratulations! Ma Hongjun ran over and said with a smile and slutty look. He heard from the sea girl Dulo that Bai Chenxiang completed all the assessments and obtained the Godhood soul ring. How awesome is Tang San's Godhood soul ring? So Ma Hongjun thought that the Godhood soul ring obtained by Bai Chenxiang must be very good. Hai Nu Douluo did not say how long the Godhood soul ring obtained by Bai Chenxiang was, and I am embarrassed to say it. She felt that the sea god looked down on Bai Chenxiang very much, otherwise why would she not be able to bear the 10,000-year soul ring? But she dared not ask about the decision of the sea god's divine consciousness. And I also think Bai Chenxiang's talent is very average, and it's okay to use the soul ring for nearly 10,000 years, or I don't want to use it, and I will get the fifth soul ring by myself. Ma Hongjun. Bai Chenxiang's tears rolled in her eyes. Stay away from me, do you know that you are annoyed and annoying? After saying that, he ran away crying. Ma Hongjun, who was confused, and Tang San and the others who didn't know what happened were left. Chapter 334 Ma Hongjun, I swear, they are all serious. Sea God Island, Sea Girl City. I asked Xiang. After completing the second test of the yellow level 2, she won a Godhood soul ring that had been around for nearly 10,000 years. After Duguyan finished speaking, he observed the reactions of Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Yu Tianheng. Tang San and the others were silent. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but speak first. Is this too insulting? Is Xiang that bad? The fifth soul ring can definitely absorb the 10,000-year soul ring. Either don't give it, or give it a soul ring worth more than 10,000 years. What does it mean to give it a soul ring worth nearly 10,000 years? The sea god. Before he could curse, Oscar covered his mouth. Fatty, trouble comes from the mouth, don't talk nonsense. Ma Hongjun looked panicked. She was impulsive just now. Now she knows she is afraid. He doesn't dare to ask him to do it again. Although Bai Chenxiang is beautiful, it is not as important as his own life. Fortunately, it seems that the sea god didn't notice the divine consciousness, otherwise it would be miserable. Ma Hongjun was very scared. Yu Tianheng looked at Tang San and felt that the sea god only cared about the successor of Tang San, and they were just a foil. Giving some rewards was a favor. If I had known this, it would have been better not to come. The benefits are not obtained, and you must stay on the Sea God Island after the assessment and never leave. Duguyan also regretted it. He didn't expect that a sea god was so stingy and so biased. Tang San comforted them. The reward was given by the sea god, and we can't control it. Putting aside the rewards, we are also constantly growing and improving in the assessment. What's more, it's better to have a reward than not, it's faster than us to practice. Xiang's fifth soul ring, we can help her obtain the 10,000-year soul ring. Fatty, tell her that you don't need to absorb the Godhood soul ring. Tang San will definitely not say bad things about the sea god after getting so many benefits from the sea god, and he will only talk about the benefits they have obtained, without mentioning the price they have to pay. In fact, Tang San thought to himself that after he became a god, he would definitely not stay on the Sea God Island, and he would also let others leave the Sea God Island, and he would not have to stay on the Sea God Island all the time. Of course, it is still the Sea God who insists on the rules of Sea God Island, so he has no choice. I'll go find Xiang. Ma Hongjun went to comfort Bai Chenxiang again, and he couldn't bear to let go of this beautiful girl. It would be even better if you comfort her and take her down. In the future, they can still have a few babies on the Sea God Island. It would be nice to stay on the Sea God Island at that time, and the environment here is very good. Dong dong. Xiang is me. When he arrived outside Bai Chenxiang's door, Ma Hongjun knocked on the door. But the white agar wood inside did not open the door and did not respond. Xiang, I told my third brother and the others that we will help you obtain the fifth soul ring in the future. Don't absorb the Godhood soul ring. Don't take the matter of God's soul-giving ring to heart. Apart from the third brother, we probably don't have much of the situation with you. The Sea God takes care of the third brother the most, and we are all supporting. In order to leave a good impression on Bai Chenxiang, Ma Hongjun is really good at speaking. No need to worry, I have absorbed the soul ring. The sound of Bai Chenxiang came. Ah! Ma Hongjun was surprised. Xiang, why are you so anxious? You are angry. Why are you stupid? Bai Chenxiang, I am stupid. But it has nothing to do with you. Go. Ma Hongjun was silent for a while, and then said, Xiang, listen to me. Since things have happened, don't think too much, it's not difficult to be sad. No matter what happens in the future, I swear that I will never leave you. Bai Chenxiang, not rare. You go away, I want to talk to you. If I were an ugly monster, would you like me? Ma Hongjun was stunned, and then said against her heart, Xiang, I like you, I swear. Bai Chenxiang no longer responded. Cut. If you hadn't seen you look beautiful, you thought I would have taken care of you. This temper deserves to be looked down upon by the Sea God. Ma Hongjun cursed in her heart. But he said, Xiang, I am sincere to you, I swear. You want to be more open and have a good rest, and I will come to see you again later. After saying that, he curled his lips and turned around and left. Not long after, I returned to Tang San and the others. Oscar asked, Fatty, how about it? Ma Hongjun sighed, oh. Xiang is angry and has absorbed the Godhood soul ring. It's all my fault. I should always be with her, so that she won't do stupid things. Everyone was stunned. I didn't expect Bai Chenxiang to be so angry. Oscar said to Ma Hongjun, Fatty, you can't blame you for this. Xiang was hit and she was so angry. However, if you really like her, don't dislike her in the future. Do you know if you want to accompany her more and coax her? Ma Hongjun said seriously, I swear, I am absolutely sincere to Xiang. As long as she is willing, I will always take care of her and never leave her. But Bai Chenxiang didn't see Ma Hongjun in the next few days. So Ma Hongjun joined Dai Mu Bai and Oscar and went to play with other young girls on the Sea God Island. They are all people who have obtained the assessment and have an extraordinary status on the Sea God Island in the future and may inherit the position of the guardian of the Holy Pillar. Therefore, many young women on the Sea God Island are willing to curry favor with them, worship them, and devote themselves to them. A few more days passed. The teacher is dead? Impossible. Tang San and the others received the bad news. Although Yu Xiaogang has been dead for nearly half a year, Tang San and the others have only recently obtained permission to contact the outside world. Then I got the news from the Tiandu Empire in Hanhai City. The master was too hard and died suddenly in the military camp. Ma Hongjun and the others were shocked. However, thinking about Yu Xiaogang's condition over the years, I feel it is not surprising. Anyway, Yu Xiaogang has been abnormal in recent years, and I have long felt something might happen. Tang San was also worried about Yu Xiaogang's health. Teacher, you are leaving, but the disciple is not by your side. Tang San is unfilial. Tang San cried bitterly and looked very sad. Because he knew that Yu Xiaogang had been in poor health in recent years, and the Tiandu Empire confirmed that Yu Xiaogang died suddenly due to overwork, Tang San and the others didn't think much about it. Of course, they don't know what Xiaowu and his friends have come to the Sea God Island, and what happened here. Otherwise, they might suspect that after Xiaowu and his friends returned to the Tiandu Empire, they knew that they had also come to the Sea God Island and knew that they might become enemies, so they might attack Yu Xiaogang. However, whether Tang San had thought that Xiaowu killed Yu Xiaogang, he would not let Xiaowu go. In front of the Yu Xiaogang tablet, he swore in his heart, "Teacher, don't worry, I will become a god in no time. I will inherit your will and will not let Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong and the others go." Although Yu Xiaogang has not told Tang San clearly, after getting along for a long time, Tang San will know what Yu Xiaogang is thinking. What's more, Xiaowu was wanted to kill because he wanted to grab Xiaowu. Bibi Dong is the Pope of the Wuhan Palace, and he wants to avenge his cheap parents. If you want to destroy the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong must die. As for Lu Erlong, she betrayed her teacher Yu Xiaogang. Let her be buried with the teacher in the future. Chapter 335 Shui Yuer's bad idea. The bitch Cao gave her 10,000 praises. There are only the last 2 assessments left. You can reach the title Dulo within 10 years, and the 9th exam needs to destroy the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Zhu Zuking's Shura God 9 test progressed very quickly, with only the last 2 tests left. However, after completing the first 7 assessments, no reward was received. Zhu Qing, you are now at level 89. You can reach level 90 in at most half a year, and then you will get the 9th soul ring, which is the title Dulo. Ning Rongrong said beside Zhu Zuking. There were only 2 of them in the room. Zhu Zuking asked, Rongrong, are you still not making any progress in fusion with Lingling's martial soul? During this period, I was busy with the Shura God 9 test, and some of the situations were not clear. Ning Rongrong shook his head, maybe our soul power level is not enough, so we always have something. Now Cao has taken Lingling to obtain the 8th soul ring, and then try again. If it doesn't work, then I can only wait and see if there is still a chance. That afternoon, Cao took Ye Lingling back to the capture space. He just hunted a 100,000-year-old sea soul beast for Ye Lingling. After absorbing the soul ring, his soul power reached level 82 and became a soul control. This time I was lucky. I found a plant-based 100,000-year-old sea soul beast, and I also have the ability to heal. Cao said, Lingling's 8th soul ring is both healing soul skills, and the healing effect is powerful. One of the 2 skills obtained from the 100,000-year soul bone is to increase the healing effect, and the other is a vine-winding control skill. The soul skill of Juxin Haitang martial soul can only be a healing soul skill, but the soul bone skill is not limited. Lu Erlong said, it's good. Lingling will enhance her self-protection ability. Bridget said, now Lingling only relies on her soul healing skills. As long as her heart does not die, she can be treated and regenerated if it is gone. With her treatment, it is difficult to die. Juxin Haitang martial soul is called the immortal martial soul because it has powerful healing ability. Now that the broken arm is reborn, it is all a pediatric department for Ye Lingling. Xiaowu looked forward to it, I wish I could have the ability to revive the dead. In that way, maybe her mother will be resurrected. Hua Wu looked at Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling, Rongrong, Lingling, you can try the martial soul fusion now. If you succeed, maybe the martial soul fusion technique that can resurrect life will appear. Shui Binger, it's worth looking forward to. Shui Yuer urged, hurry up and get it done. Gu Yuina, who has grown into a little lowly, is also curious about the fusion of the martial soul of the human soul master. The demon soul great white shark Xiaobai is also like a little lowly. Amid everyone's expectations, Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling tried to fusion of martial souls. The two hugged each other, with their 10 fingers tightly pressed, and their martial souls were released. One was a 9-color pagoda and the other was a 9-hearted crab apple, dazzling. They were fully focused, touching each other's martial souls, and trying to merge. Gradually there were some signs of fusion. But after more than 10 minutes, they still failed to integrate successfully and gave up. Ye Lingling felt guilty. I'm sorry, I didn't succeed. Ning Rongrong shook his head. It's still the same, it's always almost there. It seems that it's not a matter of soul power level. It's probably the same result when we arrive at the title Dulo. Everyone had no good opinions on this for a while. However, Shui Yuer had a bad idea. Wrong, Lingling, I feel that you can't achieve complete spiritual communication, and you can't do it in your own way, and you and me isn't it almost there in this regard? Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling thought about it carefully and thought it was right, but they also felt that it was not very true. Ning Rongrong said, maybe possible. Come. Shui Yuer pulled Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling aside. What is Yuer going to do? A Yin was curious. Hua Wu said, I must have a bad idea, otherwise why are you afraid that we will know? Xiaowu, Yuer has many ideas. Although most of them are unreliable, what if it's wrong? Posazi, as long as it's not too dangerous, you can try it. Caoda, let them try. Shui Yuer, Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling were using their mental power to communicate, for fear that others would listen to it. Hearing Shui Yuer's bad idea, Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling both stared at her with wide eyes. Shui Yuer said proudly, how about it, my idea is good. In this way, your relationship will definitely go further. Maybe you can successfully merge the martial souls. There is no danger anyway, so let's try it. I originally wanted to try it out of my sister, but she was embarrassed. You two happen to have an excuse, and then it goes naturally. Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling's faces were red and they looked at Shui Yuer speechlessly. However, although Shui Yuer's idea was embarrassing to them, it sounds very reasonable and worth a try. Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling looked back at Caoda at the same time. Caoda returned his gaze, making them turn their heads quickly with shame. Caoda was a little confused. Everyone discovered it and could probably guess that Shui Yuer's idea was related to Caoda, and it was a shy thing. This moon. Shui Binger first reacted, her face turned red, and she looked at Caoda at the same time. Soon, more women came to me and looked at Caoda, then blushed and shy. Caoda was a little confused. Zig, Swaiti, Isti, Guyuina, Ziobai and the others who are still girls don't understand. Yuer, it's all you. Look, they all understand what you have had. Ning Rongrong complained shyly. Shui Yuer smiled and said, it means that everyone has some fantasies, but they can't let go, are shy, and dare not take action. Now is the best time for you, rightly so. It's convenient for all the sisters to start. Ye Lingling felt embarrassed, do you really want this? Shui Yuer said seriously, only in this way can your martial soul fusion be successful. Besides, my brother-in-law will definitely like it too, maybe everyone will be happier this way. Don't hesitate, just like that, just tonight. For some time after that, we sisters gave our brother-in-law to you. Okay, that's a pleasant decision. So Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling half supported. Until now, Caoda also understood. I gave Shui Yuer 10,000 praises in my heart, and I'm not afraid of her being proud. The girls maintained a tacit understanding and did not point out the matter. They asked Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling to try it. Guyuina and the others didn't understand, so they asked a Yin and Bridget privately, and they all understood. It doesn't seem to them, because this kind of thing is common among male soul beasts. What Guyuina cares more about is that doing so can really help Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling's martial souls merge successfully. I can only wait and see. At night, Caoda, Ning Rongrong, and Ye Lingling did not go to the fishing platform to practice with others. Ye Lingling and Ning Rongrong went back to the room to take a shower first, and then waited for Cao De to come. After Cao De took a shower in his room, he couldn't wait to go to Ning Rongrong's room. Seeing Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling both here, and her delicate appearance was so beautiful. Tonight is destined to be an unforgettable and extremely blessed and happy time. Whether it is for Cao De, or for Ye Lingling and Ning Rongrong. Chapter 336 Rongrong and Lingling's Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Resurrection of the Divine Light. The next day. It was almost noon when Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling woke up. They woke up almost at the same time, and then looked for Cao De's figure at the same time. That bad guy should have left. Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling looked at each other and smiled at each other, and then their faces turned red when they thought of what happened last night. Now their relationship has become unprecedentedly intimate. From a certain perspective, it is better than the relationship between Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. Ye Lingling was so embarrassed that she covered her head with a quilt, and she was all in the quilt. Lingling, you look so shy. Ning Rongrong also got into it and said what Cao De said to Ye Lingling last night. Rongrong, stop talking, it's so shameful. Ye Lingling said in a low voice. He is not here now, why are you shy? Let me see, this figure is so good. Oh, itchy. Ha ha. The two started playing in the quilt. After playing for a while, the two went to take a shower together. When I was dressing up after taking a shower, the doorbell rang. Shui Yuer, Huawu, Zhu Zuqing, and the other two are here. Wow, who are these two little beauties? They are so moist and red, and they can't even recognize them. Shui Yuer exaggeratedly. Huawu looked at Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling's situation and said, it seems that you had a good life last night, and the results were very good. Although Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything, she kept staring at them. It made Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling blush. What do you say? Lingling and I don't understand. Ning Rongrong pretended to be stupid. It's useless to pretend to be stupid. Shui Yuer looked around, then took a deep breath, and said, the room is full of the smell of sexual happiness and joy, which means it all. Then he came over and hugged Ning Rongrong's arm and whispered, Rongrong, I am your matchmaker. Tell me in detail what happened last night. Ning Rongrong was speechless. Why did he have the nerve to say this? You can only understand it but not express it in words. You can understand it yourself. Shui Yuer refused to read, no. If you don't say it, then you have to accompany me in the future so that I can feel it. Ning Rongrong shook his head, I don't want it. You are destroying the bridge across the river. Shui Yuer pretended to be angry. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, yes, I just broke the bridge across the river. You can find Huawu together. Huawu heard it, I won't mess with you. Shui Yuer replied, serious. Ning Rongrong agreed, well, it's a bit fake. Just like Shui Yuer, you. Shui Yuer was furious, Ning Rongrong, you are so overwhelming, hurting others' hearts. Huawu, it's a glass heart. There is no time for the three of them to get together without quarrel. Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling could only shake their heads helplessly when they looked at them. Lingling, let's go downstairs and prepare for lunch. Let's let them fight. Zhu Zuqing said. Yeah. Ye Lingling followed Zhu Zuqing and quietly left the room. First floor living room. Zuqing, Lingling, I ate fruit, I just picked it. Xiaobai shouted. Lowly Xiaobai and Lowly Gaiana sat in a row, eating fruits. Zig and Bridget were responsible for peeling fruits for them. Just like serving two ladies. Where are the others? Ye Lingling asked. Bridget said, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, Yin, Lu Erlong, and others are cooking lunch. The others followed Brother Cao De to check the situation in the medicine garden and should be back soon. They knew that Ye Lingling was shy and did not ask about what happened last night, although they were curious and wanted to know. For the next 10 days, Xiaowu accompanied Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling every night. This afternoon, everyone gathered together. Ning Rongrong, Lingling and I feel it's almost the same. Ye Lingling, well, this time it may be successful. They are now intimate and do not distinguish between each other. You have me and I have you. The relationship has reached a new level, and the same is true for tacit understanding. Now Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling think that they can try to fusion of martial souls again, and they both feel that this time they will be successful. Shui Yuer said, no matter whether you succeed or not, you must thank me. Ning Rongrong, Ye Lingling, and Xiaowu must all recognize these words. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any good things for them. Rongrong, Lingling, you are ready, you can try again. Xiaowu told them that his eyes were filled with affection, encouragement, and belief. Lu Erlong, I believe you will succeed. Xiaowu, it will definitely succeed. Posazi, believe in yourself. Ayin, come on. Shui Binger, it must be possible. The girls gave Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling trust and encouraged them. We will succeed. Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling stood together, looking at each other, both confidently, and then smiled together. The two hugged each other, their fingers tightly, their movements were ambiguous and intimate. They released their martial souls at the same time. The 9 treasure glazed tower, the 9 colorful light blooms. The 9-hearted begonia is full of vitality and colorful. The 2 martial souls looked over and came into contact with each other and merged little by little. Soon, it exceeded the level of previous fusion. Very hopeful. Everyone did not speak out, and the observer was fully focused. Loli Guyana observed it very seriously and wanted to understand what the principle of the Soul Master's martial soul fusion is. After a few minutes, the 9 treasure glazed tower and the 9-heart begonia merged. It seems difficult to continue to integrate. Will you fail again? Everyone became nervous. Just then, Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling made actions that surprised everyone and surprised. They actually. Before everyone could come to their senses, the Jubeo glazed tower martial soul and the Juxin begonia martial soul suddenly merged completely. The Juxin begonia wrapped the 9 treasure glazed tower inside, like a bud that was about to bloom. After a while, the Juxin begonia bloomed, and the powerful vitality filled the entire flower. In the center of the huge and colorful flowers, a huge 9 treasure glazed tower exuding 9 colored light appeared. It was like the heart of a flower, constantly providing strength and assistance to the 9-heart begonia. The Juxin begonia flower dragged the Jubeo glazed tower and rotated in the air, becoming larger, and finally became more than 10 meters high, like a real Juxin begonia flower tower. Xiaowu and his friends noticed the flowers and plants around them. They were affected by Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling's martial soul fusion skills and were growing rapidly with the naked eye. Withered flowers and plants come back to life and rejuvenate. Xiaowu took out a bug, killed it, and threw it into the coverage of the martial soul fusion of Juxin Haitang 9 treasures glazed tower. I saw that the dead bugs soon came alive. Resurrection. The most exciting thing is Xiaowu, who sees the hope of her mother's resurrection. She looked at Xiaowu, ran over, and hugged Xiaowu and kissed him excitedly. Everyone understood Xiaowu's mood. Gradually, the combined Juxin begonia and Jubeo glazed tower martial soul disappeared. Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling opened their eyes and separated. They seemed to be very consumed, but they couldn't help blushing. Rongrong, Lingling, congratulations on your success. What a beautiful fusion of martial souls. It can really bring back the dead. Everyone cheered. Chapter 337 Where can I find such a good Bibi Dong? You must love her. As long as the soul is not completely destroyed, it may be resurrected, but the consumption will be very large. If Lingling and I use the soul as the medium to resurrect our lives, I don't know if we can do it. We may have to wait until we reach the title Dulo and hope will be greater. If the death time is shorter and the physical body is retained, the greater the chance of resurrection, the less consumption is. Ning Rongrong told Xiao De and others about the fusion of her and Yelingling's martial soul, the effect of the technology and the conditions required for use, etc. Xiao De was surprised when he heard this, because the resurrection effect of Ning Rongrong and Yelingling's martial soul fusion skills was much stronger than the resurrection effect of Ning Rongrong and Oscar's martial soul fusion skills in the original work. Xiaowu was excited to hear that her mother's soul ring and soul bone were both on Bibi Dong, and there were some of her mother's incomplete souls in the soul ring and soul bone. Ning Rongrong and Yelingling's martial soul fusion skills have the chance to revive Xiaowu's mother. Ning Rongrong saw Xiaowu's expression and said, "Xiaowu, as long as your mother's soul ring or soul bone has her incomplete power, Lingling's martial soul fusion technique may resurrect her. However, I don't have much grasp now. To be safe, it's better to wait until Lingling and I reach the title Dulo before proceeding. Otherwise, if you try rashly, once you fail, your mother's little soul may be completely destroyed." Xiaowu nodded, "Yes. Wrong, you are right. Be safe, have hope. Don't be too anxious. You should practice and improve first." Bosixi said, Wrong, Lingling, maybe I can try to inject divine thought power and divine power into you when your martial souls merge. If it works, the effect may be better." After hearing this, everyone thought they could give it a try. Xiao De said, Wrong and Lingling have just consumed a lot, so wait for them to rest for 2 days before trying. Shui Yuer said, Wrong, Lingling, to celebrate the successful fusion of your martial souls, I will lend you my brother-in-law a few more days, so I will be nice to you. Yelingling shook her head and blushed and said, "No. I want to rest." Ning Rongrong's face also blushed, "No need, I'll give it to you again. We're tired of it." Xiao De was speechless, it was obvious that you were afraid. Ning Rongrong and Yelingling were afraid. Although they were very happy with Xiao De, they had been there for a while and they really couldn't hold on anymore. They needed to take a rest. The girls smiled, all knowing what Ning Rongrong and Yelingling meant. Ning Rongrong and Yelingling had a good rest for 2 days, and Xiao De went to accompany the other girls. 2 days later, Bosixi tried to inject the power of divine thoughts and divine power when Ning Rongrong and Yelingling's martial souls merged, and the effect was very obvious. Their martial soul fusion can use the power of the divine thoughts and divine power of Bosixi to improve the effect of the martial soul fusion technique and reduce their own consumption. The effect is obvious, but we are not proficient yet, so we will continue to practice later. Bosixi said, Zuking can use part of the power of the Shura demon sword, which also has divine power. After we become proficient, she can also join in and try it. If it can succeed, the chance of resurrecting Xiaowu's mother will be even greater. Zhu Zuking agreed, yes. Ning Rongrong and Yelingling also agreed. Sister Shi, Rongrong, Lingling, Zuking, thank you. Xiaowu is grateful, and brother and everyone, thank you. Lu Erlong hugged Xiaowu, it's all a family, you're welcome. Xiaowu regards Lu Erlong as his mother and sister, and Lu Erlong regards Xiaowu as his daughter and sister. It is very natural to switch roles between the two. Xiao De and they stayed in the capture space for more than 10 days before leaving. Go to Wuhan City again. This time we need to communicate with Bibi Dong about Xiaowu first, and then let Bibi Dong meet Xiaowu and the others. Wuhan City, Pope Hall, Bibi Dong's residence. Why are you here? Suddenly, Bibi Dong saw the man he was thinking about day and night, and he was very enthusiastic. Xiao De and Bibi Dong were entangled for several days. One night, Xiao De hugged Bibi Dong and said, Sister Dong, you should know Xiaowu. Bibi Dong replied, I know the women around you. That little Wu is your childhood sweetheart. Call you brother, I think he is love brother, right? Xiao De said, actually, Xiaowu has a deep connection with you. You are her enemy who killed her mother. Bibi Dong's body froze, got up from Xiao De's arms, and stared at Xiaowu seriously. Are you kidding? I don't remember killing anyone indiscriminately. Xiaowu said, it's not a human, it's a soul beast of 100,000 years. Bibi Dong was surprised, and then thought that Xiaowu's martial soul was a rabbit, and immediately understood, she was the little rabbit that escaped. She was stunned. It is normal for a soul master to hunt soul beasts. But now Xiaowu has become Xiaoda's woman, and she is also Xiaoda's woman by Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was a little angry. You knew you would have come to provoke me if you had known. Why do you think I'm tired of it now? You want to avenge your childhood sweetheart. Xiaoda reached out to hold her in his arms, and the two of them looked at each other. Bibi Dong sighed, what do you want? Is there a way to resolve the hatred between me and Xiaowu? It's impossible, unless you can resurrect her mother. She knew that Xiaoda would not hurt her, but this hatred was probably difficult to resolve. How to get along with Xiaowu in the future is worrying about how to get along with him. Xiaoda said, there is indeed a way to revive Xiaowu's mother. I came to you specifically for this. Bibi Dong was surprised and smart, and thought, come to me, what I have to do with Xiaowu's mother is the soul ring and soul bone. Do you need to use the soul ring and soul bone to resurrect Xiaowu's mother? If so, I'm willing to take it out. Sister Dong, don't worry, I will help you find the soul ring you lost. The soul bone is lost. I still retain the soul bones of the dark gold claw bear and the 10,000 demon king, which may be suitable for you. Xiaoda said, since you can resurrect Xiaowu's mother, you can also regenerate the lost limbs. However, it will be very painful when you take off the soul ring and soul bone. You will suffer and be wronged, I'm sorry. Bibi Dong felt Xiaoda's warm throw, unable to bear and love, smiled, who asked me to get a little villain with you? Even if I let me die, I will. He paused and said, tell me, how do I need to cooperate? Xiaoda carefully told Bibi Dong about the fusion skills of Ning Rongrong and Yelingling's martial soul, as well as the cooperation of Bo Sixi and Zhu Zuking. I didn't expect that the 9 treasure glazed tower and the 9 heart begonia martial soul could be merged, the effect was so amazing that I could be resurrected. Bibi Dong exclaimed, with the help of Po Sixi and Zhu Zuking, the chances are greater. I have no problem here. However, it is best to wait until Ning Rongrong and Yelingling reach the title Dulo before proceeding. If Shweta becomes a god by then, she can also help, so she will be more sure. I'm going to have a soul ring or a soul bone. If Xiaowu didn't resurrect her mother, she would regret it for the rest of her life. The more Bibi Dong was like this, the more Xiaoda felt distressed. He said affectionately, Sister Dong, thank you. Bibi Dong hugged Xiaoda's neck, smiling and charming, little bad guy, I just don't have to thank you. Xiaoda understood and immediately thanked him with practical actions. Chapter 338 Xiaowu and Bibi Dong. Xiaowu, I'll take you to see Bibi Dong later. In the capture space, Xiaoda and Xiaowu were talking alone. See Bibi Dong. Brother, have you agreed with her? Xiaowu looked at Xiaoda in surprise, then her expression changed, and she realized something. To be precise, I thought of the patterns of the 2 spider martial souls on the 2nd floor of the villa. In addition, Xiaoda said he wanted to take her to see Bibi Dong, so Xiaowu guessed it immediately. Xiaoda nodded, well, Bibi Dong agreed. Hearing this, Xiaowu's guess was even more certain. Looking at Xiaoda, he said in a sure tone, brother, the patterns of those 2 spider martial souls are Bibi Dong's martial souls, right? Xiaoda was stunned for a moment, then nodded, yes. Xiaowu, you are very smart. Xiaowu shook her head, I only realize it now. Because you have convinced Bibi Dong, and she is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and she is high above him. If you can convince her, it means she is already with you. In addition, I knew that Bibi Dong was a twin martial soul, so I immediately thought of the 2 spider martial soul patterns. While talking, Xiaowu remembered something again, I remember that the two spider martial soul patterns appeared before we went to the martial soul city, which means that at that time, you were already bound to Bibi Dong. So when I stopped me from seeking revenge on Bibi Dong, I said that I could use my mother's soul ring and soul bone to revive my mother. Actually, you don't want Bibi Dong and I to fight each other, right? Cao De reached out to hug Xiaowu. Xiaowu, I'm sorry, I'm too selfish. Xiaowu also hugged Cao De, and she shook her head gently, no. Brother, although you are very lustful, you are sincere to everyone and love us very much. And you didn't lie to me, you can really revive your mother. As long as my mother is resurrected, other things are not important. At that time, I can also try to be good sisters with Bibi Dong. It is unrealistic to ask Xiaowu to accept Bibi Dong immediately and it takes time. The most important thing is to resurrect Xiaowu's mother, fundamentally eliminating the hatred between them. After Xiaowu calmed down, she said, "Brother, take me to see Bibi Dong. In order to revive my mother, we always have to face it first." Yes. Cao Deng said, "Actually, Bibi Donggren is very easy to get along with. She is willing to do her best to help resurrect your mother, and hopes to get along well with you in the future." Xiaowu knew in her heart that the reason why Bibi Dong was willing to give was because she cared too much about Cao De. From the perspective of the opposition between the Soul Master and the Soul Beast, Xiaowu also understands that when the Soul Master kills the Soul Beast and obtains the Soul Ring, and when the Soul Beast kills humans, it is impossible to say who is right and who is wrong. But Bibi Dong killed her mother after all. From this perspective, it is natural that Xiaowu hated Bibi Dong. However, as long as my mother can be resurrected, Xiaowu is willing to let go of her hatred and get along well with Bibi Dong. "Brother, I understand." Xiaowu said well. It also makes Cao De feel distressed. Bibi Dong, Xiaowu, the palms and backs of hands are all flesh. Cao De only took Xiaowu to see Bibi Dong alone for the time being. After their relationship eased, it would be more convenient to take Bibi Dong to capture the space to meet other people. From the capture space, it appears directly in Bibi Dong's residence. Bibi Dong had been waiting in the room for Cao De to bring Xiaowu. This should be the third time Bibi Dong has seen Xiaowu. The first time he was hunting Xiaowu's mother, he met Xiaowu who was still young. The second time was in the Soul Master competition, but Bibi Dong did not recognize Xiaowu at that time. Not only did Xiaowu grow up, but she also captured the space to cover up the aura of the Soul Beast for Xiaowu. Even Dulo, the titled Dulo, could not see through Xiaowu's true body. Similarly, this is also the third time Xiaowu has seen Bibi Dong. Xiaowu looked at Bibi Dong, feeling complicated and didn't know how to speak. "Hello, Xiaowu." Bibi Dong spoke with a kind smile on his face. Xiaowu responded, "You are really willing to give up my mother's soul ring and soul bones and help me resurrect my mother?" Bibi Dong nodded seriously, "Yes. I do. If I fail in the end, I am willing to deal with it as you do." Xiaowu's eyes firmly believed, it will definitely succeed. Mom will definitely be resurrected. Bibi Dong, yes, you will definitely be able to revive your mother, let's work together. Xiaowu nodded, yes. Then he said, "No matter what, I want to thank you for your willingness to sacrifice and help. Although I know that you are because of your brother, I still want to thank you." Bibi Dong said frankly, "I did this for Cao De, and for him, I am willing to do anything." "I know, Xiaowu, you are the same. However, I think we can also become good sisters when your mother is resurrected." Xiaowu looked at Bibi Dong, but she didn't respond. Now she looked at it. Bibi Dong is quite easy to talk to. However, as in the scene when Bibi Dong killed his mother, Xiaowu still couldn't be too close to Bibi Dong for the time being. At this time, the bitch Cao came over and hugged them directly in his arms. "Sister Dong, Xiaowu, we will resurrect Xiaowu's mother, and we will live happily in the future, believe me." Bibi Dong and Xiaowu looked at each other in their arms, and their faces were a little red. You little bad guy. Bibi Dong shyly pushed Xiao away, always not serious. Xiaowu also pushed Xiao away and agreed, my brother is always so inappropriate. Bibi Dong and Xiaowu looked at each other, and both of them couldn't help but smile. After Xiaowu came to her senses, she quickly regained her expression. Now she should not forget her grudges with Bibi Dong, but she must wait until her mother is resurrected. Let's talk about preparing to resurrect Xiaowu's mother, and then we will discuss it with others later. Xiao guided the topic and let Bibi Dong and Xiaowu have more words on the common topic. Speaking of the resurrection of mother, Xiaowu was of course very serious and discussed it with Xiao and Bibi Dong. Before I knew it, it was noon. The three of them cooked and had lunch together at Bibi Dong's residence. After lunch, Xiao said to Bibi Dong, Sister Dong, I have taken you to a different place. You have been there once before, but I don't know if you still remember it. Bibi Dong thought about it, but didn't understand where Xiao was talking about. Go now. Xiaowu said, you will definitely be shocked. Where? I'm curious now. Bibi host. You will know soon. After saying that, Xiao hugged Xiaowu with one hand and Bibi Dong with the other, and took them into the capture space. The three of them stayed over the island of capture space, overlooking the entire island. It's actually here. Bibi Dong remembered that it was about 5 or 6 years ago when she suddenly heard a voice, and was taken here, and then left soon. She told Xiao and Xiaowu about this. Xiao said the god again, and let the god take the blame. After hearing what Xiao said, Bibi Dong understood that she had started to change since she entered this space, and her whole body had changed. It was guessed that it was done by the god, including her gradually becoming infatuated with Xiao. But Bibi Dong did not complain, but instead thanked the god for his help and pulled her back from the abyss. Now that he has a daughter and Xiao, Bibi Dong is very satisfied and very happy. Chapter 339 Ayan and Xiaowu. It should have been the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Brother-in-law, you are amazing. You have dealt with the Pope of the Spirit Hall early on, and you have been hiding it from us. Xiaowu looked at Bibi Dong and said, this face and figure are no worse than us. No wonder I heard that my brother-in-law threatened that you would be his woman when he met Dulo in Soto City. It turns out that I have long been eyeing you, a great beauty. Shui Binger pulled her sister, then smiled and said to Bibi Dong, don't mind too much, you are is straightforward. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, it's okay. I like straightforward people, and you are is very beautiful and cute. Xiaowu likes to listen, Bibi Dong, you are not bad. After that, I will feel wronged and call you Sister Dong. By the way, there is also a Western sister. Sister Shi, come here soon. Sister Dong is here. One of you, Sister Dong, the other is very interesting. Posezi came over and said, I have met Bibi Dong before, she is a good person. Bibi Dong Zhao shouted, Sister Shi. Bosai nodded and said, my sister, welcome, this place will be your home in the future. Bibi Dong nodded with a smile. Xiao formally introduced the people in the captured space one by one to her, but except for Gu Yuina and Xiaobai, everyone else had at least seen their portraits. Bibi Dong asked the people from the Wuhan Palace to secretly observe and protect Xiao and others, and they would definitely get their portraits. Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuking, Shui Binger, Xiaowu and others have seen Bibi Dong at the Soul Master competition. Posezi has seen it before. It was the first time I met Yalingling, Huawu, Ayin, Baiji, Zig, Shui Emperor, Ice Emperor, Gu Yuina, Xiaobai and others. However, what surprised Bibi Dong was that Ayin, Grace, Zig, Shui Emperor, Ice Emperor, Gu Yuina, Xiaobai and others were all transformed into humans for 100,000 years of soul beasts. Especially Gu Yuina is actually a clone of the dragon god. This is a divine beast. Unexpectedly, he was also brought into space by the god behind Xiao and turned into a human being, becoming Xiaoda's child bride. After formally getting to know Lu Erlong and the others, Xiaoda took Bibi Dong to visit the entire island, focusing on the situation in the villa. The scenery here is beautiful, I'd like to live here for the rest of my life. On the beach, Bibi Dong looked at the sea, opened his arms in the sea breeze, and took a deep breath. This feeling was very good. Especially Xiaoda was still holding her behind her back, and the atmosphere was very romantic. Then let the spirit hall be handed over to others. Let's live here, and then have a few babies. It's okay to tease them. Xiaoda told Bibi Dong a beautiful future. No shame. Who wants to give birth to you? Bibi Dong in Xiaoda's arms said shyly. Who do you think it is? Xiaoda turned Bibi Dong around and kissed him. Beaches, sea water, sea breeze, sea different styles. After the two of them had intimate, Xiaoda took Bibi east to the villa. I took her to the second floor first and went to see her room. Six-winged angel martial soul pattern, is this Shweta's room? On the second floor, Bibi Dong looked at every room and found Qian Rongxiu's room. Xiaoda said, well. Shweta has been here alone several times. Now Zig lives in this room. There has been no one in your room, just wait for its owner to arrive. But there may be one more person in your room after that, just like Gu Yuina and the others. It's nothing. Anyway, someone comes, she is yours when she grows up, and they are all sisters. Bibi Dong didn't mind being in the same room with others. Bibi Dong already understood that a yin and the others were the women arranged by the god for Xiaoda, and the same would happen in the future. When he came to his room and saw his martial soul pattern on the door, Bibi Dong smiled, the first time I found out that my martial soul was quite beautiful. Xiaoda said, if a person is beautiful, his martial soul will naturally be beautiful. What's more, you are a rare twin martial soul. Both kinds of martial souls are of high grade. In the future, our children may also inherit such a beautiful and powerful martial soul. Although I know Xiaoda is sweet, Bibi Dong listens, it's good that you like it. It doesn't matter no matter how others look at it. When I entered the room, I saw that Bibi Dong liked this room very much. I also saw the baby room in the room. Gu Yuina didn't live in my big room. I didn't have to live in the small baby room before. Now that I'm here, she can sleep with me too. How old is she now? I really want to treat her as her child. Xiaoda smiled wickedly and said, as long as you are willing to become your own mother and daughter. You little villain, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Bibi Dong glared, don't even think about it. I don't even know how I will face Shweta after she finds out. Alas, it's all your fault. Xiaoda hugged her and kissed her, Shweta is more open-minded than you think, so don't worry at all. Bibi Dong Jiao snorted, what am I worried about? At worst, Shweta and I will leave you together, and it depends on what you do. Xiaoda, it's too late for you to regret it now. You have fallen into my clutches and no one can escape. The two couldn't help but linger. I didn't go out until the evening. Everyone was quite kind to compare Bibi Dong, and they celebrated Bibi Dong's joining together in the evening. However, Bibi Dong did not stay at night. If Xiaoda asked her to send her out, he had to watch the matter of the Wuhan Palace and pay attention to Qian Rongxiu just in case. Before leaving, Bibi Dong and Xiaoda and others discussed the resurrection of Xiaowu's mother. It was decided to wait until Ning Rongrong and Yalingling reached the titled Dulo before proceeding. At that time, Bo Sixi and Zhu Zuqing would use his divine power to assist him. If Qian Rongxiu became a god at that time, or Xiaoda became a god, he would have greater confidence. So, I have to wait for a while. Ning Rongrong and Yalingling still live together. Although the martial soul fusion has been successfully integrated, they have not lived separately and do not want to be separated. Now they are as good as one person. At the same time, they were not separated with Xiaoda. As before, they were both together with Xiaoda. Since I feel that I am more happy than being alone with Xiaoda, why not continue? Ningrongrong and Yalingling now have a tacit understanding. They know each other's thoughts, endure the shyness and do not point it out, and just continue like this. Tonight. After Cao De went to Bosaixi and Zhu Zuking's place one after another, he finally went to the room where Xiaowu and Baiji lived to accompany Baiji. So, Xiaowu went to Cao De's room to sleep with a yin tonight. A yin has slept with Xiaowu, Baiji, Zig, Shui Di, Bing Di, and others now. Therefore, their relationship is better. A yin and Xiaowu have lived together once or twice. But for them, every time they live together, there is a special and unexplainable feeling. Ayan felt that Xiaowu was like her child, and Xiaowu felt that she was like her mother. Especially Xiaowu felt that a yin had a more mother-like taste than Lu Erlong. She liked the feeling of being hugged by a yin the most. It was very warm and friendly. In the original work, their relationship is mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and it can indeed be said to be mother and daughter. Chapter 340 Xiaowu's Three Mothers. The Happiness of Zig. Sister A Yin, I feel like you are like my mother. Tonight, Xiaowu finally said it when she was held by a yin. A yin looked at Xiaowu in surprise and said, "Strange. Xiaowu, I also have the idea of subconsciously treating you as my daughter. I thought I had lost my child and had a strange idea after being with you for a long time. But I don't feel this way towards Suidi, Isti, Grace, Ziji, Guyuina, Xiaobai and the others. It turns out that not only me, you also have the same feeling?" This time it was Xiaowu's turn to be surprised, and they were in a special situation and did not think it was the god behind Cao De. "Sister A Yin, do you feel the same as me?" Xiaowu said in surprise. A yin smiled and said, "Maybe in which life we were originally mother and daughter, otherwise why would we have this kind of mother and daughter feeling?" Xiaowu agreed, "Maybe it." A yin looked at Xiaowu and said, "I used to have a child, but I am dead. Xiaowu, are you willing to be my daughter? I really want you to be my daughter." Xiaowu did not hesitate, "Okay. I also hope that Sister Ayan is my mother. In this way, I will have three mothers, and Erlong's mother. You are Ayan's mother." After a pause, Xiaowu looked at a yin and shouted sincerely, "A yin's mother." "Oh!" Ayan was happy and hugged Xiaowu tightly, "Xiaowu, my daughter." As for Cao De, everyone discusses their own opinions. Just like Xiaowu and Lu Erlong before, they are both adopted mother and daughter, and they are good sisters, so there is no conflict. The mother and daughter hugged each other, and they both felt that this should be like this, and that they should be like this, and that they should be like this relationship, and that should be mother and daughter. "Mother." Xiaowu acted coquettishly and crawled into Ayan's arms. A yin's face is full of mother-love's smile, "My little Wu." Her original son was dead, and now a yin wants to use maternal love on Xiaowu. She hadn't had time to withdraw her maternal love before, but now she has a chance. The next day, in the morning, Xiaowu and a yin solemnly announced this matter. "This is my Erlong mother, this is my Ayan mother." Xiaowu is Lu Erlong on the left and a yin on the right. She said happily, "When my mother is resurrected, I will have three mothers." Envy. Shui Yuer said, "I have always had two mothers." Indeed. In addition to Shui Yuer's biological mother, Shui Bing'er's mother is also Shui Yuer's mother. Their mother married their father and they were as close as sisters. Xiaowu said, "I still have one more mother than you." Shui Yuer looked at Bosaixi and said, "Sister Shi, be my mother." Bosaixi smiled helplessly, "Forget it, let's be sisters. We will have children in the future." The key is to recognize Shui Yuer as her adopted daughter. How should her child be called in the future? Too complicated. Shui Yuer was disappointed, "What a pity." Shui Bing'er said speechlessly, "Yuer, don't make trouble." After breakfast, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Suidi, Ningrongrong, Yalingling, and others all went to hurry up and practice. Xiaowu and Zhu Zuking are almost at level 90, Shui Emperor is almost at level 80, Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling are about to reach level 90 as soon as possible and become titled Dulo. Bo Sixi cultivates his divine power and divine thought power, and slowly increases the age of his 9th soul ring. When it reaches 1 million years, a second divine ring will appear. The Tianmeng ice silkworm was still sleeping in the sea of divine thoughts of Bo Sixi and did not wake up. Zig, go quickly, brother Xiaowu is alone in the room now. Bridget and Zig were sneaking outside Xiaowu gate. Bridget rang the doorbell of Xiaowu's room. What's wrong with you? Xiaowu was originally changing his swimsuit and was about to go swimming in the sea. Do you want to go swimming with me? Zig looked at Xiaowu shyly. Baiji pushed Zig into the door and said to Xiaowu, brother Xiaowu, Zig is yours. Love her very much. After saying that, the door was closed. Xiaowu was stunned for a moment, then looked at the shy Zig, probably understanding what was going on. Now it is impossible to swim in the sea, and there are more important things to do. Zig, come on, let's sit down and talk. Xiaowu pulled Zig to the bed and sat. Brother Xiaowu, I like you. Zig finally plucked up the courage to speak. Dearly, now you have to take practical actions to say anything. Zig, you are so beautiful. Xiaowu reached behind Zig and tickled her purple-black hair, I like you too. As he said that, he leaned over. Seeing this, Zig was nervous, her heart beat faster, her face turned red, and she slowly closed her eyes. Gracie taught her a lot of experience, but at the critical moment, Zig chose to be passive. Originally, Zig didn't dare to come to Xiaowu's initiative, but Baiji couldn't stand it and couldn't bear to look at Zig and think about Xiaowu's infatuation. Sooner or later, if this continues, there will be problems. So today I found an opportunity and pushed Zig to Xiaowu's room. Zig came in half and half. She thanked Grace, otherwise she would not know when she would be with Xiaowu, and she would not be able to experience the sexual blessings and happiness that a yin and the others said so quickly. Before we knew it, it was almost noon. No one came to bother them. Xiaowu smiled at Zig, who was still silent in his arms, and smiled. I hugged Zig and slept for a while. Zig woke up first and looked at Xiaowu. The more she looked, the better she looked. As she looked, she couldn't help but kiss him. This awakened Xiaowu's personal love, making Zig shy. Brother Xiaowu, you are awake. I woke up by the beauty. It's so sweet. Xiaowu hugged Zig and showed his might. The two of them didn't go out to eat at noon, they didn't want to eat, and they didn't have time to eat. It was not until evening that the two of them took a shower and went out to have supper with everyone. At night, Zig pulled Baiji to her room, which is where Lu Erlong was. Lu Erlong went to Xiaowu's room, and a yin went to Xiaowu's room. Zig, are you very happy? Bridget teased Zig, don't you dare to be with brother Xiaowu tonight. Zig blushed, he is tired and needs rest. This reason is too perfunctory. When have you ever seen Xiaowu? Gracie didn't point out her, and said with a smile, in human words, Zig has now changed from a girl to a woman, and she has really grown up. Zig smiled and said, you are the same. Now it's Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, Guyuina and Xiaobai are girls. Bridget shook her head, there is also Zuking. Zig remembered, yes. Zuking is going to give herself as a gift to brother Xiaowu on her 20th birthday. Bridget said, don't you think it's quite romantic? Romantic? Zig couldn't quite understand, it's quite interesting. Bridget shook her head, romantic. Brother Xiaowu will let you know what romance is, and you will be able to like it and you can't resist it. Is that true? Zig was curious and looked forward to it. She was just with Zig, and Xiaowu naturally had to accompany her for the next period of time. Chapter 341 Zhu Zuking's third sister. Arrived at the Zhu family. Dulo Empire. Half a year ago, this year, Davis was officially crowned the prince of the Dulo Empire. Daimyo Bai never returned to the Xingluo Empire to compete for the position of prince, and Davis defeated other competitors and won the final victory. Davis could have beaten other competitors' early rise. Because of Zhu Zuyun's departure, he lost the object of martial soul fusion, resulting in his own combat power being greatly weakened. Therefore, more time was spent to defeat other opponents competing for the position of prince. The competition for the position of prince of Xingluo Empire is cruel. Many princes have started to fight openly and secretly since childhood, and in the final competition, it is even more cruel. Even if the loser does not die, his martial soul will be destroyed and then banned. Life is worse than death. The Xingluo Empire is different from the Tiandu Empire. The royal family of the Xingluo Empire has absolute control over the Xingluo Empire. Unlike the Tiandu Empire, the royal family is suppressed by forces such as the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, and several kingdoms, with dispersed power. In the Xingluo Empire, the imperial power is the most powerful, and other soul master forces in the empire dare not compete with it. Another important reason why the royal family in the Xingluo Empire is powerful is that even if the royal family does not have a titled Dulo, they can use soul Dulo to fight a titled Dulo. That is the marriage between the Dai family and the Zhu family. The evil-eyed white tiger martial soul of the Dai family can be merged with the netherworld spirit cat of the Zhu family and become the netherworld white tiger, which greatly increases the combat power. Therefore, the Zhu family's status in the Xingluo Empire was second only to that of the royal Dai family. Zhu Zuyun ran away, which had a considerable impact on the Dai family and the Zhu family. In addition, Zhu Zuking's departure made the Zhu family lose two younger generations of geniuses. Originally, Zhu Zuyun was Davis's fiancé, and Zhu Zuking was Daimyo Bai's fiancé. The young genius of the Zhu family made two marriages with the Dai family early. He originally thought that Davis and Daimyo Bai would become the crown prince, and the daughter of the Zhu family would be the future crown princess of the Dai family and the future imperial empress. Who would have thought that after Daimyo Bai ran away, Zhu Zuking ran away again, and later Zhu Zuyun ran away? Let the marriage between the Dai family and the Zhu family be ruined. Every generation of the Dai family and the Zhu family must have a marriage, which is the most important for the Dai family and the Zhu family. Fortunately, the head of the Zhu family has 4 daughters, the eldest daughter Zhu Zuyun, the second daughter is already married, and the martial soul is not the netherworld spirit cat, and the 4th daughter Zhu Zuking. Zhu Zuyun ran away, and his second daughter got married. I can only let my third daughter take over. The third daughter Zhu Zuyu had already made an engagement with a good family in the Xingluo Empire and was about to get married. Who knew that Zhu Zuyun ran away? Now the Zhu family can only accompany Davis, a wife. Faced with the strength of the Dai family and the Zhu family, the family engaged to Zhu Zuyu dared not say anything, so they voluntarily broke the contract and apologized. This saved the Zhu family and Zhu Zuyu's reputation. Tomorrow will be the happy day when Davis, the Dulo Empire, married Zhu Zuyu, the third lady of the Zhu family, as the crown princess. Today, the Zhu family is decorated with lights and full of joy. Zhu Zuyu, who is about to become the crown princess, is currently alone in the boudoir, and there is no sign of happiness on her face. Zhu Zuyu looked out the window, and that direction was north. She said to herself, "Big sister, fourth sister, I really envy you for having the courage to betray this ruthless empire, but I am not as lucky as you. I hope you all can get your own happiness." The crown princess of Xingluo Empire was what many women dream of. But Zhu Zuyu didn't like it. She wanted to find a man she liked and liked. But Zhu Zuyu knew that this was a luxury. The children of the Zhu family all have to marry each other, and only a very small number of people can choose their own marriages. Zhu Zuyu could not resist and did not have the courage to escape like Zhu Zuking and Zhu Zuyun. Not only is it a matter of temperament, but Zuzuyu also has a lot of concern at home, her mother and her younger brother. The four sisters Zuzuking are half-sisters. Zuzuyu cannot change her destiny, so she can only accept it. Accept the marriage that was arranged before, and now accept the marriage to Prince Davis. It seems to be good. But generally, the daughter of the Zhu family who married into the Dai family cannot be strong in the Dai family. The Dai family will suppress it and cannot let the Zhu family lead the Dai family Tonghua, so they can only use the Dai family Tonghua Zhu family. In the eyes of the Dai family, the Zhu family is a relatively important auxiliary tool. The Dai family will not allow women with evil-eyed white tiger martial souls to marry into the Zhu family. Even the Dai family women without evil-eyed white tiger martial souls will marry into the Zhu family. However, the Zhu family, every generation has to marry a woman with the netherworld spirit cat martial spirit to the Dai family to maintain their relationship with the Dai family and maintain the Zhu family's power and status in the Xingluo Empire. Zuzuyu is not unfamiliar with Davis. In the past, Davis came to the Zhu family, nominally, Zuzuyun's fiancé, but she teased her and Zuzuking a lot. Moreover, Davis is famous for playing with women. Now there are many women in the prince's mansion, and there are several children. When Zuzuyu got married, Davis got tired of playing with her. All she left was a tool for fusion of martial souls with Davis. If Davis is called the title Dulo in the future, then she is no longer a tool person and is optional. In terms of talent, Zuzuyu is worse than Zuzuyun and Zuking. Now Zuzuyu is only a soul sect in the 40 level. But for ordinary soul masters, Zuzuyu can be regarded as a genius soul master. I will marry Davis tomorrow, I don't know what kind of days it will be like in the future. Zuzuyu thought of her childhood, and the happy time of the four sisters when she was a child. But as they grew up, their eldest sister Zuzuyun changed, and their second sister also changed. Only Zuzuking has not changed much. Speaking of which, among the four sisters, Zuzuyu and Zuqing have the best relationship. When Zuzuking was targeted by Zuzuyun, Zuzuyu helped a lot. Zuzuking escaped from the Xingluo Empire, and Zuzuyu also made great efforts. For this reason, he was punished by the Zhu family a lot and was embarrassed by Zuzuyun. But now it's all over, my second sister is married, my eldest sister Zuzuyun and my fourth sister Zuzuking both bravely pursue what they want. Now, Zuzuyu is going to get married. Therefore, the unpleasantness between sisters soon, she let go, only retaining the happy memories of the two sisters. Zuking, I don't know if we have a goodbye. I heard that you have a boy you really like. Congratulations. I have long said that Daimubai is not suitable for you. Since you have escaped here, you should look for your own happiness. Now you have done it, I wish you all the best. What Zuzuyu cares about most is Zuzuking, the fourth sister who has always had a good relationship with her, looked at the north and talked to herself from time to time. But people hear it and only feel sad for her. Sister 3, I'm back. Suddenly, a familiar voice came to the Zhu family, which was heard by Zuzuyu and that everyone in the Zhu family could hear it. Immediately, two people appeared in the sky of the Zhu family. Zuking. Zuzuyu saw them through the window and recognized Zuzuking, and was very surprised. Chapter 342 Zuzuking, I want to take my third sister away, no one can stop me. Who are they? They are so brave. They dare to break into our Zhu family. Some people from the Zhu family did not know Zuzuking. Some of them were young when Zuzuking left the Zhu family and didn't remember it. Some were servants who were born after Zuzuking left or who had just entered the Zhu family. Since these people don't know Zuzuking, they naturally don't know Cao De next to Zuzuking. She seems to be the fourth lady, Zuzuking. She is the fourth lady who has left the Zhu family for nearly 10 years. Why is Zuzuking back? Many people also recognized Zuzuking. Zuzuking was 11 years old when she left the Zhu family. She had grown up at that time. Although Zuzuking is more beautiful and has a better figure now, the person who remembers her can still recognize her. At this time, Zhu Zuqing was wearing a black dress with soul bone butterfly wings attached to her outside, allowing her to fly and stay in the air. With Xiaowu Da's strength and space power, flying and staying in the air is easy. Zhu Zuqing, you have left the Zhu family, why are you coming back to Do? You don't think it's embarrassing, the Zhu family think it's embarrassing. Get out quickly, you are no longer from the Zhu family. If you don't listen, don't blame the Zhu family for being rude. Suddenly, a man in his 30s walked out, looked at Zhu Zuqing and Xiaowu Da in the air, and said loudly. If it weren't for fear of Xiaowu Da beside Zhu Zuqing, this person might have already attacked Zhu Zuqing. This is Zhu Zuqing's second brother. He feels that Zhu Zuqing and Zuyun betrayed the Zhu family and embarrassed the Zhu family, which is a shame for the Zhu family. In Zhu Zuqing's second brother's heart, women are tools for marriage, so they should obey the family's arrangements, otherwise they would be disloyal to the family. Those who escaped from the Zhu family like Zhu Zuqing and Zuyun were betrayal of the Zhu family and were not worthy of continuing to be a member of the Zhu family. Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything, and her soul ring appeared on her body. Purple purple, black, black, red and red. 8 soul rings shocked everyone in the Zhu family. How is that possible? Zhu Zuqing's second brother couldn't believe it. Zhu Zuqing was just the Soul King during the Soul Master competition, but now he has only reached the Soul Conquer realm in just about 5 years. What's even more terrifying is Zhu Zuqing's soul ring. First and second soul rings are the 1,000-year soul rings, third and fourth soul rings are the 10,000-year soul rings, and seventh and eighth soul rings are the 100,000-year red soul rings. Too scary. Impossible, it must be a trick. Zhu Zuqing, don't pretend to be a ghost here, the Zhu family will not be afraid of you. Zhu Zuqing's second brother roared. Zhu Zuqing glanced at him, and suddenly the second brother felt a powerful pressure, which made him unable to stand firmly and fell to the ground, and then he couldn't get up no matter how hard he struggled. Her second brother is only a soul king of more than 50 levels, with half his talent. But when he was a child, he bullied Zhu Zuqing a lot. Zhu Qing, don't be presumptuous. He is your second brother. At this time, Zhu Zuqing's elder brother came out. This elder brother was in his 40s, looked relatively stable and talented. He is now the soul saint and the future head of the Zhu family. I don't have a second brother. Zhu Zuqing looked at her elder brother and spoke. Although this elder brother did not bully Zhu Zuqing, he was too cold and ruthless. He put the Zhu family first in everything, was too worldly and had too much utilitarianism. Don't you recognize me as your elder brother? The eldest brother looked at the soul ring on Zhu Zuqing's body, and he was also shocked, and he had changed his attitude towards Zhu Zuqing. If Zhu Zuqing was now the Soul King and Soul Emperor, his attitude would be different. What the elder brother is thinking about is to pull Zhu Zuqing back to the Zhu family, so that the strength of the Zhu family will greatly increase, which will be a great addition to the Zhu family. Zhu Zuqing responded coldly, I am no longer from the Zhu family. The second brother lying on the ground roared angrily, Zhu Zuqing, you say you are not from the Zhu family anymore, why are you coming back to Do? Now that I have the ability, I'm here to show off my power and show off my power, right? Let me go quickly, you ungrateful wolf who is not well raised. Puff. As soon as the second brother finished speaking, a strong pressure suddenly pressed him into the stone floor, causing his bones to break and his 7 orifices to bleed. The body trembled in pain, but I just couldn't make a sound. Xiaowu Da took action. If Zhu Zuqing hadn't wanted to kill someone, he would have killed this cheap brother-in-law. Stop! The eldest brother shouted, Zuqing, no matter what, you keep the blood of the Zhu family. He is your second brother, you can't kill him. Zhu Zuqing ignored it and did not stop Xiaowu Da. Although he did not want to kill someone, it was necessary to teach this second brother a lesson. Zuqing, do you just want to destroy the Zhu family when you come back? The head of the Zhu family, Zhu Zuqing's biological father, finally appeared. I thought my 2 sons could handle it well, but I didn't expect that Zhu Zuqing had grown to a point where the Zhu family was difficult to deal with. In this situation, the head of his family had to come forward, and his strategy to deal with Zhu Zuqing also changed. Zhu Zuqing looked at the father who only had the Zhu family and had no family affection in her heart, and said, "I want to take my third sister away." Originally, after the Soul Master competition, Xiaowu planned to accompany Zhu Zuqing to the Zhu family, but was delayed. This time, Bibi Dong told Xiaowu and Zuqing that Davis wanted to take Zhu Zuyu. After Bibi Dong got to know Zhu Zuqing, he knew that Zhu Zuqing had a good relationship with her third sister Zhu Zuyu. So she asked the people from the Wuhan Palace to pay special attention to the Zhu family's affairs, and after receiving the news, she told Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing couldn't sit still after she knew it, so Xiaowu accompanied her back to the Zhu family and wanted to take Zhu Zuyu away. Zhu Zuqing knew her third sister and knew that her third sister was looking forward to meeting a man she liked and marrying. But the third sister didn't have the courage to fight fate, so she could only help the third sister. The head of the Zhu family frowned. "Your third sister is about to marry Davis, the princess of the Xingluo Empire, and will be the princess in the future. The future emperor and empress of the Xingluo Empire will be extremely glorious for her." Zhu Zuqing sneered, "It's the Zhu family who thinks it is extremely glorious. I know what my third sister wants. You are still sending people to watch her now, aren't you just worried that she will leave like me and my elder sister? My third sister doesn't want to marry someone she doesn't like, so I want to take her away. I will take away the people she cares about." The head of the Zhu family shook his head. "This matter has been decided and it cannot be changed. However, we cannot pursue your affairs with your elder sister, you are still from the Zhu family. It seems that the Zhu family is very honored." Zhu Zuqing said, "The Zhu family has nothing to do with me anymore. Today, I want to take my third sister away, and no one can stop me. Let someone let go of the third sister. Otherwise I will do it myself." The head of the Zhu family looked at each other with Zhu Zuqing's elder brother, and the elder brother left. The head of the Zhu family said, "Zuqing, the Zhu family will always be your home, your roots, whether you admit it or not. You can go to see your third sister now, but if she doesn't want to leave, you can't take her away." What he thought was to temporarily stabilize Zhu Zuqing, then look at the situation and think about how to deal with it better. Zhu Zuqing did not respond. Flying with Xiaowu to the residence of his third sister Zhu Zuyu. Zhu Zuyu wanted to run out when she saw Zhu Zuqing, but someone stopped her. Now Zhu Zuqing and Xiaowu have come over, and the people around him who are watching Zhu Zuyu quickly retreat to avoid being angry. "Sister 3, I'm back. Zuqing, it's really you." Zhu Zuqing came to the ground and walked over to hug her third sister Zhu Zuyu. Xiaowu also came to the ground, not disturbing their sister's reunion, and watched quietly from the side. Chapter 343 My brother-in-law is a monster. Davis felt that he was okay again. Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuyu's sisters hugged each other and both cried. They have disappeared for almost 10 years and are now grown up. When we met again, all the thoughts surged out and turned into tears. It can be seen that their sisters have a good relationship. Although Zhu Zuyu's talent is not as talented as Zhu Zuyun and Zuqing, she is very beautiful. It can be said that the 4 sisters are all beautiful, but the most beautiful one now is Zhu Zuqing, and the one with the best figure is Zhu Zuqing. Because Xiaowu has always loved him. The sisters cried for a long time. "Sister 4, why are you crying?" "Okay, let's not cry anymore, don't cry anymore." Zhu Zuyu wiped Zhu Qing's tears. Zhu Zuqing also wiped Zhu Zuyu's tears. As they wiped, the 2 sisters suddenly laughed, remembering that when they were young, they cried a lot, and they wiped each other's tears like this. Unexpectedly, so many years have passed and it appears again. I couldn't help laughing. After laughing for a while, Zhu Zuyu smiled and said, "Fourth sister, I didn't expect to see you again. I'm so happy." Zhu Zuqing apologized, "Sister, I'm sorry, I should have come back early, otherwise you wouldn't have suffered so much grievances. After a pause, he looked at Zuzuyu and said, Sister, come with me. I will take you away this time. Leave here and pursue your happiness. Zuzuyu hesitated and said, Let's not talk about this for now, let's sit in the room and talk. Then he looked at Xiaowu and smiled and said to Zuzuking, I will introduce him to me too. Zuzuking was pulled into the house by Zuzuyu, and Xiaowu followed him in. Fourth sister, brother-in-law, you guys sit down, I'll pour you a cup of tea. Zuzuyu called out directly to her brother-in-law, she was very eye-catching and could speak. Sister 3, I'll do it. The two sisters made tea together, and after 3 cups, Zuzuking brought Xiaowu one. The 3 of them sat together. Zuzuyu looked at Xiaowu and then at her sister Zuzuking, fourth sister, hurry up and introduce it. In fact, Zuzuyu once collected information about Zuzuking in the Soul Master competition, knew about Zuzuking and Xiaowu, and saw Xiaowu's portraits and recognized him. Zuzuking said shyly, 3 sister, his name is Xiaowu, my man, your brother-in-law. Xiaowu said, sister, okay. Zuzuyu smiled and said, brother-in-law, you can't bully Zuking. She is simple and kind. You must protect her and always love her. Xiaowu responded seriously, I must do what my third sister said. In the future, the third sister can supervise it. If I don't do it well, you can deal with me with Zhu Qing. Zuzuyu smiled and said, take care of you. She looked at Zuzuking and joked, I'm afraid that the fourth sister will feel very distressed. Zuzuking blushed and said, if he makes you angry with your third sister, I will help you deal with him. Okay, I remember what you couple said. Don't refuse to admit your account in the future. Zuzuyu plays said with a smile. Then he looked at Zuzuking and said, the fourth sister has grown up now and has become a powerful Kanra. I am happy for you. No one will bully you in the future. Zuzuking said, sister, you protected me when you were a child, and now I should protect you. You don't have to be afraid, with me and Xiaowu, no one dares to bully you in the Zhu family and the entire Xingluo Empire. You leave with us, take Sunyang and Lai Yudi with us, let's leave here and live the life we want. Zuzuyu was moved and moved. But she hesitated, she was worried that it would bring disaster to Zuzuking. After all, in her opinion, even the titled Dulo dared not fight head-on with the entire Xingluo Empire, otherwise he would be exhausted by the Xingluo Empire's army. Zuzuking saw Zuzuyu's concerns. She looked at Xiaowu and said, husband, it's time for you to show off so that your third sister can rest assured. Xiaowu understood what Zuzuking meant. He stood up. Zuzuyu looked at Xiaowu in confusion, wondering what he was going to do, so she wouldn't force herself to take her away, right? Just as I was about to say something, I saw the soul ring appear on Xiaowu's body. Then Zuzuyu was stunned and shocked. The 9 soul rings of Xiaowu's body, red, 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 and red are too dazzling, too shocking, and too terrifying. Zuzuyu has never heard of it, let alone seen it. The first time I saw this, it was normal to have such a reaction. Mr. Xiaowu said that he had no intention of showing off, but just as Zuzuking's wife said. Zuzuking didn't let him put away his soul ring, so he kept showing it out. After a while, Zuzuking looked at Xiaowu helplessly. Xiaowu, who was in tune with each other, quickly put away his soul ring and showed that he was very listening to his wife. An honest man, a good man, raking his ears means me, Mr. Xiaowu. Zuzuking came to Zuzuyu and whispered, 3 sister, Xiaowu is now at level 99. No one can be his opponent except God. Even if there are many troops in the Xingluo Empire, he will not be able to stop him. Don't worry, let's go with us now. Zuzuyu looked at Xiaowu and felt that this brother-in-law was just like the rumors. No, it was even more perverted and even more evil than the rumors. Then he looked back at Zuzuking and smiled and said, Sister 4, what kind of man have you found? It's so scary. I have never seen that kind of soul ring before. The red one should be the 100,000-year soul ring, what about the golden one? Zhu Zuqing explained, generally, soul rings that are no more than 200,000 years old are all red. Soul rings that are more than 200,000 years old will have a golden pattern every 100,000 years. Soul rings that have been over 1,000,000 years are usually golden. Zhu Zuya was stunned. This was completely beyond her cognition. The 100,000-year soul ring, she had heard of it, it was the red soul ring. But she didn't know that the soul ring that had lasted more than 200,000 years and the soul ring that had been 1,000,000 years. Even the Zhu family, the Dai family should not know what the soul ring that is more than 200,000 years old looks like, and they almost never saw it before. So today, when I saw Zhu Zuqing's two 100,000-year soul rings, the Zhu family was shocked, and immediately changed their attitude towards Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing smiled and said proudly, "Of course the man I like is different." "Yes, you have a good vision in fourth sister." Zhu Zuya said with a smile, "You are amazing now, I saw it before, 200,000-year soul rings." Zhu Zuqing looked at Xiaowu, "He got it all for me, otherwise how could I be like now? Third sister, if you follow us, you will have a soul ring of 100,000 years in the future." Zhu Zuya was relieved now. "Well, I'll go with you." Zhu Zuqing said, "Ask Sunyang and Lai Yudi if they are willing to leave. If you are willing, or if you want to take them away by force, take them away." "Well, I'll go back and have a good talk with them." Zhu Zuya said movedly, "Thank you, fourth sister." Zhu Zuqing smiled and shook her head, "We are the best sisters, no matter how different you and me." Just then, there was noisy outside the Zhu mansion. It was Prince Davis who got the news that he brought 10,000 troops to surround the Zhu mansion, and he would not let someone take Zhu Zuya away. At the same time, Davis thought of taking the opportunity to take down Zhu Zuqing, and then playing with Zhu Zuya and Zhu Zuqing's sisters. He also wants to seek revenge on Xiaowu. He was beaten and humiliated by Xiaowu in Wuhan City, but Davis has always held a grudge. This is not the Wuhan City, not the Tiandu Empire, but the Xingluo Empire, and its territory. Even for the title Dulo, Davis wants to give it a try. There are so many others, 10,000 is not enough, and there are still hundreds of thousands or millions. It is not easy to escape from so many people even if Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing are both soul controls and have a soul ring of 100,000 years. It's better not to escape. This will kill Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing. Davis thought it was pretty. Chapter 344 What a miserable Davis! Who informed Davis? The head of the Zhu family asked to his sons. His eyes fell on his eldest son. "Didn't I ask you to block the news?" The eldest son, Zhu Zuqing's elder brother, frowned and said, "Dad, it should be that the second brother had someone to inform Davis quietly after the fourth sister appeared. The second in the Zhu family generation is closest to Davis and is willing to flatter Davis." The second son of the Zhu family knew that Davis had always coveted Zhu Zuqing, and after Zhu Zuqing appeared, he asked someone to inform Davis quietly. Damn it! The head of the Zhu family was angry. Unfortunately, the second son of the Zhu family was seriously injured and was still being treated. If he wasn't here, he would definitely be beaten. "Boss, go and stabilize Davis and don't let him do anything wrong. I'll go and talk to Zuqing." At this point, the head of the Zhu family still hopes that Zhu Zuqing can stay in the Zhu family, and then Zhu Zuya will marry Davis, with the best of both worlds. I don't want to see Zhu Zuqing and Davis conflict, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. Zhu Zuqing now has two soul controls with a soul ring of 100,000 years. The head of the Zhu family believes that this daughter's strength must be comparable to that of an ordinary titled Douluo. If you really want to fight, I don't know how many casualties will be. Whether it was Davis or Zhu Zuqing, the head of the Zhu family was unwilling to see it, because this was a huge loss to the Zhu family. Outside the Zhu family's mansion, The entire Zhu family has been surrounded by Prince Davis and will not let people enter and exit. Brother-in-law, are you going to stop me? Davis was about to enter the Zhu family, but was stopped by the boss of the Zhu family. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. The boss of the Zhu family advised, everything is easy to discuss, you don't have to use force. Davis refused to listen. Zhu Zuqing and Cao bullied the prince in Wuhan City. The account must be settled clearly today, and no one can stop him. Get out of the way. If the Zhu family stops me, it will be rebellion. The second son of the Zhu family frowned, Your Highness, do you know that you are doing this indiscriminately? If the Emperor of Xingluo Empire knew about it, he would not have allowed Davis to lead his troops to surround the Zhu family. Of course, you may also know, but by default. Perhaps it was because the Zhu family had 2 consecutive daughters who had regretted marriage and betrayed, and now there might be a third one. Even the Emperor of Xingluo Empire, he felt uncomfortable. Davis brought his troops here, perhaps the Emperor of Xingluo Empire was trying to hit the Zhu family. Snort. Davis snorted coldly, I am here to catch the 2 criminals who bullied this prince. They are not from the Zhu family. Do the Zhu family want to shelter the criminals? The excuse has been found long ago, and it will not be directly opposite the Zhu family. It is just that when capturing Zhu Zuqing and Cao, it will be knocked on the Zhu family. The boss of the Zhu family naturally knew about Davis's arrogance and was able to persuade him from other angles. Your Highness, Zhu Zuqing is now a soul Dora, and has 2 soul rings of 100,000 years, and his strength is probably equivalent to a titled Dulo. If a fight really happens, it may be very dangerous. Please think twice. What? Zhu Zuqing is already a Contra and has 2 soul rings of 100,000 years. Davis was shocked, and the person who informed him only said that Zhu Zuqing and a man returned to the Zhu family. The person who notified him did not see Zhu Zuqing's soul ring, so he didn't know. Later, the head of the Zhu family blocked the news, so Davis only now knew about these situations. How is that possible? Davis was unwilling to believe it. He originally thought that Zhu Zuqing was at most at the Soul Emperor realm, because he is now the Soul King. The 2 of them were only a few levels apart in the Soul Master competition. Now he is the Soul King, while Zhu Zuqing is a Soul Contra, and there are 2 soul rings of 100,000 years. Davis cannot accept this gap. The old man of the Zhu family said, This is what the Zhu family saw with their own eyes, why should I deceive you? Your Highness, please do not be impulsive. The matter between you and Zhu Zuqing is not without room for maneuver, and it does not have to be resolved through force. But it is hard to persuade the damn ghost. What Davis thought was that if he didn't deal with Zhu Zuqing and Cao now, it would be even more difficult to deal with in the future. At present, the right time, place, and people are all on his side. Even Dulo, he has the chance to keep the other party in the Xingluo Empire. With such an opportunity and confidence, how could Davis give up? So what if they are titled Dulo? This is the Xingluo Empire. Those who bully this prince will have to pay the price. Today, Zhu Zuqing and her dog man, the prince, must take him away. Are your Zhu family really going to stop it? Next to Davis, there is a Conra and 2 soul saints. They are responsible for Davis' safety and are also Davis's thugs. In addition, there is a soul division of 100 people in the army and a force of 10,000, so the Zhu family dare not fight head-on. Davis refused to listen to advice, which made the boss of the Zhu family angry. Ah! While staying here, Davis suddenly screamed. The people around him were horrified to see Davis' left arm flying up and blood splattering. Davis screamed with his right hand covering his broken arm. Before everyone could come to their senses, Davis' right arm flew out again. Next is the left leg and the right leg. In an instant, Davis' hands and arms were inexplicably cut off. Ah! Your Highness the Crown Prince! The people around him came to their senses and screamed in shock. The 3 soul masters responsible for protecting Davis hurriedly helped Davis stop bleeding, and at the same time were alert to the surroundings and searching for enemies. The head of the Zhu family trembled. He did not notice anyone around him taking action, and there was no abnormal soul power fluctuation. Who exactly did it? Zhu Zuqing? Or Xiaowu beside her? It was so scary that Davis's hands and feet were silently cut off. Too cruel. Can such a person offend? Just as the head of the Zhu family speculated. Davis was in trouble again. When others stopped Davis from bleeding and pain, suddenly, they were in front of them. Davis' ears were cut off, his nose was cut, his eyes were burst, and his tongue was broken. Ah! This is not Davis's scream, it is from those around him. Davis has fainted, but is not dead yet. But it looks too miserable and too scary. Zhu family dares to harm the crown prince so much. You are so brave. The Khanra, who was responsible for protecting Davis, said tremblingly, and he was also frightened, Your Majesty will soon find out, let's see how your Zhu family explains to your Majesty. Zhu family old De came back from his fear, this is not our Zhu family's business, it is definitely not what our Zhu family does. Something big happened. Davis is so miserable, he will be useless even if he doesn't die. The Prince of Xingluo Empire is finished. The Zhu family is responsible for the accident at the gate of the Zhu family. The boss of the Zhu family quickly returned to the mansion to tell the head of the Zhu family. Davis was taken away, while the others continued to siege the Zhu family. Although they did not go in, they could not let people in and out. Things are getting big, and the Emperor of Xingluo Empire needs to deal with it. At this time, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuyu, who are living in Zhu Zuyu, are talking to the head of the Zhu family, and they don't know what's happening outside yet. Xiaowu Diun savored the tea in a calm and gentle manner. It seems like Davis's matter has nothing to do with him. Chapter 345 Bloody outside the Zhu mansion. Father, something happened. The boss of the Zhu family rushed over. Seeing his panic, the head of the Zhu family's face darkened. I'm so impatient, why are you panic? The sky can't fall. The boss of the Zhu family ran over and looked at Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuyu, who were nothing unusual. It seems that my father has been here all the time, and the three of them shouldn't have taken action, otherwise they will definitely be noticed. The head of the Zhu family is also a Contra after all. Could it be that Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing did it? In this case, the Zhu family may have greater trouble. What are you stupid? Seeing that his eldest son was in a daze, the head of the Zhu family shouted, What happened? Say it. The boss of the Zhu family came to his senses and came to the head of the Zhu family and whispered in a low voice. After hearing the head of the Zhu family, he changed his expression and looked at Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing. He had been here just now and did not feel any soul power fluctuations in Zhu Zuqing and Xiaowu. Whether Zhu Zuqing or Xiaowu used his soul skills, he should have soul power fluctuations, but the head of the Zhu family did not feel it. It means that it is very likely that it was not done by Zhu Zuqing or Xiaowu. Who could it be? No matter who did it, Prince Davis was attacked outside the Zhu family's gate, with his hands, feet, ears, nose, and tongue missing. So miserable. The Emperor of Xingluo Empire must be furious. The Zhu family can't get rid of anything. Seeing the appearance of the head of the Zhu family and the boss of the Zhu family, Zhu Zuyu and Zuqing knew that something had happened, and both of them suspected Xiaowu. Zhu Zuqing was not only suspicious, but she was even sure that it was done by Xiaowu. Zhu Zuyu suspected Xiaowu because of Xiaowu's strength, and he could take action without anyone noticing. As for what happened, they guessed it was related to Davis. The head of the Zhu family came before and was telling them that Davis led his troops to surround the Zhu family and wanted to target Zhu Zuqing and Xiaowu, and advised them not to be impulsive. Unexpectedly, something happened to Davis so soon. Zhu Zuyu asked, What's wrong? The head of the Zhu family, the eldest of the Zhu family, the father and son looked at Zhu Zuyu and the other two. The head of the Zhu family spoke, just now, Prince Davis was attacked outside the Zhu family. His hands, feet, ears, nose, and tongue were cut off, but the murderer was not found. Ah! Zhu Zuya was surprised. This was too cruel. Zhu Zuqing didn't feel it, and she said, Davis deserves it. A few years ago, he sent someone to chase his elder sister and cut off her left arm. If Cao De hadn't met her, her elder sister would have died. The head of the Zhu family, the eldest of the Zhu family, and Zhu Zuya were also surprised. Zhu Zuya said angrily, Davis actually sent someone to chase his elder sister, damn it. That's right, he deserves it now. Although she had conflicts with her elder sister Zhu Zuyuan, they had a good relationship when they were young. Cao De looked at them and said, I did this. You. The head of the Zhu family was surprised and suspicious. He clearly did not feel Cao De's soul power fluctuations, so how could he take action? The boss of the Zhu family was frightened, and he could see Davis's tragic situation. This brother-in-law is a cruel person and can't afford to offend him. Zhu Zuya looks like she is indeed yours. Zhu Zhu guessed it early in the morning, and she supported Cao De's everything he did. What's more, Zhu Zuqing was moved because she knew that Cao De took action for her and for the three sisters. Davis caused a lot of harm and humiliation to Zhu Zuqing, Zhu Zuyuan, and Zhu Yu, how could he not repay him? Cao De said again, Davis hurt Zhu Qing and the others first, and now he doesn't plan to let us go. Such people cannot be kept. The reason why he didn't kill him was to let him feel the pain well and not let him die too cheaply. So cruel. The head of the Zhu family and the boss of the Zhu family were both scared of Cao De. And Cao De must be much stronger than Zhu Zuqing, and he is probably the titled Dulo. According to Cao De's situation in the Soul Master competition, there was a perverted soul ring at that time, and now there are probably more soul rings in 100,000 years. Such a monster should not be provoked. What's more, he's still a ruthless person. The head of the Zhu family changed his attitude again, Zuqing, please take Zuyu and the others away. With your strength, it should be no problem to leave. There is not much resistance to leaving now. If many soul masters and troops of the Xingluo Empire arrive, it will be difficult to leave at that time. Although you are very strong, you may not be able to confront the Xingluo Empire army. It was to release goodwill to Zhu Zuqing and the others, and to let them leave quickly. Perhaps the Zhu family would not be too involved. Get multiple goals in one go. He is worthy of being the head of the family, and he has many strategies. Need not. Cao De said, I'm waiting for them to come. I don't mind killing an emperor to shock me. Since you dare to admit it, the bitch Cao is not afraid. With his current strength, there is no need to be afraid of the entire Xingluo Empire. This crazy man. The head of the Zhu family and the boss of the Zhu family thought so in a tacit understanding. Zhu Zuya was not panicked at all, believing in her evil brother-in-law. Cao De continued, San sister, go and prepare now, Zhu Qing will accompany the third sister. Leave the rest of the matter to me. Zhu Zuqing nodded and looked at the head of the Zhu family, you won't stop you anymore, are you? It's just a big stop. The boss of the Zhu family was speechless. The head of the Zhu family sighed, Zuqing, Zuyu, no matter what, you are all from the Zhu family. I hope you will be happy after leaving. Alas, maybe it's really wrong. The Zhu family shouldn't regard interests as more important than family affection. Zhu Zuyu and Zhu Qing did not respond and left together. The head of the Zhu family asked the boss of the Zhu family to accompany him to see if there was anything needed, and everything would be up to Zhu Zuyu and Zuqing's wishes. Now only the head of the Zhu family and Cao De are left. The head of the Zhu family said, Cao De, right? Thank you for taking care of Zhu Qing, otherwise she would not have known how much suffering she would suffer outside. Cao De's expression was calm, will the Zhu family care about her? If Zhu Qing hadn't had the strength now, would you care about her? The head of the Zhu family sighed, I can't refute it. I can have a clear conscience to the Zhu family, but I owe too much to Zuking and the sisters. This is the case in this world, everything depends on strength. If the Zhu family wants to survive, they must gain strength as much as possible, so there will be many sacrifices. In the past, I thought everything was worth it, but now the choices and growth of Zuking, Zuyuan, Zuyu and others made me realize that maybe the Zhu family can make changes, and maybe that will become stronger, more united and more warm. Xiaowu kept sighing as he heard this unrecognized father-in-law sighing. These sighs were probably half true and half false. The Emperor of Xingluo Empire soon received the news and was furious when he saw Davis's tragic situation. Immediately summoned the Soul Master army and tens of thousands of imperial guards in the city to come to the Zhu family. Get in and bring Zhu Zuking and Xiaowu out for me, and stop him from killing him without mercy. When he arrived outside the Zhu family, the Emperor of Xingluo Empire asked several Soul Masters to force the Zhu family to break into the Zhu family directly. Those who enter Zhu's mansion will die. Xiaodu's voice came, but he could not see him. Pretending to be a ghost. Go in and bring people out. The Emperor of Xingluo Empire was wearing armor and was surrounded by many Soul Master guards. He insisted on letting someone go to Zhu's mansion to arrest Xiaowu and Zhu Zuking, and his subordinates had to obey the orders. A group of Soul Masters, some flew into the Zhu mansion from the sky, and some entered through the gate. The Zhu family members did not stop them. Ah! When these Soul Masters entered the Zhu mansion, they screamed, and everyone's body was cut in an instant, as if they were directly hit on the extremely sharp blade, their bodies were directly abandoned, and blood flowed. At this time, Xiaodu's space-cutting soul skill formed an invisible cutting machine in a piece of space, and everything he touched would be cut in an instant. For a moment, the Zhu mansion was bleeding profusely, which was extremely terrifying. Chapter 346 The Emperor of Xingluo Empire is dead. The Conra who rushed to the front had the worst miserable moment. Suddenly hit the invisible space barrier of space cutting, and his body was cut into countless small pieces in an instant. There was no time to react, and the person was gone. The flesh and blood fall, the blood flows, forming a neatly line, so that people can clearly feel a wall ahead, invisible, space wall that will be cut if it hits. Everyone who saw this scene was frightened. Stop! In fact, there is no need for the Emperor of Xingluo Empire to stop. Those Soul Masters who have not yet touched the space-cutting wall stopped in fear, or ran back directly. The head of the Zhu family who had just been driven out of the mansion was shocked and confused when he saw this scene. I originally wanted to persuade the Emperor of Xingluo Empire, but now I have seen blood, so it's not impossible to persuade him. Now the Zhu family may have to choose one side. The royal family of the Xingluo Empire is still Xiaowu. If Xiaowu chooses Xiaowu, the royal family will liquidate their Zhu family when Xiaowu and the others leave. If you choose the royal family, the Zhu family may slaughter Xiaowu now. It seems to be a question of dying early and late. The head of the Zhu family did not think that Zhu Zuking and the others would protect the Zhu family. But even so, the Zhu family had no choice. It's better to die late than to die early. However, at present, the head of the Zhu family still wants to fight for reconciliation. Your Majesty, calm down. The head of the Zhu family carefully left the Zhu family and were not injured, which means that Xiaowu did not target the Zhu family. Okay, you Zhu family, are you going to rebel? The Emperor of Xingluo Empire sent his anger on the head of the Zhu family. The head of the Zhu family felt uncomfortable and said, Your Majesty, don't continue. This person is invincible. Let him leave, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. Humph! The Emperor of Xingluo Empire said angrily, the prince was tragically killed, extremely miserable, and he couldn't stand it today. Now many soul masters are dead, including 3 soul controls. You asked me to let him leave? Even if I agree, the Xingluo Empire will not agree. Kill! 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 The army immediately shouted and killed this guy, which was much heavier than the army of the Tiandu Empire. There are now about 50,000 troops outside the Zhu mansion, and the Emperor of Xingluo Empire can also mobilize 100,000 troops stationed outside the city at any time. I don't believe that I can't take Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing. Head of the Zhu family, I ordered you Zhu family to take down the criminals and make up for the mistakes. I can do nothing to blame. The Emperor of Xingluo Empire had a good plan and wanted to make the Zhu family a knife. Your Majesty, do you really want this? The head of the Zhu family said coldly. Since the Emperor of Xingluo Empire did not listen to advice, he still wanted to use the Zhu family. Xiaowu and the Zhu family dare not touch them, otherwise they would die faster. Now that the Emperor of Xingluo Empire is pressing against each other, the Zhu family can only stand on Xiaowu's side. Don't the Zhu family want to? As soon as the Emperor of Xingluo Empire finished speaking, the people around him had surrounded the head of the Zhu family and others. Your Majesty, you are forcing me to the Zhu family. The head of the Zhu family is ready to take action. Haha, the Emperor of Xingluo Empire saw that the Zhu family head of the family thought sneered, the Zhu family is just a tool of the Xingluo Empire. Without your Zhu family, the Xingluo Empire is still powerful. Let me tell you, over the years, the Dai family has quietly cultivated some descendants with the martial soul of the netherworld spirit cat. It doesn't matter whether your Zhu family exists. If the Zhu family rebels today, then the Zhu family will be destroyed. Over the years, the Zhu family and the Dai family have been married. The Dai family has always wanted to cultivate some descendants who have the martial soul of the netherworld spirit cat, without always being subject to the fusion of the martial souls of the Zhu family. Now the Dai family has quietly cultivated many descendants with the netherworld spirit cat martial soul, and it is not important whether the Zhu family exists or not. It just so happened that we took the opportunity to solve the problem with the Zhu family. You Dai family will regret it. The head of the Zhu family shouted, take it. Just as they were about to take action, they were shocked to see the head of the Emperor of Xingluo Empire flying up. Go home. Everyone of the Zhu family obeys the orders. Those who enter Zhu's mansion will be killed without mercy. The head of the Zhu family quickly reacted and brought the people back to Zhu's mansion. Although the Emperor of Xingluo Empire was dead, there were too many troops outside and could not be confronted head-on. Go back to the house to see how the tense will develop in the next step. Your Majesty is dead. The Emperor of Xingluo Empire suddenly died and the morale of the army was in chaos. What should I do now? Let's go back to the palace first. After discussing, the leaders prepared to return to the palace with the body of the Emperor of Xingluo Empire and his army. The most important thing is to stabilize the situation of Xingluo Empire now. As for Xiaowu, the terrifying existence, I hope he will leave the Xingluo Empire as soon as possible. Xiaowu did not take action again. Xiaowu doesn't care how things will develop next, and as long as he dares to kill him, he will solve it. However, the Zhu family took action. Join forces. Now that the Emperor of the Xingluo Empire is dead, Prince Davis is almost dead, and he has also lost 3 Conra and some soul masters, and his strength has been greatly weakened. Now that the Xingluo Empire has no leader, and the Zhu family and the Dai family have become enemies, the Zhu family will take advantage of his illness to kill him. The Zhu family also has people and powerful in the army. Then contact some other forces, it is not impossible to change the dynasty. Such a huge disturbance in the Zhu family could not have attracted the attention of others. In addition, there was something wrong with Prince Davis and the Emperor of Xingluo Empire, so the news would definitely not be hidden, and it would be spread quickly. The Soul Palace, the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect, the Spy of the Heavenly Do Empire, etc. will also get news soon. Are you sure? The Prince and His Majesty are both dead. That's right, it's absolutely true. It's all done by the Zhu family. Is the Zhu family going to rebel? Very likely. The Zhu family is so brave. When the news came out, almost all the Zhu family rebelled and killed the prince and the emperor. Moreover, with the promotion of those who are interested, there are more and more such news, which makes the people of Xingluo city know. The Zhu family rebelled. The Zhu family killed the prince and the emperor. The result is that many people will be hostile to the Zhu family. Of course, there are also some people who will defect to the Zhu family. If the dynasty is really changed, then they will be founding heroes. The timids starve to death, and the bold ones to death. There has never been a shortage of bold people, those who are willing to take risks. Although the imperial guards and the city guards in Xingluo city are openly controlled by the Dai family, it is impossible for everyone to be one mind. In such a situation, there will definitely be a family and the power will have other thoughts. There are even people who want to push the Dai family to be the new emperor. In Xingluo city, Xingluo Empire was soon covered with clouds. The Zhu family moved the fastest and controlled the North City area and the North City Gate where the Zhu family was located on the same day. The palace is located in the East City of Xingluo City, and is also the location of the Dai family. It is now the strictest place, with many army guards. In addition, the 100,000 troops stationed outside the city also had abnormal movements. Some wanted to lead troops to wipe out the Zhu family, while others said they could not move without the will and the military talisman. Some people are also secretly active and connected, and mutinies may occur at any time. Chapter 347 Ning Rongrong wants a child. Outside the Zhu mansion, Zhu Zuya took her mother and brother into the carriage, but she didn't look at the Zhu family more. The three of them had long since nostalgia for the Zhu family. Zhu Zuya's mother was attracted by the head of the Zhu family because she was beautiful and had a leopard martial soul. But later her mother's soul power remained at level 59 and could not break through, nor could she fusion the martial soul with the head of the Zhu family. In addition, he was old and had sex, so the head of the Zhu family no longer liked Zhu Zuya's mother. Zhu Zuya's younger brother is now 16 years old, but his martial soul is not a netherworld spirit cat, but a leopard martial soul that inherited his mother. He is now at the Soul Lord realm and has average talent. Therefore, it is not valued by the Zhu family. If Zhu Zuya had not had the netherworld spirit cat martial spirit, had good talent, beautiful people, and great value, I am afraid that the three of them would have been even more sad when they were in the Zhu family. Therefore, now that they left the Zhu family, the three of them were very happy and finally got rid of the cage. Zhu Zuking got into the car. Xiaowu acted as the coachman and drove the car out of the Zhu family. In the rear, the boss of the Zhu family brought some people to see him off. After Xiaowu and the others left, they immediately blocked the news that Zhu Zuking had broken off relations with the Zhu family. At the same time, the truth that Xiaowu killed the prince and the emperor of Xingluo Empire was quietly spread, as well as the relationship between Xiaowu and Zhu Zuking. In this way, the Zhu family not only did not take the blame for Xiaowu, but also wanted to be the power of Zhu Zuking and Xiaowu to fight for the Zhu family in the Xingluo Empire. In this case, at least in the short term, inside and outsiders only know that Zhu Zuking, the fourth lady of the Zhu family, has become a Conra and has two 100,000-year soul rings, and is powerful. Xiaowu is Zhu Zuking's husband and is even stronger. The royal family of the Xingluo Empire wanted to force his marriage to Zhu Zuking's third sister Zhu Zuyu, and Xiaowu killed the prince and the emperor in anger. With these understandings, outsiders will feel that the Zhu family's rebellion was forced, and at the same time they are afraid of the strength of Zhu Zuking and Xiaowu of the Zhu family. Pulling the tiger's skin into a big banner, the Zhu family wants to use this to win over more people and try to seize the Xingluo Empire. As for whether it will succeed in the end, Xiaowu and the others don't care. The Zhu family ambiguously spread some half-true and half-false news, and Xiaowu and the others didn't care. As long as the Zhu family blatantly made a fuss about him, Xiaowu would not bother to pay attention to it. What is the future of the Zhu family? It has nothing to do with him, Zhu Zuking, Zhu Zuyu and others. The city has been closed, no one is allowed to enter and exit. When they arrived at the city gate, Xiaowu and the others were stopped. Xiaowu did not break through to the city gate, but instead a space jump soul skill, and disappeared directly from the spot with his men and carriage, and then appeared outside the city gate. It shocked the city guards and didn't dare to chase them. How dare such a person be provoked? Not only were they shocked, but even the horse pulling the cart was stunned. Zuzuyu in the carriage, as well as her mother and younger brother, were also surprised. Zuzuyu's younger brother even shone in his eyes, "Brother-in-law, it's so awesome." Zuzuking smiled faintly, "He can do anything." Zuzuyu's mother, "Zuking, you found a good man." Zuzuking said, "Qianyang, the third sister will meet you in the future. There is also the sixth brother, I will find a daughter-in-law for you in the future." Zuzuyu's mother smiled and said, "Well, life will definitely be better in the future." Xiaowu and Zuzuking planned to take Zuzuyu and the others to Lamba Academy for resettlement. Zuzuyu's younger brother can continue to study and practice in Lamba Academy. That night, they went to a town for a night of rest. "I gave up building a carriage the next day, it was too slow." So Xiaowu led the four of them to the road. A few days later, they returned to the Lamba Academy in Tiandu City and placed Zuzuyu and the others in the Lamba Academy. Some of Lu Erlong and the others came out of the capture space. Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong went to the Kaibao Glazed Li sect and prepared to pick up Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyuan, Tianqing Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape to return to Lamba Academy. I was worried about their safety before, so I sent them to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Grandpa Bones, you have broken through to level 96. After returning to the Seven Treasures Glazed Pieces sect, Ning Rongrong was surprised. Dulo looked at Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, and smiled and said, "Thanks to the fairy grass you gave me, I have made a breakthrough." Some fairy grass appeared in the capture space before, and after giving it to Chen Li and the others, some were left. Xiaowu gave Jian Dulo and Gu Dulo one by one, an immortal grass. In addition to Ning Rongrong's factor, the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect also helped Xiaowu and the others a lot. The fairy grass is very effective, but it is too precious. After taking the immortal grass, Jian Dulo practiced much smoother. I believe it will be fine if he reaches level 99 in the future. Xiaowu said, "Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bones, this is a filial piety to you, you have to be polite." Then he said to Ning Fengzi, "Father-in-law, wait a little longer. If you still haven't done it after a long time, take other fairy herbs." Ning Fengzi smiled and said, "I'm not in a hurry." He did not take other fairy herbs, but was waiting for the fairy herbs that Ning Rongrong had taken to appear. The fairy grass that Ning Rongrong took was Kiluo Tulip. After taking it, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Martial Soul was upgraded to the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower Martial Soul. The roots of the Kiluo Tulip have been planted in the capture space and have grown very well. They have now reached the 8th grade herb level. After some time, there is also a great chance to grow into a fairy grass. So Ning Fengzi needs to wait a little longer. After Ning Rongrong came back this time, Ning Fengzi, Jian Dulo and Bone Dulo found that she was different and finally grew up into a woman. They were relieved, otherwise they would have thought that Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu were still a girl, so what was wrong? Now it's okay. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu were completely in harmony, so they felt relieved, and they were also looking forward to seeing their children earlier. When talking to Ning Rongrong alone, Ning Fengzi deliberately said, "Rongrong, I am looking forward to hugging my grandson. You can't let me wait for a long time." Ning Rongrong blushed, "Dad, what are you talking about?" "That, child, it doesn't mean you have it. It depends on fate. It will come naturally when fate comes." However, when Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu were together that night, she worked very hard and wanted to have a child with Xiaowu. Xiaowu lived in the 7 Treasures Glazed Li sect for 2 days, and has been with Ning Rongrong for the past 2 days. Ning Rongrong works hard and hopes that she can get pregnant in the past 2 days. Ning Fengzi told Xiaowu De about the situation of looking for Tang Hao. At present, no trace of Tang Hao, Nodding City or Holy Soul Village was found. Tang Hao is now looking for a Yin's whereabouts everywhere. He is very careful because he is worried about being discovered by the Spirit Hall. Therefore, it is not easy for the Seven Treasures Glazed Lith sect to find Tang Hao's whereabouts. Xiaowu De was not in a hurry to do this. The one who poses the greatest threat to him is Tang San, and Tang Hao can be solved at any time as long as he finds him. Now Xiaowu De has killed the emperor of the Xingluo Empire, Dai Mubai's father, and is also enemies of Dai Mubai. When he sees Dai Mubai, it is necessary to solve it together. During the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect, Xiaowu De also told Ning Fengzi and others about the Xingluo Empire. The Seven Treasures Glazed Lith sect is not going to intervene, but the Tiandu Empire will definitely fan the flames and make the Xingluo Empire in chaos. Maybe after the Xingluo Empire is in chaos, the Tiandu Empire can take advantage of the chaos to annex it. Chapter 348 Xiaowu also wants a child. Lamba Academy. Lu Erlong's residence became lively again. Zhu Zuyun. Three sisters. Zhu Zuyu and Zhu Zuyun met. Zhu Zuyun, I am not your third sister. Zhu Zuyu can't forgive the things Zhu Zuyun did to Zhu Qing and her before. Although I still remember the happy times of the four sisters when they were young. Zhu Zuyun was silent for a while, then looked at Zhu Zuyu with a real look. Three sister, I'm sorry. After saying that, she turned around and left. She did not ask Zhu Zuyu for forgiveness, but thought she should say I'm sorry. Zhu Zuyu looked at Zhu Zuyun quietly, feeling that Zhu Zuyun had really become a different person. Before, Zhu Zuqing told her about Zhu Zuyun, but she thought it was Zhu Zuyun who pretended. Now that I saw it with my own eyes, I feel that Zhu Zuyun has really become different. She is not like the aggressive Zhu Zuyun once was. Zhu Zuqing walked over and said to Zhu Zuyu, Sister, let's forget the unpleasant things in the past, maybe we can go back to the way we were when we were young. Zhu Zuyu looked at Zhu Zuqing and sighed, Sister 4, you are so kind. But I will listen to you and try to reconcile with her. He paused, looked at the nearby girls, and asked Zhu Zuqing in a low voice, Fourth sister, aren't these brother-in-law's women? Among the information obtained by Xiaowu De in the past, Zhu Zuyu knew that there were many women around Xiaowu De and knew that Xiaowu De was lustful. At first I thought Zhu Zuqing was deceived by Xiaowu De's sweet words, but after seeing Xiaowu De, I realized that Xiaowu De was different. However, now seeing so many women, Zhu Zuyu thinks there are too many people. Can Xiaowu De take care of him? Can Zhu Zuqing be blessed with his nature? Zhu Zuqing smiled and said, Most of all, he is just lustful and cannot be changed. Zhu Zuyu said in surprise, There are too many. Don't you care? Zhu Zuqing said, The first one to be with Xiaowu De was Xiaowu, and then teacher Erlong, wrong. Do you think if they could control him, would there be me? Zhu Zuyu was stunned and realized that her sister was a vested interest. Xiaowu and the others didn't care about Xiaowu De, and Zhu Zuqing's later became even harder to control. Zhu Zuyu asked in a low voice, Can brother-in-law take good care of you? I'm afraid it's because my clone is too tired, right? Zhu Zuqing blushed slightly, he is very strong, no problem. Zhu Zuyu. Half belief and half doubted. Until the evening, we saw Zhu Zuqing, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Bo Sixi, Ya Lingling, Shui Yuer, Huawu, Ayin, Baiji, Zig and the others leaving with Xiaowu De. Zhu Zuyu was confused. However, Chenli and the others told Zhu Zuyu that Xiaowu De was alive every day. The next day, when Zhu Zuyu saw Xiaowu De, she saw Zhu Zuqing and the others full of red faces. Zhu Zuyu completely admires Xiaowu De, the monster brother-in-law. Sister 3, come with me and go to your house. Zhu Zuqing came to Zhu Zuyu's side. Zhu Zuyu now lives near Lu Erlong's residence, like Chenli, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyun, and others. During the day, I practiced, chatted and had dinner with Xiaowu and others. After coming to his residence, Zhu Zuya looked at Zhu Zuking and sighed, "Fourth sister, brother-in-law is such a monster. Don't you know how tired? And you guys are too crazy." Zhu Zuking smiled, but there was no explanation, and it was difficult to explain. She took out a wooden box with a fairy grass inside. "Sister 3, this is a fairy grass." I explained to Zhu Zuya what is a fairy grass and what its function is. Xiaowu originally had 9 immortal grass left, and he gave it to the mother and father of Bone Dulo, Sword Dulo, Bibidong, Shui Yuer, and Shui Binger one after another. There are 3 plants left. The fragrance of Kiluo immortal product is kept, and now I have given Zhu Zuya one and another one. This fairy grass is too expensive. Zhu Zuya was a little afraid to accept it. "Take what you give to you." Zhu Zuking said, "You don't want it, I'll throw it away." "No. I want it." Zhu Zuya was moved. "Thank you, the fourth sister. You are kind to me." Zhu Zuking urged, "Now, take the immortal herbs as I said to refine and absorb them." Zhu Zuya nodded. "Begin to refine and absorb the fairy grass." After the end, Zhu Zuya's soul power increased from level 45 to level 49. Temperament, appearance, skin, etc. have also achieved great improvements. Of course, martial soul, mental power, physical fitness, cultivation speed, etc. have also been improved. It's amazing, incredible. Zhu Zuya was very surprised by the improvement brought to him by the fairy grass. He hugged his sister Zhu Zuking excitedly. "Congratulations to your third sister, you will become the Soul King soon and become the titled Douluo in the future, otherwise this immortal grass would not have to be called the immortal grass." Zhu Zuking congratulated him. Zhu Zuya said excitedly, "Fourth sister, thank you, and I will also help me thank you brother-in-law." She would not thank Xiaowu for the misunderstanding of Zhu Zuking. Zhu Zuya deliberately kept a distance from Xiaowu because she was afraid that one day she would fall into Xiaowu's words, and that would be sorry for Zhu Zuking, the sister. Although there are examples of sisters Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, Zhu Zuya is not like that. She keeps her distance from Xiaowu while she doesn't like him. Xiaowu also had a fairy grass available in his hand. He handed it to Xiaowu today and asked her to take it to her family. As for whom to give it to, Xiaowu decides for himself. By the way, Xiaowu accompanied Xiaowu to the Huo family. Speaking of which, the bitch Xiaowu was neglected. This was the first time he had officially gone to the Huo family. Xiaowu got along with Xiaowu on the Sea God Island. After that, Xiaowu returned home by herself and told her family about her relationship with Xiaowu. At that time, Xiaowu's parents were worried that Xiaowu would be wronged. After all, they also knew that Xiaowu was lustful and there were many women around him. But Xiaowu is in good condition, and Xiaowu has reached the Soul Saint's realm and has a soul ring of 100,000 years. Her parents believed that Xiaowu was sincere to Xiaowu, so they felt relieved. He also asked Xiaowu to take Xiaowu to his home. This time, Xiaowu got the fairy grass. The family will definitely be very happy to bring Xiaowu back together. After Xiaowu went, the Huo family was very enthusiastic. Huo Washuan's brother-in-law is also very enthusiastic. He is a brother-in-law, and his call is very kind. Xiaowu stayed at Huo's house for several days. Immortal grass, Xiaowu's parents decided to take Huo Washuan. Xiaowu followed Xiaowu and could not be at home for a long time. Huo Washuan is the future of the Huo family. Moreover, Huo Washuan has a good talent. With the help of immortal grass, it will definitely be fine to become a titled Douluo in the future. They themselves know what a titled Douluo means to the Huo family. Xiaowu felt a little guilty and could only wait until the capture space had a new fairy grass before giving it to his mother-in-law and mother-in-law. There are also Lu Erlong's parents and Ya Lingling's relatives. I can only talk about it later. During the few days at the Huo family, Xiaowu was very interested and pestered Xiaowu during the day and night. She was very proactive and enthusiastic. I don't know if I can get pregnant. Xiaowu in Cao De's arms said shyly. Influenced by Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu also wanted a child, so she worked hard these days. Chapter 349 A Yin, a wonderful day for Xiaowu and Cao De. In the Lamba Academy, A Yin and Xiaowu held Cao De's arm at the same time, running and chatting in the academy. What a nice view! Who are they? That should be the goddess Xiaowu. Ah, my heart was stolen. He is senior Cao De. Wow, he is always a goddess who is hugging left and right, so envious. If I were to hold the goddess's hand, I would be willing to die. A Yin, Xiaowu and Cao De appeared in Lamba Academy, which attracted the attention of many students, especially the stunning A Yin and Xiaowu, which made the boy's heart beat. But no one dares to say anything, at most, in his heart. Because I was afraid of being beaten by others when I said it, I was beaten by Cao De. We have attracted a lot of attention. A Yin was on Cao De's right, holding Cao De's right hand, showing a shallow smile, which was fascinating. At this time, A Yin had long blue hair floating, a white long skirt covering her whole body. Her luxurious and elegant temperament set off her delicate face that was not like the mortal world, and her blue eyes were as flawless as blue crystals. White ribbons were raised around the hem of the skirt, and a faint fragrance rippled in the air. Zhongling is so beautiful that she is the center of this world. She is so beautiful that it is breathtaking, and everything is fascinating in an instant. A Yin's every frown and smile is so heart-wrenching and fascinating. The posture that is driven by every step is so graceful and tempting. That's because you are so beautiful as a Yin mom. The boys and girls around you are attracted by you. Xiaowu was on Cao De's left hand and said with smile on his face. At this time, Xiaowu had long black hair floating in the wind, and some fell on Cao De's body, emitting a faint fragrance, making people feel comfortable. A pair of pink rabbit ears on the head, moving from time to time, is so cute. Xiaowu is wearing a light pink tulle skirt, revealing her mature and proud figure, making people reluctant to move their eyes when they see it. Her stunning face is fair and charming, her eyes look particularly agile, her appearance looks beautiful and charming, and she has an indescribable special temperament. You are so beautiful and so touching that people will be moved and fascinated by seeing it. Cao De's arms were soft and warm from A Yin and Xiaowu, and he enjoyed it very much. Moreover, there were two stunning beauties holding his arm like this, and the highly watched atmosphere satisfying Cao De's vanity. Brother Cao De, it's not as exaggerated as you said. A Yin was a little shy, but she thought this situation was also very good. Brother, no matter how beautiful we are, it is yours. Xiaowu leaned her head on Cao De's shoulder and whispered softly. A Yin and Xiaowu, one liked to call Cao De brother Cao De, and the other liked to call brother. They are all their love brothers. It's great to have you here. The bitch Cao kissed A Yin and Xiaowu without any hesitation, which made them very embarrassed and angry with him because so many people around him were watching. But their shy appearance is even more charming. If Tang Hao and Tang San met such a scene, they would probably have vomited blood and died of death. Brother, Mom A Yin, let's go to the lake to sit. Xiaowu looked at the beautiful lake ahead and said. Okay, the lakeside view is beautiful. Ian agreed. Together they looked at their beloved man. With you accompany you, wherever you are, the most beautiful place is. Cao De's hands are no longer held by them, but his right hand is holding A Yin's soft waist and his left hand is holding Xiaowu's slender waist, which is not full. The feel is different, but Cao De enjoys it. The three of them came to the lake and sat side by side. Cao De took out some snacks, and they were talking and laughing while eating them. Half an hour later. Lying down. Cao De lay on the grass by the lake, looking at the sky, it's so blue. Xiaowu also lay down, Cao De reached out his left hand and let her pillow. Xiaowu looked at the sky, took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and smiled happily, "This feeling is so good." A yin looked at them and said with a smile, "You two are really like a little couple now." "A sister, it's the three of us." Xiaowu pulled a yin down with one hand. A yin, who was sitting, was pulled by Xiaowu, and fell directly into Xiaowu's arms, with his face pressed against Xiaowu's face. Xiaowu turned his head over, and the two of them looked at each other, feeling affectionately. Xiaowu hugged a yin tightly with one hand and then kissed him. Yin slowly closed her eyes. The two of them were intimately intimate. Xiaowu supported her head with her right hand, leaned her body, staring at Xiaowu and a yin who were intimate, unconsciously pursing her lips, her eyes full of emotion. After Yin and Xiaowu separated, they saw Xiaowu. Xiaowu smiled at her, making Yin even more embarrassed and blushed. "It's all your fault." A yin shyly pinched Xiaowu's right arm. "I understand. You can't be so despicable." Xiaowu smiled humbly, then hugged Xiaowu with his left hand and kissed her. Xiaowu is more bold than a yin. She does not close her eyes, but likes to watch herself intimate with Xiaowu. A yin looked around and found that there was no one, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked at Xiaowu and Xiaowu. She pursed her lips and savored the intimate smell of Xiaowu just now, showing a sweet smile. She also boldly kept watching Xiaowu and Xiaowu intimate, and now she was not that shy. It took a while before Xiaowu and Xiaowu separated. Xiaowu looked at Xiaowu and asked, "Brother, which of us tastes better?" When a yin heard this, he said embarrassedly, "Xiaowu, how could you ask such a shameful question?" Xiaowu held them in his arms, kissed them on their faces, and said with satisfaction, "Sweet, they are all very sweet as honey, but they will never get greasy." A yin said coquettishly, "Brother Xiaowu, you are even more ashamed." Xiaowu smiled and looked at a yin, pursed her lips, and said, "Sister A yin, I know your taste now." In the current atmosphere, the roles of a yin and Xiaowu have changed and become good sisters. A yin glared at Xiaowu shyly, "Sister Xiaowu, you have learned bad things from brother Xiaowu, it's not good." Haha, seeing their appearance, the bitch Xiaowu laughed badly. "Brother Xiaowu, you are still laughing. Brother, you are not authentic." A yin and Xiaowu joined forces and squeezed Xiaowu. "Oh! Two beauties, spare my life, I was wrong." Xiaowu pretended to be in pain, begged for mercy, and admitted his mistake. Snort! A yin and Xiaowu snorted at the same time, then looked at each other and smiled. The two of them pillowed on Xiaowu's arm tacitly, lay on their side and leaned against Xiaowu's arms, stretching out their hands to move Xiaowu's body. It made Xiaowu feel itchy. If it weren't for the worry that they both couldn't accept it, the bitch Xiaowu would have taken them directly to the capture of the space villa room. If it were Ning Rongrong and Yelingling, Xiaowu would have done this long ago. Only they can accept this kind of thing and take the initiative. Even if Xiaowu likes them, he can't force them. However, Xiaowu is not in a hurry. It will take a long time to go in the future and nothing is possible. Chapter 350. Xiaowu is really good at playing. Awesome! Capture the space. Congratulations to Xiaobai, you have become the Soul Lord. Everyone looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, the demon soul great white shark, who looked like a girl, had 2 purple 1000-year soul rings and a black 10,000-year soul ring on her body. Xiaobai, who transformed into humans and grew up again, is very different from his human form on land when he was a soul beast. Now Xiaobai has long grey-black hair, girlish, graceful and beautiful, exuding the fragrance of a girl. The little girl has become a human for nearly a year, and in another year or two, the girl Xiaobai will become a big beauty. At this time, Xiaobai's soul power level reached level 37. She grew up quickly, practiced quickly, and had better years of the soul ring condensed. That was because it captured the space to transform her into humans, which was a special situation. Unlike the sky blue bull python and titan giant ape that transformed themselves into humans under normal circumstances, the two brothers have transformed into humans for almost 6 years. They have the help of capture space ingredients and fruits, and have a good cultivation environment and resources. They are now only at the top 20 level. He looks like a child about 6 years old. The growth and improvement in all aspects cannot be compared with Xiaobai and the others. I can only say that I captured the space. Naer, you don't have to worry about growing up. Cao De said to Gu Yuina, the lowly silver dragon king riding on his neck. Gu Yuina grabbed Cao De's ear speechlessly. Now she was used to it and even liked to ride on Cao De's neck, but she just didn't admit it. Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina has only been in the capture space for several months. Although her soul power has reached level 22, she has only condensed the first soul ring. And it has just been gathering for a while. However, Gu Yuina is very fierce, and her first soul ring is the 10,000-year black soul ring. She prepared for the second soul ring and condensed the red 100,000-year soul ring. The Silver Dragon King, who is worthy of being the clone of the Dragon God, has been captured and transformed into a human, but her power when she was Soul Beast is basically retained, so the soul ring she can condense is longer. In the future, a golden soul ring that is likely to condense for millions of years. The little lowly's Gu Yuina has a short silver hair, a delicate and beautiful face, and is very cute. Cao De now hugged Gu Yuina when he had the chance and asked her to ride high, but he was afraid that in a few months, she would become a girl in half a year, and it would be inappropriate at that time. While Gu Yuina is still young, Cao De wants to hug her more to satisfy his father's love. When Gu Yuina becomes a girl, Cao De can only treat her as his sister, and then she will be her brother and sister. So, Mr. Cao wants to cherish the time when Gu Yuina is or lowly. Gu Yuina's current martial soul is equivalent to the Silver Dragon King, while Xiaobai's martial soul is the Demon Soul Great White Shark King. In terms of martial soul quality, Gu Yuina is undoubtedly the best among the soul beasts that have turned into humans, such as Xiaowu, Ian, Bridget, Zig, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, Xiaobai. Moreover, Gu Yuina's bloodline is much stronger, and her body and soul are also stronger than Xiaowu and the others in the same period. Besides, what's more special is that Gu Yuina has a variety of attribute powers, namely, fire, water, wind, earth, light, darkness, and space. Growing up in the future will be a terrible existence. It's just that I have reached the Soul Lord, and I still have a long way to go. I will try to catch up with you as soon as possible. Xiaobai was also happy to become the Soul Lord. Hug 1, celebrate. Cao De looked at Xiaobai and spread his arms. Xiaobai looked at Gu Yuina riding on Cao De's neck and was a little envious. Now that he has grown up, Cao De no longer allows her to ride high. She walked over and hugged Cao De. She is very familiar with this embrace and can make her feel at ease and comfortable. Xiaobai looked at Gu Yuina, and both of them smiled. Brother-in-law, we're going to the beach to play. Do you want to go? If you go, give us a massage and apply sunscreen. Shui Yuer's voice came. Dear beauties have requirements, I will definitely serve you. Cao De Mei smiled and said, he is so happy about this kind of thing. Shui Binger, Xiaowu, Bo Sixi, Ning Rongrong, Ye Lingling, Zhu Zuking, Gu Yuina, Xiaobai, Baiji, Suidi, and Bingdi plan to practice. Lu Erlong, Zhu Zuking, Ayin, Zig, Shui Yuer, Huawu, and the other 6 went to the beach to play. Sunshine, beach. Whoever wants a massage, the sunscreen oil comes here, and this technician is ready. There were 3 recliners and 3 parasols next to Cao De, and all the other things were prepared one by one. He stared at Lu Erlong, Zhu Zuking, Ayin, Zig, Shui Yuer, Huawu, and the other 6. Lu Erlong, Zhu Zuking, Ayin, and Zig are swimsuits of different styles. They have to go swimming first. They want to go swimming first. Brother-in-law, Xiaowu and I will come first. Shui Yuer walked over, wearing a very attractive beachwear, and she deliberately shaking when walking. Cao Da's eyes were straight. Brother-in-law, please give me a massage first, and then apply sunscreen oil. Xiaowu followed Shui Yuer. Her beachwear was red and her figure was more tall and hot than Shui Yuer. Although she didn't have intentional vision when walking, her posture when walking made people feel hot and cool. I'll wait until the moon is well before starting. Xiaowu didn't compete with Shui Yuer because they had already fought before coming, and Shui Yuer was slightly better, so she came first. No, you all lie down, I can massage you at the same time. Cao Da released the space domain and enveloped Shui Yuer and Xiaowu. After Shui Yuer and Xiaowu lay on the recliner, Cao Da sat in the middle of the recliner. Brother-in-law, you can start. Shui Yuer lay on the recliner, impatient. Xiaowu was also ready, closed her eyes and was ready to enjoy it. Cao Da's massage is addictive and so comfortable. Okay, here it's here. Cao Da sat down and looked at Shui Yuer and Xiaowu's backs. His skin was as jade as his face and his curves were attractive. He sat and admired, his body was not moving. But Shui Yuer and Xiaowu suddenly had one hand on their backs, and they could only see the two hands until their wrists. They are Cao Da's hands, but they appear in a distance where the length and angle of the arm are not reachable. This is Cao Da using the space domain and space power to transfer part of his hands to another place. You see, he was sitting and his body was not moving, his hands seemed to be in his pockets in his shorts, but in fact, part of his hands had appeared in other places through the space. How powerful is this? Cao Da used all three things in mind, while enjoying the beautiful bodies of Shui Yuer and Xiaowu, while massaged them at the same time. Brother-in-law, it's comfortable. Shui Yuer responded comfortably. Very good. Xiaowu's reaction was similar. Comfortable and refreshing. Shui Yuer turned her head and looked at Xiaowu. When she saw one of Cao Da's hands, she said in surprise, "Hi. Brother-in-law, can your hand appear from the air?" Xiaowu also turned her head and looked at Shui Yuer, and saw a special hand, showing a surprised expression. Cao Da smiled and said, "It's amazing. I opened the space field and came up with this method specifically for you. I won't need to massage one by one in the future." Shui Yuer admired her and said, "Brother-in-law, it's so amazing. Yuer admires you so much." Xiaowu smiled and said, "Cao Da, you are just inappropriate. It's a waste to use the space domain and space abilities to massage us, right?" Cao Da shook his head and said seriously, "For you, everything is worth it." Shui Yuer and Xiaowu didn't believe it. They knew that Cao Da was trying to take advantage of them at the same time. But that's okay. They felt comfortable, Cao Da was addicted, everyone was fine, that's good. Chapter 351 Well, let's keep it secret. It was just dawn. In the kitchen where Lu Erlong's residence in Lamba Academy, there is a pair of cute and charming Chen Li, who is very attractive and has a rabbit ear, is in the kitchen alone, humming while making breakfast, and she is in a good mood. Because Cao Da and the others usually eat in the capture space in the morning, the 7 people outside made their own breakfasts. Today it was Chen Li's turn to make breakfast. It was easy for her to make breakfast for 5 people. Chen Li is very beautiful now, with her apron around her, her figure shaking from time to time. With her mature charm and temperament, she looks very attractive. Chen Li is now nearly 40 years old, but it seems that she is only in her 20s at most. She has always taken food and fruits to capture space, and has taken fairy grass, which has made her face, figure, and skin better and better. In terms of soul power level, Chen Li is now at level 67, and is now at level 70, so she is soon to become a soul saint. This morning, Cao Da came out of the capture space, and he was in a state of interest and came out to take a look. He is the only one. I found someone in the kitchen, and it was Chen Li. People are making breakfast. He quietly entered the kitchen and came to Chen Li, who was concentrating on making buns without notice. Xiaowu looked behind her for a while, admired Chen Li's figure, and listened to her humming songs, and the song was pleasant. Chen Li suddenly felt a hand appearing on her buttocks, a familiar hand, and a familiar touch. She knew it was Xiaowu, and she was happy and shy. My body stiffened for a moment, and then pretended not to know. But not long after, Chen Li couldn't control herself, turned her head and looked at Xiaowu behind her affectionately. I thought Xiaowu would still kiss her face like before and stop taking advantage. What surprised her was that Xiaowu, the man she had fallen in love with, actually kissed her on the lips. This is the second time Xiaowu kissed himself like this. It has been several years since the last time. Xiaowu reached out to hug Chen Li and was very enthusiastic about being intimate with her. Because Chen Li had flour on her hands, she stretched out her hand and did not hug Xiaowu. After a while, Xiaowu let go of Chen Li, smiled and said softly, "Chen Li, you are so beautiful and sweet." Chen Li was overjoyed and said with emotion, "No matter how beautiful or sweet it is yours. As long as you need it, you can do it at any time." But I was worried that Xiaowu would just flirt with her and would not want her. Xiaowu looked at the buns made by Chen Li and said, "I'll make them for you." Chen Li showed a little disappointment in her eyes, and then she smiled again, thinking that she shouldn't have asked for too much. Okay. Cooking alone with Xiaowu is rare, and Chen Li cherishes it very much. It's much faster for the two to cook together. During the process, Xiaowu was very honest and did not touch Chen Li again, which disappointed Chen Li a little. After making breakfast, Chen Li was about to ask Xiaowu if he wanted to have breakfast together. Xiaowu first said, "Sister Chen, do you have a long time to have breakfast together?" Chen Li didn't know why Xiaowu asked this, so she replied, "It's about an hour left. I was cooking alone, but it was almost time to come after I was ready. My Xiang and the others came to eat according to the time. Now that you are helping, it's much faster. I have to call them and come to have a meal first." Xiaowu suddenly held Chen Li's hand and said, "Don't call them first. Take advantage of this time and go to your house to sit." Chen Li looked at her in surprise and became excited. "Ah, okay, let's go and sit down." Chen Li lives alone now, and her daughter Maxiang lives with Hu Meyer. Xiaowu was going to sit in Chen Li's house, and both of them understood the meaning. "I'll take you there." Xiaowu hugged Chen Li's waist, moved the space, and showed her directly in the bedroom where she lived. Then Xiaowu picked up Chen Li directly, walked over and put it on the bed. Chen Li looked at Xiaowu and said affectionately, "Xiaowu, I love you." "Sister Chen, I love you too." Xiaowu lowered his head. After many years, Chen Li's luxury hope has become a reality, and she is very happy. More than an hour passed. My Xiang, Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyuan, Zhu Zuyu, Daming, Sky Blue Bull Python, Erming, Titan Giant Ape, came to Lu Erlong's residence one after another and came to the kitchen. "Where is the mom?" My Xiang searched everywhere but didn't find you. "There are notes here." Hu Meyer found a note, "Aunt Chen has had breakfast and has gone back to practice." This kind of thing happens occasionally. My Xiang and the other 6 did not feel suspicious, and they had a meal together and then went to practice together. The note was written by Chen Li, and was just put here by Xiaowu using the space movement ability. The two of them were already forgetful to eat and sleep and were busy and didn't care about eating anymore. Capture the space inside the villa. A new room has been added. The door of the room is a violent rabbit martial soul pattern. I wonder if it is Chen Li's or my Xiang's. I knew they could not escape brother Xiaodu's clutches. It is not surprising that when I see the new room and the new martial soul pattern appears, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Lu Erlong, Shui Yuer, Ning Rongrong and others. Because Chen Li, my Xiang, Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyuan and even Zhu Zuyu, who has just arrived, have been with them all the time and will sooner or later become Xiaodu's woman. Knowing that Xiaowu was busy outside, Xiaowu and the others no longer waited for him to have breakfast together. Chen Li's bedroom. More than 3 hours have passed since Xiaowu and Chen Li were together. Chen Li's face was rosy as she had never seen before. She hugged Xiaowu tightly, then bit her arm, and smiled foolishly. "It's great, not a dream." Xiaowu smiled, "You are so stupid and cute. What do you bite yourself and do? You can bite me. I feel the pain. That can prove that it is not a dream." Chen Li shook her head and smiled with a happy and satisfying sexual happiness. "I have to experience it myself to be true." Besides, she couldn't bear to hurt Xiaowu. Xiaowu stared at her. "Sister Chen, you smile so charmingly." Chen Li felt Xiaowu's reaction and said shyly, "You are so bad." Xiaowu smiled wickedly and said, "Who makes you charming?" He reached out and touched Chen Li's rabbit ears gently, which were soft and had a good feel. Chen Li's head was buried in Xiaowu's arms, enjoying Xiaowu's caress. After a while, Chen Li said, "Xiaowu, can our affairs be kept secret for the time being?" Xiaowu was slightly surprised. He was planning to take Chen Li to capture the space, but he was also preparing to disclose their relationship. He also understood that Chen Li needed time to adapt, so he obeyed her meaning. "Well, listen to you. But second teacher Long and the others can definitely see it." There was one more room in the capture space. Lu Erlong and the others already knew, but they didn't know whether it was Chen Li or Mai Xiang. "It doesn't matter if they guess, as long as we don't make it public." Chen Li insisted mainly because she took into account Mai Xiang's feelings. Because Mai Xiang also likes Xiaowu, if Mai Xiang knows, Mai Xiang may not be able to be with Xiaowu in the future. Xiaowu nodded, "Okay, we keep it confidential for the time being." In fact, the bitch Xiaowu likes the feeling of being sneaky. Chapter 352 Daimyo Bai, Tang San, Xiaowu is indeed our lifelong enemy. Chen Li concealed it very well afterwards, and Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyuan and Zhu Zuyu had no doubts. But it is impossible to hide it from Lu Erlong and others who already know the basic situation. What's more, Xiaowu did not hide it from Lu Erlong and the others, but asked them to cooperate to keep it a secret and not expose Chen Li. Of course, Xiaowu later found an opportunity to tell Chen Li and took Chen Li to the capture space. Because Chen Li wanted to hide the main objects of Mai Xiang and the others, there was no need to hide it from Xiaowu's women, nor could they hide it. When he arrived at the capture space, Chen Li was shocked. She didn't expect that such an existence would be there. At the same time, I also understood that Xiaowu and the others did not sleep in Lu Erlong's bedroom all the time, but lived in the villa where the captured space was. Now here, Chen Li also has a room and has her own roots. After knowing the existence of the capture space, Chen Li's idea of making Mai Xiang and Xiaowu together became more determined. After experiencing hardships, Chen Li also knows that relying on one is hard won. Xiaowu is the support of their mother and daughter. They are willing to do everything for Xiaowu, hoping to become a family with Xiaowu. Now Chen Li realizes her wish herself and doesn't want her daughter Mai Xiang to leave regrets. It is also the relationship between Lu Erlong, a yin, and Xiaowu, who have adopted mother and daughter, which has made Chen Li less worried. In addition, Mai Xiang has fallen in love with Xiaowu deeply, so Chen Li has this idea. However, Chen Li thought that before Mai Xiang and Xiaowu were together, she would try not to let her know about her relationship with Xiaowu. As a result, Chen Li did not go to Lu Erlong's bedroom with Xiaowu, Lu Erlong and others every night. Living alone in his own residence as usual, as if nothing had happened. When he was with Xiaowu, he was also sneaky. But both of them liked that feeling. Chen Li was looking for an opportunity to match Mai Xiang and Xiaowu, but she didn't dare to tell Xiaowu directly, it was too embarrassing. I had to encourage Mai Xiang to take the initiative to get close to Xiaowu and let Xiaowu accept Mai Xiang. This will take some time and will definitely not be possible in a while. Xiaowu and his friends will basically live and practice in Lamba Academy and the capture space. Occasionally I would go to Tiandu city to stroll. Knowing that Xiaowu returned to Lamba Academy, the prince of Tiandu Empire had avalanche, and Lu Erlong's parents and others had all come to Lamba Academy. The news about Xiaowu killing the prince of the Xingluo Empire, Davis, and the emperor of the Xingluo Empire, the Tiandu Empire, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, the Martial Soul Hall, etc. Now the Emperor of Snow Knight in the Tiandu Empire and the Prince of Avalanche are very awe of Xiaowu, for fear of following in the footsteps of the Emperor of Xingluo Empire and the Prince. Flander also came to Lamba Academy. He mainly came to visit Lu Erlong. Seeing that Lu Erlong was doing well, he felt relieved and asked Xiaowu to take good care of Lu Erlong. He could not let go of Lu Erlong and was willing to protect him silently. Besides Lu Erlong, Fland no longer likes women with him, nor does he plan to get married and have children. I am willing to give my body and mind to Lu Erlong. Even if I can't get Lu Erlong, I have to do this and think so. The infatuated dog licking. Sea God Island. Today, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Du Guyan, Yu Tianheng, Bai Chenxiang, and others received news about the death of the emperor and the prince of Xingluo Empire. Prince Davis is dead, that is Dai Mubai's biological brother. Although the two of them don't deal with each other, there is always some ties that are tied up. The emperor of Xingluo Empire is Dai Mubai's father. They were all killed by Xiaowu. Xiaowu, I am irreconcilable with you. Dai Mubai roared and roared. Ma Hongjun was frightened. Unexpectedly, Xiaowu was so awesome that he killed the emperor and prince of the Xingluo Empire. Boss Dai, after the third brother becomes a god, we will go and kill Xiaowu together. Then snatch all his women. Ma Hongjun comforted Dai Mubai. It made Dai Mubai think of his fiancée Zhu Zuqing, which made him even more angry. Xiaowu must die. Xiaowu snatched his fiancée and killed his brother and father. This revenge will never stop until death. Oscar shared the same hatred and said, Boss Dai, we will all help you. Tang San said, the most important thing for us now is to complete the assessment and improve our strength in order to kill Xiaowu. Kill Xiaowu, snatch Xiaowu back, and avenge your teacher Yu Xiaogang, this is Tang San's goal. Although Bai Chenxiang was shocked by the news, she didn't care. Are she now with Tang San and the others? She has a good relationship with Du Guyan. When it comes to Xiaowu, Tang San and the others hate the person they want to kill. At this time, the most embarrassing thing was Xiaowu's nephew Yu Tianheng, and his nephew's daughter-in-law Du Guyan. Because of Du Gubo's relationship, Tang San and the others would not easily take their anger with them. But I will be on guard and will not be in the same mind as them. You know Xiaowu. The sea girl Dulo next to her came back to her senses from the shock. Because I heard about Xiaowu. I originally thought that Xiaowu, the great worshipper Bosixi, the demon soul, the great white shark, and the others disappeared, and they were probably dead by accident. Unexpectedly, Xiaowu was still alive and appeared on the land of Douluo continent. Then Posezi, Xiaobai, and others may be still alive. In this case, Posezi and others betrayed the sea god and fled the sea god island. The sea girl Dulo could not imagine that the great enshrine of the sea god island, Bosixi, would betray the sea god. The reason why she asked was that she was wondering whether Xiaowu mentioned by Tang San and the others would be the same name and surname as Xiaowu who she knew, so she wanted to confirm further. At the same time, the sea god's divine thought is also paying attention to this place and want to know about Xiaowu. When Tang San and the others were stunned when they heard the words of Hai Nu Dulo. Tang San asked back, Sea girl Dulo, do you know Xiaowu too? The sea girl Dulo said, I wonder if Xiaowu I have met is the same person as you. The sea girl Dulo has met Xiaowu. If it was really Xiaowu, wouldn't that mean that Xiaowu had been to the Sea God Island and was likely to have participated in the Sea God Island assessment? But why is Xiaowu not on the sea god? Didn't it mean that those who participated in the assessment could not leave? Is it just the same name and surname? Or did the sea girl Dulo meet in other places, not on the sea god island? Tang San was confused a lot. Ma Hongjun spoke first. Xiaowu, who is unforgivable and committed all kinds of evil, does everything, Ma Hongjun talked about Xiaowu's affairs in an ignorant way, including the situation of some women around Xiaowu. Name, appearance description, martial soul, and other information can all match. The sea girl Douluo was confused. The Xiaowu that Tang San and the others mentioned was Xiaowu who she knew. In this way, it was almost certain that the enshrinement of Bosixi, the demon soul Great White Shark Xiaobai, and Xiaowu who participated in the assessment all betrayed the sea god and escaped from the sea god island. This matter is so terrible. If Lord Sea God knows, he will definitely be furious and descend into the Dulo continent world. At that time, the consequences will be unimaginable. The sea girl Dulo can also understand why the sea god's divine thought did not chase Bosixi and the others, because Tang San, the heir to the sea god's divine position, appeared. Chapter 353 Tang San, the cheap mother Ayan actually came to the sea god island. Sea god island. Sea girl Dulo, can you know the Xiaowu we mentioned, and have seen other people with him? Judging from the reaction of the sea girl Dulo, Tang San has guessed it. The sea girl Dulo was hesitating whether to say that after all, the enshrine of Bosixi, which involved the sea god island, was a great betrayal and a scandal on the sea god island. Just as the sea girl Dulo was hesitating, the sea god's divine thought asked her to tell Tang San and the others everything that happened after Xiaowu and the others came to the sea god island. The sea girl Dulo immediately understood that the sea god's divine thought should be planned to let Tang San and the others know, and then wait for Tang San to grow up to deal with Xiaowu and Bosixi. The sea god said this, and the sea girl Dulo could only do it. She looked at Tang San and the others and said, "That's right. The Xiaowu you are talking about is the Xiaowu I know. Before you came to the sea god island, Xiaowu brought a group of his women to the sea god island." The sea girl Dulo slowly told Tang San and the others in detail what happened after Xiaowu and the others arrived at the sea god island. After learning that Yelingling had all won the Black Level 6 test, Dugu Yan, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Yu Tianheng, and others were depressed. "Because I feel that my talent is better than Yelingling, but the assessment level I obtained is only the Black Level 4 exams. Why? Does the sea god feel uncomfortable with us?" Only Tang San in his eyes? They had not realized that most of the wool on Sea God Island had been pulled away by Xiaowu and others, and there was not much left, so they had to take care of Tang San. It would be nice to give them some. Xiaowu actually did not participate in the Holy Pillar test. Bai Chenxiang was surprised. She only heard about Xiaowu's affairs and didn't know much. The sea girl Dulo shook her head. "I don't know what he thinks. I don't know much about him. I only know that he is very lustful and fickle." Ma Hongjun said, "That's right, this person is lustful and has no worries. He has persecuted many girls and is a beast." Hai Nu Dulo felt that Ma Hongjun was too much. Although she thought Xiaowu was fickle and lustful, she also felt that Xiaowu should not be the kind of person who was messing around, and Xiaowu's woman got along well with Xiaowu and had a good relationship. Tang San said, "Xiaowu certainly doesn't have to participate in the Holy Pillar test. He already has a certain god inheritance." Only Bai Chenxiang, and the two of Hai Nu Dulo were shocked. Xiaowu actually has a godlike inheritance. Sea girl Dulo said in shock. Tang San told her about Xiaowu's soul ring situation. This happened a few years ago. Xiaowu may have reached the level of conqueror, or even higher. Bai Chenxiang was even more surprised, and at the same time, she thought the sea god was so stingy. Look at the god behind Xiaowu, how much benefits he gave. Even Tang San's treatment is not as good as Xiaowu. No wonder he did not participate in the Holy Pillar test of the Sea God Island. It turned out that he already had a divine inheritance. The sea girl Dulo now understands, with a god inheritance, it should not be possible to inherit other god inheritances. The sea god secretly paid attention to the divine thoughts of the sea god here were shocked and puzzled. He was thinking about who the god behind Xiaowu was, and he could actually help Xiaowu to hide his observation. At the same time, I was worried that if I deal with Posezi and the others in the future, Xiaowu would definitely intervene, and the god behind Xiaowu might also take action. That would be troublesome. But the sea god was not ready to let go of the betrayed Bosixi and others. Even if the god behind Xiaowu took action, he was not afraid. However, before taking action against Posezi and the others, he needs to make more preparations now. First of all, we must cultivate Tang San as soon as possible and inherit the position of the sea god. Then he asked him to deal with Posezi and others, and he observed the situation behind his back. If you are not going to do it yourself, let Tang San go to explore which god is behind Xiaowu. Even if an accident occurs, it is only Tang San who will have an accident. Tang San and the others continued to listen to the sea girl Douluo telling what happened to Xiaowu and the others on the sea god island. Of course, I deliberately did not mention the rewards that Lu Erlong and the others received through the assessment, so as not to make Ma Hongjun and the others upset. The great enshrine of Bosixi, a level 99 peerless Dulo, actually fell in love with Xiaowu at first sight. When they heard about Bosixi and Xiaowu, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Daimubai and the others were surprised, and at the same time they were envious and jealous. This uncle is really awesome. Yu Tianheng admired Xiaowu's ability in women, and actually tricked him into getting all the enshrines on the sea god island. Dugu Yan was puzzled. She had a very average feeling about Xiaowu. She didn't like lustful and fickle men, and she didn't think Xiaowu was so charming. But Xiaowu let the envoy of the sea god island, Bosixi, fall in love at first sight. How much does this envoy like Xiaowu? Bai Chenxiang was just a simple surprise. I think Xiaowu is so awesome. It's hard to explain things like love. The sea girl Dulo said depressedly, you said Xiaowu is lustful, but he actually doesn't mean to me. Am I not beautiful? Tang San and the others were speechless. Sea girl Dulo, are you beautiful or a mermaid? But the species are different. Only appreciate, not. Afterwards, the sea girl Dulo continued to speak. A yin. When he heard this name, Tang San was shocked because his mother with this body was named a yin, and she was also his cheap mother. What's wrong? You also know a yin, Grace, Zig, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and the others. The sea girl Dulo said curiously. Tang San and the others didn't know each other and had never seen each other. I only know that Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Yelingling, Hua Wu and others are around Xiaowu. Hai Nu Dulo, can you describe the appearance of a yin to me? It's best to draw her appearance, maybe I know her. Tang San had never seen the real a yin, but he had seen many portraits of a yin from Tang Hao. The sea girl Dulo said, Ayan is about the same age as you, her hair is blue, she is very beautiful, and she has a good figure. As big as us? Tang San was puzzled, but felt that after a yin disappeared, he returned to the tribe, and had become a human being, and he could be of any appearance and age. I condense her appearance and see if you really know her. The sea girl Dulo used her power to condense a yin in the air, just like the real one. What a nice view! Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Daimubai and the other two couldn't help swallowing. This woman is so beautiful. If she can play with her, it would be so cool. Tang San looked at him in surprise. The portrait of a yin in front of him was indeed very similar to the portrait of a yin he had seen, so similar. He was sure that a yin was his cheap mother, the person his cheap father Tang Hao was looking for. Unexpectedly, after a yin disappeared, he appeared on the sea god island. A yin, I know her. One of my relatives. No one else knows. Tang San looked at the sea girl Dulo and asked, where is she now? The sea girl Dulo was surprised. Unexpectedly, Tang San knew a yin. She sighed, a yin and Xiaowu and the big worshipper Bosixi, they have left the sea god island. Oscar was puzzled, didn't it mean that he can't leave the sea god island after participating in the assessment? The sea girl Douluo said, they betrayed the sea god island, and fled the sea god island, just about a month before your arrival. Chapter 354 The Ruthlessness and Ruthlessness of the Sea God. The enshrine of the sea god island, Bosixi betrayed the sea god island, betrayed the sea god, and escaped the sea god island. Those who participated in the assessment also ran away and chose to betray the sea god island and the sea god. That's the sea god, who dares to betray it? Aren't you afraid of death? Tang San and the others were shocked. Ma Hongjun was shocked and said, didn't the sea god kill these betrayers? God. Omnipotent. This is Ma Hongjun and the others' perception. If you think that God wants to kill Posezi and the others, it should be easy. The sea girl Dulo said, this is something that Lord Sea God is considering, and we cannot speculate at will. In fact, the sea girl Dulo was thinking that the reason why the sea god's divine consciousness was not in a hurry to take action was that on the one hand, it was that the god behind Xiaowu, and on the other hand, the heir Tang San appeared. Maybe there is not much power of the sea god's divine thought, after all, he is not the original body of the sea god. There are these speculations, but the sea girl Dulo dared not say it out loud, worried about offending and angering the sea god. Tang San and the others mainly speculated that the sea god was afraid of the god behind Xiaowu, so they had not taken action yet. They had speculations, but they didn't dare to say it out. Ma Hongjun said righteously, when we become strong, we will definitely clear the portal for the sea god island. Tang San expressed his opinion, you must not let go of those who betray the sea god and the sea god island. We are willing to serve the sea god. He deliberately said it to the sea girl Dulo and the sea god. Tang San and the others did not know that the only one who was on the sea god island was the divine thought of the sea god, and they thought it was the sea god himself. Hearing Tang San's words, the sea god was very pleased. However, I didn't rush to tell Tang San about preparing to clean up the portal, and I had to cultivate Tang San first. Daimyo Bai said, Xiaowu tricked the enshrined worshipper of the sea god island, Bosixi, and others into betraying the sea god island. He is the culprit. The first one that cannot be let go is him. Oscar echoed, that's right. Xiaowu is too arrogant. He relies on his godly inheritance and acts recklessly and offends the sea god, and cannot be forgiven. Ma Hongjun said indignantly, Xiaowu must die. Otherwise, it will not be enough to defend the majesty of the sea god island. Bai Chenxiang, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan were silent. The sea girl Dulo said, you have this kind of heart, I believe the sea god is very pleased. Tang San expressed a guess in his heart, sea girl Dulo, I think a Yin, Bai Ji, Zig, Shui Emperor and Ice Emperor were also in the same group as Xiaowu. Xiaowu brought many people to the sea god island, and he must have come to take advantage of the sea god island. As for why his cheap mother was with Xiaowu, why she transformed again, and why she ignored his cheap father Tang Hao, he guessed that it must be the one behind Xiaowu and Xiaowu. The hatred for Xiaowu was a little more. At the same time, Tang San was worried that Tang Hao was looking for a yin, and that Tang Hao would not be able to bear it when he found that a yin and Xiaowu were together. In addition, Xiaowu may have killed Tang Hao, which made Tang San even more worried. He was going to send a message back and asked Dulo to find an opportunity to contact Tang Hao, stop Tang Hao, and be careful of Xiaowu. Compared to Flander, Xiaowu and the others, Tang San believes in Dulo as a tool. Tang San, what you said is very likely. The sea girl Dulo was actually suspected that a yin and the others were in the same gang as Xiaowu. A yin and the others were pretending very well before, but after running away with Xiaowu, it proves that they are in the same gang. The sea girl Dulo thought Xiaowu was too bad. Not only did he abduct Bosixi, the great white shark who protected the sea soul beast for 100,000 years, he also brought more than 100,000 people to the sea god island to fetch the sheep. As a result, the women Xiaowu brought did get a lot of wool on the sea god island. The sea girl Dulo was thinking that the sea god must be very angry. The sea god's divine thought is indeed very angry now. His hatred towards Xiaowu has exceeded that of Posazi, and Xiaowu is the culprit. No matter which god is behind you, I will not let you go. The sea god swore. He was going to train Tang San and let him deal with Xiaowu. If Tang San is not an opponent, then he will take action again. Even if Xiaowu becomes a god, the sea god will not let him go. The sea god is very confident in his strength. He is a god who even the god king wants to give face. Sea girl Douluo, we are preparing to conduct the third level assessment. Tang San felt that time was tight and he had to complete the assessment and improve his strength. Kin. Heina Douluo believes that it is easier for Tang San and the others to pass the third level assessment. Because the 100,000-year-old demon soul great white shark Xiaobai is missing, what is blocking them is other demon soul great white shark groups. Without Xiaobai's biggest resistance, it will be much easier. On that day, Tang San and the others passed the third level assessment. It's another half-level soul power improvement. Ma Hongjun complained in her heart. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Yu Tianheng, and Du Guyan passed the third level, and the reward was only half-level soul power increased. But Tang San is different. He received a reward of level 5 improvement in his soul power, which made his soul power reach level 73. At the same time, he received a reward of a godhood soul ring worth more than 100,000 years. Tang San's 7th soul ring is also the first 100,000 year red he owns. After absorbing the godhood soul ring, Tang San's soul power reached level 75. There is also a reward, and the reward is that all soul rings of Tang San will be increased by 5,000 years. Now Tang San's 7 soul rings have become purple, black, red. Seeing Tang San's 7 soul rings, Ma Hongjun and the others were envious and jealous, and even had some hatred. I hate that the sea god is too partial and I hate that Tang San's luck against the heavens. After the age of the 7 soul rings increased by 5,000 years, Tang San's soul power reached level 76. Xiaowu is waiting for me. There is also the martial soul hall. At this moment, Tang San was full of confidence and felt that it would not take long for him to complete the 9 examination of the sea god, inherit the position of the sea god, and become a god. At that time, you can find Xiaowu and seek revenge on the Wuhan Palace. As soon as the third level of assessment was completed, Tang San was impatient to prepare to start the 4th level of assessment. However, the 4th level of assessment is somewhat difficult. The content is different from Lu Erlong and the others, because the evil orca whales are gone. Is this the punishment of Lord Sea God? The High Nu Dulo, who learned about the 4th level assessment, was very sad. Because the 4th level assessment content requires Tang San and others to destroy the Demon Soul Great White Shark group near the Sea God Island, and they can use any means. The Demon Soul Great White Shark group has always been the guardian sea soul beast of the Sea God Island. Now the Sea God's divine thoughts are angry at the entire Demon Soul Great White Shark group because the Demon Soul Great White Shark Xiaobai may have betrayed him, and they are about to destroy them. The Sea Girl Dulo also understood that this was a demonstration of the Sea God's divine consciousness, which made people know how miserable the end of betraying the Sea God Island and betraying the Sea God. The Sea Girl Dulo felt sad, but she didn't dare to say anything, for fear that the Sea God's divine thought would destroy her and her tribe together. This is the end of betraying the Sea God. Tang San did not sympathize with the Demon Soul Great White Shark clan and firmly maintained the majesty of the Sea God. No means are restricted, then we can use hidden weapons. But it takes time to make some stronger hidden weapons, so you can help me together. Sea God Island has rich minerals and excellent blacksmiths, which makes Tang San more powerful hidden weapons. Chapter 355 Peak Dulo Zuking, Xiaowu, I won't wait. Capture the space. Zhu Zuking, congratulations on reaching the first bottleneck in the assessment and obtaining a special Godhood soul ring. The specific number of soul rings that can be condensed depends on your own ability to withstand. Zhu Zuking broke through to level 90, and the Shura Divine Thought and the Shura Demon Sword gave a reward. This reward is the same as one of the rewards set by the Sea God. It is a special Godhood soul ring when the first bottleneck is reached in the assessment. Zhu Zuking held the Shura Demon Sword according to what Shura Demon Sword said, and the power came out of the Shura Demon Sword and entered her body. With the help of a continuous stream of power, Zhu Zuking began to condense his 9th soul ring. The soul ring period ranges from 10 to 100 years to thousands of years, 10,000 years, and then 100,000 years, 20,000 years. The final soul ring age reached more than 490,000 years, which is the limit of the soul ring age that Zhu Zuking can currently bear. Zhu Zuking's 9th soul ring was condensed, and 9 soul rings appeared on her body. Purple, purple, black, black, red, red. The 9th soul ring has 3 golden patterns in red. Zhu Qing, congratulations on becoming the titled Dulo. Xiaowu and the others sent their congratulations. Zhu Zuking's current soul power level has reached level 95. Wait a minute, I completed the 8th exam and received another reward. Zhu Zuking said happily. Her Shura God's 8th exam was to reach the title Dulo within 10 years, and it has been completed now. Zhu Zuking, congratulations on completing the 8th exam, and rewarding all soul rings for increasing their age by 50,000 years. The Shura Divine Consciousness gave another reward. There are no rewards for the first 7 assessments. Zhu Zuking had no hope at all, but now he can get the reward, which is a surprise. The age of each soul ring has been increased by 50,000 years. That is to say, after Zhu Zuking's upgrade, the minimum age of soul rings has exceeded 50,000 years. Originally, the soul ring was purple, purple, black, 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 red, 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 purple, purple, black, black, black. Now that the age of each soul ring has increased by 50,000 years, the color of the soul ring has changed and it has become black, 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 red, 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 red. 9 soul rings, now 4 black and 5 red. Moreover, the 3 soul rings of the 7th, 8th, and 9th are all red with golden patterns, and are all soul rings with an age of more than 200,000 years. The age of the 9th soul ring has exceeded 500,000 years, and it will take 54 years. The increase in the age of the soul ring and the improvement in the level of the soul ring have enabled Zhu Zuking to make a breakthrough in the soul power level, from level 95 to level 96. From an ordinary titled Douluo to a peak Douluo. Compared with Lu Erlong, it is only 1 level short of the soul power level. But Zhu Zuking's combat power is far superior to Lu Erlong. He is currently ranked 4th among Xiaowu's women. The first ones are Posaxi at the level 100, then Bibidong at the level 99, and Qian Rongxiu at the level 99. Zhu Zuking ranked 4th in combat power. Lu Erlong is 5th. Wow, this is improving too fast. Shui Yuer envied, congratulations to Zhu Qing, you have become the peak Dulo. You will be able to protect me from now on. Everyone sent their congratulations again. Zhu Zuqing was also very happy and hugged Cao De excitedly. After being intimate, he whispered in Cao De's ear in a shy voice, Cao De, I won't wait. Cao De understood what Zhu Zuqing meant, so he took Zhu Zuqing to disappear and went to the room where Zhu Zuqing was. Haha, I'll say Zhu Qing won't wait for her birthday. Shui Yuer enjoys the talk. Everyone also understood that Zhu Zuqing was going to become Cao De's real woman today. They did not bother, they went to practice or were busy with their own affairs. Cao De and Zhu Zuqing stayed together for more than a day and night, and both of them enjoyed it. Cao De, I am your real woman now, are you happy? Zhu Zuqing stuck in Cao De's arms, and Cao De enjoyed her proud face. The bitch Cao's hand was not honest, and he smiled wickedly, I'm happy, have you not realized it yet? It seems that we need to do it again to let you feel my happiness. Zhu Zuqing showed a shy and blessed smile on her rosy face, hee, I admit my mistake. I have fully realized your happiness. You don't have to do it again, otherwise I feel embarrassed to say it again. Zhu Zuqing still maintains her purity and kindness, and is adorable. Cao De smiled and said, I also realized how happy you are. Zhu Zuqing said shyly, you are not ashamed. Cao De stroked, you are too charming, I can't extricate myself. Zhu Zuqing kissed Cao De on the face and said coquettishly, husband, I'm a little hungry and a little tired. Cao De said gentle and considerately, you rest, I'll get some food, and you'll be here soon. He got up, put on his clothes, left quickly, and soon he brought the food and fed Zhu Zuqing bit by bit. Husband, you eat too. Zhu Zuqing feeds Cao De, you feed me, I feed you, you are so fucked, like a newlywed couple, so sweet. For the next 10 days, Cao De was mainly with Zhu Zuqing, and both of them were basically staying in the villa room where the captured space was. True, day after day. Today, Bosixi, Ian, Bridget, Zig, Swaty, and Ice-D were shopping in Tiandu City. Their stunning face and figure attracted a lot of attention, but after being shocked by Posezi, they could only look at it from afar and yelled in their hearts. Tang Hao had just quietly arrived in Tiandu City. He realized it later and learned that the news of Yu Xiaogong's death was not long ago. He came back to take a look and secretly worshipped him. Tang Hao was mainly looking for a yin's whereabouts in various soul beast forests for some time, but he did not find it. A yin. Today, Tang Hao, who was walking on the street in disguise, met a yin, which made him very excited. Tang Hao, who was beside Ian, did not recognize him. He had not received any information from Tang San from the Sea God Island. A yin, it's really you. Tang Hao looked at a yin in the distance blankly. Although a yin in front of him was even more beautiful, he must be his a yin. His appearance was not noticeable because there were too many men who had similar reactions to him, and they were all attracted by the beauty of a yin and the others. It is also because of this that Bosixi did not notice Tang Hao's existence. Tang Hao restrained himself and did not rush up to meet a yin. He was going to follow him quietly to find out where a yin lives now, and then go to meet a yin. Tang Hao didn't understand why a yin suddenly disappeared. He was originally a grass that could not turn into humans, but now he turned into humans and has grown up. It is completely different from what he knew about the situation where the soul beast turned into a human being in 100,000 years. Tang Hao was sure that an incredible change had happened to a yin, which also caused a yin to ignore him and want to break up with him. This time, he finally found a yin. Tang Hao would never let her escape again. He wanted to figure out what was going on a yin. Tang Hao followed a yin and the others quietly from afar. This is the direction of Lamba Academy. Does Ian live in Lamba Academy? Tang Hao was confused. Come out. Posezi suddenly stopped. There were many people on the street, so she didn't notice Tang Hao, but there were fewer people on the way back to Lamba Academy, and it would be strange if she didn't notice Tang Hao. Since he was discovered, Tang Hao no longer hid and walked out, his eyes on A Yin, with a strong longing. "My A Yin, I finally found you." A Yin recognized Tang Hao, which was a little surprised, but the reaction was plain. She had nothing to do with Tang Hao anymore. The man she loved now was Xiaowu, and she was Xiaowu's woman. Chapter 356 A Yin, Tang Hao, "My son is dead, Tang San is not my son." Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. Feeling A Yin's unfamiliar gaze, Tang Hao felt heartbroken and very uncomfortable. This is his wife, his child's mother, but now she has become a stranger. Who made A Yin like this? Tang Hao vowed to kill him. "A Yin, it's me, Tang Hao, your husband." Tang Hao looked at A Yin in grief and walked towards her step by step. Tang Hao? Bo Sixi and the others also knew Ian's past, although they also felt that it was the god behind Xiaowu that made Ian no longer like Tang Hao, just like she no longer likes Tang Chen. But no matter what, now A Yin and Bo Sixi love Xiaowu deeply, and they live a very happy life. Bo Sixi, Grace, Zig, Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor know that the relationship between A Yin and Tang Hao is more complicated. A Yin and Tang Hao had a child in his previous life, but the child was dead and his body was occupied by Tang San, who had traveled through the Tang sect. A Yin knew about this, but Tang Hao didn't. "Tang Hao, we have no relationship anymore. A Yin in the previous life is dead." A Yin said calmly, having no thoughts about Tang Hao, and treating him as a stranger. Hearing A Yin's words, Tang Hao stopped and his hands trembled. A Yin's words made him even more heartbroken and sad. He looked at A Yin and said, "No. A Yin, you will always be my A Yin. If you don't die, you will never die. A Yin, I know something must have happened to you, which made you change, it's different from before. Trust me, I will cure you. From now on, we will have mistresses and our family will live happily together." Speaking of his child, A Yin's expression changed, and his eyes became angry when he looked at Tang Hao. "Tang Hao, you haven't taken good care of my child, he is dead." Tang Hao was stunned and thought to himself that A Yin knew that Tang San was still alive. When Ian was still a grass, Tang Hao often told her about Tang San. But now A Yin says that Tang San is dead, and Tang Hao is even more certain that someone has tampered with A Yin, which has deviated her memory. "A Yin, don't be deceived by others." Tang Hao said, "Tang San, our child, mistress has always been alive. He is now 20 years old. He has grown up and has been living well." A Yin shook his head, sad and angry, "No. My child is dead. He is not the current Tang San. He died when my child was very young. Now Tang San, his soul comes from another world called Tang Sect. He came to the Dulo continent world, killed my child, and occupied his body. Tang San is not my son now, he killed my son." Tang Hao was stunned and felt that A Yin had been fooled by others. "How could such a thing happen, A Yin? That was someone else who lied to you. Don't believe it. Tang San is our child, he has been living well." A Yin sneered, "Tang Hao, you are deceiving yourself. Haven't you noticed that Tang San is different? Why do he have so many hidden weapons that are not available in this world? Because the Tang sect he came from was a sect that used hidden weapons. And why did he have strange methods and body skills? That is the Tang sect's martial arts and body skills. And his eyes will turn purple, which is the purple demonic eye of the Tang sect. These are not things that exist in this world. How could Tang San? And I started to know it at a very young age. How did he learn it? There is no other possibility except that he is a soul from the Tang sect world." A Yin had carefully learned about Tang San, especially Tang San's performance in the Soul Master competition, which made A Yin completely believe what Xiaowu said behind the god behind him. Her child died and was killed by Tang San's soul, who came from the Tang sect world. Tang San occupied her son's body. Tang Hao was completely confused, and it was a bolt from the blue. Of course, he knew that Tang San would have many hidden weapons, his eyes would turn purple, and strange martial arts, body techniques, and how mature they were when they were young. Tang Hao knew all these situations. However, he only regarded it as Tang San's intelligent and knowledgeable, and had learned it without a teacher, and had learned these strange things. Now that he heard a yin say this, Tang Hao thought about it carefully and felt that what a yin said was very likely to be true. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Tang San knew so many things that were not in this world since he was a child, and why he had matured since he was a child and looked like an adult. Talent and intelligent. Learn without a teacher? Understand? If you still think that way, that is deceiving yourself. Although I think what a yin is saying really, but Tang Hao is unwilling to admit it. Otherwise, he would not only lose a yin's wife, but also Tang San's son. He can't bear it. Tang Hao kept shaking his head, unwilling to accept the cruel reality, and shouted loudly, "It's not true. A yin was deliberately made up by someone. Our children are talented and intelligent, learn from themselves without a teacher, and understand new things. They are our children and there will be no mistakes." A yin said coldly, "Do you deceive yourself? If you don't believe it, you can go and confront Tang San. Let him confront me. But if I see him, I will definitely kill him and avenge my son. And you? Will you avenge your son?" This puzzled Tang Hao's question. If he admits that Tang San is not his son, it is equivalent to admitting that Tang San killed his son. Wouldn't he want to kill Tang San and avenge his son? Not true. Tang Hao was even more reluctant to admit it. "A yin, listen to me, this is definitely not true. Someone must want us to kill each other. Tell me, who made you what you are now? I must kill him." Bosixi, Bridget, Zig, Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor were speechless. It is the god who turned them into humans. You, Tang Hanyu, dare to kill God? They didn't interrupt, so they would leave this matter to a yin himself, unless Tang Hao wanted to take action. "Tang Hao," a yin said, "you have nothing to do with me anymore. Whether you want to avenge your son or not has nothing to do with me. Anyway, I will avenge my son. Tang San couldn't kill my son, and he still occupied his body." Tang Hao shook his head, his expression was a little confused, and he was a little crazy. "Not that. A yin, come with me first, I will cure you." After saying that, he walked towards a yin and wanted to grab her hand. Suddenly, a golden and blue vine appeared under Tang Hao's feet, forming a cage to trap Tang Hao. A yin. Tang Hao's face looked painful and became ferocious. "Don't do this. Is it okay to go back to me? Even if Tang San is not our child, we can have children and there are many more. A yin, come back, we can start over. Don't leave me, a yin." A yin was not moved at all and said coldly, "Tang Hao, you didn't protect my son well. There is nothing to say between us. I am someone else's wife now, I love him very much, and he and I will have their own children. A yin in your heart is dead. If you get entangled again, you will be responsible for the consequences." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave, not wanting to have any entanglement with Tang Hao anymore. "A yin, don't leave. Don't leave me again." Tang Hao grabbed the Lanyan Huang cage and shouted in pain as he looked at a yin's back. Zig said to Bosixi, Bridget, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor and others, "Tang San is our enemy, this is his father and also our enemy. Should I kill him now?" Emperor Bing said, "Tang San is not Tang Hao's son. Whether Tang Hao will admit it or not, it is the case. I think it will definitely be wonderful if I let him go to Tang San to confront him." Chapter 357 Tang Hao was deposed, so miserable. "Ice Emperor, are you trying to let Tang Hao and Tang San kill each other? It's cruel enough." Zig looked at the Ice Emperor and said. The Ice Emperor calmly said, "It's all from anthropology. Now Ice Emperor is studying human habits, reading a lot of books and learning something. Let's go. Posezi spoke. Zig looked at Tang Hao, who was still wailing in the blue-silver Emperor cage, and asked, "Don't you solve Tang Hao?" Bridget said, "A yin didn't say anything, let us let him go for the time being." He was concerned about a yin's feelings. No matter how he said that a yin and Tang Hao had a special relationship in previous life. Killing Tang Hao in front of her may affect a yin's mood. Zig, a yin is so kind. Let's go. Bosixi was taking Baiji, Ziji, Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor to catch up with a yin and leave here together. Just then. A yin, you can't leave me. Tang Hao's martial soul appeared in his hand, and the hammer hit the blue-silver Emperor's cage, bang bang, and after a few hits, he finally smashed a hole in the cage and came out of it. A yin, don't leave. Tang Hao ran towards a yin, his condition getting more and more crazy. Ian didn't stop and continued to move forward, not wanting to pay much attention to this Tang Hao. A yin has nothing to do with you anymore, don't continue to get entangled. Bosixi stepped forward to stop Tang Hao. Seeing that a yin did not stop and was stopped by Bosixi, Tang Hao was anxious and angry, "Get out. No outsiders need to interfere in my affairs with a yin." Tang Hao. Zig said, "For a yin's sake, we didn't kill you just now. If you are more and more arrogant, you will be seeking death." Bosixi said, "Tang Hao, leave, you are not allowed to appear in front of a yin again in the future, otherwise next time, it will be your death." Tang Hao didn't care about this. He only had a yin in his eyes and could not lose a yin. He was angry, "No matter what, I will not let a yin leave. She is mine." After saying that, he swung the Haoshan hammer in his hand and hammered it at Bosixi in front of him. The power used is not weak, and it is more than enough to deal with Conra. However, just as the Haoshan hammer was about to hit Bosixi, Bosixi raised his jade hand and bounced his fingers at Haoshan hammer. The Haoshan hammer and Tang Hao were bounced out together. When they flew in the air, the Haoshan hammer was broken and Tang Hao vomited blood. If Posezi wants to kill Tang Hao, it will be easy. She did not kill Tang Hao, mainly because she was concerned about a yin's feelings, and also because she was thinking that Tang Hao was Tang Chen's grandson. Although Posezi is against Tang Chen lost his feelings and was like a stranger. Tang Chen was killed by Xiaowu, and Bosixi did not resent Xiaowu. Anyway, Tang Chen would not live long. However, Bosixi knew that he didn't like Tang Chen because of the god behind Xiaowu, and Tang Chen had been fulfilling the original agreement, which made Bosixi feel a little guilty about Tang Chen. Therefore, I don't want to kill Tang Chen's grandson Tang Hao with my own hands. Of course, Posezi was very satisfied with her current life and did not blame the god behind Xiaowu. Instead, he thanked God for letting her be with Xiaowu and allowing her to gain incomparable sexual happiness. Although I feel a little reluctant to kill Tang Hao, if Tang Hao is stubborn, he can only kill him here. Ah! After being injured by Bosixi, Tang Hao became even more angry and became even more crazy. He roared loudly. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, 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 red appeared on their body. Then use the 7th soul skill, the true body of martial soul. He has to fight Posezi with all his strength. Only by defeating Posezi can he stop a yin from leaving. Bosixi is very strong. Although Tang Hao is crazy and becomes a little confused, he instinctively knows that he has to do his best. Tang Hao used the 9 tricks of Haoshan and kept attacking. Powerful. Very domineering. But every time, Bosixi bounced away with a gentle finger, causing his Haoshan hammer to break and vomit blood when injured. Tang Hao is now at level 95, and there are secret injuries, so he is not the opponent of Posezi. One uses soul power and the other uses divine power. The levels are different. Not at the same level at all. Ah! The more injured Tang Hao was, the more angry he became, and the more crazy he was. 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, purple, black appeared on him, and each soul ring was blown to pieces one by one. This is Haoshan's unique skill, Explosion Ring. Tang Hao exploded 8 soul rings in a row, forcibly improving his strength to level 97. Then use the Great Sumuru Hammer. At the same time, the realm of the God of Killing was opened. The huge red Haoshan hammer waved down in the huge Tang Hao's hand. So strong! The 4 of Brigitte, Zig, Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor were surprised. They could not resist Tang Hao's current power at present. With their combat power, it is no problem to deal with ordinary titled Dulo with the Soul Saint realm. Although Tang Hao is also an ordinary titled Dulo at level 95, he can explode rings and exert combat power far exceeding his soul power level. Ian stopped and looked back. I feel that Tang Hao is so annoyed that he has been seeking death and really wants to kill him. Tang Hao exploded 8 soul rings, and the combat power he gained was indeed powerful. But it's just relative to others. Bo Sixi is different. She is a level 100 level god with divine power. Facing Tang Hao, whose combat power has soared by blowing up 8 soul rings, he still has one finger. With one finger, Tang Hao was severely injured and his figure returned to normal, but his face was very ferocious and crazy. Bo Sixi did not bounce Tang Hao away this time, but controlled him. This is what you asked for. Bo Sixi's divine power entered Tang Hao's body. Then he directly destroyed his martial soul Haoshan hammer. Ah! The Wuhan Haoshan hammer was deposed. Tang Hao screamed loudly, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his hair turned white in an instant, which was very miserable. Soul Ring. Brigitte and the others were surprised to find that after Tang Hao's martial soul was deposed, a red soul ring flew out of him and flew towards a yin. A yin was also stunned. The red soul ring directly entered Ian's body and became her 8th soul ring. A yin's soul power is only level 75, and it originally needed to reach level 80 to absorb the soul ring. But now there is a soul ring. Perhaps it is because this soul ring itself was sacrificed to Tang Hao by a yin in his previous life, and now it is back to himself. No one knows whether this special situation has occurred before. But now it appears. It was originally a yin's soul ring, so this soul ring merged into a yin's body without any discomfort, but instead made a yin comfortable. With this 100,000 year soul ring, a yin's soul power was directly increased to level 80, and he was increased by more than 4 levels at once. Now a yin has 8 soul rings, among which the 6th, 7th, and 8th soul rings are all red 100,000 year soul rings. What surprised a yin even more was that this returned soul ring has growth potential, that is, the age of the soul ring will increase with a yin's strength. It belongs to a special growth soul ring. It's incredible that such a thing is happening. Now that the soul ring has returned to a yin, there are even fewer key points between a yin and Tang Hao. However, there was still a piece of her soul bone on Tang San. At this moment, Tang Hao became very old and weak, seriously injured, lying on the ground, fainting. Chapter 358 Ning Fengzi wants to use Tang Hao to catch Tang San. I asked for it myself. Zig looked at Tang Hao's miserable appearance without any sympathy, but instead wanted to kill Tang Hao directly. After all, Tang Hao has become mortal enemies with them, both because of Tang San, a yin, and Bo Sixi, who has destroyed his martial soul. However, a yin and Bo Sixi present did not kill Tang Hao. Zig had to take into account the feelings of her sisters and did not say anything about killing Tang Hao. The Bingdi said, Tang Hao is not as good as death as he lives now. It is no longer a threat to us, so let him die. What's going on with a yin's soul ring? Swaiti was more concerned about this matter. Brigitte said, I don't know, I'll ask later. However, that was the soul ring that a yin sacrificed to Tang Hao in her previous life, and her own soul ring. A yin's situation is special, so this is why. Bo Sixi walked to Ian and said carelessly, Ian, is it okay? A yin shook his head, it's okay. I'll tell you in detail after I go back. She didn't care about Tang Hao, who fainted when he was lying on the ground. Bo Sai Sai didn't care either. She said to Bridget and the others, "Let's go back." Bo Sai and the others left like this, not killing Tang Hao directly. But Tang Hao's martial soul, it has been aborted, its vitality has weakened, and it has not been too long, so it no longer has any threat to Xiaowu and the others. Let him die. Tang Hao was lying on the ground and no one went to check his situation. In the dark, the people from the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac Sect, the Martial Soul Hall, the Heavenly Do Empire, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect have already arrived nearby. They were already near Lamba Academy and came to check it out when they heard the movement. They recognized Tang Hao, but Tang Hao is half dead now. They did not touch him, but sent the news back. Of course, people will be left to monitor Tang Hao. Tiandu City, in the Imperial Palace. Emperor Snow Knight got the news soon. How could Tang Hao fight with Xiaoda's woman? Emperor Snow Knight frowned. Tang Hao is his target of winning over, and Tang San is his optimistic about it. In the future, Haoshan sect will not be unable to fight for it. But facing the monster like Xiaoda, Emperor Sui was even more afraid of Xiaoda. Xiaoda is powerful, and there is a god behind him, and he also killed the emperor and prince of Xingluo Empire. It's so scary. I originally wanted to win over Tang Hao and Tang San and try my best to make friends with Xiaoda. But now Tang Hao is fighting with Xiaoda's woman, and Tang Hao's martial soul has been destroyed and has become a useless person. This means that Tang Hao, Tang San, and Xiaoda and others have formed a deep hatred. It would be impossible for Emperor Sui to take advantage of both sides, and he had to choose one side. Tang San went to the Sea God Island and may obtain the inheritance of the Sea God and become a god in the future. Moreover, Tang San and Tang Hao are better attracted. Unlike Xiaoda, they ignore Emperor Sui at all. Emperor Sui was more inclined to Tang San, but the current situation was that Tang San was on the Sea God Island, while Xiaoda was in Tiandu City. Distant water cannot quench near thirst. What to do? After thinking for a long time, Emperor Sui decided to pretend to be stupid and pretend not to know about this matter, and wait and see the situation. Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Ning Fengzi, Sword Dulo, and Bone Dulo received the news. That a yin should be Tang Hao's wife, right? That boy Xiaoda. After learning the news, Dulo was speechless. Unexpectedly, that guy Xiaoda snatched Tang Hao's wife. Ning Fengzi said, "The situation is not that simple. Uncle Gu, Uncle Jian, think about it. Tang Hao's wife had already died of sacrifice, how could she still be alive? It can only be the god behind Xiaoda who resurrected a yin. A yin is equivalent to a new life now, and a yin is equivalent to a previous life with Tang Hao. Of course, the past and present life are different. Now a yin has followed Xiaoda and has nothing to do with Tang Hao. Maybe Tang Hao accidentally discovered that a yin was still alive and was about to snatch her back, so he had a conflict with Bo Sai Sai and the others. Tang Hao was just abolished martial soul and did not die. It should be because a yin couldn't bear it." After hearing this, Jian Dulo and Gu Dulo felt it made sense. I just felt that the god behind Xiaoda was too inappropriate, and actually resurrected Tang Hao's wife to Xiaoda. Jian Dulo said, "Now Tang Hao, Tang San, Xiaoda and others have many new and old hatreds with us." Gu Dulo said, "Now Tang Hao is abolished, so why not arrange someone to kill him quietly? It's very simple to kill Tang Hao now, and they don't need to do it themselves." The Seven Treasures Glazed Literary Sect is now bound to Xiaoda, and Xiaoda and his enemies are the Seven Treasures Glazed Literary Sect. Ning Fengzi shook his head. Tang Hao's martial soul was deposed, and he was already a deposed person, so it's not worth worrying. Keeping him is more useful than killing him. The arrangement was made to keep monitoring and tracking him, and perhaps Tang Hao would be of great help to them deal with Tang San in the future. Ning Fengzi has never been merciless to the enemy. Prepare to use Tang Hao to deal with Tang San. Dulo and Dulo understood Ning Fengzi's meaning and agreed. Dulo said, Tang San on the Sea God Island, maybe after receiving the news from Tang Hao, he will find a way to come back and he can deal with him at that time. If you wait for him to become a god, then it will be troublesome. Using Tang Hao to lead Tang San or disrupt Tang San's cultivation is a very good method. Dulo asked, what should I do with the Snow Knight Emperor? Ning Fengzi said, continue to monitor. If he completely turns to Tang San, there is no need to stay. Also, Dulo should be noted, after all, he is a titled Dulo. Now the 7 treasures glazed sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Dragon sect, and the Soul Hall all support Xiaowu, and there is nothing to worry about on Dulo continent. The main thing is Tang San. It would be better to kill Tang San before he became a god. Dulo nodded, if he hides on the Sea God Island, he will be protected by the Sea God. Not to mention us, even Xiaowu will find it difficult to take action on the Sea God Island. He can only let him leave the Sea God Island, so he has the chance to take action. This time, Tang San can't bear it. After the 3 of them discussed, Ning Fengzi began to arrange relevant matters. After receiving the news, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect had a similar reaction to the 7 treasures glazed sect. No one was arranged to kill Tang Hao, and they all wanted to use Tang Hao to catch Tang San, and the focus was on solving Tang San. Bibi Dong from the Pope Palace in Wuhan City will take some time to receive the news. That day. At night. Capture the space. Ian asked Xiaowu to accompany her alone tonight, and Xiaowu agreed. After nearly 2 hours of bathing together, they were lying on the bed and talking. Yin snuggled in Xiaowu's arms, his face flushed, and he said, Brother Xiaowu, today, Sister Shi and I met Tang Hao. She took the initiative to tell Xiaowu about what she met Tang Hao today. Xiaowu was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Yin to meet Tang Hao in Tiandu City. The 7 treasures glazed sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Dragon sect, and the Soul Palace are all looking for Tang Hao, but he didn't expect him to appear in Tiandu City. Bosaixi, Baiji, Ziji, Suidi, and Isti did not tell Xiaowu about encountering Tang Hao first, and asked Ian to tell Xiaowu himself. Yin asked to tell Xiaowu on his own initiative, for fear that Xiaowu would be too worried. For this reason, while bathing, Yin was very pleased to serve Xiaowu. Xiaowu was a little strange at that time. Now that Xiaowu was suddenly enlightened and moved at the same time when he heard what Yin said. The more Yin cares about him, the happier he is. Regarding Yin, Bosaixi did not kill Tang Hao directly, Xiaowu understood. I didn't expect Ian and Bosaixi to feel uncomfortable. Instead of blame, I comforted Ian. This moved Ian, Brother Xiaowu, love me. Yin was very proactive and enthusiastic tonight. Chapter 359 The New Angel God Qianrongxiu. The Land of the Angel God. In the Palace of Inheritance. Qianrongxiu, who spread his 6-winged angel wings, was in the sky of the hall, and his whole body was emitting dazzling golden light. At this moment, she is a real angel. I am about to become the true angel god. Below, the great worshipper Qiandaoliu was watching excitedly. He will witness the birth of a new angel god and the birth of a new angel god in their angel tribe. He was extremely excited. Qianrongxiu, congratulations on completing the 9 tests of the inheritance of the divine position of angels. The shadow of the angel god appeared, and she was a divine thought left by the angel god. First of all, you will receive a reward of 50,000 years of increase in the age of each soul ring. Qianrongxiu's current soul rings are yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. 9 soul rings. After each soul ring is upgraded, the color of the soul ring becomes black, 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 red, and red. The minimum soul ring has a life of more than 50,000 years, and the 8th soul ring has a life of more than 100,000 years, from black to red. There is a golden pattern in the red soul ring of the 9th soul ring, which has reached more than 200,000 years. Congratulations to Qianrongxiu, you have obtained the Angel God's position, your soul power level reaches 100 levels, and you also have a divine ring given by the Angel God's position. As the voice of the angel's divine thought fell, a golden light shrouded Qianrongxiu. In the golden light, Qianrongxiu's mental power is transforming into divine thoughts, his soul power is transforming into divine power, and his physique, temperament, soul, etc. are all transforming. Not long after, 10 soul rings appeared on Qianrongxiu's body. Black 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 red red gold. The 10th soul ring is a golden divine ring, that is, the angel's divine god level soul ring. At the same time, the first 9 soul rings all have a layer of golden brilliance, which is the characteristic of the deification of soul skills. At the same time, Qianrongxiu's soul bones are also undergoing transformation. A soul bone emerged, which was the last soul bone that Qianrongxiu needed to absorb in the 6 parts. Qianrongxiu's soul bone is the core inheritance of Qian family of the Wuhan Hall. It is a set of 6 soul bones that can only be used by soul masters with 6 winged angel martial souls. To use 6 pieces at the same time, you must have extremely powerful talents. To absorb the last piece of soul bone, you need 100 soul power. Each soul bone in the angel divine suit is 99,999 years old. Only by using these 6 soul bones at the same time can they be stimulated to the level of 100,000 years at the same time, thus becoming a godlike existence. Now Qianrongxiu has completed the 9 angel test and absorbed the last piece of soul bone, the angel suit turned into an angel divine suit. A set of god-level armor that perfectly matches Qianrongxiu angel sacred armor, appeared on Qianrongxiu at this moment. The angel sacred armor was left by the angel god at the time, so Qianrongxiu is much easier to pass on than ordinary divine equipment. Angel sacred armor can absorb the energy contained in the sun's true fire and improve Qianrongxiu's abilities in all aspects. The activation of this attribute requires 8 seconds to accumulate power. Angel Sacred Armor is a magical tool for the angel god to intersect life. Although it can be recovered after being destroyed, it is a serious injury to the angel god himself. After the Angel Sacred Armor appeared, a divine sword appeared in front of Qianrongxiu. This is a sword paired with the Angel Sacred Armor, the divine artifact Angel Sacred Sword, which can pull the power of the sun's true fire. At this time, Qianrongxiu was behind her 6-winged angel wings, her body was filled with golden angel holy armor, and she held the golden angel sword in her hand. Suddenly, 7 divine rings appeared behind Qianrongxiu. Congratulations, Qianrongxiu, you are already the new angel god. The voice of the angel's divine thoughts became too weak, as if it would disappear at any time. Qianrongxiu is now a first-level god, a god with a god. Is that direction the God realm? Qianrongxiu spoke, she looked in one direction and felt the existence of a special place. Angel's divine thoughts, that's right, there is the divine realm. After you have the divine position, you can feel the existence of the divine realm, and the divine realm will also feel your existence. Qianrongxiu, the divine realm is not a happy land. After going to the divine realm, be careful. I am dead, and this wisp of divine thought is about to dissipate. However, I am very happy to see the birth of the new angel god. Qianrongxiu is silent and sad. Don't be sad for me, and God cannot die. This is my destiny. And you need to grasp your destiny. The new angel god Qianrongxiu, goodbye forever. The divine thoughts of the angel god completely disappeared, which means that the god of the angel god completely disappeared and no longer exists. The soul and body of the gods have been destroyed, and it is impossible to resurrect. The new angel god Qianrongxiu looked at the direction where the god world was. Qiandaolio below cried with joy and said excitedly, for so many years, the angel tribe finally has a new angel god. After saying that, he knelt down to the new angel god Qianrongxiu, Qiandaolio, pay homage to the angel god. Outside the main hall, the core members of the angel clan gathered here, each with angel wings, some of which were one pair and some 2 pairs, but no 3 pairs of wings appeared. Wish to you, angel god. After hearing Qiandaoliu's voice, they all knelt down excitedly. God! Their angel tribe has a new god. The angel clan is finally about to revive. Grandfather! Qianrongxiu hurried over to stop Qiandaoliu. The angel holy armor and angel holy sword on her body had disappeared. After landing, the 6-winged angel wings disappeared, and the 7 circle divine rings were gone. He became a girl who looked ordinary, holding her grandfather. Shweter, you succeeded, you became the 2nd god of our angel clan. Qiandaoliu is still excited. This is his granddaughter, the new angel god. How can he not be excited or proud? Grandpa, thank you for your hard work over the years. Qianrongxiu knew that without Qiandaoliu, she would not be the god of angels. Qiandaoliu shook his head, this is all your own efforts. He was originally planning to sacrifice to help Qianrongxiu complete the 9th exam, but Qianrongxiu's performance exceeded his expectations, leaving him without offering sacrifices. Qiandaoliu felt dead without regrets to be able to see Qianrongxiu become the new angel god alive. The grandfather and grandson talked for a while, then flew out of the hall together to meet the tribe members who were kneeling outside. Seeing the new angel god Qianrongxiu, the tribe members became even more excited. Qianrongxiu was not so excited. Although she has become a god now, she cannot take her tribe members who have not become gods to the god realm, and she cannot help Qiandaoliu become a god for the time being. It is to help Qiandaoliu break through to level 100, and even Qianrongxiu, who has become the god of angels, cannot do much. This means that Qiandaoliu and her clan members have to stay in the Dulo continent world, and she must go to the divine realm within a certain period of time. Otherwise, someone from the god realm would invite her to the god realm. Qianrongxiu doesn't know how long it will take. She has to hurry up and see her mother Bibidong, and then meet her beloved man, Xiaowu. After Qianrongxiu broke through to become the god of angels, Xiaowu's soul power also made a breakthrough, from level 99 to level 100. Become a god without a god. Chapter 360 Xiaowu is 100 level. 7 golden soul rings. Mother. Shweter. As soon as they met, Qianrongxiu and Bibidong hugged each other excitedly and enthusiastically. Since Qianrongxiu started the 9 test of Angel God, the two have met very few times, and they have not met in the past 2 years. My longing for each other has now suddenly surged out and turned into tears. After a long time, the mother and daughter wiped each other's tears. As they wiped, the mother and daughter looked at each other and started to laugh. Crying and laughing, the yellow dog urinated. The mother and daughter spoke in unison, and then thought of Xiaowu in their hearts at the same time. Because this was heard from Xiaowu. Shweter, congratulations, you have become the new angel god. Bibidong said with a loving smile. Qianrongxiu hugged her mother Bibidong and said with a smile, Mom, no matter whether I am a god or not, I am your daughter, and I will always be. Bibidong was moved, my good daughter. Then he said, Mom prepares your favorite meal for you, let's go to have a meal first. Qianrongxiu smiled and said, I haven't eaten the food my mother cooked for a long time. At this time, it had just darkened. Qianrongxiu handled the family matters and couldn't wait to come over. However, the news was told to Bibidong in advance, so Bibidong prepared some meals. It's really delicious, it's the taste. My mother's meal is the best. Qianrongxiu savored while eating, while constantly complimenting. The two of them talked about family matters, recalling the past, and tacitly not mentioning Xiaowu. After dinner, the mother and daughter washed the dishes and chopsticks together. Then Qianrongxiu acted coquettishly and wanted to take a shower with her mother Bibidong. In the bathroom, the mother and daughter took a bath together and scrubbed each other. Shweter, after becoming the god of angels, your temperament, skin, and appearance have been sublimated. Now you have become a real goddess. You're so beautiful. Bibi Dong kept praising her daughter Qianrongxiu when she scrubbed her daughter Qianrongxiu. "Mom, you are getting younger and more beautiful, no worse than me," Qianrongxiu said with a smile. The mother and daughter did not boast about themselves, they were all truthful. After Qianrongxiu became the god of angels, she indeed became more beautiful, like a goddess who was not as good as the world. Bibi Dong was nourished by Cao De before, and his soul power level reached level 99, so he was indeed younger and more beautiful. Bibi Dong mentioned Cao De first and said, "Shweter, you have been taking the angel god's 9th exam in the past few years. Cao De has been here several times, but he is afraid of disturbing you, so he didn't see you." Qianrongxiu smiled and said, "I knew he would come to see me, but he has a conscience." He paused and asked, "Mom, did Cao De not make you angry after he came?" "There are some angers, but there are more sexual blessings and happiness." Bibi Dong felt guilty towards his daughter and dared not talk about his affairs with Cao De. She smiled and said, "He is pretty good. He also helped me get 2 soul rings that cost hundreds of thousands of years. Now my soul power has reached level 99. Qianrongxiu was surprised. "Congratulations to Mom, level 99 is the peerless Dulo, one step away from becoming a god. If you complete the test of inheriting the god of Rakshasa, you can obtain the god of God and become the true god." Bibi Dong said, "This matter is not urgent. I don't know if the test of the inheritance of the god of Rakshasa god can continue. Cao De said that after you become a god, I will accompany me to the inheritance of the god of Rakshasa with you to see the situation." Qianrongxiu said, "Cao De is right. When his daughter sees him later, she will tell him about this. He performed well and knew to help you get your soul ring. Helped more." Bibi Dong sighed in his heart. Qianrongxiu said again, "Cao De appears haven't he become a god yet? Since you can help you hunt soul beasts for hundreds of thousands of years, you must be very strong even if you don't become a god." "He is indeed very strong, in all aspects." Bibi Dong thought about it in his heart, and then said, "Well, his soul power level is now at level 99, and he will definitely become a god in the future. Then you will be a pair of gods." Qianrongxiu also longed for the appearance of being a queen of gods with Cao De. "Mom, we will help you become a god, and our family will never be separated." Later, Bibi Dong told Qianrongxiu about Cao De and his friends going to the slaying capital and fetching the sea god island. "He is still so bold, he actually dares to go to the sea god island to fetch the wool." In the end, Bosixi, the great worshipper of the sea god island, was worthy of being the man I like. Qianrongxiu was not jealous and did not blame Cao De. Now that she has become a god, she has a lot of time to be with Cao De in the future. After taking a shower, the mother and daughter lay on the bed and continued to talk. "Shweter, when are you going to go to Lamba Academy to find Cao De?" Bibi Dong asked. Qianrongxiu leaned on Bibi Dong's arms and said, "I want to spend a few days with my mother, and then go find him again, he can't run away anyway." Bibi Dong was still hesitating whether to tell his daughter about her and Cao De. After thinking about it, it was hard to say it. In the end, he didn't say anything, thinking that he would let Cao De talk to Qianrongxiu. At the same time, this night, Lu Erlong's residence in Lamba Academy was very lively. Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Ye Lingling, Shui Yuer, Bo Sixi, Hua Wu, Gu Yuina, A Yin, etc., all of them are celebrating Cao De's breakthrough to level 100. After Qianrongxiu became the god of angels, she brought huge increase to Cao De, so that Cao De broke through to level 100. At the same time, Cao De's spiritual power transformed into divine thoughts, and his soul power transformed into divine power. His 7 golden soul rings became the same as Posazi's 10th soul ring. The power that supports these soul rings changed from soul power to divine power. Even if it was not all divine rings, it was almost the same. Xiaowu and Bo Sixi have verified that as long as the level reaches level 100, the soul ring with a soul ring of more than 1 million years will also change, becoming a divine ring, and the soul skills displayed become divine skills. Unlike Qianrongxiu, although Qianrongxiu only has one golden divine ring, he has become a first-level god because he has the divine position, so he has 7 circles of divine rings. Although Xiaowu has 6 golden divine rings, no divine rings appear. It may be because there is no divine position and the reason why the divine rings are not the real divine rings. Gold 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 red red gold is Xiaowu's current soul ring color. Because a yin obtained the 8th soul ring of 100,000 years, the total number of the first soul ring provided by Xiaowu for Xiaowu has exceeded 1 million years, and the soul ring has turned golden. The second soul ring age is provided by Lu Erlong and Brigitte. The third soul ring's age is provided by Qianrongxiu and Zig. After Qianrongxiu became a god, the age of this soul ring naturally exceeded 1 million years. The fourth soul ring's age was provided by Ning Rongrong and Suidi, and has been more than 1 million years, mainly because Suidi provides more years. The fifth soul ring's age was provided by Zhu Zuqing and Bingdi, because Zhu Zuqing reached the title Dulo and obtained the 9th soul ring for more than 500,000 years, so it also turned into gold. The 6th soul ring period is provided by Shui Binger and the demon soul Great White Shark Xiaobai, and it is still a red soul ring. The 7th soul ring's age is provided by Bibi Dong and Guyana, and it has been more than 1 million years. The 8th soul ring's age is provided by Bo Sixi, and she has reached level 100, of course it has been more than 1 million years. The age of the 9th soul ring is provided by Yelingling, or the red soul ring. Xiaowu, who has reached level 100, possesses divine thoughts and divine power, has 7 divine rings, and has powerful spatial attribute power. He doesn't know how strong his combat power is now. What is certain is that it has far surpassed Posazi. Chapter 361 Qianrongxiu, I am the daughter of Pope Bibidong, the Pope of the Wuhan Palace. What a nice view! It feels even more beautiful than Dean Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and the others. My goddess! There are many men and women outside the Lamba Academy. They are all attracted by Qianrongxiu, who is as beautiful as a fairy in front of them and cannot extricate themselves. Qianrongxiu now has a good face and temperament, both men and women. Unlimited charm. Look, Dean Lu Erlong is here, and there is also Goddess Xiaowu. No need to mention Xiaowu. Behind, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu and Xiaowu appeared. Xiaowu was the object of jealousy, who made so many beauties around him. It's all gone, go back to practice. Lu Erlong spoke out and the students quickly dispersed. In their opinion, although Lu Erlong is also at the level of goddess, it is really terrible to get angry. In the past, some students had been punished by Lu Erlong and were dealt with miserably. Hear you! Seeing Qianrongxiu, this woman she hadn't seen for 5 or 6 years, Xiaowu was very happy and walked towards her. Xiaowu! Qianrongxiu ran over directly and spread it in Xiaowu's arms. Regardless of whether there were anyone around, he hugged Xiaowu and became intimate with him. The long-term longing made both of them unable to help themselves, and they wanted to release their affection and longing for each other. Lu Erlong and Xiaowu watched from the side. Although they didn't know Qianrongxiu's true identity, they had seen Qianrongxiu several times. In the captured space villa, there is a pattern of Qianrongxiu martial soul 6-winged angel on the door of the room. There are also speculations that this pattern has something to do with the Qinjia of the Wuhan Hall, such as Bo Sixi, Lu Erlong, a Yin, and others. Although Xiaowu did not guess in this regard, she knew very early that Qianrongxiu in front of her was the 6-winged angel martial soul, and she was Xiaowu's third-bound girl. Now Xiaowu's third soul ring is golden, more than 1 million years old, so Xiaowu can guess that Qianrongxiu's current soul power level is not low, and it is likely that he has reached the title Dulo. Xiaowu said to Lu Erlong, "My Erlong, you probably guessed it now, right? Lu Erlong understood what Xiaowu meant. Looking at Qian Rongxiu and Cao De who were still intimate, he smiled and said, I didn't know before, but now I understand that the six-winged angel martial soul is the girl's martial soul. She had met us several times 6 years ago. I should have thought about how could Cao De let such a beautiful girl go without Cao De's virtue? He paused, looked at Xiaowu, and said, Xiaowu. The six-winged angel martial soul, she may come from the Wu Soul Hall, and from the Qinjia who controls the Wu Soul Hall, which may be related to the great worship of Qiandaoliu in the Wu Soul Hall. It may also be related to Pope Bibidong, the Spirit Hall. Xiaowu was surprised, thought for a while, and said, it doesn't matter if she is from the Wuhan Palace. Bibidong has become our sister, let alone her identity. Bibidong promised to help resurrect his mother. Xiaowu's hatred for Bibidong has been eliminated. As long as her mother is resurrected, there will be no hatred. If there is no hatred with Bibidong, then the Spirit Hall will be even worse. Seeing that Xiaowu saw it, Lu Erlong felt relieved. She said, you can see that Qian Rongxiu's love for Cao De is as deep as us. Xiaowu nodded, yes. After a long time, Qian Rongxiu and Cao De finally gave up their separation. It was only then that Qian Rongxiu noticed the existence of Lu Erlong and Xiaowu, and shyly quickly tidied up his clothes. Lu Erlong and Xiaowu walked over. Lu Erlong, Qian Rongxiu, long time no see. Xiaowu, better than before, no wonder my brother is so obsessed with you. Teacher Erlong, Xiaowu, it turns out that you still remember me. Qian Rongxiu replied with a smile, for formal introduction, my name is Qian Rongxiu, the six-winged angel of the martial soul, from the martial soul hall. He is the granddaughter of the great Persuo of the Wuhan Hall and the daughter of the Pope Bibidong of the Wuhan Hall. Bibidong's daughter. Lu Erlong and Xiaowu looked at Cao De in surprise, and this information was unexpected. Cao De was very calm and did not stop Qian Rongxiu from talking about his origin and life experience. Anyway, Qian Rongxiu must know about Bibidong and him sooner or later. It is better to have a short pain than long pain. The reactions of Lu Erlong and Xiaowu made Qian Rongxiu surprised. She asked in confusion, is there any problem? Lu Erlong and Xiaowu did not answer, so Cao De would tell Qian Rongxiu about this matter himself. Xiaowu said, you ask my brother, it's all his troubles. Qian Rongxiu looked at Cao De and recalled what she had just said. What surprised Lu Erlong and Xiaowu, especially those who had something to do with Cao De. Soon, Qian Rongxiu realized something. She looked at Cao De in surprise. But I quickly calmed down and thought to myself, I said, I always feel that my mother is weird, especially when I mention Cao De, it turns out. Because Cao De was thinking about Bibidong from the beginning, Qian Rongxiu had thought about the scene of her being with Bibidong and Cao De. So, when Qian Rongxiu realized that Bibidong and Cao De had something to do, she was surprised, but she was not angry and did not explode. She stared at Cao De with a smile on her face. Seeing the bitch Cao was guilty, he reached out to put his hand on Qian Rongxiu's waist and said, tell me to you tonight. Seeing Cao De being a guilty look, Qian Rongxiu smiled and said, Cao De, you must treat Sister Dong well in the future, otherwise Sister Dong and I will not spare you. Bibidong and Cao De were together. Qian Rongxiu had imagined it before, so she was prepared. Moreover, I used to see Bibidong alone, and Cao De had been thinking about Bibidong, so Qian Rongxiu also thought about letting them be together. In this way, Bibidong can gain sexual blessings and happiness, and can live with Qian Rongxiu forever. Now Bibidong is really with Cao De. After Qian Rongxiu found out, she was surprised, but she was more at ease, and was relieved for Bibidong. As for worldly vision, Qian Rongxiu doesn't care. Just be happy with Bibidong. What's more, this kind of thing exists in Dulo continent, especially among the nobles, and is not a rare thing. I will always love you and Sister Dong. Xiao De kissed Qian Rongxiu on the face. Shue'er, thank you. Qian Rongxiu smiled and said, I want to thank you. Sister Dong is very happy now, many of them were brought to her by you. I don't want her to be lonely all the time. This is great. She can be happy and we can be together forever without being separated. Sister Dong is still hiding it from me. It seems that she can't let go. After that, you accompany me to see her, and let it go, and don't hide it in your heart if you have any questions. Cao De nodded, it sounds nice to you. Lu Erlong and Xiaowu admire Qian Rongxiu very much. She was not angry, but instead thought it was a good thing. Very human. Lu Erlong said, don't stay here all the time, go and talk to me, and let Qian Rongxiu meet other sisters. Today, Qian Rongxiu officially entered the sister group and got to know all the sisters. I felt a little nervous. The four of them entered Lamba Academy together and walked towards Lu Erlong's residence. I didn't move directly, because I wanted Qian Rongxiu to take a look at the situation of Lamba Academy. Some students watched on the way, but they were all driven away by Lu Erlong. Lamba Academy is very good, no worse than the Wuhan Palace Academy. Qian Rongxiu looked around and said. Lamba Academy has developed rapidly in recent years, with hardware, teacher and student resources, etc., all reaching Dulo continent. One of the few advanced Soul Master Academies. It can be compared with Tiande Royal Academy, Wuhan Palace Academy, and Xingluo Royal Academy. In the future, it is likely to become the first Soul Master Academy of Dulo continent. Chapter 362 Qian Rongxiu and Bo Sixi. Are there many people? Are they all sisters? Seeing that there were more than 10 or 20 people in the yard where Lu Erlong lived, much more than Qian Rongxiu knew. The people Qian Rongxiu knew were those from 5 or 6 years ago. Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Hu Wu, Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, and other Feng. Qian Rongxiu knew that they were always by Cao De. The more Posaxi, Ian, Bridget, Zig, Suidi, Isti, Xiaobai, Gu Yuina, Zhu Zuyun, Zhu Zuyu, Yelingling, as well as the sky blue cow python and titan giant ape that looks like children. Qian Rongxiu is not familiar with these people and has hardly seen them. Xiaowu said to Qian Rongxiu, in addition to teacher Erlong and I, there are Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Yelingling, Ayin, Baiji, Zig, Hua Wu, Chen Li, Bo Sixi, these are all our sisters. Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyun, Zhu Zuyu, Suidi, Bingdi, Gu Yuina, Xiaobai, they are not yet, but sooner or later. The two little boys are the 100,000-year-old soul beast Tian Qing bull python and the titan giant ape. They are friends and brothers who grew up with me. Their name is Deepening and Erming. By the way, I, Ayin, Bridget, Zig, Suidi, Isti, Gu Yuina, Xiaobai, and all of them have turned into humans for 100,000 years of soul beasts. The amount of information is a bit large. Somewhat amazing. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape are normalized to form humans, without the binding of capture space and have not entered the maturity stage, so Qian Rongxiu could see it from the beginning. But unexpectedly, Xiaowu, Ayin and others transformed into humans by soul beasts. Cao De didn't tell her before. The two of them went to enjoy themselves, without saying anything else. Xiaowu, no matter whether you are a soul beast or a human, you are my good sister now, and the same goes for everyone else. Qian Rongxiu said to Xiaowu. Xiaowu smiled and said, well, we will always be good sisters. Cao De and the others came back, and Zhu Zuqing and the others in the yard looked at each other. It's her. Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, and others have seen Qian Rongxiu before. So she has been hooking up with brother Cao De long ago. Ning Rongrong said. Shui Binger said, the six-winged angel martial soul should be hers. Shui Yuer said in surprise, the third appearance of the six-winged angel martial soul pattern. Wouldn't it mean that she is the third woman of her brother-in-law? It was earlier than meeting Rong, Zuking, and the others. Ning Rong pouted and said, "What's wrong with knowing each other long ago? She couldn't be with brother Xiaowu every day." Zhu Zuking said, "She should be of extraordinary status." Bo Sai said, "The six-winged angel martial soul should be related to the Qiandaoliu in the martial soul hall, and it seems that it is Bibidong's junior sister." Bibidong's junior sister? Ning Rong and the others were slightly surprised. Bo Sixi didn't know that Qian Rongxiu and Bibidong really had a relationship. Bibidong told her at that time that Qian Rongxiu was her junior sister. After carefully looking at Qian Rongxiu, Bo Sixi was surprised and thought to himself, Qian Rongxiu has a fluctuation of divine power. Could it be that she has inherited the position of angel god and became the new angel god? Has Qiandaoliu sacrificed? Po Sixi had seen Qiandaoliu and knew that Qiandaoliu was the guardian of the angel god's heritage and a great worship. Like her, she would offer sacrifices for her successors. The two of them are connected in the same fate. But Qiandaoliu was willing to sacrifice for the sake of the new angel god of the family. But Bo Sixi was unwilling to give up, so she followed Xiaowu to escape from the sea god island. Qian Rongxiu has become a god. Is Qiandaoliu dead? Bo Sixi was curious and asked Qian Rongxiu after he was ready. "Hello everyone, my name is Qian Rongxiu, the martial soul six-winged angel." This time, Qian Rongxiu did not introduce herself as Bibidong's daughter. It was not that she had a knot in her heart, but that some of the people in front of her were not Xiaoda's women, so some things were not convenient to reveal, just introduce some basic situations. Xiaoda introduced other people to Qian Rongxiu one by one. After everyone met, Xiaoda said, "There is another important thing to tell everyone, that is, Shue'er has now inherited the position of the angel god and became the real god." This important news shocked everyone. Shue'er stared at Qian Rongxiu and said, You have really become a god, there is still a god position, and a god ring." Although Po Sixi and Xiaoda reached the level 100, they had no god position, no real god ring, and were not real gods. Qian Rongxiu is the first real god Shue'er and the others have seen. "Well, I have inherited the position of the angel god," Qian Rongxiu said as she showed her 7-circle divine rings. A 7-circle divine ring appeared behind her. Whether it was light or breath, it was so sacred that people couldn't help but want to kneel down. She said, "Gods with gods will have such a divine ring." The 7-circle divine ring represents a first-level god, the 5-circle divine ring is a second-level god, and the 3-circle divine ring is a third-level god. Those who are lower than the 3-circle divine ring belong to ordinary gods. And the 9-circle divine ring is the god king. In the god realm, there are only a few god kings, very powerful. These information were told by the angel's divine thoughts, at least that Qian Rongxiu. Everyone was stunned. After a long time, Bo Sixi asked, "Qian Rongxiu, does your soul ring still exist?" Everyone was curious when they heard this. "The soul ring still exists." Qian Rongxiu showed his soul ring. Black, red, gold. 10 soul rings. 10 soul rings, is the 10th soul ring a divine ring? Xiaowu asked curiously. Qian Rongxiu nodded, "The 10th soul ring is the exclusive divine ring of the angel god's god that I obtained after I passed through the level 100. Po Sixi showed his soul ring. Black, red, gold. There are also 10 soul rings, and there is one more red soul ring than Qian Rongxiu. Originally, only the 9th soul ring was red, but she continued to use her divine mind power and divine power to increase the age of the soul ring, making the age of the 7th and 8th soul rings exceed 100,000 years, and turned into a red 100,000 year soul ring. Look at how different my 10th soul ring is from your 10th soul ring." Bo Sixi looked at Qian Rongxiu and asked. Before coming, Bibidong mentioned Bo Sixi to Qian Rongxiu, knowing that Bo Sixi had reached level 100 and had a golden 10th soul ring of millions of years. but he had no divine position. The 10th soul rings of Bosaixi and Qianrongxue both look golden and contain powerful divine power, which seems not to be different. Qianrongxue looked carefully and said, "From the soul ring, our 10th soul ring should all belong to the million-year soul ring, and it contains divine power, and there is no difference. The only difference is that my 10th soul ring is blessed by the divine position, and the divine power is even greater and more sacred aura. After Sister She has the position of God, your 10th soul ring will become a true God ring. Even if there is no God position, as long as you continue to practice, your strength will be stronger than many real gods." Compared with Qianrongxue, the main difference between Bosaixi and the position of the gods is: a divine position has a strong blessing effect, and at least until it reaches a certain level, the divine position is very important to the god. Gods like Shura God, Rakshasa God, Sea God, and other gods are already dispensable to them, and they have become shackles for them to leave this universe. So they need to find a suitable successor and inherit the throne before leaving. In other words, as long as people like Bosaixi and Xiaowu who do not reach the level of the 100th level, as long as their strength continues to improve and become strong to a certain extent, they can ignore the position of the gods and no gods are needed. Chapter 363 The True God and the False God. The Angel's God's position allows me to have 7 rings of gods and become a first-level god. This is the power brought by the blessing of the god's position. Qianrongxue said to Bosaixi and others, "Once I have 7 million-year soul rings, the power of the blessing of the god of the angel is optional, because my own power has reached the amount given by the god of the angel. The power of oneself and the power given by the divine position will not be superimposed. Once the power of oneself exceeds the power given by the divine position, the power of the divine position will have no effect. Therefore, some gods are willing to give up their position." Everyone listened with relish, gained knowledge. Qianrongxue continued, "The practice of the soul master after becoming a god is mainly to continuously improve the age of other soul rings, so that it can reach 1,000,000 years. The age of the soul ring is generally fixed, but the power of divine thoughts and divine power can be gradually increased." He paused, looked at Bosaixi and said, "Sister She, it doesn't matter if there is no god position. As long as the age of the soul ring continues to increase, when you have 3,000,000-year soul rings, your realm is comparable to the 3rd-level god blessed by the god position. Different gods have different powers. After becoming a god, some only have 1 circle of divine rings, and some only have 2 circles of divine rings. The 3-circle divine rings are the 3rd-level gods, the 5-circle divine rings are the 2nd-level gods, the 7-circle divine rings are the 1st-level gods, and the 9-circle divine rings are the God King. Another advantage of being blessed by the divine position is that it is definitely faster to practice than a level 100 level god without the divine position." Understood. Bosaixi said, "It is difficult to condense the divine position. I should first improve the power of divine thoughts and divine power, and then increase the age of the soul ring." With Qianrongxue's information, Bosaixi now has a clear goal. Qianrongxue looked at Xiaowu and asked, "Xiaowu, I feel the divine power on you. You have reached the level 100 like Sister She, right? You have inherited the god's inheritance, why did you reach level 100 without giving the god's throne?" Xiaowu smiled and said, "Maybe he wants to cultivate me into a different god." Ningrongrong said, "Now brother Xiaowu has 7 golden soul rings. Is it similar to Qianrongxue in realm? 7 golden soul rings. That is, 7,000,000-year soul rings." Qianrongxue was surprised, "Really?" Xiaowu directly lit out his 9 soul rings of gold, red, which made Qianrongxue stunned. 2 or 3 million-year soul rings are easy to accept. 7 million-year soul rings. Qianrongxue was a little confused, looked at Xiaowu strangely, and said, "You are indeed a monster. The god behind you must be, so do you want to train you into another big monster?" Xiaowu smiled and said, "Probably." He didn't know if there was a god behind him, so Xiaowu could only do it perfunctorily. After Xiaowu reached level 100, he tried it and could use the capture space to bind it, and could bind a human woman and a 100,000-year-old mother soul beast. However, Xiaowu has not yet decided which woman to bind to. Shuiyu is a good choice, but there are Huowu and the others. No decision for a moment. As for the 100,000-year-old mother soul beast that needs to be bound, Xiaodu's head hurts. Until now, all the 7 who knew a Yin, Brigitte, Zig, Shui Emperor, Ice Emperor, Xiaobai, Gu Yuina, and the others have been bound. There are still 3 shortfalls, I don't know where to find them. If Xiaowu's mother can be resurrected, she can fill a position. But there are 2 more locations, and I don't know who to look for. Qianrongxiu didn't know what Xiaodu was thinking, and she said, the man I like was amazing. Now there are 7 million year soul rings, and their realm is almost the same as the 7 circle divine rings. In terms of combat power, we can find opportunities to compete. Xiaodu said, the world of Dulo continent cannot withstand the troubles of gods, and it is easy to attract the attention of the gods. However, we can go to special places to discuss. Qianrongxiu knew that Xiaodu was talking about that special space, she hadn't been in for 5 or 6 years. Shui Binger asked Qianrongxiu, Sister Shui, you have a divine position. Can you feel the existence of the divine realm? Qianrongxiu nodded and raised her hand to point in a direction, the god realm is in that direction. You can feel it if you have a god position or your own strength is strong enough. Zhu Zuqing said, it seems that Brother Xiaodu's strength is enough to feel the existence of the god realm. After Xiaodu broke through to level 100, he felt that there was a place in the universe calling him to go, guessing it was the god realm. Now Qianrongxiu confirmed his speculation. Qianrongxiu said, Xiaodu now has 7 million year soul rings, and is powerful, so it is normal for him to feel the existence of the divine world. However, Xiaodu's existence may not be felt in the divine world. But I must have felt my existence, because I inherited the angel's god position, and the divine realm will definitely notice it. Yelingling asked worriedly, Sister Shui, it won't take long. Do you have to go to the god realm? Qianrongxiu said, according to the angel god, after becoming a god, you must go to the god realm. This is the rule of the god realm, to avoid the power of God being too strong and destroying the world where he is located. However, there is a buffering time, which may be several months or a year or 2, and I will not go to the god realm, and people will come to the god realm at that time. Huowu asked, can you take people to the god realm? Qianrongxiu shook her head, only God can go to the god realm, and there needs to be a god position. The god position is also a symbol of recognition by the god realm. She looked at Xiaodu and looked at the others, I will find a way to let you go to the god realm together, or we will not be separated in Dulo continent. If right and wrong have to separate, Qianrongxiu would rather not have this divine position. She cared about the most was Xiaodu, Bibi Dong, and Qiandaolio. Without them around, what's the point of going to the god realm to be a god? Xiaodu held Qianrongxiu's hand, we will not be separated, and no one can separate us. Posazi said, there is still some time now. The most urgent thing is to make more people become gods or reach the level 100, so that they can have more capital to fight against the gods. Zuqing, Erlong, Bibi Dong, the 3 of them are most likely to become gods in the short term. Xiaodu understood, and he said to Qianrongxiu, Shuier, there are 2 more things you want to know. Xiaodu told Qianrongxiu about Xiaowu's mother and Bibi Dong. Xiaowu, this. Qianrongxiu didn't expect that Xiaowu's mother was actually hunted by her mother Bibi Dong. Now she really doesn't know what to say about their relationship. Xiaowu said, your mother has promised to help us resurrect my mother. I believe we will succeed. Qianrongxiu nodded, it will definitely succeed. I'll help you too. I can help Ningrongrong and Yelingling practice faster, reach the title Dulo, and then resurrect your mother together. Xiaowu said gratefully, "Thank you." Qianrongxiu smiled and said, "I also want to make up for my mother." Afterwards, Cao De told Qianrongxiu about Zhu Zuking's 9th test of Shura God. This matter has also been communicated with Bibi Dong before. We must destroy the inheritance of the Rakshasa God. This means that only one of Bibi Dong and Zhu Zuking can obtain the throne. However, whether Bibi Dong can continue to be the test of inheritance of the Rakshasa God position is still a question, and even if it can continue, it will not be easy to complete, and whether it will cause damage to Bibi Dong is all a question. After all, the Rakshasa God is very evil. I wonder if Bibi Dong can bear the evil power brought by this divine position. In comparison, it is much easier to destroy the inheritance of the Rakshasa God. There are now 3 gods, Cao De, Bosixi and Qianrongxiu. It should be fine to deal with the Rakshasa God's divine consciousness. Chapter 364, Make People Live Intoxicated and Dreamy. I don't like Rakshasa God. Qianrongxiu said, "She is too evil. I am worried that my mother will be affected after inheriting the position of Rakshasa God." She had asked the angel god about Rakshasa God before, but the angel god didn't like the Rakshasa God, and it seemed that there was still some opposition. One is the god of light, the other is the god of evil darkness. It would be strange if you can have a good relationship. Qianrongxiu, who inherited the position of the god of the angel, did not like the god of Rakshasa. Bibi Dong was influenced by the evil power of the god of Rakshasa before, and Qianrongxiu did not want Bibi Dong to change back to the same way he used to be. Before I came, I discussed it with my mother, and she decided to give up the test of inheriting the Rakshasa god's god position. Qianrongxiu said, "At that time, she should have been concerned about me and Cao De, so she did not mention Zhu Zuking's 9th exam. Whether there is Zhu Zuking's 9th exam or not, my mother will give up. She is now at level 99, and I can find a way to help her break through to level 100, just like Sister Shi and Cao De." Bibi Dong didn't tell Qianrongxiu that Cao De had already had a way to help Bibi Dong break through to level 100. Bosixi smiled and said, "It seems that your mother didn't tell you. In fact, Cao De has a way to help her break through to level 100. I am Cao De who helped me improve to level 100. Qianrongxiu was surprised, looked at Cao De and looked at the others. Cao De nodded and said, "Well, I can help Sister Dong upgrade to level 100. However, considering that it will be more difficult to remove Xiaowu's mother's soul ring and soul bone after level 100, I have to wait until Xiaowu's mother is resurrected before helping Sister Dong to level 100. Before I could tell Qianrongxiu that the capture space could fish for the pills that would improve the level of soul power. Qianrongxiu didn't have time to visit the capture space. After going in several times, she almost always had sex with Cao De and had no time to pay attention. Cao De was about to take Qianrongxiu to the capture space for a good tour. That's good. My mother could reach level 100 by Bibi Dong, and Qianrongxiu was much more relieved. Then let's decide. First prepare to resurrect Xiaowu's mother, and then help Zhu Zuking complete the 9th exam. The Shura God is one of the several god kings in the divine world and is very powerful. The power brought by the Shura God's god position is definitely stronger than the power brought by the angel god position. After Zhu Zuking becomes the Shura God, his relationship with the Shura God King will be extraordinary. He should be more helpful to us at that time. Cao De is not as optimistic as Qianrongxiu. The Shura God King is in charge of the rules of the divine world and is not necessarily easy to speak. Relying on others, you still have to rely on yourself, to be the safest. After the matter was finished, it was already evening. Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyun, Zhu Zuyu, and others took the initiative to cook, and asked Qianrongxiu and Cao De and others to continue talking. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape were also caught by Mai Xiang to help. Wrong, Lingling, let's try it first and see how to help you improve your cultivation speed faster. Qian Rongxiu started to do things, hoping to resurrect Xiaowu's mother as soon as possible, and to do something for her and her mother. Ning Rongrong is now at level 87 and Ye Lingling is at level 83. If they practice by themselves, it will probably take 1 or 2 years to reach level 90. But it would be different with Qian Rongxiu's help. Qian Rongxiu not only has a divine position, but also a divine ring, and a divine artifact Angel Holy Sword, which can help them improve faster. Although it is impossible to improve the soul power of many levels of people like the Sea God Island, the Sea God's divine consciousness, it will not be too bad. However, the power consumption on Qian Rongxiu will be considerable. Qian Rongxiu, he is not bad. Shui Yuer said next to her sister Shui Binger. Shui Binger nodded, even if you become a god, you have no heirs and are easy to get along with. Everyone will be sisters in the future, so don't argue with her. Shui Yuer curled her lips, I don't like to bicker. I'm just having fun with Rongrong, Huawu, and the others. Sister, I have grown up and am no longer a child. Shui Binger stared at her sister, making Shui Yuer feel guilty. Night. More than 20 people were divided into 2 tables, and everyone celebrated Qian Rongxiu's arrival together. After dinner, except for Chen Li, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Bo Sixi, and others who were unwilling to be exposed, they entered the capture space with Cao De. Cao De and Qian Rongxiu went directly to Qian Rongxiu's room. The two immediately hugged each other and started to make out. At this time, there is nothing else they have to express their thoughts on each other, and having each other is more important. It was not until the next afternoon that the two of them rested. It was already dark when I got up to have dinner at night. We were together again after dinner. It was not until the next afternoon that Qian Rongxiu had time to visit the entire villa and the entire capture space. Is the third one in my room? It's earlier than Rongrong and Zuking. Qian Rongxiu was surprised, hehe, it seems that the god behind you is very sensible, so he chose me early. She didn't think there was anything wrong. Even if she met Cao De, love was arranged by Cao De's god behind his back, and Qian Rongxiu would only be grateful. Because the results are good now, they are blessed and happy. So, what's wrong with it? My mother's room is the 7th one. It should be when the Soul Master competition is held in Wuhan City, right? Qian Rongxiu looked at the double spider pattern on Bibi's east door and said with a smile. This villa is so interesting, there are so many strange things. Qian Rongxiu was very interested in the strange things in the villa and asked Cao De to introduce them to him one by one. Afterwards, I left the villa and looked at other places on the island. Medicine garden, orchard, lake, beach, sea. The scenery is beautiful, Qian Rongxiu likes it very much. Cao De, come and chase me, I will be rewarded when I chased you. Facing the sunset, Qian Rongxiu and Cao De were chasing and playing on the beach, having fun. Of course, you can't help but feel intimate for a few times, otherwise you will waste the beautiful sunset, waves, and the romantic environment of the beach. Qian Rongxiu at this moment is like a fairy descending to the earth, extraordinary and beautiful. The taste of the goddess is extraordinary, making the bitch Caozy live and dream of death. The two of them had enough fun. Qian Rongxiu sat in Cao De's arms, Cao De hugged her, and the two looked at the sea and faced the sea breeze. It feels so good. Qian Rongxiu said with a happy smile, I am willing to live here forever, as long as you are by my side. Suddenly, Qian Rongxiu realized something and said in surprise, Cao De, I can't feel the existence of the god realm now. Cao De said, in this case, we should be able to avoid the exploration of the divine realm. This Qian Rongxiu knew what this meant. What kind of existence is the space that can avoid the exploration of the divine realm? It is likely that it will surpass the divine realm. Qian Rongxiu couldn't help asking, Cao De, I suspect that the god behind you is not a god in the god realm. Perhaps his existence has surpassed any god in the god realm? Otherwise, how could such a space be created? Cao De said seriously, maybe. I don't know either. He doesn't want to say anything, and I didn't respond when I asked. Qianrongxiu thought about it, but did not continue to think about the gods behind Caoda, and said, with this space, I don't have to go to the divine realm and be with you forever. Chapter 365 Tang Yuehua and Tang Hao. Tiandu City. Yuexuan. This is a place founded by Tang Yuehua from Haoshan sect that specializes in teaching aristocratic etiquette and music. Even the princes and princesses of the imperial family of the Tiandu Empire studied here. Yuexuan is very famous among the nobles of Tiandu City and has a considerable influence. Force. Most people dare not cause trouble in Yuexuan. Today, a drunk white-haired old man came to cause trouble outside Yuexuan. Stinky old man, I'm drunk, and Lai Yuexuan makes trouble, looking for death. Call me. Yuexuan's manager made people beat the drunk old white-haired man. Not long after, the white-haired old man was beaten and was covered in wounds and wailing in pain on the ground. Stop! Yuexuan's owner Tang Yuehua heard the movement and came out to see her. Seeing that her person was beating a white-haired old man, she quickly stopped him. It's not good if this kind of thing is spread. This person is drunk and Lai Yuexuan makes trouble. I just teach him a lesson. The manager said timidly. I'm afraid Tang Yuehua will blame him. Tang Yuehua first ignored the manager and walked over to see the white-haired old man's injuries. The old white-haired man has a messy hair, and the smell of alcohol, sweat, sour and other odors on his body are combined, which is very unpleasant. Tang Yuehua held her breath, looked closer, and then prepared to ask someone to take the white-haired old man to see a doctor for treatment. At this moment, the white-haired old man drunk and shouted, a yin, don't leave me, don't. Tang Yuehua was shocked physically and mentally. She was so familiar with this voice, and it was the one she often dreamed of. Moreover, she is also familiar with the word a yin, which is the name of the woman she often dreams of. Tang Yuehua walked quickly to the old man with excitement, reached out to get the white hair covered by his face, and saw a pale, aging, dirty, but also a familiar face that she had longed for. How? Tang Yuehua's body and voice trembled. This man was so depressed and old now, which made her heart very sad. Lord Tang Xian knows this person. The manager and others secretly complained that they beat Master Yuexuan and the person they knew. However, Tang Yuehua has no time to manage the manager and others now. She helped the white-haired old man, Tang Hao, enter Yuexuan and go to her residence. After Tang Hao was deposed by Bo Sixi, he became a useless person. After he woke up, he knew his situation and no longer had the courage to go to Lamba Academy to find a yin. I've been getting drunk these days and turned into a drunk. I was drunk today and subconsciously thought of Tang Yuehua in Yuexuan, so I came to Yuexuan drunk. Then he was treated as a drunk old man and made trouble and beaten up. If Tang Yuehua hadn't come out to check it out, he would have lost half his life if he wasn't beaten to death, so that he would die faster. Tang Yuehua took Tang Hao to his residence alone and did not allow others to disturb him. Hao, what's wrong with you? I'm Yuehua, wake up. Tang Yuehua helped Tang Hao to the head of the bed, trying to wake up the drunk Tang Hao. Tang Hao was drunk and unconscious, and it was difficult to wake up for a while. Seeing Tang Hao with grey hair, Tang Hao covered in wounds, and Tang Yuehua felt so heartbroken. Tang Hao is the man she admires and loves. Tang Hao was so handsome and domineering, but now he has become the present. What exactly happened that made her beloved man become like this now? Tang Yuehua cried, heartbroken Tang Hao, and couldn't help crying. While crying, she continued to wake up Tang Hao, but it was useless. Tang Yuehua gave up temporarily, looked at Tang Hao's appearance and was about to treat Tang Hao's injuries first. She took out the medicine, then took off Tang Hao's clothes, and gently wiped his body, for fear of hurting him. Then apply medicine to the wound on Tang Hao's body. Tang Hao was covered in injuries, not only those who were just injured by her men, but also those who were injured by Bo Sixi, and those who were injured in other places these days. It made Tang Yuehua feel extremely heartbroken when she looked at it, and her tears never stopped. When Tang Yuehua finished applying medicine to Tang Hao and was about to change into clean clothes, Tang Hao suddenly got drunk and hugged Tang Yuehua, and said sadly, Ayin, you are back. That's great, Ayin, don't leave me. How? Tang Yuehua wanted to push Tang Hao away. But Tang Yuehua is willing. As long as she can make Tang Hao less painful, she is willing to do anything. Although Tang Hao's martial soul was destroyed and his soul power was not much left, he still had soul bones to support his body, so his body had not collapsed yet. He could persevere and persevere. More than half an hour later, Tang Hao fell asleep in satisfaction. When he woke up, he certainly didn't know what he had done. How? Tang Yuehua hugged Tang Hao, her eyes full of love and heartache for Tang Hao. As for the stench on Tang Hao's body at this time, she felt it smelled good. She appears in the eyes of the lover. She hasn't slept. Just treat it as a dream. After Tang Yuehua went to wash, she returned to the room and sat by the bed to accompany Tang Hao. The next day, Tang Hao woke up in a daze. I saw Tang Yuehua sitting by the bed and sleeping against the bed. Moonlight. Tang Hao recognized Tang Yuehua, rubbed his head, guessing that he had just come to Yuexuan when he was drunk. He was about to get up, but found that he was wearing nothing. There was blood everywhere on the sheets and quilts, and there was a smell of medicine on his body. Tang Hao didn't think much about it, but thought it was the blood shed from his wound, which was the medicine Tang Yuehua asked someone to apply to him. I have no idea what I did to Tang Yuehua after getting drunk half a day ago. Tang Hao saw the clean clothes placed beside the bed and took them over. He was ready to leave quietly, and his current appearance made him unable to face Tang Yuehua. Just when he was about to put on his clothes, Tang Yuehua woke up. How, you're awake? Tang Yuehua still had tears on her face, but when she saw Tang Hao wake up, she couldn't help but smile, looking very beautiful. Although I am in my 50s, I am well maintained and look at most in my 30s. Moonlight. Tang Hao looked at Tang Yuehua and didn't know what to say. You want to leave? Tang Yuehua saw Tang Hao's thoughts. No. If you want to leave, you must wait until the injury is healed. She refused to let Tang Hao leave. Tang Hao sighed, I'm better off dying than living now. What are these injuries? How? Don't do this. Tang Yuehua hugged Tang Hao and cried with pain, don't do this, you're going to die, I won't live anymore. Because the two had sex, Tang Yuehua's current movements and expressions have become more intimate. But neither of them noticed it. Because they used to be like this, it is normal for them to hug each other. What's more, the two of them don't care about so much in the current situation, and their sadness is more than all. Yuehua, I am a useless person now. Tang Hao said sadly, my martial soul has been deposed. A yin has also left me. My son is not my son, what's the point of living? Tang Yuehua felt extremely distressed when she heard this and blurted out, you still have me. Chapter 366 There is one. You and me. This sentence represents Tang Yuehua's love for Tang Hao. But Tang Hao didn't care too much, because Tang Yuehua has been sticking to him since childhood, admiring him, and having a close relationship with him. Tang Hao never thought that Tang Yuehua would fall in love with him because it was impossible for them to be together. However, seeing Tang Yuehua crying, Tang Hao couldn't bear to leave now. Promise to stay, recover the wound before leaving. Tang Yuehua was very happy about this. After being happy, he began to care about what was going on with Tang Hao. Well. Tang Hao sighed, hesitated for a while, and finally decided to talk to Tang Yuehua. He also needed to talk to him. Tang Yuehua was a very suitable person to talk to. He started talking about it after he separated from Tang Yuehua and Haoshan sect. Tang Yuehua only knew that a yin was a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Later, she was discovered by the Soul Palace, which caused a fight. Haoshan sect was targeted by the Soul Palace and was beaten to retreat. Tang Hao was expelled from Haoshan sect. After hearing that a yin died later, Tang Hao beat Pope Qian Sunji in the Spirit Hall and died of severe injuries. But then there was no news about Tang Hao. A yin, she actually sacrificed for you. Tang Yuehua was shocked when she heard this. She didn't expect that a yin could make such a sacrifice, which was better than her in the past. She used to hate a yin for snatching Tang Hao, which brought disaster to Haoshan sect. But now she doesn't hate a yin, she only has envy. I envy a yin for being with Tang Hao and loving each other. How, do you have a child with a yin? Is it Tang San? Tang Yuehua was even more shocked when he heard this news. She couldn't help but touch her lower abdomen, wondering if she could get pregnant. A yin in Tiandu city naturally heard about the relationship between Tang San and Tang Hao. She originally thought that after a yin died, Tang Hao would have another woman and then Tang San. Of course, I also suspected that Tang San was the son of a yin and Tang Hao, but Tang Yuehua was unwilling to accept it. Now she's still shocked when Tang Hao said it personally. Tang Hao did not notice Tang Yuehua's abnormal expression and movements, and said sadly, I have a son with a yin, and his name is Tang San. However, what a yin said now is Tang San is not her child. Tang Yuehua was stunned, and then said in surprise, a yin is not dead. Tang Hao said, after Ian sacrifice, he kept the seeds, I planted her, and then she grew up. We have been with each other for more than 10 years. Her soul is still there. Although we cannot speak and can no longer transform into humans, we can also communicate. But 6 years ago, a yin suddenly disappeared. Not long ago, I met a yin, and she became a human again and grew up. Although she still remembers me in the past, she no longer loves me and treats me like a stranger. Tang Yuehua said in confusion, I heard you say before that the soul beast transforms into a human being for 100,000 years, and needs to grow up and practice again like a human baby. The seeds left by a yin after the sacrifice were only more than 10 years, and they will definitely not be able to reach 100,000 years of cultivation and will not be able to become humans. Even if she can become a human being, she will never become an adult in 6 years. Something must have happened to her. Tang Hao thought so. I asked a yin, but she didn't say it. She just said it had nothing to do with me anymore, and she was someone else's wife, and she also said that Tang San was not our child. She has completely changed. Did Ian follow other men? Don't recognize your child anymore? Tang Yuehua said, maybe it was what Ian's men did to her now that made her change. The child is hers, how could she say that Tang San is not your child? Tang Hao was silent for a moment, and then said, a yin said that her child and I were dead shortly after we were born and killed by another soul called Tang Sect World. This soul occupied our child's body and changed to Tang San today. Isn't this ridiculous? How could such a thing be happening? Tang Yuehua found it ridiculous and ridiculous. I think a yin is controlled and changed. Tang Hao said, I thought so at the beginning. But what a yin said is difficult to refute. Tang San has been different since childhood, very mature, and does not look like a child at all. He knew many hidden weapons, strange skills, and his eyes would turn purple. It was a kind of purple demonic eye technique. He knew many strange things, and these were not something on Douluo continent. Perhaps Tang San is very smart, learns without a teacher, and has learned new things that are not available, but there are too many. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Hao in surprise. If it really looked like what Tang Hao said, then Tang San was really weird. Do you believe what a yin said? Tang Hao was unwilling to believe it, but he could not refute it. He said, I will go back to find Tang San, ask him in person. If you have any doubts, you should ask clearly. Tang Yuehua said, then, where is a yin now? You won't go to find her anymore? Also, is your martial soul apart from a yin? She is so cruel. Tang Hao shook his head, it's not done by a yin. He didn't say much, didn't say it was made by Posazi, and didn't say that a yin was probably in Lamba Academy. Worrying that Tang Yuehua is impulsive, it will be very dangerous then. What's more, Tang Hao guessed that the changes in a yin's body were probably related to Xiaowu De, and guessed that a yin's current man was Xiaowu De. It is the god behind Xiaowu De who made a yin become what he is now. It is also very likely that this god told a yin about Tang San. Facing the powerful Xiaowu De, there is even a god, plus the completely unmatched Posezi. Tang Hao dared not tell Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua understood that Tang Hao would not say that because the enemy was too strong and was worried about her safety. Yuehua, don't worry about a yin's affairs, I will deal with it. Tang Hao said, when the injury is healed, I will go to the Sea God Island to see if I can find Tang San. Tang Yuehua was worried, I'll go with you. Tang Hao shook his head, if you go, I will leave now, and we will not meet again in the future. How? Tang Yuehua was really worried, but she also knew Tang Hao's temper and could not force him. You have lost your martial soul now, and it would be very dangerous to go alone. Tang Hao, I don't care if I die anymore, why are you afraid of danger? How? Tang Yuehua hugged Tang Hao and started crying again. Next, Tang Hao was in Yuexuan and healing his wounds at Tang Yuehua's residence, and Tang Yuehua accompanied him. The two are like husband and wife. No matter how Tang Hao feels, Tang Yuehua has been very happy during this period. After a period of time, Tang Hao's injury was basically healed, and his long-term illness was still there. On this day, Tang Hao quietly left Yuexuan. Only one letter was left. How? Tang Yuehua was worried about Tang Hao's safety when she saw this. Vomit. Suddenly, Tang Yuehua wanted to vomit. Is it? Tang Yuehua thought of something and hurriedly asked someone to check it out. I have a child, it's Hao's. Tang Yuehua was surprised. She decided to take care of her baby and give him a surprise when Tang Hao comes back. No, Tang Yuehua shook her head. She was worried that Tang Hao would not accept it, so she decided not to tell Tang Hao that she was going to raise the child herself. Chapter 367 Xiaowu, Rongrong, Lingling, and Bing'er have all become titled Dulo. Located on the sea east of the Dulo continent and east of the Tiandu Empire. At this moment, Xiaowu De, Bo Sixi, Qianrongxiu and Mai Xiang were above the East China Sea. They came here to hunt sea soul beasts for Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Ya Lingling, Shui Binger, Suidi, Baiji, Huawu, Mai Xiang and others to obtain the soul ring. During this period, with the help of Qianrongxiu, Bo Sixi and Xiaowu De, Ning Rongrong and Ya Lingling rose to level 90 as fast as possible. In addition, Xiaowu, Shui Binger practiced to level 90, Suidi, Baiji and Huawu practiced to level 80, and Mai Xiang practiced to level 70. They all need soul rings now, and it is best to be 100,000-year soul ring. Because Mai Xiang could not enter the capture space, she was taken by Xiaowu De. Mai Xiang, who was hugged by Xiaowu De, had a flushed face and her heart was pounding. Especially Xiaowu De also touched her rabbit tail from time to time, which made her react even more. Let's look for it separately. Posezi said. Sea God Island is located in the West Sea of Douluo continent, and this is the East Sea, and she is not familiar with it. But it is certain that there will be many sea soul beasts that are 100,000 years old in the East China Sea. Okay. Find the target first, and then meet. Xiaowu De disappeared with wheat fragrance. Bo Sixi and Qianrongxiu also flew in different directions. For the three of them who have divine consciousness, it is not difficult to find it. They use divine consciousness to explore, and the scope is very large. In less than 8 hours, then return to meet. There are quite a lot of 100,000-year-old sea soul beasts in the East China Sea. We have discovered more than a dozen in this moment, which is enough for Xiaowu and the others to use it. Bo Sixi said, I will take Bing'er, Suidi, Baiji and the others to the north, and there will be a sea soul beast suitable for them. Qianrongxiu said, I will take Xiaowu, Rongrong, Lingling, and others to the east. Cao De nodded, then I will take Xiaowu and my Xiang to the south. The three of them acted separately. On that day, Xiaowu and the 8 others were granted a 100,000 year soul ring and a 100,000 year soul bone at the same time. After obtaining the soul ring and soul bone, Xiaowu, Ningrongrong, Yalingling, and Shui Binger reached level 92. Bridget, Snow Emperor, and Xiaowu all reached level 83. The wheat fragrance reached level 74. I am the soul saint. There are still 100,000 year soul rings. My Xiang hugged Cao and kissed him excitedly. After reacting, she hid behind Xiaowu in shame. Qianrongxiu looked at my Xiang, thought of my Xiang's mother Chenli, and then thought of herself and her mother, and couldn't help but smile. He looked at Cao and smiled meaningfully at Cao. Cao noticed Qianrongxiu's gaze and did not dodge at all. He likes Qianrongxiu, Bibidong, Chenli, and my Xiang. There is nothing to be embarrassed to admit. Now that you have obtained the soul ring, it's time to return to Tiandu City. Qianrongxiu, Bo Sixi, Xiaowu, Ningrongrong, and others entered the capture space. Cao took my Xiang back together. Without others, now being held by Cao, my Xiang is not so shy and leaning in Cao's arms, enjoying it. I thought to myself, how great would it be if brother Cao could accept me? Just as she was thinking about it, Cao suddenly asked, my Xiang, aren't you curious about Xiaowu and the others? Does something suddenly appear and disappear? My Xiang was of course curious, but she knew that this was a secret, and she never asked much if Cao didn't say it. Since Cao mentioned it now, he responded patiently and truthfully, I'm curious. But if brother Cao doesn't say it, I won't ask more. My Xiang is so well behaved. Cao gently touched my Xiang's rabbit's tail, which was furry, cute, and comfortable. My Xiang's body stiffened, and then she hugged Cao tightly, enjoying his touch. Cao smiled and said, after tonight, you will know. Why do you have to know after tonight? My Xiang was confused. In the afternoon, it was not yet evening, so I could have continued on my way. But when Cao passed by a city, he stopped, took my Xiang to go shopping, buy things, and then had snacks together. The two of them went to the hotel until very late. My Xiang had a lot of fun. It was the first time she went shopping alone with Cao, buying things and eating delicious food, which made her feel so happy. However, after entering the hotel, my Xiang is now very nervous and looking forward to it. Because Cao only had one room, he asked her to take a shower first. My Xiang knew that she would probably become her brother Cao tonight. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time, and now it was finally coming true. She was happy and nervous. After taking a shower, my Xiang ran to the bed shyly, then hid in the quilt, waiting for Cao's arrival. Cao finished his bath soon. Hearing Cao's approaching footsteps, my Xiang's heart beat faster and fragrant sweat appeared on her body. Feather fragrant. Cao crawled into the quilt, hugged my Xiang gently, felt her body trembling, and said sweetly, my Xiang, you are so beautiful tonight. Do you know, I have liked you for a long time. The soft words are very gentle, and the sweet words make the wheat fragrance move. My Xiang looked at Cao with a red face and said, brother Cao, I like you too. Cao lowered his head and leaned over, and my Xiang slowly closed her eyes. The two of them only rested when dawn was almost dawn. At noon, Cao prepared lunch, woke up my Xiang, and fed her thoughtfully, which made my Xiang very moved. In the afternoon, the two left the hotel, walked around hand in hand and walked around. Candlelight dinner at night, and then linger together. They stayed in the city for several days. Then they left together. They were not in a hurry to rush, and they would go stroll around the city and stay for a day or two. In this way, it took half a month before the two returned to Lamba Academy. During this period, Xiao De took my Xiang to the capture space. The capture space brought too much shock to my Xiang. Lu Erlong and the others welcomed my Xiang to join their sister group, which made my Xiang flattered. The night before arriving at Lamba Academy, my Xiang lives in the capture space villa. Xiao De accompanied her. Xiao De told my Xiang about Chen Li. I guessed it when I saw the violent rabbit martial soul pattern on the door next door. My Xiang was not angry, but was happy for Chen Li. How could she not know that Chen Li liked Xiao De? From the future, I will call her sister Chen. My Xiang is so sensible, so Xiao De must of course love her. After returning to Lamba Academy, Meixiang went to Chen Li's residence that night and they said what they had said all night. Sister Chen, you will be my sister from now on. My Xiang hugged Chen Li and said with a smile. Chen Li smiled and replied, okay. Xiangmei, we will be good sisters in the future. My Xiang said gratefully, Sister Chen, thank you. I only realize now that you have been helping me with brother Xiao De. Without your help, I don't know when I will be with brother Xiao De. Sister Chen said, I understand your thoughts, and of course I hope you will be happy. After my Xiang and Xiao De were together, Chen Li no longer needs to hide the matter. This surprised Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyuan, Zhu Zuyu, Daming, Sky Blue Bull Python, Erming, Titan Giant Ape. After knowing it, Hu Meyer, Zhu Zuyuan, and even Zhu Zuyu envied Chen Li and my Xiang. Chapter 368 Sister Dong and Sister Shui. Wuhan City, Pope Hall. Bibidong's residence. Xiao De came here quietly today. When Bibidong saw him, he rushed over and had a good time with him. Afterwards, Bibidong hugged Xiao De's neck, looked at him, and asked, have you ever told Shui about us? I have no shame to say it, you can only say it. If you can't convince Shui, and I may leave you in the future. Xiao De smiled and said, are you willing to leave me? Don't smile. Bibidong glared at him and urged, speak quickly. Xiao De picked up Bibidong, went to the bedroom, put her on the bed, looked at her, and said with a smile, Snow will call you Sister Dong in the future, you have to call her Shui Mei. When Bibidong heard this, he realized that Xiao De had convinced Qian Rongxiu and said happily, really? Xiao De smiled wickedly and said, don't you believe in my ability? Get honest with your hands. Bibidong made her laugh, she smiled easily and was very happy. Qian Rongxiu has always been worried about her. Now that the matter has been resolved, I finally don't have to worry anymore. Bibidong stared at Xiao De and smiled charmingly, I knew you could do it, there is nothing you can't do. Of course. Xiao De said proudly, I have done the work. Are there any rewards? Bibidong said affectionately with his eyes, I will give you any reward you want. That's what you said. Xiao De smiled evilly. Bibidong knew at a glance that this guy would do something unreasonable later. She is in a good mood now and is willing to accompany Xiao De Mei. I said it. Bibidong took the initiative to join Xiao De. The two of them have not seen each other for some days, and they miss each other and need to be released. From afternoon to midnight, the two of them forget to eat and sleep. Bibidong lay in Xiao De's arms, sweating profusely, gasping for breath, and asked, Shui is in your carry-on space now. Xiao De looked at her, and the woman made her fascinated, do you want Shui to come out with you? I'll call her out now. You're going to die. Bibidong pinched Xiao De angrily, you dare to do something like this, but I still ignore you. The bitch Xiao clicked until he tried, and he just tentatively said, I was wrong. Humph. Bibidong snorted, then looked at the place where Xiao De was pinched by her, and found that nothing was wrong, so he felt relieved. She couldn't bear to really hurt Xiao De, it would be more distressing than hurting herself. Xiao De and Bibidong were entangled for several days. At the same time, tell her about the preparations for resurrection of Xiaowu's mother. Now everything is ready, you can try to resurrect Xiaowu's mother. Are you sure? Bibi Dong was a little worried that if Xiaowu's mother could not be resurrected, her hatred with Xiaowu would be difficult to resolve. How would she get along in the future? Cao smiled and said, I am 80% sure. I believe that together, we can revive Xiaowu's mother. Bibi host, I believe in you. Then he said, let Shweta and the others come out today. Let's make final discussions together and make complete preparations. That day, Cao brought out the capture space for Qian Rongxiu, Bo Sixi, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Ye Lingling, A Yin, Bai Ji, Gu Yuina and others. After Qian Rongxiu appears, of course, she has to have a good heart and life with Bibi Dong. At night, the two slept together. But they were not sleepy and kept talking. Sister Dong, you are so good. Qian Rongxiu looked at Bibi Dong seriously. Bibi Dong felt guilty, Shweta, it's mine. Before he finished speaking, Qian Rongxiu suddenly laughed, Sister Dong, why are you blaming yourself? It's not your fault. If you want to blame, you can only blame that little man Cao. But, are we willing to blame him? Bibi Dong looked at Qian Rongxiu, Shweta, I don't know what to say. Although I knew that Qian Rongxiu had been persuaded by Cao, Bibi Dong was really embarrassed when facing Qian Rongxiu, and he was guilty, and I don't know what to say. Qian Rongxiu reached out to hug Bibi Dong and said with a smile, Sister Dong, I am happy that you can be with Cao. I also hope you are happy in sex, and I hope we will never be separated. It's all done now, this is a good thing. Don't think too much, and don't feel guilty. Let's be sisters in the future. You are Sister Dong, and I am your Shweta or Swame. Bibi Dong was moved to tears, Shweta. Oh, why are you crying? Just like a child. Qian Rongxiu wiped Bibi Dong's tears and said, I'm telling the truth. Don't have any burden or think too much, okay? Bibi Dong cried and said, well, I will listen to you, and I will listen to you in the future. Qian Rongxiu smiled and said, we have to be wrong. If there is any mistake, it is all Cao's fault. Do you think so? He is lustful and has been thinking about us for a long time. Bibi Dong laughed when he heard this, yes, it's all the fault of that little villain. In order to comfort Bibi Dong and let her not be burdened, Qian Rongxiu specifically told Bibi Dong about Chen Li and Mai Xiang. After hearing this, Bibi Dong was stunned for a while, and then cursed, that little villain is so shameless. Qian Rongxiu nodded, yes. That's shameless. Bibi Dong, shameless. Qian Rongxiu, it's so shameless. Bibi Dong, not something. Qian Rongxiu, it's so bad. Ha ha. How come we have such a man? There is no way, this is all fate. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu both started to laugh as they cursed. Qian Rongxiu said, no matter what he is, we are already in love with you. Bibi Dong nodded, it's really cheap. Both of them love Cao deeply in their hearts. When they are with Cao, they are both extremely blessed and happy. So, the rest is not important. The two of them said a lot, and Qian Rongxiu also specifically asked Bibi Dong to talk about how to get along with Cao. Bibi Dong said embarrassedly. The two of them were talking and laughing, and they were playing, and they were really becoming more and more like a pair of sisters. Afterwards, they also talked about the resurrection of Xiaowu's mother. Qian Rongxiu said, the replaced soul bone Cao is ready. It is the two soul beasts you hunted together before, and one of them is just right. Lingling can easily achieve rebirth of broken arms, so don't worry. Cao is preparing to hunt for the lost soul ring for nearly 1,000,000 years to replace it for you, which will make your strength stronger. The best thing is that the soul bones and soul rings that need to be replaced are replaced with the soul bones and soul rings of the deep sea demon whale king. After a pause, Qian Rongxiu said with pain, it must be painful to take off the soul bone and soul ring. I will feel wronged. Bibi Dong smiled and shook his head, nothing is all. I'm just worried about whether Xiaowu's mother can be resurrected in the end. Qian Rongxiu said, it will definitely succeed. Even if it fails, Qian Rongxiu will face Xiaowu with Bibidong and endure that hatred together. Qian Rongxiu changed the topic and asked Bibidong how he felt together with Xiaoda. Don't say it. Bibidong couldn't speak, very shy. Chapter 369 The Resurrection begins. Capture the space, inside the lobby on the third floor of the villa. Xiaoda, Xiaowu, Qian Rongxiu, Bibidong, Bo Sixi, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Yelingling, Ayin, Gu Yuina, etc., those who can enter the capture space are all here now. Are you ready? Xiaoda looked at Bibidong, Qian Rongxiu, Bo Sixi, Yelingling, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Xiaowu and others. Today, they will try to resurrect Xiaowu's mother here. Let's get started. Bibidong looked at everyone and said. Lingling, Ayin, Baiji, you three will first open the true body of martial souls. Xiaoda told the three of them. Yelingling, the martial soul is Juxin Haitang, and all soul skills are healing effects. Now she is a titled Dulo, and she can easily rebirth with a broken arm. But for the sake of safety, Xiaoda let Ayin, who has the skills of healing souls, and Bridget together. Ayin's martial soul is Blue Silver Emperor, and heals soul skill, which is reborn again after the spring breeze. Bridget's martial soul is an Emerald Swan, and she has more healing soul skills than Ayin, and the effect is better. Among Xiaoda's women, except Yelingling, Baiji has the strongest healing ability, and then Ayin. The true body of Juxin Haitang. Yelingling used his 7th soul skill to the true body of the martial soul, and a huge, colorful, and vibrant 9-hearted crab apple appeared from the ground. Yelingling is in the center of Juxin Begonia. She is now a fairy among flowers, very beautiful and charming. After a while, Juxin Haitang disappeared and Yelingling returned to her original appearance. However, the true body state of the martial soul has been opened, and the soul power, healing ability, mental power, and other aspects will be greatly improved. At the same time, the true body of the Blue-Silver Emperor. A vibrant Blue-Silver Emperor grass appeared in front of Ayin. No, it was already a Blue-Silver Emperor tree, golden. The real body of the Emerald Swan. Behind Bridget a beautiful emerald green swan soared into the sky, and whistled, dancing in the air. Yelingling, Ayin and Baiji are ready. Qian Rongxiu, Bo Sixi, Zhu Zuqing, and Xiaoda were also prepared. If there was any accident, they could take action. All 4 of them are people who can use divine power, and Zhu Zuqing uses the divine power of the Shura demon sword. Bibidong looked down at his left leg, and Xiaowu's mother's soul bones were fused to the left leg. Now to remove the soul bone, you must amputate the limbs. Bibidong is also a decisive person. He gathers strength with his right hand, then takes a knife and cuts his left thigh with his hand. Suddenly, Bibidong's left leg was cut off from her thigh. Just as Bibidong attacked her, many Juxin begonia petals fell on her body, especially on her left leg. When Bibidong cut off his left leg, there was no scene of blood rushing. The wound was directly wrapped in the petals of Juxin begonia, and no blood was splashed out. Bibidong lost her left leg, especially the soul bone in her left leg, not only caused her great pain, but also caused her soul power level to fall to level 95. If it is another titled Dulo, if you lose a soul bone, your soul power level will be reduced to Dulo. For example, after Tang Hao lost 2 soul bones in the original work, his soul power level changed from the title Dulo to the Soul Saint. Bibidong is even more special. Her title Dulo, who has twin martial souls, did not fall to the level of Dulo after losing her left leg and soul bone. After Bibidong's left leg was cut off by himself, his left leg quickly disappeared, and then 100,000-year-old soul bone appeared. This is Xiaowu's mother's soul bone. Xiaowu. Bibidong handed the soul bone to Xiaowu next to him. Xiaowu looked at Bibidong's painful look, and felt moved and distressed. She couldn't help but shed tears, thank you. Bibi Dong smiled. Mom, concentrate and let Lingling cure you first. Qian Rongxiu was very worried. Bibi Dong nodded. Ya Lingling tried her best to treat Bibi Dong, and wanted to rebirth her left leg. He stopped the blood in an instant, and then saw Bibi Dong's left leg, and the broken part was constantly reborn with the naked eye. Ya Lingling is in good condition and doesn't have much pressure. Seeing this, everyone felt relieved. A few minutes later, under Ya Lingling's treatment, Bibi Dong's left leg was reborn and recovered as before. The left leg was restored, and Bibi Dong's soul power level also recovered, reaching level 97. It seems that losing the left leg and soul bone has an impact on the soul power level, and the soul bone has a greater impact. Mom, how do you feel? Qian Rongxiu held Bibi Dong and wiped her sweat. This was all the sweat that made Qian Rongxiu feel distressed when she looked at her. Fine. Bibi Dong smiled and said, it's much better than expected. Soul power is now at level 97, and it has not dropped much. Looking at Ya Lingling, he said gratefully, Lingling, thank you. Ya Lingling smiled and said, Sister Dong, no need. I'll take a look. Xiaowu De came over and checked Bibi Dong carefully. Then asked, do you want to take a rest first? Bibi Dong shook his head, I don't consume much, Lingling consumes more. Shue'er, please help Lingling restore his soul power. It is better to have short pain than long pain, and it will be done today. Qian Rongxiu agreed and asked Xiaowu De to hold Bibi Dong, and she went to help Ya Lingling recover. Qian Rongxiu's divine power is the strongest and purest, and can help Ya Lingling recover his soul, physical strength and mental power the fastest. Xiaowu looked at the 100,000-year-old soul bone in her hand, went to care first, and thanked Bibi Dong. Then let Xiaowu De, Bo Sixi, Zhu Zuqing and others see if there is still her mother's residual soul in the soul bone. There are some fluctuations in the power of soul. Although it was very weak, this result gave Xiaowu and the others greater hope. After Qian Rongxiu helped Ya Lingling recover, the most critical moment has come. Martial Soul Fusion. Ning Rongrong and Ya Lingling hugged each other, clasped their fingers tightly to fusion of martial souls. The 9 treasure glazed tower martial soul and the 9 heart begonia martial soul appeared and merged quickly one after another. At the same time, Qian Rongxiu, Bo Sixi, Zhu Zuqing, and the other 3 injected into the fusion of Ning Rongrong and Ya Lingling's martial souls. Divine power makes their martial soul fusion skills more effective and better. After the 9 treasure glazed tower martial soul and the 9 heart begonia martial soul are fusions, both of which are huge phantoms, but they are dazzling. The 9 heart crab apple flowers dragged the 9 colored glazed glass tower, which was very spectacular. At the same time, this martial soul fusion exudes a breath of divine power and is full of vitality. Ning Rongrong and the others are ready. Bibi Dong also started here. She released her second martial soul, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor, which has 9 soul rings on this martial soul. The 7th soul ring belongs to Xiaowu's mother. Now Bibi Dong is going to peel off the 7th soul ring. The pain caused by peeling off the soul bone this time is even greater. The key is that the pain suffered on the soul will be unbearable. Xiaowu De would help Bibi Dong from the side, and use divine power and divine thought power to help Bibi Dong to reduce the pain she suffered. Xiaowu has put the soul bones in his hand in a special position. After Bibi Dong stripped the soul ring, Ning Rongrong and the others can try to use the soul bones and soul rings as mediums to resurrect Xiaowu's mother. Chapter 370 Xiaowu's mother is also bound. Ah! Bibi Dong let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain when he stripped the soul ring. It makes people feel unbearable after hearing it. Mom! Qian Rongxiu felt very distressed. Xiaowu was in a heavy mood, and Bibi Dong's actions moved her very much. Even if her mother was not resurrected, Xiaowu would no longer hold a grudge against Bibi Dong. Because Bibi Dong has done enough, and it is good enough. Xiaowu De was using the power of divine thoughts and divine power to help Bibi Dong suffer. If it weren't for Xiaoda's help, Bibidong's current situation would be even worse. Although Bibidong only screamed in pain twice, Bibidong's temperament couldn't help but scream, which shows how painful the pain caused by stripping the soul ring. Fortunately, Bibidong successfully stripped out the seventh soul ring, Xiaowu's mother's soul ring. There are both soul rings and soul bones. Ningrongrong, Yelingling, Bo Sixi, Qianrongxiu, Zhu Zuqing and the others also moved. Ningrongrong and Yelingling's martial soul fusion skills were activated, and the fusion of Jux and Begonia 9 Treasures glazed tower emitted a resurrection divine light, which enveloped Xiaowu's mother's soul ring and soul bone. Soon, the soul ring and soul bone slowly dissipated in the resurrection divine light. Yelingling and Ningrongrong were very exhausted, and they were sweating. Fortunately, Qianrongxiu, Bo Sixi, Zhu Zuqing and others assisted them to supplement their consumption. A few minutes later, the soul ring and soul bone completely disappeared, and a phantom appeared in the resurrection divine light. Mother! Xiaowu looked excited and saw her mother. The phantom is Xiaowu's mother, but it is still a soul phantom, with the phantom's eyes dull and there is no fluctuation. The resurrection is not completed. As time passed by, the phantom's eyes gradually became strange, and gradually became agile, and the phantom became more and more substantial. A few more minutes passed. The resurrection divine light disappeared, Yelingling and Ningrongrong removed the fusion of martial souls, and they had done their best. Xiaowu's mother was indeed resurrected, but her soul was resurrected. There is no physical body. Just a resurrected soul body. Mother! Xiaowu ran over and wanted to hug her mother, but she lost all the time. Because mother is just a soul body and has no physical body, even if it can be seen, it cannot be touched. We can only resurrect Xiaowu's mother's soul now, because Xiaowu's mother has lost her body for too long, and we can't reshape the body together. Ningrongrong said gasping. She and Yelingling consume a lot of money, and they consume a lot of money in all aspects of soul, mental power, martial soul, soul power, physical strength, etc. If they recover on their own, it may take a year or two to recover before they can use the martial soul fusion technique again. But with Qianrongxiu, Bo Sixi, Xiaoda and others, they can use the power of divine thoughts and divine power to help Ningrongrong and Yelingling recover faster. Mother! Xiaowu found that her mother had no physical body and was a little disappointed. She looked at her mother and called her. Xiaowu's mother's eyes fell on Xiaowu, her eyes were very confused, as if she had been sleeping for too long. She just woke up and was very dazed, she needed to recall the past and adapt. Am I dead? This is the most dazed thing that makes Xiaowu's mother. Someone called his mother? After hearing Xiaowu's call, Xiaowu's mother was in a trance again. She has a daughter, but she doesn't know if her daughter Xiaowu is still alive after her death. Is she Xiaowu? Xiaowu's mother stared at Xiaowu, who had grown up in front of her, and looked like her daughter, with a familiar atmosphere, but there were also strange places that made her not sure. Mom, I'm Xiaowu. Xiaowu was worried about problems with her mother's soul body. Xiaowu. Are you my daughter Xiaowu? Xiaowu's mother finally spoke, with a lot of shock and sadness in her eyes. Her current state is very special, she can be seen in the soul body and can be heard in her words. Why is it sad? Because Xiaowu's mother feels dead, but now seeing Xiaowu means that Xiaowu is likely to be dead too. Mom, it's me, Xiaowu. Xiaowu heard her mother's voice and knew that her mother still remembered her. She was very happy and excited. Mom, it's great that you have been resurrected. Etc. Resurrected? Am I resurrected? How could such a thing be possible? Xiaowu's mother was incredible. She looked at Xiaowu and reached out to touch Xiaowu, but could not touch her daughter. What's going on? Didn't I say I've been resurrected? Xiaowu's mother felt that she was dreaming, but she didn't expect that she could still dream after she died, and she dreamed of her daughter when she grew up. She died, and she didn't know how long she had been dead, and she thought she had been dead for a while. Suddenly, Xiaowu's mother's soul body began to become unstable, as if it is about to collapse and disappear between heaven and earth. Not good. Qianrongxiu said, although Xiaowu's mother's soul has been resurrected, she is very weak. She may not be able to maintain this state for a long time. She may collapse and disappear completely. No. Xiaowu wanted her mother to disappear. She looked at her mother. Suddenly, Xiaowu's mother disappeared from front of Xiaowu. Xiaowu was stunned for a moment. This disappeared too quickly. She couldn't even react. Just as Xiaowu was about to collapse, Cao De held her hand and said, "Xiaowu, it's okay." Xiaowu looked at Cao De blankly, and after a while, she realized what Cao De said, from sadness to joy, and said in surprise, "Brother, really?" Cao De nodded, "It's right in Sister Shi's room." Just now, Cao De tried to bind Xiaowu's mother with the capture space and communicated with Xiaowu's mother with his divine thoughts. Xiaowu's mother thought it was Xiaowu talking to her and responded. The conditions for capturing space binding are reached, and then they take effect, and Xiaowu's mother is bound. At this moment, Xiaowu's mother has been transformed into a human baby, right in the baby cradle of the baby room in Bosaisai's room. "Brother, take me there." Xiaowu can't wait to see her mother. Good. Cao De held Xiaowu and the two disappeared and went to Bosaixi. Without Cao De, Xiaowu could not open Bosaixi's room. Is it God who took action? Bosaisai and the others understood that Xiaowu's mother was God like a yin and the others, and she was now in Bosaisai's room. They didn't rush to go, so they asked Cao De and Xiaowu to communicate with Xiaowu's mother first. "Mom, are you okay?" Qianrongxiu hugged Bibi Dong and felt sorry for her. Bibi Dong smiled and shook his head, "It's all over, and it feels good now. Xiaowu's mother is resurrected, and it's all worth it. I'm a little tired, Shue'er, take me to the room to rest." The stripping of the soul ring made Bibidong's soul suffer great pain and is now very tired. Although he lost the 7th soul ring of the second martial soul, 100,000-year soul ring, Bibidong's soul power level is now level 96, which has only been reduced by 1 level, and has little impact on the soul power level. The most important thing is that the pain is very painful. Bosaixi and Zhu Zuqing are helping Ning Rongrong and Yelingling recover. Chapter 371 Dongmei, Sister Yuero. Where is this? Bosaisai's room, in the baby cradle in the baby room. Xiaowu's mother in baby condition woke up and looked at the ceiling in a daze. "Where is my little Wu? Is it really a dream?" Thinking of Xiaowu, Xiaowu's mother sat up and looked around, and immediately saw 2 adults appearing in front of her. "Mom, are you awake?" Seeing that her mother woke up, Xiaowu said happily. "Xiaowu, why have you become so big?" Xiaowu is now a giant in her mother's eyes. "Mom, you've become smaller. But you're really resurrected now, and we can be together forever in the future and will not be separated again." Xiaowu cried with joy. "I'm." Only then did Xiaowu's mother realize that she had become a baby. Xiaowu wiped her tears and explained, "Mom, you are now equivalent to becoming a human being, but the situation is more special. You can talk, walk, eat, and grow up in a few years." Xiaowu's mother was stunned for a while, then looked at Xiaowu with disbelief. "Are you really my Xiaowu? Am I really resurrected?" Xiaowu nodded heavily, "Well. I am Xiaowu, my mother, your daughter. It has been almost 20 years since I grew up." "Mom, you are resurrected and we can be together again. Almost 20 years have you died? Really resurrected?" Xiaowu's mother patted her little face with her little hands, and her pink face turned red with a snap. Pain. It wasn't dreaming that Xiaowu's mother was excited, she was really resurrected. "Mom, don't doubt it. Don't beat yourself up. You've really come back to life, believe me." Xiaowu smiled and said that she thought it was a bit funny when she saw her mother hitting her. I'm resurrected. You are my little Wu. Xiaowu's mother burst into tears. Xiaowu, let mom hug you. He was so stingy that he reached out to hug Xiaowu. But it looks like a baby who is asking for a hug. Mother. Xiaowu gently picked up her mother. Xiaowu's mother touched Xiaowu's face with her hands. The more she looked like Xiaowu when she was a child. This was her daughter, but now she has grown up. My daughter. You've grown up. I didn't expect to see my daughter. Xiaowu's mother hugged Xiaowu's neck and started crying. Mom, I miss you so much. Xiaowu also cried. Xiaoda watched quietly from the side without saying a word or disturbing their mother and daughter's reunion, just pretending that he did not exist. Xiaowu hugged her mother and cried for a long time, venting their longing for each other, as well as maternal love and family affection. My Xiaowu, don't cry anymore, we won't cry anymore. Xiaowu's mother wiped Xiaowu's tears with her little hands. Xiaowu helped her mother wipe her tears. After the wipe, both of them laughed. It's great to be alive. Xiaowu's mother sighed in a slight voice, it's really like a dream. If it's a dream, I would rather not wake up. Xiaowu smiled and said, it's not a dream, it's all true, Mom. Only then did Xiaowu's mother notice Xiaoda's existence and asked Xiaowu, Xiaowu, is he your husband? Xiaowu became a 20-year-old after she became a human being. Xiaowu's mother thought it was normal for her daughter to get married. Xiaowu's shyness head, Mom, his name is Xiaoda, he is his daughter's husband and your son-in-law. Xiaoda came over and said with a smile, Xiaoda has met his mother-in-law, congratulations to his mother-in-law for rebirth. This man is good-looking and polite. Xiaowu's mother thinks it's very good and smiles and says, very good. Xiaoda, you have been taking care of Xiaowu over the years. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaoda said, if my mother-in-law is there, Xiaowu and I have known each other since childhood and are childhood sweethearts. We have been dependent on each other and taking care of each other since we were young. Speaking of which, Xiaowu takes care of me more. It is my eternal luck to meet Xiaowu and get her love, and I will always love her. From now on, I will respect you with Xiaowu. Xiaoda's words made Xiaowu's mother very happy to hear them and was temporarily satisfied with this son-in-law. Xiaowu said, Mom, after I left the Stardew Forest, I met my brother, Xiaoda. We were both alone at that time, and then we lived together, made a living, and practiced. Now that my mother is back, our family is finally reunited. After saying that, Xiaowu pulled Xiaoda over and hugged the three of them together. While Xiaowu's mother was moved, she was a little embarrassed, and she was a little embarrassed about her current baby condition. She could see that Xiaowu and Xiaoda were very loving. And probably I also understood that I was resurrected by Xiaowu, Xiaoda, and the people I met before. She has been dead for nearly 20 years and can still be resurrected, which shows that Xiaoda, Xiaowu and the others are now extraordinary. Mom, are you still adapting to your current body? Xiaowu said caringly. Xiaowu's mother said, I have become more adaptable. I have transformed into humans and understood the human-like body. I just suddenly become a baby and I need to adapt in my heart. Xiaowu said, in a few years, you will be able to grow up. Xiaowu's mother was surprised, so fast. Xiaowu said, although my brother and I resurrected my mother's soul, my mother's body was the god behind her who helped her reshape her mother. In this case, plus some special food, you can grow up within a few years. God? Xiaowu's mother had heard of it before, but it was just legend. Now my son-in-law seems to be related to God. It is also God's help to be completely resurrected. This is actually the case. Surprised Xiaowu's mother. Xiaoda said to Xiaowu, Xiaowu, please accompany our mother, I will come back later. Xiaoda asked Xiaowu and Xiaowu's mother to get along alone so that they could communicate better with each other, and Xiaowu could also tell her some things. After Xiaowu left, Xiaowu began to tell her mother about the rough things that have happened in the past 20 years since her mother left. How did Xiaowu meet Xiaowu, how did they get along with each other, and how did Xiaowu meet Lu Erlong, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and others? I have been talking for 2 or 3 hours, but I haven't finished it yet. I'm afraid it will take several days or nights to finish it. Mother-in-law, Xiaowu, I'm ready to have lunch. Xiaowu is here. Also coming with Bibi Dong and Qianrongxiu. It's you. Xiaowu's mother was shocked when she saw Bibi Dong. Of course, she remembered that Bibi Dong killed her. We're meeting again. Congratulations, resurrection. Bibi Dong said with a smile, acting kindly. Xiaowu's mother was not stupid, and she soon realized that her resurrection should also be related to Bibi Dong. Xiaowu explained, Mom, that's what it is. I told my mother about the process of resurrection. Only then did Xiaowu's mother know how she was resurrected, and knew Bibi Dong's efforts, as well as the help of Qianrongxiu, Bo Sixi, and others. Mom, you are resurrected. Our affairs with Sister Dong are over, okay? Xiaowu said, now, Sister Dong and Sister Shuet, we are sisters in a family. Xiaowu's mother, looking at Bibi Dong, she didn't expect Bibi Dong to strip her soul bones and soul rings to help her resurrection, and her relationship with her daughter and son-in-law was extraordinary. Bibi Dong made a make-up for it. With the reasons of his daughter and Xiaowu, Xiaowu's mother was willing to let go of the past. Bibi Dong, our grudges will be written out from now on. Bibi host, thank you, Sister Yuero. Xiaowu's mother's name is Yuero. Chapter 372. The relationship is complicated. Who is the daughter? Before lunch, Xiaowu hugged her mother, the baby Yuero, and introduced her other sisters. But there are a lot of these sisters, which caught Yuero off guard. The baby mother Yuero, who was held by Xiaowu, whispered in her daughter Xiaowu's ear, Xiaowu, tell your mother, are you all Xiaoda's wives? Xiaowu smiled and replied, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, Guyuina, Xiaobai, and the others are not yet, but the others are all. Yuero's pink little face froze. Xiaoda has too many women. Can you really take good care of Xiaowu? She was very worried. Yuero whispered again, you don't care about him, how can you let him find so many girls? How can he take care of him when there are too many people? Xiaowu said, Mom, don't worry, we live well together, and we are blessed and happy. Yuero could feel that her daughter could no longer extricate herself from her love for Xiaoda. Now that she is like this, what can she change? Her eyes saw Bibi Dong and Qianrongxiu, and was shocked again. Then she looked at Chenli and Mai Xiang, and said to Xiaowu in a low voice, Xiaowu, I seem to have heard you just now that Bibi Dong and Qianrongxiu, Chenli and Mai Xiang, their relationship is the same as that of us. It turned out to be Xiaoda's. Although this is not surprising among soul beasts, it is rare among humans. Yuero has transformed into humans before, lived among humans, and understood more about humans. Now Yuero feels that Xiaoda is not like a human, but rather like the overlord among soul beasts. You can choose him to like the mother soul beast. Of course, there are also such people among humans, including power, wealth, emperors, princes, and nobles, etc. Basically, there are many women, which are even more chaotic. Compared with these soul beasts and humans, Xiaoda is really good. Although he is fickle and lustful, he has never been fond of the old and has never abandoned anyone, and has always taken care of his own women in every way. Xiaowu smiled and said, we and our brother are in love with each other and truly love each other. Why bother to care about other unimportant things? In fact, Yuero has so many women to Xiaoda, and there are Bibi Dong, Qianrongxiu, Chenli and Mai Xiang. She doesn't think Xiaoda is a bad guy. Yuero was just worried that Xiaoda would not be able to take care of Xiaowu if there were too many women. She didn't want Xiaowu to become a tool for Xiaoda to play with. She would get better when she came, and then she left it aside and had no feelings at all. However, it seems that Xiaowu and Xiaowu have a good relationship at the moment. Yuero was thinking, maybe she was too concerned. When they met Bo Sixi, Ning Rongrong, Ye Lingling, Zhu Zuking and others, Yuero specifically thanked them for their life-saving grace. Especially Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling, if they had not had their martial soul fusion skills, Yuero's soul would not have been resurrected. They saved Yuero and gave her a rebirth. Of course, there is also Xiaowu. If it weren't for Xiaowu's help, although Yuero's soul had been resurrected, it would not exist for a long time without a physical body and would gradually dissipate. However, Xiaowu is his son-in-law, and Yuero doesn't have to be too polite to him. Otherwise it would seem too disgusting. Yuero felt intimate about Chenli and Mai Xiang's mother and daughter, because Chenli and Mai Xiang's martial souls are both rabbits, and Chenli has rabbit ears, and Mai Xiang has rabbit ears and rabbit tail. It made Yuero feel that Chenli and Mai Xiang are more like the same kind. Yuero has now reformed into a human, and the martial soul is the soft-bone charming rabbit. Yuero, Xiaowu, Chenli, Mai Xiang, all of them are rabbit martial souls. They all feel that there is a special sense of intimacy between them, which can get along better. After lunch, Xiaowu took her mother Yuero to visit the island and the villa. It made Yuero feel constantly surprised. At night, Yuero and Brigitte changed rooms. In this way, Yuero and Xiaowu will be in the same room, while Brigitte and Bo Sixi will be in the same room. Yuero did not live in the nursery room and slept with Xiaowu directly. Xiaowu smiled and said to the baby-like mother, "Mom, I feel like I have one more child." Yuero gave her daughter a blank look and then smiled, "Okay. I took care of you when you first turned into a human baby, but now it's your turn to take care of me." "Xiaowu, do you want me to call you Mom?" Xiaowu smiled and shook her head, "I dare not. You are my mother, you will always be." Yuero joked, "Is that true? Don't you still have Erlong's mother, Ian's mother?" "I don't have more than one more, and I don't have one less." Xiaowu hugged the baby mother and said with a smile, "Mom, are you jealous of Erlong's mother and Ian's mother?" Yuero smiled and said, "What jealous am I? I want to thank them. When I was not here, they took care of you and gave you maternal love. But you are now mother and daughter and sister, so I don't know what to call them." Xiaowu said, "Everyone is talking about it. Erlong's mother, Ian's mother, and you three are sisters, and I am your cutest daughter. I have 3 mothers, so happy." Being hugged and cared for by her daughter, Yuero felt that she really looked like her daughter's daughter now. She felt very special, but she also felt very good. Yuero also thought that if her daughter Xiaowu had her own child now, she might be playing with her grandson and might become a sibling or sister. It feels amazing if you think about it. However, when Xiaowu said that he didn't plan to have a child for the time being, Yuero felt a little disappointed. "I don't know if it's because I can't hug my grandson quickly, or because I can't be a sibling, sister, with my grandson. Maybe all of them are. My daughter is now a titled Dulo. It's amazing. It won't take long to become a god." The baby Yuero sighed, "Xiaowu, you are much better than your mother." Xiaowu said, "The main thing is that my brother helped me grow up. Without him, there would be no daughter, and I would not be able to revive my mother." Yuju said, "Xiaowu is very good. If you can always love you, it will be perfect." Xiaowu said confidently, "Yes. Brother will love me forever, and I will love him forever. Mom, we will live happily. You will grow up quickly and become a titled Douluo and a god in the future." Yuero did not doubt what Xiaowu said, because a yin and the others were the best proof. In about 6 years, a yin, Grace, Zig, Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor not only grew up, but also became soul saints and contras. In a few years, she can grow up and quickly improve her soul power level. Now Xiaowu and Bo Sixi have reached level 100. Qianrongxiu is a god with a throne. Zhu Zuking can also become a god, Bibidong can reach level 100. The women around Xiaowu can become gods or reach level 100 in the future. So, Yuero felt that she had a chance. Only by becoming a god or reaching a level 100 can you be with Xiaowu for a longer time. In the next few days, Yuero was in the capture space to learn about the situation here. Chapter 373 New Pills. Goodbye Hulina. In the capture space, Xiaowu, Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Bo Sixi, Qian Rongxiu and others were fishing on the fishing platform. At present only 8 of them were fishing, but the others did not fish because they wanted to keep the pills that would improve their soul power at level 1. Today is Qian Rongxiu's first fishing process. She also wanted to keep her pills before, so she did not fish. However, later Qian Rongxiu inherited the position of the angel god and became a god, so she did not need the pill to improve her soul power at the first level. I just don't know if Qian Rongxiu can still catch the elixir when he starts fishing. If so, will it still work if he takes it? Now Qian Rongxiu's power is divine power, not soul power. The pill is used to improve soul power, and it may be useless to reach level 100. No matter whether you can catch it or not, it will not affect Qian Rongxiu's pleasure in fishing. Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, and the others, both of them have been fished, whether they are pills that improve the first level of soul power or pills that increase the age of the soul ring. Xiaowu and Bo Sixi fished for the pills that improved the soul power of the first level, but had not yet fished for the pills that improved the soul ring's age. It's taken the bait. Qian Rongxiu is lucky. She was fishing for the first time. Today, she had to fish first than Xiaowu and others. She pulled up the fishing rod. A pill bottle was caught, and there was a golden pill in it. It's different from the pills we caught before. Take it to the test stone tablet to see what pills it is. It should be a new pill. Ning Rongrong was even more excited than Qian Rongxiu. Xiaowu said, after I broke through to level 100, there was no change in the space. Perhaps the appearance of this pill is one of the changes. Xiaowu has been breaking through to level 100 for a while, but he has not found any abnormal changes in the capture space. Today, Qian Rongxiu suddenly caught a new pill. Perhaps it had changed, but it was only discovered now. There is a detection stone tablet on the fishing platform. Putting the elixir bottle on it can detect some information about the elixir. It's actually a pill that can increase the age of the soul ring to 1 million years. Oh my god! Ning Rongrong exclaimed. After taking this golden pill, it can increase the soul ring that the user has the most closest to 1 million years to 1 million years. Ning Rongrong worried, well, have we caught a pill that increased the age of the soul ring to 11,000 years, and we will not be able to order such pills in the future? If this is the case, I feel like a loss. Xiaowu said, maybe you can only fish this pill after the level reaches level 100. You should have a chance in the future. In fact, Xiaowu himself was just a guess, but he could comfort Ning Rongrong and the others. Will that be the case? Ning Rongrong thought for a while and said, well, it must be like this. Lu Erlong said, it's lucky to have it. If you don't have it, you can't force it. You have to relax. Xiaowu looked at Qian Rongxiu and said, Sister Shui, take the pill quickly and let us witness its effect. Qian Rongxiu asked, why, wait for noon, let's take a look together. Others are not on the fishing platform. Xiaowu nodded, yes. Let's continue fishing. Shui Binger said, maybe someone else can catch it. Shui Binger's mouth was really bright. More than 2 hours later, Bo Sixi also fished for the same golden elixir as Qian Rongxiu. Brother, you're a little bad luck. Xiaowu complained, you 3 have reached level 100, but you haven't caught it. Xiaowu smiled bitterly, maybe ladies are preferred. It was almost noon, and they finished fishing and returned to the villa. Huawu, Shui Yuer, Ayin, and Bridget had already prepared lunch. After lunch, everyone surrounded Bo Sixi and Qian Rongxiu to see how they took the golden pills. After taking the golden pill, Qian Rongxiu's 9th soul ring has changed from a red soul ring to a golden soul ring of millions of years, and has also become a divine ring. Like Bo Sixi, the 9th soul ring has a red soul ring turned into a million-year golden soul ring. Now Qian Rongxiu and Bo Sixi both have 2 golden soul rings. What a magical pill, it can save at least several years, or even more than 10 years of cultivation. Posazi sighed. At the same time, I feel more and more that the god behind Cao mostly does not come from the divine realm, and it transcends all the gods in the divine realm. Qian Rongxiu also has the same feeling. She heard from the angel god that even a first-level god under the god king, it is very difficult to improve the soul ring to millions of years for others. What's more, it's something that can be done with just one pill. I guess no one in the divine world can refine such pills. In the next few days, Cao and the 8 others were fishing on the fishing platform day and night while practicing. But no one fished for golden elixirs again, neither did Cao. No rush, it takes some luck. Cao said, and it is very likely that you can only fish the golden pill after reaching level 100. Although each person may only have one chance, it is also very good. Everyone will have a chance in the future. After trying for several days, Cao and the others stopped sticking to it and returned to their usual fishing habits. After these days of rest, recover. Now Bibidong, Ning Rongrong, and Yelingling have basically recovered. Today, Cao, Bibidong, Qian Rongxiu and the other 2 came out of the capture space. Take a walk together in Wuhan City and the Pope's Hall. Now Cao no longer needs to be sneaky. Bibidong declares to the public that Cao is Qian Rongxiu's husband and her son-in-law. This is also officially revealed that Qian Rongxiu is her Bibidong's daughter. In the past, there were very few people who knew that Qian Rongxiu existed and that Qian Rongxiu and Bibidong were mother and daughter. Teacher, Sister Shuet. While walking, I met Hu Lina. Hu Lina is now the saint of the Spirit Hall, and her realm has reached the Soul Emperor. Nana, we haven't seen each other for 5 or 6 years. Now you are more mature and more beautiful. Qinren Shui had met Hu Lina several times before. Hu Lina is one of the few people who knows that Qian Rongxiu and Bibidong are mother-daughter relationships. However, Qian Rongxiu and Bibidong had a very stiff relationship in the past, which made Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina not have a good relationship. But 6 or 7 years ago, Bibidong began to change, Qian Rongxiu and Bibidong reconciled, and Qian Rongxiu took the initiative to say hello to Hu Lina, and the relationship eased. But later Qian Rongxiu was tested for the inheritance of the angel god and never met Hu Lina. It has been 5 or 6 years. Sister Shuet, you and the teacher are the most beautiful ones, I can't compare with you. Hu Lina is the truth. She thinks Bibidong and Qian Rongxiu are too beautiful and have that temperament that she cannot compare with. Hu Lina, we have been missing for a long time, do you still remember me? Cao greeted with a smile. Cao. Of course, Hu Lina remembers Cao, and she still has some good feelings for Cao. But Hu Lina didn't expect that Cao was actually with the teacher's daughter Qian Rongxiu. You should know that the Wuhan Palace had to deal with Cao in the past. Chapter 374 The 6 worshippers in the worship hall were shocked. It's indeed mature and more beautiful. Cao looked at Hu Lina and said seriously. Hu Lina blushed when she heard it. This made Qian Rongxiu and Bibidong roll their eyes. Nana, are you taking a walk too? Bibidong spoke. Hu Lina replied, the student just finished his cultivation and went out for a walk. He didn't want to meet the teacher and Sister Shuet. Bibidong held Hu Lina's hand and said, let's go together. Yes. Hu Lina nodded. The master and apprentice will be in front of him. Bibidong is very good at Hu Lina, a student, and has expectations and is ready to pass the position of the Pope in the Martial Spirit Hall to her. Nana, thank you for your hard work recently. During this period, Bibi Dong basically handed over all the things the Pope had to deal with to Hu Lina. On the one hand, I have to accompany Qian Rongxiu and Cao De, and I don't have time. On the other hand, she also wanted to train Hu Lina so that she could become fully familiar with the Pope's daily work now. Not hard work. Hu Lina said, the teacher values students and is grateful to them. I will continue to work hard and will not disappoint the teacher. They walked in front and talked. Cao De and Qian Rongxiu in the rear flirted and kept showing their love. Hu Lina envied. Hu Lina felt that there was no hope for her to be with Cao De. Although Cao De was lustful, with Qian Rongxiu around, Hu Lina was embarrassed and didn't dare to get close to Cao De. Hu Lina has no confidence in snatching a man with Qian Rongxiu. In addition, Qian Rongxiu is the daughter of her teacher Bibi Dong, so Hu Lina is even more afraid. I can only continue to hide my inner affection for Cao De. Not long after, Hu Lina left. When I left, I couldn't help but look at Cao De, feeling that it would be difficult to see Cao De in the future. Although Cao De is Qian Rongxiu's husband, Hu Lina has this feeling, and she feels that it is a world of difference from Cao De and others. After Hu Lina left, Qian Rongxiu teased Cao De and said, "Little man, Nana seems to have some interest in you. She is also pretty. Do I want me to help you take her down?" Bibi Dong said, "Shweter, don't spoil him. Otherwise, this lustful person will take it seriously." Cao De said shamelessly, "I think Hu Lina is pretty good. Why don't I go to talk to her about life now?" "You dare!" Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong said in unison. Ha ha! Cao De smiled and reached out to hug Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong's waists. Bibi Dong reluctantly took Cao De's hand and cursed, "You're going to die, what if someone sees it?" She didn't want the others in the Wuhan Palace to know about her relationship with Cao De, including Qian Douluo. Qian Rongxiu knew Bibi Dong's concerns and said with a smile, "Sister Dong, you don't have to care what others think. As long as we don't care, we can just be happy together. Bibi host, let's talk about it later, you must pay attention now. It takes time to adapt." At noon, they returned to the Capture Space Villa for dinner. "We came out together in the afternoon. Cao De, I'll take you to see my grandfather Qian Douluo." Qian Rongxiu took Cao De to the worship hall to meet Qian Douluo. Qian Rongxiu cares about the most about his relatives are Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo, so he must take Cao De, his husband, to see him. Cao De and Qian Douluo have never met. The worship hall is the strongest power of the martial soul hall. In addition to the 99th level enshrinement Qian Douluo, there are also the 98th level enshrinement Golden Crocodile Dulo, the 97th level enshrinement Qingluan Dulo, the 97th level enshrinement Lion Dulo, the 97th level enshrinement Lion Dulo, the 97th level enshrinement Guangling Dulo, the 96th level enshrinement Qianjun Dulo, and the 96th level enshrinement Dulo. The 7 major worships in the worship hall have their soul power levels exceeding 95. All 7 are male. The 7 of them are the strongest power in the Wuhan Hall. With such a power, it is not difficult to destroy any soul master force in the Wuhan Palace and carry out a beheading operation. However, Qian Douluo had no intention to unify Dulo continent, and he had no intention, so he had no intention to worship the temple. The 7 people basically stayed in the worship hall to practice, because they had no effect on them when they were practicing outside. They have experienced many things. Now for them, the most important thing is to improve their soul power level. To increase the soul power level by 1 level, it is not only an increase in strength, but also an increase in lifespan for them. The angel god is here. Feeling the aura of Qian Rongxiu, the 6 worshippers, namely the Golden Crocodile Dulo, the Green Luan Dulo, the Male Lion Dulo, the Light Feed Dulo, the Qianjun Dulo, and the Demon Subduing Dulo, all appeared one after another. Word to the angel god. They already knew that Qian Rongxiu inherited the throne of the angel and became the god, so they were very awe of Qian Rongxiu. The worship hall is actually the guardian hall inherited by the angel gods, and the 7 worshippers are the guardians. Now Qianrongxiu has become the new angel god, and the golden crocodile Dulo and the others are her subordinates. You don't have to be so polite to worship. Qianrongxiu is familiar with the 6 of them and has known them since she was a child. These people have watched Qianrongxiu grow up, and they hugged and teased her when they were young. They are Qianrongxiu's grandfather's elders. We are your subordinates, and the courtesy cannot be abolished. The golden crocodile Douluo said respectfully. These worshippers also hope that Qianrongxiu can support them and improve their soul power level, and there is hope of becoming a god in the future. Guangling Douluo is pretty and beautiful, like a woman. He has long white hair, but he looks young and has a good temperament. He looks only about 20 years old. He smiled and said, "Angel God, you are here to find the great worshipper, he is in the main hall." As he said that, he looked at Xiaowu. He didn't know Xiaowu and could not see through Xiaowu, which made him wonder what this person had to do with Qianrongxiu. Qianrongxiu looked at the 6 worshippers and introduced Xiaowu to them. "Everyone, this is my husband, his name is Xiaowu. Although he has no god position now, he has reached a level 100, and he is considered a god." Guangling Douluo and others looked at Xiaowu in shock. Xiaowu looks very young, and should be similar to Qianrongxiu. If Xiaowu inherited a certain god's inheritance and became a god, they would not have been so shocked. But Xiaowu had no god position and actually reached level 100. Xiaowu actually did what a great worshipper could not do. And without a god position means no god inheritance, so how did Xiaowu reach the level 100 at such a young age? There is such a thing that goes against the will of heaven. Can you not shock them? I've met 6 seniors. Xiaowu said politely. No. The lion Dulo stared at Xiaowu and asked, "You really have reached level 100? Other offerings are also hard to believe." Xiaowu simply released the soul ring. Gold 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 red gold gold red gold. 9 soul rings appeared on Xiaowu, blinding the eyes of the 6 worshippers. They have seen Qianrongxiu's golden soul ring, which is a divine ring. Qianrongxiu has only 1, and Xiaowu actually has 7 golden soul rings. Isn't it said that Xiaowu has 7 divine rings? It is much stronger than the angel god Qianrongxiu. Guangling Douluo and the other 6 were stunned, so shocked. Chapter 375,000 Daolio. Chrysanthemum Pass. Ling Yuan Dulo. Xiaowu now has 7 golden soul rings, and the 6th and 9th soul rings have not reached 1,000,000 years. Shui Binger and Xiaobai provided Xiaowu with the 6th soul ring period, which now totaled only 700,000 to 800,000 years. Xiaobai is now only in the Soul Lord realm. When she reaches the Soul Saint realm, Xiaowu's 6th soul ring will become a 1,000,000-year soul ring. Yalingling provided Xiaowu with the 9th soul ring, and the age is now 670,000 years. Xiaowu's 9th soul ring takes a lot of time to reach 1,000,000 years. Because there is only Yalingling, there is no 100,000-year-old mother soul beast that can be bound. The 1st to the 8th soul rings were bound to 8 people, including a Yin, Baiji, Zig, Shui Emperor, Ice Emperor, Xiaobai, Gu Yuina, Yuero, and others. The 9th soul ring also has clear binding targets. However, Xiaowu was not in a hurry. He now has 7 golden soul rings and has strong combat power. In terms of realm, although Xiaowu is not a real god, because he has no god position, he is equivalent to the realm of a first-level god with 7 rings of gods. As for combat power, Xiaowu and Qianrongxiu had a little bit of competition in the capture space. With the power of space attributes, Xiaowu could suppress Qianrongxiu. It shows that the combat power is stronger than Qianrongxiu, who has the Angel Sacred Armor and Angel Sacred Sword. Xiaowu's 7 golden soul rings contain all the power of divine power, and the original soul skills have also become divine skills. In terms of the number of magical skills, Xiaowu is now more than Qianrongxiu. Qianrongxiu's magic skills mainly come from inheriting some of the magic skills of the angel god, including the magic skills carried by the 10th soul ring divine ring. Then there are 2 magical skills that the 9th soul ring has after it becomes a divine ring. We're going to meet my grandpa and we'll talk to you if we have the chance. Qianrongxiu just brought Xiaowu and the golden crocodile Dulo, Qingluan Dulo, male lion Dulo, light feed Dulo, Qianjun Dulo, and subduing demon Dulo and the other 6 people to say hello. After Xiaowu and Qianrongxiu left, the 6 of them started to discuss. Douluo of demon subduing, who is Xiaowu? Where did it emerge? He can break through to level 100 without a god position, and there are 7 million year soul rings. Qianjun Dulo, I have never heard of it. The 6 of them had nothing to do with Xiaowu and were practicing normally. They basically didn't care about the outside world. There was nothing worth their attention to the Soul Master competition and the big and small things outside. Therefore, it is normal not to understand Xiaowu. However, all 6 of them were ready to learn about the origin of Xiaowu. Golden Crocodile Dulo, this may be a good thing. Xiaowu proved that even without the gods, he could break through to level 100 without the gods. Perhaps the great worship may break through to level 100 soon. We may also be able to do so in the future. In the past, Qiandaoliu told them that without the gods, they could not break through to the 100th level without the gods. Now Xiaowu's appearance has given them new hope. If Qianrongxiu loses to help them, the possibility of breaking to level 100 will be even greater. While they were talking, Qianrongxiu and Xiaowu came to the inheritance hall of the angel god. Although this hall has lost its significance, it is of great significance to the angel clan. After Qianrongxiu became the new angel god, Qiandaoliu had been living in the Hall of Heritage, and he had become accustomed to it. Grandfather. Qianrongxiu saw Qiandaoliu and flew over with a smile. Shue'er, you are already an angel god. You must be dignified and steady. Qiandaoliu said this from his mouth, and his heart liked Qianrongxiu to get close to him. There is no angel god in front of Grandpa, only your granddaughter. Qianrongxiu is like a child who needs someone to love in front of Qiandaoliu, a little coquettish. After a few greetings from the grandfather and grandson, Qianrongxiu looked at Xiaowu and said to Qiandaoliu, Grandpa, he is Xiaowu. Although he has no god position, he has reached level 100 now, with 7 million year soul rings, and is stronger than his granddaughter. He is my husband and your grandson-in-law. Qiandaoliu had known about Qianrongxiu's relationship with Xiaowu for a long time, and he had heard Qianrongxiu talk about Xiaowu a lot, and he also knew about Xiaowu's situation. Qiandaoliu's impression of Xiaowu is, he is flirtatious, lustful, and has a divine inheritance. If Qianrongxiu had not protected Xiaowu, if it wasn't for the previous divine test that would not affect Qianrongxiu, if Xiaowu had not been good to Qianrongxiu, if Xiaowu had not had a divine inheritance, Qiandaoliu would not have let his granddaughter Qianrongxiu be with Xiaowu. Now I heard Qianrongxiu say that Xiaowu had reached level 100 without a god position, and had 7 million year soul rings, which was stronger than Qianrongxiu. Qiandaoliu was very surprised. He asked, Shue'er, didn't Xiaowu have a god inheritance? Why didn't he obtain the god inheritance? Moreover, without a god position, you cannot break through to level 100. Qianrongxiu explained, Grandpa, Xiaowu's situation is different, and the gods behind him are also different. It seems that he wants to take a different path, and he can become extremely powerful without using a god position. Xiaowu has no god position, and Qiandaoliu will not deny that the god behind Xiaowu is fake, because without the help of the god, Qiandaoliu does not believe that Xiaowu can break through to level 100 with himself and has 7 million year soul rings. Xiaowu's situation is too special and Qiandaoliu can't understand it very much. But Qianrongxiu said that, and Qiandaoliu had to accept it. Xiaowu has met Grandpa. Xiaowu said politely. Douluo looked at Xiaowu and nodded, you are very special, no matter which aspect. You are also very strong. I hope you will take good care of Shue'er as always, and if you go to the Divine Realm in the future, you must protect her. There is not a place where there are fighting and staying together. Qianrongxiu is alone in the Divine Realm, and Douluo is not very relieved. Now Xiaowu has reached level 100, and he thought Xiaowu should be able to go to the Divine Realm and he will be able to protect Qianrongxiu at that time. Xiaowu knew that Douluo was worried about Qianrongxiu, so he didn't say that he might not be able to go to the Divine Realm. Grandpa, don't worry, I will use my life to protect Shue'er from being hurt. Qianrongxiu said to Douluo, Grandpa, I will take you and Mom to the God Realm, and I will make you a god in the future. Douluo said with relief, Shue'er, it's enough for Grandpa to see you become the new angel god. Grandpa was already dead, but Shue'er, you are so outstanding that Grandpa can continue to live. You don't have to worry about your mother and I. After you gain a foothold in the God Realm, you will consider other things. In fact, Douluo also wanted to become a god, and wanted all the angels to gain a foothold in the Divine Realm, but the premise was that Qianrongxiu must be strong enough, otherwise he would not be able to take them to the Divine Realm. It is extremely difficult for Qianrongxiu to do something that even the angel gods in the past could not do. Qianrongxiu and Xiaowu chatted with Douluo for a while, and then left together. Douluo was used to staying in the Palace of Inheritance and did not want to leave. The two left the worship hall. It's you, Xiaowu. On the way, I encountered 3 people, Huhua Pass, Ghost, and Ling Yuan Dulo. They didn't know that Xiaowu was Qianrongxiu's man. The 3 of them saw Xiaowu in the Pope's hall, and they were very surprised to see Xiaowu and Qianrongxiu walking hand in hand. The most surprising thing is Dulo. Chapter 376 Rax Hasa God. All 3 of them know Qianrongxiu, Dulo, Dulo, Ling Yuan Dulo, and they also know the relationship between Qianrongxiu and Bibidong. In the Wuhan Hall, Dulo, Dulo, and Ling Yuan Dulo are just elders, not worshipping the temple, because they are all just ordinary titled Dulo, and their soul power level does not exceed 95, so they cannot enter the worship hall. Dulo, Dulo, and Ling Yuan Dulo are now all following the Pope's instructions to do things. Bibidong is their direct boss, and Qianrongxiu is their boss's daughter. Of course, Dulo and the others didn't know that Qianrongxiu was already the new angel god. At present, except for the angel clan, the enjoyment hall, Bibidong, and other people in the spirit hall do not know about this news, including the elders of the spirit hall. For Xiaowu, Dulo met for the 4th time. The first time was in Soto City. He was planning to take Xiaowu back to the martial soul, but Xiaowu ran away. The second time was in Tiandu City. The third time was at the Soul Master competition in the Pope Hall of the Spirit Hall. At that time, Bibidong had changed his attitude towards Xiaowu and refused to let them attack Xiaowu. Now is the 4th time. Ghost Dulo Gaimei had also met Xiaowu in the Soul Master competition before. This was the 2nd time he had seen Xiaowu. This was the first time Ling Yuan Dulo saw Xiaowu, but he knew that Xiaowu had a lot of things. For example, Xiaowu was rude to their Pope Bibidong in the Martial Soul Palace, and actually wanted Bibidong to be his Xiaowu's woman. He was so bold. Then there is something about Xiaowu's evil talent, perverted soul ring, etc. Whether it was Ling Yuan Dulo, Dulo, or Dulo, they later learned that they guessed that Xiaowu had a god inheritance, so they were so perverted and arrogant. Logically speaking, Xiaowu has a grudge against the Wuhan Hall and is an enemy. People. But later Bibidong stopped attacking Xiaowu. Now they saw Xiaowu and Qianrongxiu's intimate appearance. They had to guess whether their Pope Bibidong asked her daughter to use the beauty trick to win over Xiaowu to the Wu Soul Hall. There may be a god behind Xiaowu, and he is talented and evil. They think it is worthy of Bibi Dong's use of his daughter to win over. Now, in the eyes of Ling Yu and Dulo and the others, Xiao De was caught in Qian Rongxiu's beauty trap and appeared in the Pope's hall, which shows that Xiao De was already from the Wuhan hall. In their opinion, it is not surprising that Xiao De was fascinated by Qian Rongxiu, because Qian Rongxiu is so beautiful and so elegant. Even though Zhu Dulo and Gui Dulo only have each other in their eyes, even if Ling Yuan Dulo is a woman and is beautiful, she will be attracted by Qian Rongxiu's temperament and beauty. Ling Yuan Dulo is one of the 4 titled Douluo in the original work that attacked the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect. He has a very good appearance and figure, and he is still single. Oh, isn't this Zhu Dulo? I didn't expect that we will meet again. When Xiao De saw the chrysanthemum gate, he said with a smile. Hu Huiguan is a very distinctive character in the original work, and Xiao De thinks this person is quite interesting. Xiao De, you. If Qian Rongxiu hadn't been here, the chrysanthemum pass wouldn't have been as restricted as it is now, or it might have joined forces with Gui Dulo to control Xiao De and teach him a lesson. Qian Rongxiu cannot offend, otherwise Bibi Dong would not spare them. Chrysanthemum is worried. Xiao De was even more happy when he saw the chrysanthemum gate. Qian Rongxiu introduced to Xiao De, you know Elder Zhu Dulo, this is Elder Gui Dulo. Finally, he looked at Ling Yuan Dulo, she is Elder Ling Yuan Dulo, but she is a great beauty. Ling Yuan Dulo said modestly, the saint is so wonderful. Compared with you, I can only feel ashamed of myself. Although the current saint of the spirit hall is Hu Lina, Qian Rongxiu is Bibi Dong's daughter, so it's not wrong to call her a saint. I have heard of Elder Ghost Dulo. Xiao De's eyes fell on Ling Yuan Dulo and admired him. Elder Ling Yuan Dulo is rarely heard of. I didn't expect that you are so beautiful and charming, Elder. Ling Yuan Dulo was a little disgusted with the lustful gangster Xiao De, but on the surface he was polite. Young Master Xiao De is too good, I can't afford to be it. She didn't want Qian Rongxiu to misunderstand, so she hurriedly said goodbye and left. Zhu Dulo and Gui Dulo also left. Qian Rongxiu smiled and said, little man, it seems that your reputation is not very good. He scared Ling Yuan Dulo away. Xiao De walked over and patted Qian Rongxiu's buttocks with his hand. I see Ling Yuan Dulo is afraid that you will be jealous, so he will target her. Qian Rongxiu did not stop Xiao De's movements and said, what are I jealous? Can you eat it? I can only accept such a lustful man in the stall. After a pause, she said, Ling Yuan Dulo is indeed beautiful. Although she is a little older, she is still young compared to the lifespan of the titled Dulo. Moreover, Ling Yuan Dulo has never had a man. If you fall in love with someone, you have to act quickly, otherwise you may be obtained by others. Xiao De I didn't believe Qian Rongxiu's words, so he hugged Qian Rongxiu's waist and said sweetly, Shue'er, it's enough to have you, you are the most beautiful. Qian Rongxiu was very happy to hear it and said with a smile, your mouth is so powerful in all aspects. Xiao De smiled and said, Shue'er's mouth is also very powerful. Qian Rongxiu blushed and cursed in a delicate voice, shameless. What's the use of being shameless? Xiao De hugged Qian Rongxiu tightly and became dishonest. Qian Rongxiu was itchy and blushed and said in a low voice, go, my room. As for the order. Xiao De happily took Qian Rongxiu away, and the next moment he appeared in the bedroom where Qian Rongxiu lived. The two immediately hugged each other and rolled on the bed. The two of them didn't stop until evening and entered the capture space villa. A few days later, Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, and Xiao De and the other two came to the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Just dozens of miles ahead. Bibi Dong hasn't come to the inheritance of the Rakshasa god's god position for a long time. Xiao De used his divine thoughts to investigate the location Bibi Dong mentioned and found a secret dilapidated hall. Compared with the sea god's inheritance hall on the sea god island, the Rakshasa god's inheritance hall is much more down and out. I didn't find the divine consciousness of the Rakshasa god, but I felt that there were divine artifacts and divine equipment in the hall. Perhaps the divine consciousness of the Rakshasa god was in the divine artifact. Xiaowu said, Sister Dong, Shweter and I followed you quietly. After we arrived at the hall, you lure out the Rakshasa divine thoughts, and then we sneak attacked her. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome if she had used the artifact. Bibi Dong nodded, well, just follow what we discussed before. I'm not afraid of you here. This time, when we came to the Rakshasa God's inheritance hall, Bibi Dong and others did not come to continue the Rakshasa God's 9th examination, but wanted to destroy the Rakshasa God's inheritance and help Zhu Zuking complete the Shura God's 9th examination. The power brought by the Rakshasa God's god position is too evil. Bibi Dong may bring a lot of money after obtaining it. Bibi Dong is unwilling to take risks and is worried about losing Qian Rongxiu and Xiaowu. Therefore, Bibi Dong gave up the inheritance of the Rakshasa God's divine position and chose to help Zhu Zuking destroy the inheritance of the Rakshasa God's divine position. Chapter 377 The New Shura God Zhu Zuking. Bibi Dong, I thought you gave up. In the hall of the inheritance of the Rakshasa gods It has been almost 10 years since Bibi Dong has not come here and has not completed the remaining tests. The Rakshasa god's divine thought Bibi Dong gave up. If Bibi Dong gave up, the Rakshasa divine thought had to wait for other heirs to appear. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong appears again now. Bibi Dong, why can't you feel the evil power or hatred? What happened to you? The Rakshasa divine thought carefully looked at Bibi Dong and found something strange, which surprised her. Bibi Dong said with a cold face, Rakshasa god, you almost ruined me. This time I came here to tell you that I will not continue to test the inheritance of the Rakshasa god's god position. The Rakshasa god's divine thought was stunned at first, then she laughed evilly, haha Bibi Dong, you are so stupid. Since you decided to give up, you shouldn't come back. If you give up the test, you will fail. Losers will not have a good ending. Bibi Dong sneered, if I don't come back, you will let me go. The Rakshasa god's divine thought, and said with a smile, the test fails, only death. I have the mark on you, and I can kill you at any time. Now I will give you the last chance, whether to give up the test and accept death, or continue to carry out the test and inherit the position of Rakshasa god. Just then, the power of 3 divine thoughts attacked. Caught off guard by the Rakshasa divine consciousness. Ah! The Rakshasa god screamed in pain, and she was attacked. Accompanied by screams, the already weak Rakshasa divine consciousness collapsed instantly and disappeared. Xiaowu, Qian Rongxiu and Bo Sixi successfully attacked. They were originally hiding in the nearby capture space, and then quietly appeared, while sneaking into the Rakshasa divine consciousness. The Rakshasa god's divine consciousness is originally weak, and it is not difficult to deal with without the help of the magical artifact Rakshasa Demon Scythe. So Xiaowu and the other 2 sneak attacked, and directly succeeded, defeating the Rakshasa divine consciousness. After the Rakshasa god's divine consciousness disappeared, the Rakshasa god's body did not appear. Xiaowu speculated that the original body of the Rakshasa god should not be in the divine realm, otherwise how could the Shura god let her go? The Rakshasa god is about to leave the divine realm, but he has left behind the inheritance of the divine position and a divine thought in Dulo continent. The Rakshasa god probably wouldn't know about this divine thought, let alone care. The Rakshasa god is now unaware of whether he is alive or dead, so how could he appear on Dulo continent? This should be the god Rakshasa demon sickle left here for the successor, and there is also a set of Rakshasa god suits, which contain a lot of divine power and evil power. Xiaowu found the Rakshasa demon sickle and Rakshasa suit in the hall. Qian Rongxiu said, bring it into the space first, then erase the evil power in the artifact, or rebuild it in the future, and then it can be used by Sister Dong or Sister Shi. This is a magical weapon, a magical suit. Although it is not as good as the Shura demon sword and the sea god trident, it is also a magical weapon. In the divine world, there are not many gods with divine artifacts. Put it away, and see if the situation is going on in the future. Bibi Dong said, then bring Zhu Qing out, and the inheritance of the Rakshasa god's position was destroyed. She did not participate, and she didn't know if she had completed the 9th exam. Cao De nodded and brought the Rakshasa demon sickle and Rakshasa suit into the capture space. Qianrongxiu, Bibi Dong, and Bo Sixi also went in. Afterwards, Cao De brought Zhu Zuqing alone and came to the heritage hall of the Rakshasa god position, and explained a few words to Zhu Zuqing, and then entered the capture space to observe Zhu Zuqing's situation outside. At the same time, the Rakshasa demon scythe was placed next to Zhu Zuqing as evidence that Zhu Zuqing killed the Rakshasa god's divine consciousness and destroyed the inheritance of the Rakshasa god's divine position. Zhu Zuqing took out the Shura demon sword and communicated with the Shura god divine spirit inside. Shura god, I have eliminated the weak Rakshasa god divine spirit and obtained the Rakshasa demon scythe. At this moment, I am in the hall of the heritage of the Rakshasa god divine position. Shura's divine consciousness was surprised, which was much faster than he expected. This wisp of his divine thought was trapped in the Shura demon sword and could not observe the situation outside. Therefore, he did not know that Zhu Zuqing had Cao De, Bo Sixi, Qianrongxiu, Bibi Dong and others to help. I don't know the situation of capturing the space. Until the end, the Shura divine consciousness will not exhaust its power from the Shura demon sword. You use the Shura demon sword to touch the Rakshasa demon scythe. The Shura divine thoughts need to be confirmed. Zhu Zuqing used the Shura demon sword to touch the Rakshasa demon scythe. The Shura divine consciousness can sense the existence of the Rakshasa demon scythe through the Shura demon sword. There is no mark of the Rakshasa god in the Rakshasa demon scythe, so it can be confirmed that the Rakshasa god's divine consciousness is indeed gone. Because the Rakshasa demon scythe is the most important medium for the inheritance of the Rakshasa god's god position. Without it, no one can inherit the Rakshasa god position. Zhu Zuqing, you did a good job. Congratulations on completing the Shura God 9 examination. There is no process for the Shura God's divine thought. As long as the result is met, the Shura God's 9 test will be fine. I will come out of the Shura demon sword now and communicate with the Shura palace. The deity will appear. At that time, I will give you the Shura God position and divine ring. The Shura divine thought uses all its power, first comes out of the Shura demon sword, and then uses the power of the Shura demon sword. The sword aims at the starry sky. Suddenly the sky and the earth shook and the sky darkened. The sword light rushed into the sky, as if it had penetrated the space, which was shocking. Not long after, a phantom of the Shura god temple appeared. After waiting for so long, the heir finally appeared. In the hall, the phantom of the Shura god's original deity appeared, and he stared at Zhu Zuqing. Regarding the matter of Zhu Zuqing's Shura God 9 test, when the Shura God's divine consciousness returned to the original deity had already learned the information. Zhu Zuqing, congratulations, you have completed the test of the inheritance of the Shura God's God position, and you are about to become the new Shura God. The Shura God said something, and then with the help of the Shura temple, he gave the Shura God position and divine ring to Zhu Zuqing. After obtaining the divine position and the divine ring, Zhu Zuqing's level reached a level 100. She floated in the air, with 9 circles of divine rings behind her, holding the Shura demon sword in her hand, and exuding a strong dark attribute power on her body, but she is not depraved, evil, it is the power she can control. Quantity. Zhu Zuqing, you are now the new Shura God. You can stay in Dulo continent for 100 years at most. After you arrange things, you must come to the divine realm. Shura God said seriously, if you inherit the throne of God, you will also have responsibility. I will be waiting for you in the divine realm. Remember, during your stay in the Douluo continent world, you must not use divine power at will, and you must not destroy the Douluo continent world. Zhu Zuqing agreed and respected her, and her performance made Shura God more satisfied. After the incident, the figure of the Shura God disappeared, and the figure of the Shura temple disappeared. Zhu Zuqing felt that she had some connection with the Shura temple and could also feel the location of the divine realm. The Rakshasa demon scythe and Rakshasa suits were not mentioned at all. I guess he looked down on it and asked Zhu Zuqing to deal with it himself. Chapter 378 Kill the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Bibi Dong recovers. Capture the space. A group of people surrounded Zhu Zuqing, and Zhu Zuqing had 10 soul rings on her body: black, 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 red, 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 red. At the same time, there are 9 circles of divine rings behind it. Not only that, Zhu Zuqing also opened the Shura realm at this time. After becoming the Shura god, Zhu Zuqing's killing realm evolved into the Shura realm. Zuqing, put away your Shura realm quickly, it's scary. Ningrongrong couldn't stand the breath of Zhu Zuqing's Shura domain, but just felt the breath a little, which made people frightened. The dark attribute power contained in the Shura realm is very terrifying. Such a realm can cause physical damage and can also damage the spirit, divine thoughts, and soul, divine soul. Although the killing god realm was obtained by Cao de Gang Zuqing in the capital of killing, the Shura realm is Zhu Zuqing's talent realm. Cao de, Bo Sixi, Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong, Shui Binger and others all have talent fields. After Cao de reached level 100, the space realm can be called the empty god realm. Qian Rongxiu's current talent field is the angel field. After Zhu Zuqing became the Shura god, he had the 10th soul ring, which increased Cao de's 4th soul ring's age by more than 1 million years. Zhu Zuqing and Emperor Shui provided Cao de with the age of the 4th soul ring. Now the age of the 2 soul rings has been nearly 3 million years. The age of the 3rd soul ring, second only to Cao de, is the age of the soul ring provided by Qian Rongxiu and Zig for Cao de. The 3rd soul ring has a life of more than 3 million years. Qian Rongxiu's 2 golden soul rings have a combined age of more than 2 million years. The 4th soul ring's age is nearly 3 million years. The 8th soul ring has more than 2 million years. It is the soul ring age provided by Bo Sixi and Xiaowu's mother Yuero to Cao de. Bo Sixi now has 2 million year golden soul rings. Then there is the 7th soul ring, the soul ring age provided by Bibi Dong and Gu Yuina for Cao de. Bibi Dong's twin martial souls, Gu Yuina is now also a great soul master. Today I want to celebrate Zuqing. Now we have brother Cao de, sister Shi, sister Shui, Zhu Qing, 4 level 100 gods. When sister Dong obtains the soul ring of the deep sea demon whale king and is fishing for pills, she will immediately reach level 100. Cao de and the others started to celebrate Zhu Zuqing together. In the evening, Cao de and Zhu Zuqing were together and tasted the taste of the new Shura god Zhu Zuqing. Very delicious. While Cao de enjoyed it, he also satisfied Zhu Zuqing very much. After Zhu Zuqing became the Shura god, her temperament, appearance, and body changed, making Cao de even more drunk and dreamy. Zhu Zuqing was so charming that Cao de had been entangled with her for nearly 3 days, and she really forgot to eat and didn't eat much. The 2 of them were in the room all the time. You go and accompany other sisters. I'm a little tired. After resting, I have to be familiar with the power of Shura god. I don't have time to accompany you. Zhu Zuqing hooked Cao de's neck, and the grate in front of him was close to Cao de. Her clear eyes looked at Cao de, her face was very rosy, her voice was pure and powerful temptation. Cao de smiled wickedly and said, "Are you going to run away after eating it?" Zhu Zuqing smiled and said, "Yes. I'm already full, and I'll keep eating, and I'll be over. Let's take it slowly first, then eat it later. Anyway, I can't finish it, so I can eat it at any time. Xiaowu said shamelessly, I'm still a little hungry, so I can eat some more. Zhu Zuqing said shyly, okay, it's the last night. That night, the two became even more crazy. The next day, Zhu Zuqing slept until the afternoon before getting up. When he got up, he found that Xiaowu had long disappeared. She smiled, then got up to practice, familiarizing herself with the power of becoming the Shura God Queen. Xiaowu, who was alive and exhausted, was holding Guyuina outside and picking fruits. The little lowly Guyana rode on Xiaowu's neck, and the two of them picked fruits up and down, laughing constantly, and they were all very happy. Next, for about 10 days, Xiaowu accompanied them in the capture space to practice, eat and sleep. After Zhu Zuqing was basically familiar with the power of Shura, Xiaowu, Qianrongxiu, Bibidong, Bosaixi, Zhu Zuqing and the other 5 left the capture space and left the Wuhan city. Heading to the West Sea is the direction of the Sea God Island. They were preparing to hunt down the deep-sea demon whale king, a sea soul beast that had been nearly 1,000,000 years old, to obtain the 7th soul ring of the second martial arts that Bibidong had lost, and replenish the lost soul